start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, The Lord of the Goddess Palace. Lu Zuanqian breaks through, and Lu Lengxiao picks up treasures. A few days ago, just when Lu Changsheng brought Lu Quanzhen to the Fian Islands to understand the situation, Shen Wanzhao finally waited for his rescue. Wanzhao. A kind, soft, noble and elegant mature female voice sounded from the sky and earth, very beautiful, as if there was a natural charm born with it, beautiful and charming. Just by the voice, one can imagine that the owner of the voice must be a peerless beauty. Otherwise, such a moving voice, without the beauty that can make fish sink and geese fall, and the moon hide in shame flowers, would be a waste of heaven. Godmother. Shen Wanzhao immediately looked in the direction of the voice and shouted in surprise. I saw ripples in the space in front of me, a burst of bright and beautiful light bloomed, and then a graceful and beautiful figure walked out. The waterfall-like black silk hair was tied into a flying fairy bun with a phoenix hairpin, the golden step shaking was pinned between the temples, and the jade-colored necklace was hanging down, full of elegance and grace. The beautiful face is like a blooming rose, cold like frost, but with a charming charm that can seduce souls. Especially her red lips, which were plump and full, as if there were fragrant waves flowing, full of strong sexy temptation and mature charm, making people want to taste it. She was wearing a luxurious palace dress that looked like a flowing galaxy. Although she did not show any charm, her skin was as smooth as cream, with a holy halo, an elegant and noble swan neck, delicate and graceful collarbones, towering into the clouds, round and firm, and magnificent, breathtaking and enchanting curves, all of which showed her peerless grace. After this woman appeared, the world seemed to be eclipsed, turning into a picture of a beautiful beauty created by all the creation. I'll let you break through the giant and then go out for training, and you have to go out secretly. After you go back, you are not allowed to leave Penglai Island without breaking through the giant. The woman moved her lotus steps lightly, her jade buttocks swayed, and her beautiful legs hidden by the skirt were looming, like a jade pillar, slender, wide and dazzling, and the whole person exuded a strong aura. Yes, godmother. Shen Wanzhao replied obediently. Although the godmother doted on him, she was also very strict. Tell me what happened to you. How did you get into danger as soon as you went out? Shen Jianjia's eyes were clear and spotless, with rippling light, indescribably charming, but the nobleness, grace and majesty that made people dare not look at them directly, and they were daunted. Although his goddaughter was only a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, she had the secret treasure given by him. Unless a giant cultivator took action, there would be no need to use the relocation talisman. I heard that a Kunpeng nest appeared, so I wanted to go over and take a look. Who knew that I would be deceived by an evil cultivator on the way? Shen Wanzhao said with some shame. He wanted to make some achievements and show off to his godmother and senior sister, but he asked his godmother for help not long after he went out. What kind of existence is Kunpeng? Back then, a Kunpeng feather set off endless bloody storms. There are at least 800 rumors about Kunpeng's nest in recent years, and some forces even deliberately spread such news to trap and kill independent cultivators. If there really is a Kunpeng's nest, you can't participate with your current strength. Shen Jianjia said lightly with a plump and round figure and a beautiful and majestic face. Godmother, Wanzhao knows her mistake. Shen Wanzhao lowered her head and looked at her toes uncomfortably. Okay, since you know your mistake, go back with me. Shen Jianjia said no more and wanted to take her back. Shen Wanzhao looked at the size of her godmother's chest, her eyes were amazed and envious, and then she thought of her previous situation that was somewhat inexplicable, and said aloud, Godmother, I used the teleportation talisman to teleport here. Kiaohu. Shen Jianjia paused slightly, and looked at her daughter in front of her with her beautiful eyes. She felt something was wrong just now. She rushed here, but her daughter didn't have any signs of injury. With her daughter's personality, she wouldn't ask for help if she wasn't in danger. Now that she heard about the strange flower, she became more and more aware that something was wrong. She immediately stretched out her jade-like hand, grasped Shen Wanzhao's wrist, and checked her condition. At her level of cultivation, she could get a lot of information in a moment, and saw that her daughter had been seriously injured before, and then was healed by a pure and majestic vitality. Although she was not sure where this vitality came from, it was most likely not the strange flower. Could it be? Shen Jianjia's beautiful eyes were shimmering, and a plum blossom mark flowed in the center of her eyebrows. Sure enough. After a moment, she saw that her daughter's sea of consciousness had been moved. Shen Wanzhao's sea of consciousness had the soul band of the goddess palace, and even a Jinden's Henren couldn't do anything, which meant that a Yuanying cultivator secretly attacked her daughter. How could a Yuanying cultivator attack a small foundation-building cultivator for no reason? It must be targeting her goddess palace. I want to see who dares to attack my goddess palace. Shen Jianjia's beautiful face showed an indescribable coldness. Her skirt fluttered and rustled, like a peerless goddess standing proudly in the world, with a majestic and domineering look between her eyebrows, causing the world on all sides to distort and fluctuate, as if it was about to collapse. Wanzhao, let go of your soul consciousness, she said aloud, and the plum blossom mark between her eyebrows swirled and rotated, blooming a deep and mysterious soul light, illuminating Shen Wanzhao's sea of consciousness. After a moment, a series of scenes appeared in front of her. The memory scenes of Shen Wanzhao that were tampered with by Lu Changsheng gradually appeared in front of Shen Jianjia. Who is this person? Shen Jianjia looked at Lu Changsheng, who was dressed in a green robe and had an unparalleled handsome appearance, and frowned slightly. As the master of Penglai Island and the goddess palace, she had a basic understanding of the top cultivator of Xingxiusi, Yuanying Zhenjin, and had an impression of him. But she never remembered such a person. Could it be that this person came from the other side of the fog sea? As the master of the goddess palace, she knew many unknown secrets. For example, in addition to the 4 natural disasters of sky wind, ghost fog, beast tide, and ghost ship, Xingxiusi also has many fog sea areas. Some of these fog seas are dangerous restricted areas, and some are connected to other immortal realms. She remembered that this fog sea, where she was at this time, should be connected to a certain immortal realm. It seems that this person is just asking for directions and understanding the situation. He has no malicious intentions and just erased his whereabouts. Shen Jianjia carefully checked her daughter's sea of consciousness several times and confirmed that only a small part of her memory was tampered with. No restrictions were set, so she was relieved. However, there is another mysterious nascent soul cultivator in Xingxiusi, which is very worthy of vigilance. Moreover, although it is difficult to judge the strength of the mount under this person through Shen Wanzhao's memory, it can cross the fog sea, and its strength is unquestionable. Bing. At the same time, under Shen Jianjia's nascent soul, Shen Wanzhao moaned and fainted. Shen Jianjia used secret methods to take good care of the memory of the sea of consciousness, which would also put a huge burden on her. Seeing this, Shen Jianjia raised her fair jade hand lightly, and a lonely boat like a galaxy appeared, holding the unconscious Shen Wanzhao and breaking through the air. With fluttering sleeves and long black hair, her unique and independent figure was extremely beautiful, and gave people an indescribable majesty and domineering. Lu Changsheng didn't know that his tampered soul consciousness was known to others. After all, this method is difficult to achieve unless the Yuanying Zhenjin takes action. And it is as rare as buying a lottery to win the jackpot for a foundation-building cultivator to meet a Yuanying elder. Moreover, it is impossible to check the other party's sea of consciousness with a Yuanying elder. After sending his son Lu Quanzhen to the Fian Islands, he boarded the sea-splitting black whale and began his return journey. At the same time, on the benign peak of Qingzhu Mountain, a burst of spiritual energy from heaven and earth swept through, forming a huge funnel vortex, indicating that someone was attacking the foundation. For decades, the Lu family's children and non-Lu family cultivators have long been accustomed to such situations. Since the Lu family announced that they had an alchemist who could refine foundation-building pills for free, there have been people who have made efforts to build foundations every few years. Now, there are people who make efforts to build foundations almost every year. It is possible that they are Lu family children, or it is possible that they are cultivators who have gathered materials for foundation-building pills and come to the Lu family to make foundation-building pills. However, today's foundation building still attracted a lot of attention. Because this astronomical phenomenon is very loud, it means that the cultivator who is making efforts to build foundations has an extraordinary foundation. Time passed little by little. After more than half a month, this surging spiritual energy vortex finally solidified with a bang, and a burst of 5 colored clouds emerged before gradually dissipating. Successful. I wonder if this person is a descendant of the Xianfu Lu family or a casual cultivator who used the Qingzhu Mountain to break through the foundation building process. I don't need to think about it. How could such a foundation building atmosphere be an ordinary casual cultivator? It must be a descendant of the Lu family. It is rumored that there is a perfect foundation above the broken, flawed, and flawless foundations. Isn't this a perfect foundation? Some guest officials and non-Lu family cultivators discussed this. However, the Lu family kept this very secret, and even many Lu family disciples didn't know who had broken through the foundation building process. Maybe they would know at a subsequent family gathering that one of their brothers and sisters, or uncles and uncles, had become a great foundation building cultivator. Mother, I am lucky to have fulfilled your mission. At this moment, in the back mountain of Biyan Peak, a young man wearing the robes of a disciple of Qingzhu Mountain walked out of the cave, looked at the dignified and gentle woman in front of him, and bowed. Kinder, but a perfect foundation. Wang Yanjing looked at his son in front of him and asked with concern. This cultivator who broke through the foundation is none other than Lu Zuanqian, the son of Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing, the third generation of the Lu family, and possesses the five-element spirit body. Mother, please look. Lu Zuanqian directly stretched out his palm, indicating that his mother could watch his foundation. In the world of cultivating immortals, both the foundation and the golden elixir are secrets of cultivators. Except for the closest people, they will not be shown to others. This will not only reveal the secrets of one's own skills, but also put oneself in an unguarded situation, which is very dangerous. Wang Yanjing held her son's wrist, and her spiritual consciousness and magic power entered it. In an instant, she saw a five-colored light lingering in the Qi Hai Danshan, and the five elements of breath rotated, and the endless Dao platform. She could clearly see that this five-element foundation was much more condensed and powerful than her own foundation. Good, good, it is worthy of the foundation of the heavenly way. With such a foundation, Kinder, you will definitely be able to break through the upper-grade golden elixir in the future, and have the hope of yuaning. Wang Yanjing was excited. Although she had refined the five elements mirror into a magical weapon for the same purpose, and with the help of key training, she had already broken through the 7th level of foundation building, and was expected to form a pill in the future. But after marrying Lu Xingchen, becoming a wife and a mother, her desire for the Tao gradually faded a lot, and she was already satisfied with the hope of forming a pill. But she really had high hopes for her son Lu Zuanqian. The reason why she only broke through the 7th level of foundation building now was that she spent most of her time and energy on her son, carefully cultivating and teaching him. Her son Lu Zuanqian did not disappoint her. At the age of 23 this year, he broke through the foundation building and condensed a perfect foundation. And because of the instructions of her father-in-law Lu Changsheng, she originally intended to let her son polish his foundation more and not rush to break through. But her son's five elements body was too compatible with the five elements Yuan Sutra this practice, and with the day and night nourishment of the five elements jade pendant, when he was polishing his magic power, the rumored foundation of the heavenly Dao appeared directly. In this case, Wang Yanjing did not dare to delay, and quickly arranged for her son Lu Zuanqian to build the foundation. Please rest assured, mother. Under the guidance of his mother, although he remained humble, he was influenced by the environment of the immortal world and had a body of five elements. He still had some pride in his heart and lofty ambitions. He believed that foundation building was just the beginning, and there would be Danji and even yuaning in the future. At this time, Lu Xingchen saw that the foundation building atmosphere was over, and he also rushed from the alchemy hall with a happy face. Although he had a top-grade spiritual root, he was easygoing and did not fight or compete on weekdays. He spent all his time and energy on the family in alchemy, and his cultivation was only at the 5th level of foundation building. Father. Husband. After the family briefly reminisced about the past, Lu Xingchen took his son to visit his mother Xia Zhiyu, as well as Lu Maoyan and others. Even though Xia Zhiyu, Lu Maoyan and others knew about the talent of this grandson, they could not help but marvel. It can only be said that the body of the five elements is too extraordinary. At this time, Lu Maoyan told Wang Yanjing a piece of news from the five elements Wang family. The five elements Wang family has closed the mountain. During the War of Reclamation, the news of the death of the ancestor of the five elements Wang family spread. Then 2 years ago, the Wang family failed to attack the Dan, which completely declared that the name of the five elements Wang family was dead in name only. The Wang family's territory was constantly being eroded by other forces, and many vassal forces also chose to sever ties with the Wang family to avoid being purged by the Wang family's opponents. Faced with such a situation, the Wang family was powerless and finally chose to recall their children to the main vein of the Five Elements Mountain, seal the mountain, and not communicate with the outside world. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Some people speculate that the Wang family is sticking to the basics, not using the crystal pill, relying only on the Five Elements Mountain, Dan spirit objects, and fighting for a Danxianrun. Others speculate that the Wang family is deliberately making a gesture, and actually sending the core children out to find the opportunity to form a Dan. In any case, in the eyes of most people, the Five Elements Wang family no longer exists and can only be called the Five Elements Mountain Wang family. At this time, if they are willing to give up the Five Elements Mountain, the ancestral land, there is still hope for a comeback, and continuing to stick to the Five Elements Mountain is just a dying struggle. Thank you, mother-in-law. Wang Yanjing listened to her family's situation and felt very uncomfortable. In any case, that was the place where Lindy gave birth to her and raised her. However, she had written to the Wang family before, saying that she could give up the Five Elements Mountain and send some of the family's elites out, or send them to Qingyun Mountain under Qingyun's rule. But the Wang family only sent a few ordinary children and was unwilling to give up the last glimmer of hope. In this case, she couldn't do anything. Qingzhu Immortal City. In addition to training in the Qingzhu Mountain reclamation area, Lineage would also come to Qingzhu Immortal City to deal with it and buy some cultivation resources. Because he was often called by Lu Wangshu to help appraise and search for treasures, he gained a lot, and gradually became interested in picking up and appraising treasures. So when a person has nothing to do, he will go to the stall street and the trading area to see if he can pick up any treasures. After all, there is no shortage of stories about ordinary little cultivators picking up dusty spiritual treasures and soaring into the sky in the world of cultivating immortals. And he has Emperor's vision of Qi, which can not only observe magical powers, mountains and rivers, but also see the spiritual power of treasures. Even some of the self-concealed heavenly and earthly treasures can reveal some of the situation. At this time, Lu Lingxiao saw an ancient and rough bronze ring in the stall area. This ring is very strange. It seems to be just an ordinary material, but it gives him an inexplicable flow of energy. Dao, are you interested in this ring? To be honest, this ring was obtained from a cave mansion during the land reclamation war. Stall areas like this are mostly casual cultivators. And just after the land reclamation war, things that look a little bit ancient and mysterious are basically said to be excavated from the cave mansion ruins of the land reclamation war. How extraordinary. There's even a group of cultivators who specially cast this kind of magic weapon secret treasure in the ancient ruins. Lu Lingxiao did not speak, holding the ring in his palm and rubbing it, observing it carefully, and even trying to inject mana, but there was no effect at all. He squeezed it a little harder, but the ring was extremely hard. He didn't know what material it was made of. How much? Lu Lingxiao asked, thinking that this ring was not simple and could be bought. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. I spent a lot of effort to buy this ring, so I won't sell it for less than 5,000 spirit stones. The stall owner stretched out a palm and said. Hiss. The stall owner next to him noticed this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, thinking that this young man was being slaughtered like a pig. Even if this person looked rich or noble, he was really bold to ask for 5,000 spirit stones for a shabby ring. 2005. Lu Lingxiao didn't like to bargain, so he did what Lu Wangshu said and bargained for half. In his opinion, if this ring had a mystery, it was worth the price. Well, it's the first order today, and when I saw you, I felt that we were destined to be together. 2005 is 2005, deal. The stall owner thought that he was indeed a young man, he was rich, and immediately made the deal. Lu Lingxiao naturally knew that it was still less, but he didn't say much. He threw out the spirit stones with an indifferent look and put the ring away. Fellow Taoist, come and have a look. I got these from a cave of a predecessor during the War of Land Reclamation. Fellow Taoist, I got these from the cave of Yuanying's engine. They are all fine products. Seeing this, the monks at the stalls nearby immediately shouted to Lu Lingxiao, wanting to make a fortune from him. However, Lu Lingxiao just looked at them indifferently, and they trembled and turned pale. Late stage of foundation building. This young man turned out to be a great monk in the late stage of foundation building. For a moment, Several people were frightened and wondered if the ring just now was really a treasure. Even the stall owner who sold the ring couldn't help but guess. He had studied this ring for a long time. It was extremely hard and even spiritual tools were difficult to break it. But no matter how he tried, there was no magical effect at all. It was just like an ordinary decoration. However, the ring had already been sold, so he didn't dare to ask more questions and accepted the 2,500 spirit stones with satisfaction. Luling Xiao continued to stroll around the street stalls. At this time, he saw a palm-sized, slightly broken and mottled bronze mirror. He carefully examined the bronze mirror for a moment and saw some depth. This is most likely a magic weapon. It was just that for some reason, it was damaged and incomplete, and then it was covered in dust for a long time, lacking the warmth of mana, which caused the magic weapon to be covered in dust. Although it was of average value, after injecting some mana into it, he found that this bronze mirror actually had a strange resonance with his dragon body. Is this a magic weapon of extreme yang and strength? Luling Xiao frowned slightly and thought to himself. He continued to examine it for a moment and asked the stall owner about the price. The stall owner had good eyesight and directly said that this was a damaged and forbidden magic weapon. If it could be recast by a third-level refiner and shine with the magic weapon's spiritual light, then it would be of extraordinary value and offered 50,000 spirit stones. Too expensive, 15,000. This price was too much even for Luling Xiao. This was not a price that a foundation-building cultivator could afford. After a simple bargaining, the two finally made a deal for 23,000 spirit stones. The price was not high, but it was not cheap either. It was like a gamble on whether the magic weapon was originally of low quality, medium quality, or high quality, and how badly it was damaged. After paying the spirit stones, Luling Xiao walked around again and left without gaining anything. This trip cost more than 20,000 spirit stones, which was not bad for him. He was often called by Lu Wangshu to explore and search for treasures. He could kill a second-stage late-stage monster by himself, so the wealth he accumulated was better than 90% of the foundation-building cultivators. In addition, his mother Ling Xiao took good care of him and gave him a lot of spiritual stones when he went out. After completing the purchase and processing the monster materials in Changsheng, he came to the inn to rest and played with a bronze ring and broken bronze mirror he had bought before. The ring still did not move, but the broken bronze mirror could be injected with mana and showed some induction. But it was undoubtedly a fantasy for a foundation-building cultivator to activate such a magical weapon with obscure spiritual light. After playing with it for a long time, Luling Xiao took back the storage bag and planned to see his master or father for advice after returning home. The next day, he left Qingyun and encountered an attack by 4 foundation-building cultivators on his way back to Qingzhu Mountain. Although Qingyun took over the fairy city again and experienced the War of Reclamation, there were fewer robbery cultivators in the fairy city. But as long as there are people, there is a world of martial arts, and everyone can become a robbery cultivator, which cannot be eliminated at all. Luling Xiao was already used to this kind of situation. He was generous and dressed elegantly. Although he had the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, he was still like a fat sheep in the eyes of many people. 2 dragon-shaped air currents rose in Luling Xiao's pupils, like the rotation of the sun and the moon, which was breathtaking. He saw through the cultivation of the 4 people and saw the flaws in their aura. Then he let out a long roar, and a black gold treasure tree with flaming vines appeared in his hand, and he swung it violently. Boom! The golden fire vine tree burst out with a golden luster, burning with blazing flames, turning into a flaming dragon, and the red bird rushed out. A cultivator in the late stage of foundation building was directly hit by Luling Xiao's body protection shield. His body was shattered, and then burned black by the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clang! At the same time, a flying sword came to Luling Xiao's side. He clenched his left fist, burning with a hot and fierce dark golden flame, and blasted it directly, hitting the spiritual weapon. Boom! The golden fire vine tree continued to swing out, with a terrifying momentum, and it blew up another person and burned him to charcoal. The remaining 2 people looked terrified and knew that they had run into a tough guy. This was not a rich and stupid young man, but a top-level warrior. The 2 crushed the talisman and fled. But how could Luling Xiao give up easily? He threw the golden fire vine tree in his hand directly, like a bird burning with golden flames, flying through the air, hitting a person and spitting blood. Puff! After the figure burst out and killed the man and burned him to ashes, Lu Lingxiao activated a talisman and chased after the remaining person. Lu Changsheng gave a lot of talismans to his children, so he naturally had some. Moreover, he was a big customer of Lu Wongshu, and he could enjoy discounts when buying talismans, so he had no shortage of talismans, and basically had all kinds of talismans. Relying on the second-level top-level wind-controlling talisman, half an hour later, he killed the last man and burned him to ashes. He collected the spoils and returned to Qingzhu Mountain as if nothing had happened. Chapter 627, Brahma Demon True Saint Art, Quasi 4th Level Body Refining. 3 months later. In the vast depths of the vast and misty Great Dream Lake, a giant unicorn whale with a huge body and covered with cold and dark scales appeared. A stream of light flew out from the giant whale's body and turned into a handsome young man in a green robe. "Thank you for your hard work. Continue to rest well," Lu Changsheng said to the sea-splitting black whale in front of him. This trip to the Qingzhu Sea was relatively smooth, and no 4th-level Demon King was encountered. With Lu Changsheng's current strength and the sea-splitting black whale, there is almost no obstacle as long as he does not encounter a 4th-level Demon King. After saying goodbye to the sea-splitting black whale, he did not delay, released the golden-winged sky peng, and quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. "My dear." After seeing Lu Changsheng coming back, Ling Zixiao asked with concern, and asked curiously what the Qingzhu Sea looked like. She had always heard about the situation behind the Great Dream Lake, but she did not know the details. "I don't know much about it either. It looks similar to the Great Dream Lake, but it's more vast, with large and small islands connected. There is no concept of azukes and country here. It's divided by power and territory, but no matter how strong a power is, it can completely radiate and govern, so it's very chaotic." Lu Changsheng hugged his wife and told her about the situation of Qingzhu Sea. When he was in the Fian Islands, he wanted to know more about Qingzhu Sea, but this second-level island was like a second-level market, with limited information. But it can be confirmed that Qingzhu Sea is more than 10 times more prosperous than Zheng country, with many Yuanying level forces and Yuanying mid-stage Henjin. "If Zixiao is interested, I will take you there one day," Lu Changsheng said, holding his wife's white jade hand. His wife Ling Zixiao is very talented, and capable, better than other wives in the family. It's just that she was limited by the dragon's body in her early years. After marrying him, she gave birth to children and worked hard for family affairs. Now she is in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, which has been delayed a lot. If people like her were not bound by the dragon roar body and family, they would be very free and easy cultivators. Okay, when my husband breaks through the nascent soul stage, I also want to see the customs outside Jiang Kingdom, the mountains and rivers of the southern wilderness," Ling Zixiao said with a bright smile. Having been married to Lu Changsheng for so many years, she has a broad vision and has seen many things. But these scenery and things can only be understood through Lu Changsheng, and it is impossible to see them with your own eyes and experience a wider world. "No problem, Zixiao, wherever you want to go, your husband will accompany you." Lu Changsheng and his wife came to the White Jade Hall of the city lord's mansion, which was like a palace in the sky, and took in the scenery of the fairy city, and said with great vigor. The general manager of the fairy city, who was full of majesty and dignity on weekdays, nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms like a little bird, with a faint smile on his lips. After chatting with Ling Zixiao about the recent situation in the fairy city, Lu Changsheng began to teach Meng Xiaochen the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits. After half a year of comprehension, Meng Xiaochen has already mastered most of the key refining and foundation building chapters. With Lu Changsheng's guidance and teaching, she quickly got started. The main reason is that Lu Changsheng practiced the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and wanted to teach his wives, concubines and children to practice the systematic inheritance of exercises, which was too convenient. He could directly use the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra to simulate the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits to teach Meng Xiaochen, and the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra has become a must-learn exercise for the mistress of the Lu family. The exercises of the Danji chapter can be directly passed on to Meng Xiaochen through the fusion of spirits and souls, which is simple and convenient. In this case, as long as you are not a stupid person, you can comprehend it. Half a month later, Meng Xiaochen began to try to transform her 10,000 Poison Sutra into the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits. It is not easy to transform this kind of exercise. Not only does it require a poison spirit body, But it also requires the use of poison heavenly materials and treasures. Fortunately, the two-headed dragon poison pill that Lu Changsheng had given to Meng Xiaojun before could serve as a medium. As for his daughter Lu Mengjin's practice of this technique, in addition to careful teaching, she also had to prepare the Poison Path Foundation building spiritual liquid. With two parents like Lu Changsheng and Meng Xiaojun, this was naturally not a difficult task. But considering their daughter's temperament, they had a headache. After all, the Poison Path Foundation building spiritual liquid cannot be too scary, and it is a bit difficult to fill it with all kinds of snakes, scorpions, poisonous insects, and exotic flowers and plants. For this reason, Meng Xiaojun put aside her own practice and spent her time studying the various highly toxic secret recipes in the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, preparing to go to Qingyun Immortal City to collect poisons. Although Damen Immortal City also has a lot of poisons, it is still a little worse than Qingyun Immortal City, which is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and borders Yu State. Don't worry, I'll let Yuner send a message to Zuiner, Qingxun and others. First collect this aspect of heaven and earth spiritual materials in the Immortal City, and then you can go there. Lu Changsheng said. As the children in the family gradually became useful and spread all over Jiang country, the benefits and convenience began to manifest. In the past, if you wanted to purchase any natural treasures in Xiansheng, you could only go to the Chamber of Commerce to purchase, which was very troublesome. You can't trust the natural treasures that are too valuable if you ask someone to help collect and purchase. Okay, Meng Xiaojun responded obediently, very happy. If she could stay with Lu Changsheng and her daughter, she would not want to go out alone. After letting his wife pass the message to Lu Qingxun and others about the purchase of poison through the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror, Lu Changsheng began to retreat. Considering that his daughter still has use for the Buddha's bone relic, Lu Changsheng first tried to shatter the vacuum, absorb the void fragments, and condense the realm. During this trip to Xingxiu, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time on comprehending the power of the void, and made great progress. He believed that he could directly shatter the vacuum and condense the law domain into a realm. Lu Changsheng held a void crystal and sensed the power of the void through his spiritual consciousness. In the past, Lu Changsheng could barely feel some of the power of the void when he was concentrating, but now he seemed to be in the ocean of the void. If he wanted, he could even try to break through this void and enter the Great Void. However, even if he tried his best and used the Daluo sword embryo to cut through the void, Lu Changsheng did not dare to set foot in the Great Void. According to Honglian, it was more dangerous for a giant and cultivator to enter the Great Void than for a foundation-building cultivator to enter the Nine Heavens Gangfang layer. Even cultivators who had just broken through the nascent soul stage did not dare to easily set foot in the Great Void and cross the void. People like Qingyun Sect were exceptions, and they were likely to have mastered some kind of special means. Buzz. According to the method described by Honglian, Lu Changsheng's body, mana, and consciousness merged with the void to form a mysterious resonance, and then he used the secret method to vibrate, shattering the void around him into fragments of nothingness, and absorbed them with his consciousness, and condensed them into the law domain. Under normal circumstances, whether it is shattering the vacuum or absorbing the fragments of the void is very difficult, and it consumes mental power. But Lu Changsheng's magic power is powerful, and he also has the Xianyun Baohong Lotus, his second Ganshin, so his magic power is endless. As for the soul, after he broke through the late stage of the Jiandan, and his soul was promoted to the Yuanying, this aspect is no longer a problem. However, when Lu Changsheng thought he could easily complete it, truly shattered the void, and then absorbed it with his consciousness, he still bumped, and it took him more than half an hour to control a wisp of void fragments. Boom! The surging magic power was running, and the yin and yang domain appeared, and the entire cave was filled with the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng absorbed this wisp of void fragments into his domain and began to condense. After more than half an hour, Lu Changsheng successfully condensed this wisp of void fragments into his domain. However, after completing it, Lu Changsheng did not have the slightest joy of success, but only confusion. He had been busy for so long and successfully condensed a wisp of void fragments into the domain, but if he hadn't experienced it carefully, he would not have felt the existence of this wisp of void power at all. Even if my spiritual consciousness and magical power are powerful, it is impossible to condense void fragments without stopping. I need to rest every once in a while. But it takes more than an hour to condense a wisp of void fragments, which is just a drop in the bucket. I need to condense tens of thousands of void fragments to see the initial effect. If I want to completely condense the law domain into realm, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of void fragments will be needed. Even if the speed gets faster and faster later, it will take decades, right? Lu Changsheng was stunned. He also wanted to improve his combat power and means as soon as possible, and then go to the 5 Poison Sect. As a result, after being busy for so long, he found that the efficiency of condensing the realm is so low. Or it can't be said to be low. At the level of Jinden and Yuanying, it basically takes several years or even decades to retreat. For a Jinden's Henren who has lived for 500 years, it is very normal to spend 10 years practicing supernatural powers and offering sacrifices to magic weapons. And spending 10 years can master the means and characteristics of Yuanying's engine in advance. If it were placed in the outside world, countless Jinden cultivators would be willing to do it. But for Lu Changsheng, it was too long. He had never spent so much time on cultivation. For things like meditation and talisman making, they are also accumulated day by day, and there has never been a situation where he has been in seclusion all the time. It seems that I can only practice the Brahma Demon True Holy Art. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, stood up and walked out of the cave. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, his daughter Lu Ling, Lu Beixi, and Lu Mengchen listened to the lecture of their aunt Meng Xiaochen. Meng Xiaochen taught her daughters to practice, not just the way of poison. She also talked about a lot of knowledge about the world of immortal cultivation and practice, which was very interesting, so the 3 sisters and Ba Ling and Binger often came to listen to stories. What's wrong with Lu Lang? Meng Xiaochen looked at Lu Changsheng in surprise. She remembered that he said he was going to go into seclusion not long ago, so how could he come out of seclusion? Daddy. Brother. Among the 3 daughters, Lu Ling was the most enthusiastic about Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng explained that he had forgotten something during his retreat, and then asked his daughter Lu Ling, Xiao, do you have any insights from the Buddhist beads that Daddy gave you? Yes, the golden old man has been chanting sutras. Lu Ling thought that Daddy cared about her recent practice, and shared her gains with a happy face. Alice, Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. His daughter may really have Buddha nature and be predestined with Buddhism. This Buddha bone relic is of great help to his daughter. Not only can she comprehend the inheritance of the skills inside, but it also has many benefits when she keeps it with her, which can enhance her practice, cleanse her mind, body, and foundation. If he didn't need this relic to practice Brahma Demon True Saint Art, he would be embarrassed to take it back. Xiao, Daddy has a use for this Buddhist bead now, and I will find you another one later, okay? Lu Changsheng said apologetically. This is the first time he has taken back something he gave to his children. Although he said that he would keep it for his daughter for a while, he ended up keeping it for so many years. Oh, it's okay, Daddy. Look, I've been keeping it well all these years. Daughter Lu Ling has never been greedy. She will even take the initiative to share the good things on her with other brothers and sisters, including her old father Lu Changsheng. Although the value is not high, it represents the heart. Thank you, Xiao. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's clear and bright eyes, his heart softened, and he rubbed her head with a doting face. Then he took out a thumb-sized milky white bead with a light golden luster from the Qingzhu shadow belt. Xiao, Daddy has another Buddhist bead here. This one will be given to my Xiao. Later, Daddy will find you another one, no, a string of fine golden Buddhist beads. This Buddhist bead is the Vajra relic obtained from the Qingyun Ghost Sect that year. It's just that this relic is an ordinary relic, which has been consumed a lot. Later, it was used by Lu Quanzhen to suppress the netherworld blood evil. Now it is like a dried-up real pill. Thank you, Daddy. However, Lu Ling accepted it happily, knowing what he has. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng said something to Hong Lian and Ling Xiao, and took Meng Xiaochen, Bai Ling, and others back to Qingzhu Mountain. During the practice of Brahma Demon True Saint Art, the devil's will and Buddha nature will fill the sea of consciousness and affect consciousness. With a previous situation of transformation, Lu Changsheng planned to practice in Zumi Cave Heaven, which was equivalent to having someone to protect him. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain with his wife and daughter. Heavenly Dao Foundation Building. Hearing his wife Lu Maoyan saying that his grandson Lu Zuanqian Heavenly Dao Foundation Building, he raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that the body of the 5 elements was indeed extraordinary. He did not say much about this, but asked Lu Maoyan to give a reward in his name. Then he came to Zumi Cave Heaven and cared about his wife Lu Maoji's situation. She can break through the Dan at any time, but she is still accumulating. Wait until I come out of retreat, Sister Maoj, you will start to break through the Dan. Lu Changsheng saw that his wife's accumulation was almost there, but she was still a little hesitant, so he said directly. Okay. Lu Maoj heard the words and responded softly. Golden pen. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at the golden-winged sky pang. Although the blood of the heavenly demon is enough to practice the Brahma demon true saint art, according to his understanding of this technique, he knows that the higher the level of the three origins, the better the effect of washing the marrow and refining the body. Since he has the conditions, he will naturally try his best to do better and plan to mix some true spirit blood. The golden-winged sky pang thought that on the way back, Lu Changsheng rewarded him with a demon king for the first time. It turned out that he was waiting here. But without this demon king, it can only donate blood honestly. Enough, enough. After a moment, Lu Changsheng shook the gourd, indicating that it was enough, and he would not squeeze his own spiritual pet like squeezing the demon king outside. However, the golden-winged sky pang, which had a gourd of blood, was still visibly wilted, and the golden feathers lacked a brilliant luster. You've worked hard. Have a good rest. When I come out of retreat, I'll take you to eat something good. Lu Changsheng said, and then flicked his fingers. A white gold, three-legged, huge alchemy furnace with 36 golden crows engraved on it appeared in front of him. Then, gourds filled with the essence and blood of the demon king appeared one by one, and poured into the alchemy furnace together with the essence and blood of the golden-winged sky rock. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng put a bunch of rare spiritual medicines aside in case of emergency. Zumaru. After he finished, he called to Zumi, indicating that it should pay attention to his situation during these days. Yes, master. Zumi's voice is always so soft and pure, ethereal, soothing others' hearts. Immediately, Lu Changsheng held the Buddha's bone relic in his left hand and the origin of the magic in his right hand. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and practiced the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, which was transformed into the 12 capitals of heavenly demons and Vajra Qingzhu that were running at the same time. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Changsheng also studied this kind of simulation of Buddha and devil practicing together when he went to and from Xingxiu. His magic power slowly circulated, maintaining balance under the characteristics of Yin-Yang Creation Sutra governing all laws. As the practice continued, the two streams of magic power began to rise and spread, filling the entire cave. Lu Changsheng's blood began to surge, like a vast sea bursting its banks, surging. At the same time, the Buddha bone relic and the magic elixir in his hand both glowed brightly, illuminating and wrapping his entire body, like a self-bound divine cocoon, very gorgeous. If you look closely, you can see that the magic elixir is filled with wisps of pure magic energy, drilling into Lu Changsheng's eyes, nose, and mouth. The golden Buddha light, like a stream of water, covered Lu Changsheng's body, golden and brilliant. Swish, 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 Lu Changsheng's green robe, belt, boots, etc. naturally fell off, leaving him naked. Under the golden Buddha light, mysterious and profound Sanskrit gradually formed on his strong and powerful body, and the whole person looked solemn. In this way, time passed little by little. The Buddha bone relic and the magic golden elixir in Lu Changsheng's hand continued to melt, and one went through his 7 orifices into his body, his limbs and bones. One shone and permeated his body, making him full of golden light, forming dense golden scriptures, like the golden body arhat in the ancient temple. It was unknown how long it took, but the Buddha bone relic and the magic golden elixir in Lu Changsheng's hand were completely refined, and a pure and incomparable demonic energy suddenly gushed out from his 7 orifices, as thick as water and as black as ink, corroding the golden Sanskrit of his body. Buzz buzz buzz, these golden Sanskrit words were like tadpoles, eating away at the demonic energy and blending with it. After the demonic energy was devoured, it seemed to be enraged, and it continuously poured out from Lu Changsheng's body, forming a looming demon god phantom, roaring and roaring, making the entire cave become gloomy and terrifying, like a demon cave. Lu Changsheng, who was practicing the technique, trembled and was affected by the demonic sound, but Zumi instantly took action to cleanse his mind, and his whole mind was clear. Use Buddha to suppress the demon, and the Buddha and the demon will become a saint on the spot with a thought. The Tai soul between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows shouted, and the sea of consciousness was ethereal in an instant, suppressing the phantom of the demon god. At the same time, the Buddha's light of the body burst out thousands of feet, filling the cave, forming a Buddha, saving and purifying the demonic energy and demonic intentions. Just when the Buddha was about to save the phantom of the demon god and dissipate it, Changsheng released the suppression of the demon god phantom by his soul, so that the two maintained a balance. Boom boom boom, as the two maintained their balance, Changsheng's glowing body rumbled, and his blood boiled and roared, like a volcanic eruption, deafening. The power of the Buddha and the demon god formed a strange wave, which resonated with Changsheng's breathing, but this process caused terrible damage to his body. Puff. Even though Changsheng's body was extraordinary, his body broke and exploded, and bright red blood flowed out. Puff puff puff, his body continued to explode, blood splashed, and there seemed to be the sound of bones breaking, making his face painful and his whole body in great pain. Gan. Even though Changsheng had been mentally prepared and knew that this was the only way for the flesh and bones to reorganize, be reborn, and break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, he still couldn't help cursing. It was too painful. The bones were crackling, the flesh and blood kept exploding and splashing, and the internal organs were trembling together, undergoing transformation and sublimation. Even he kept coughing up blood and spitting out scarlet streaks. Boom boom boom. During this process, Changsheng had to keep the skills running all the time. When the phantoms of the demon god and the Buddha became slightly disordered, they would fight madly, forming a terrifying wave. Changsheng couldn't help it, and directly sacrificed his own life-saving magic weapon, the yin-yang diagram, which circled above his head. The yin-yang mysterious light flowed, like the beginning of the avenue, fixing the phantoms of the demon god and the Buddha. For a moment, golden light flowed all over his body, and Changsheng, who was surrounded by demonic energy, was set off to be even more extraordinary, like a god, immortal through the ages. However, as time went by, Changsheng, who had a handsome face, a strong and powerful body, and a crystal-clear face, turned pale and thin, like a skinny corpse, with bony bones and a dull breath of vitality. Buddha and devil are one, Brahma and devil are true saints. Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened and looked at the alchemy furnace he had prepared in advance, wanting to use the blood of the heavenly demon to integrate the Buddha and devil into his body, to make his body holy, and to complete the final transformation. He fell into the alchemy furnace, and the blood of the heavenly demon flowed into Changsheng's body along the golden Sanskrit, forming a dazzling blood light as crystal as jade. Looking closely, you can see that the Buddha's light, the devil's energy, and the blood energy began to blend, forming an extremely mysterious aura. The blood of the heavenly demon is the final step to baptize the body and integrate the Buddha and devil. And this process can provide Changsheng with a magnificent vitality, so that he will not be depleted of energy and vitality during the transformation process. Boom boom boom, as the blood of the heavenly demon was refined by Changsheng's body revived, and his heart beat like a drum of gods and demons, echoing in the cave. It can be seen that the flesh, bones, and internal organs are becoming more and more brilliant under the baptism of the blood of the heavenly demon, flawless and shining with crystal light. The phantoms of the demon god and the Buddha are gradually integrated into Changsheng's body. Changsheng's body refining relied on his son Qingyun to break through the 9th level, and then break through the 11th level. In recent years, although his children broke through the 2nd level of body refining to add to him, it was almost better than nothing, so his physical strength did not improve much. But at this moment, he can feel that his physical strength is rapidly improving. From the late 3rd level to the peak of the 3rd level, he quickly climbed to the quasi-4th level, and even impacted the quasi-4th level. Boom boom boom, time passed little by little. Under the baptism of Changsheng's heavenly demon blood, he was flowing with a clear and flawless glass luster. The whole person was like a sun, blazing and gorgeous. Even the thick black hair was filled with crystal luster, like a magic weapon. Sumeru. Changsheng felt that his Brahma demon true saint art was about to be refined, but the Buddha demon origin, the heavenly demon blood only raised his body to the peak of the 3rd level, and was not enough to go further. He felt that he was just one step away, and his 100 refining treasure body art would be able to break through the 12th level. Once this opportunity is missed, more natural treasures and resources will be spent. Boom boom boom, the various natural treasures and spiritual medicines he prepared before were directly refined under the control of Zumi, turning into magnificent vitality and injected into his body. However, He needed more heavenly demon blood at this time to break through with the help of Brahma demon true saint art. Just when the blood of the demon was about to run out and Lu Changsheng was about to finish the exercise, suddenly a surging and rich blood and qi rushed into his body out of thin air. Now, good. It's just in time. You are worthy of being my good son, Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked delighted, knowing that his son Lu Pingyan had broken through the 10th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Although it had only been 15 years since Lu Pingyan broke through the 3rd level of body refining. But the great wilderness dragon spine would continuously improve his physical physique, so it was reasonable for him to break through from the early 3rd level to the middle 3rd level in 15 years. With this blood and qi, Lu Changsheng's 3rd level peak physique directly broke through the final blow, and the 100 refining treasure body art completed the breakthrough naturally, and his physical physique reached a quasi 4th level. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a 3-headed and 6-armed Buddha demon phantom appeared behind Lu Changsheng, with a blurred appearance. At first glance, it seemed to be filled with pure, majestic, and magnificent intentions to save all living beings, but it was also as if seeing billions of demons howling, full of demonic nature, with both great compassion to save all living beings in the world and great destruction to destroy the world. A majestic and powerful force flowed through Lu Changsheng's body and moved to the Buddha and demon phantom. The face in the middle gradually became clear, exactly the same as Lu Changsheng's handsome face. Is this the Brahma demon true saint art? It is indeed extraordinary. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and the demon Buddha phantom behind him disappeared. The flesh and blood body was crystal clear, dust-free, like the most magnificent work of art in the world. Although the physical body only took one step further, from the late 3rd stage to the quasi 4th stage, after cultivating the Brahma demon true saint art, Lu Changsheng had an indescribable feeling. It felt that the previous peak of the 3rd stage was enough to be comparable to the physical body of the 12th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Now the quasi 4th level physique seems to be catching up with the 4th level physique. Buzz buzz buzz, Lu Changsheng raised his hand and clenched it. Endless blood and energy surged and turned into a dark spear, burning with terrifying demonic flames, as if it could penetrate everything in the world and burn other people's souls. Brahma demon true holy power, demon god spear. The supreme attacking magic power can not only destroy other people's physical power, but also burn the soul. The next moment, Lu Changsheng's eyes burst into golden luster, and a character slowly rotated in the pupil, filled with the Buddha's compassion, and like the pupil of a celestial demon, filled with endless majesty, but deep in the pupil, it seemed that a demonic nature was rising, full of killing, destruction, violence, and cruelty. It is hard to imagine that such eyes and momentum would appear perfectly and harmoniously on a person. Then, a circle of golden and dazzling Buddha light appeared behind Lu Changsheng's head, with a majestic appearance, just like the Vajra King descended to the world. Brahma demon true holy power, great Ming King light appearance. The supreme defensive power, the shining light, the body and the soul are indestructible. Chapter 628, Immortal Matter, 3 people go to the secret realm. Boom. Lu Changsheng's blood and mana continued to circulate, and the demon god's spear in his hand became more and more condensed. A demon god's aura flowed like the netherworld of hell. The wind whistled in the cave, like the roar of thousands of demons. The tip of the spear in his hand gradually became darker and darker, as if it was stained with the demon blood that was about to dry. Like red agate, it was glowing with blood, seducing people. The supreme magical power of the demon god's spear can not only transform into a magic weapon, penetrate everything, but also burn the magic flames of others' mana and soul. When it is urged to the extreme, thousands of demons roar, forming a terrifying sound wave soul attack, and the tip of the spear will also condense a little magic blood, which doubles the power of the demon god's spear. It has the effect of breaking the law and can erode and corrupt the physical mana of others. But with a Daluo sword embryo, the power of the demon god's spear is not so practical for me, unless I can obtain the blood of the real demon to sacrifice this spear and refine the magic power into a real demon god's spear. With a Daluo sword embryo, the top offensive weapon, the effect of the demon god's spear is relatively weakened. However, in battle, holding the Daluo sword embryo, throwing the demon god's spear as a long-range magic weapon, can also be used as a killer. Boom. The demon god's spear in his hand dissipated, and the great Ming King's light image in his mind spun wildly, becoming more and more condensed, and formed a circle of golden divine rings with dazzling Buddha light. But when Lu Changsheng condensed the 3rd divine ring, He was powerless. Each divine ring is equivalent to an absolute defense. In order to break Lu Changsheng's Brahma Demon True Saint Art, his 3 layers of Great Ming King's light image must be broken. If the light image is not broken, then his physical body, soul and spirit will not be broken or destroyed. Unless the Yuanying's engine takes action, most of the offensive methods below the Yuanying level cannot break my Great Ming Wenguang Xiang. Lu Changsheng took out a flying knife magic weapon from the Qianqin Benying belt and slashed it towards his arm. Clang! The Great Ming Wenguang Xiang flowed and shimmered, and a burst of golden Buddha light rippled from his right arm, directly shaking off the flying knife. Although this is just an unrefined medium-grade magic weapon and a simple test, it is enough to illustrate the effect of the supernatural power. And this is Lu Changsheng using the flying knife. If it is replaced by a Jinden's Henren with all his strength, the Great Ming Wenguang Xiang will also pass through the magic weapon to send a recoil force to the enemy, which is very amazing. And I have cultivated a Brahma Demon True Saint Art and the 100 Refining Treasure Body Art to break through the 12th level, and obtain the 4th level body cultivation to have immortal matter. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced the situation of his physical body. There is no such realm as false infant in the world of cultivation, but there is a saying of quasi 4th level. This saying comes from monsters. When a 3rd order peak demon beast goes one step further and possesses some of the characteristics of a 4th order demon king in advance, it is called a quasi 4th order, and can directly impact a 4th order transformed demon king. However, a demon beast needs to pass the tribulation, just like a cultivator breaking through the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the demon beast will also wait for opportunities according to its instincts, looking for various natural treasures, accumulating foundation, and increasing the chance of passing the tribulation. The quasi 4th order body refining is the same as this situation. At the peak of the 3rd order, it takes another step to reach the current realm limit and obtain some characteristics of a 4th order body cultivator. The characteristic of a 4th order body cultivator is immortality. At this point, you can regenerate broken arms and repair your limbs. Even if your head is cut off and your body is separated, as long as you close it for a short time, you will be fine. In other words, as long as the immortal substance in the body is not completely consumed and destroyed, no matter how serious the injury is, or the internal organs are destroyed, it can heal quickly. Lu Changsheng now has an immortal substance in his body that can regenerate broken limbs and recover quickly. It's a pity that I didn't take the path of pure physical cultivation. Orthodox physical cultivation, the soul is trained into the flesh and blood, the flesh and soul are combined into one, and the cultivation is perfected, and even immortality can be achieved, and blood can be reborn again. Through Brahma Demon True Saint Art, Lu Changsheng knew that when forming a pill to impact the nascent soul, if you don't take the golden pill nascent soul path, and refine the soul into the flesh and blood, you can take the path of pure physical cultivation to sanctify the flesh. This path, like the Demon King, can awaken the talent of the flesh, open the secrets of the human body, and refine into 10,000-foot golden body, so that the flesh can be sanctified and blood can be reborn again. However, there are few orthodox physical cultivation in the world of immortal cultivation now. Most of them are practicing concurrently to improve their combat power and survival ability. Lu Changsheng did not give up the idea of taking the path of physical cultivation. Rebirth of broken limbs. Lu Changsheng looked at his arm flowing with crystal luster, then looked at his palm and fingers, and finally gave up testing the effect of immortal matter. Cutting off his own arm and fingers to test the effect of this ability is indeed a bit. With this immortal substance, my 9 treasures Ruai bone can be much more unbridled. In addition to strength, defense, endurance, recovery, etc., the improvement of the physical body can be used at will. In addition to the extraordinary nature of this life treasure bone, his physical body is also able to support it. If it exceeds the upper limit of the physical body too much, it will still be overloaded, just like when facing the Qingyun Sect master before. But now that he has immortal substances, injuries that previously took 2 or 3 years to recover can now be healed in 2 or 3 months. Physical discomfort that previously required a rest of 1 or 2 months can now be cured in 3 to 5 days. This shows that Lu Changsheng's 9 treasures Ruai bone can also further explode. After all, the upper limit of the 9 treasures Ruai bone that can be exploded is very high. So high that Lu Changsheng still doesn't know what the upper limit of this life magic is. Simply exploding too much will cause a load on oneself, so Lu Changsheng has always been very restrained and tried to explode within his tolerance range. Even when he was facing the Heaven Corpse Sect Master and was affected by the Soul Suppression Talisman, his 9 treasures Rui Bone was far from bursting to its limit, and there was still a lot of room. Now that he has the immortal substance, the range of this burst can be relaxed a lot. In that case, if you meet a Yuanying cultivator like the 5 Poison Sect Master, you can give it a try. Lu Changsheng touched his chin, thinking that with his current strength, he could fight head-on. However, the Yuanying True Lord has many means, and the other party is the leader of a sect. If the frontal combat power is insufficient, he will definitely make up for it in other aspects, so we still can't underestimate the enemy. System. Lu Changsheng thought about it and looked at his son Lu Pinggan's attribute panel. Name, Lu Pinggan, lifespan, 89/386, talent, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 7th level of foundation building, talent, body refining compatibility, 98%, it's just a breakthrough in body refining, there is still no movement in ki refining. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's interface and shook his head gently. In 15 years, the 100 refining treasure body art broke through from the 9th level to the 10th level, which can be called a rapid progress. But his ki refining skills can only be considered average. Although Lu Pinggan only has a 5th grade spiritual root, after refining his body, his meridians and danshan are more resilient, and the efficiency of taking elixirs and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be improved. Moreover, the great wilderness dragon spine continuously tempers his physical body, which also has certain benefits in ki refining. It can be said that Lu Pinggan's current cultivation speed is definitely not worse than that of a top-grade spiritual root. However, everyone has different ways of practicing. Some people spend all their time and energy on cultivation, step by step. Some people improve their cultivation through natural treasures and a large number of elixirs, and then go out to experience, sharpen themselves, slowly settle and digest, and improve their realm. Others, in addition to practicing, spend time practicing hundreds of arts, magical skills, and these will affect a person's cultivation speed. So Lu Changsheng didn't pay too much attention to his son's cultivation speed, thinking that it was about the same. 15 years, from the 9th level to the 10th level. If you want to break through the 11th level, it will take at least 20 to 30 years. And even if Pinggan breaks through the 11th level, my Bilion Baotiju can't break through the 13th level. I guess I have to wait until he breaks through the 12th level before there is a glimmer of hope. Since breaking through the 3rd level of body refining, Lu Changsheng has not practiced Bilion Baotiju himself. After all, fatherly love is boundless. The few magic weapons that can be used for cultivation are all given to his children at home for body refining, and he waits for his children to break through. If it weren't for the Brahma Demon True Saint Art, he doesn't know when he can break through the 12th level of Bilion Baotiju. In this case, it's a bit difficult to break through the 4th level of body refining before the nascent soul. Nascent soul is divided into the human way, the earth way, and the heaven way. To condense the most superior heavenly way nascent soul, not only does it require a strong foundation of giant and magic power, but also certain requirements for the consciousness and the flesh. Although Lu Changsheng feels that a situation should not be a big problem, how many giant and cultivators can have a quasi-4th level physique? But with a precedent of breaking through the limit of the foundation of the Tao and the golden elixir of the Yin-Yang Dao, he suspected that the heavenly Dao Yuanying was not the highest, and it was very likely that it could break through the limit. In this case, naturally do the best you can. I'm afraid that relying on Pinggan and the others will not work. I can only rely on my own efforts. But now unless I refine the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, it will be difficult to do it. So I can only rely on the Brahma Demon True Saint Art. It is difficult to break through the 4th level of body refining. It can be seen from the fact that Lu Changsheng broke through the 9th level of the 8th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Even passing the Brahma Demon True Saint Art is not easy. After all, Lu Changsheng cannot take the conventional route and practice step by step. If you want to break through quickly, you can only take shortcuts, or spend enough resources and treasures. When the sea-splitting mysterious whale breaks through the 4th level, I should be able to hunt the 4th level Demon King. By then, with the help of the 4th level Demon King's blood and the essence of its origin, the Brahma Demon True Saint Art will be able to make another step forward, which should be enough to impact the 4th level body refining. The Brahma Demon True Saint Art has the advantages of the 3 techniques of Buddha, demon, and devil, naturally including the domineering and many means of the devil's art. In this respect, It is not much inferior to his son Lu Quanzhong's Kunpeng swallowing heavenly demon art, but it is not so extreme, and it is more profound and profound. As long as we go to the Xingxiu Sea, the 4th level Demon King should not be difficult to find, but it is not easy to hunt the 4th level Demon King in the Endless Sea, and it is unknown when the sea-splitting mysterious whale will complete the promotion breakthrough. If it doesn't work, ask the true Lord Qingyun for help in the future, and work together to kill a 4th level transformed Demon King. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, and continued to sit cross-legged to stabilize his body refining realm. Although the physical body has broken through, and there is no instability in the realm, it is still necessary to stabilize it if possible to avoid any hidden injuries. The 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Although the land reclamation war has been over for 5 or 6 years, the land reclamation is still going on. In recent years, many cultivators have gained opportunities in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains and soared to the sky. 3 months ago, a cultivator triggered a ban, resulting in the appearance of a secret realm. The giant cultivators stationed by the 4 major immortal gates and Qingyun Immortal City speculated that this was an ancient secret realm that was about to break and dry up, and only cultivators below the giant level could enter. Faced with such a situation, the 4 major immortal gates and Qingyun Immortal City naturally divided equally and sent their own disciples to enter the secret realm. However, after experiencing the land reclamation war, the 4 major immortal gates were also willing to give out some benefits, indicating that all land reclamation cultivators could spend their war merits to purchase the qualification to enter the secret realm. In this case, countless independent cultivators and family cultivators flocked to sign up. Lu Wangshu and others who were training in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains heard about this secret realm and naturally would not miss it. As the giant and true person stationed in Qingyun Sect, Xiao Ziyu had enough places. Although she was worried about her daughter entering such an unknown secret realm, she nodded, considering that her daughter would eventually need to grow and experience, indicating that she would proceed with caution. In the end, Lu Wangshu, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Qingxuan entered the secret realm. People like Lu Yunfei, Lu Mingfeng, etc., who were only in the early stages of foundation building, considered again and again and still did not enter. At this moment, in the secret realm, Lu Wangshu, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Qingxuan came to the outside of a valley and saw nearly 100 second-level ape demons in front of them, and their scalps tingled. Lu Lingxiao, are you sure you want to fight? Lu Wangshu looked at Lu Lingxiao, who was holding the golden fire vine tree and had a heroic face, and said, according to the traction of the ring's aura, there must be a secret treasure deep in this valley. These ape demons are probably the guards of the secret treasure or the test set by the owner of the secret realm. Lu Lingxiao opened his mouth, and a bronze ring appeared in his hand. This was the ring he accidentally found when he was setting up a stall in Changsheng before. He studied it for a long time, but it didn't work at all. Unexpectedly, after entering the secret realm, an inexplicable aura appeared on the ring. Faced with this situation, he told Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingxuan, and the 3 of them killed their way to this valley. This secret realm only allows foundation building cultivators to enter. Unless we call for help, it is impossible for the 3 of us to kill so many ape demons. And whether there are dangers in the depths of the valley is also a question. Lu Qingxuan shook his head and said, although he is not as good as Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao, his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of foundation building also has true combat power in the Immortal Sect. Lu Lingxiao naturally understood this truth, but he did not speak, just looked at Lu Wangshu quietly. He knew that as long as Lu Wangshu was willing, these ape demons would not be a problem. Lu Wangshu thought for a moment with his beautiful eyes, and then said to Lu Lingxiao, then fight, if there is no chance secret treasure later, Lu Lingxiao, you will be dead. Ah! Lu Qingxuan next to him was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Wangshu to choose to fight. Although the latter is a talisman master with amazing firepower, he can't support his magic power to kill so many ape demons. However, the next moment, Lu Wangshu flipped his white palm and threw out a stack of paper people. Chapter 629, all the laws are constantly flowing through the bones, Lu Miao is striving to form a pill. Swish, 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 these paper figures swelled up in the wind, turning into warriors with dull faces and dense runes engraved all over their bodies. Talisman soldiers. Lu Qingxuan immediately recognized this method. He had seen Lu Wangshu use talisman soldiers in his early years, but he didn't expect there were so many. A closer look revealed that there were 36 of them, and most of them looked like they had a second-level aura. If this were converted into spirit stones, how many would it cost? He suddenly understood where Lu Wangshu's money usually went. Lu Wangshu distributed a thick stack of talismans to the 36 talisman soldiers. After finishing, Lu Wangshu released 4 second-level top puppets to guard him. Lu Qingzhu was stunned. Damn, is this the financial resources of a foundation-building cultivator? He is already very good at the same level. He has 2 top-grade spiritual tools, a second-grade middle-grade puppet, several second-grade top-grade talismans, and a second-grade heaven and earth spiritual fire. Compared with Lu Wangshu, he is simply unbearable. And the most amazing thing is that Lu Wangshu can control 4 puppets and so many talisman soldiers at the same time. Ready. Lu Wangshu looked at the 2 and said, "Wait, you just rush forward and break a path, and I will take care of the rest." Yes. Lu Lingxiao held the golden fire vine tree in his hand, and his whole body exuded a majestic momentum of embracing the sun and the moon in the blue sky and carrying the mountains. Lu Qingzhu held the thunder and fire scepter, wore a thunder and fire robe, and looked solemn. Let's go. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 rushed into the valley. Roar, roar, roar. These ape demons immediately roared and roared at the 3 people, and some even rushed up directly. Bang! Lu Lingxiao took the lead, his whole body burning with a layer of dark golden flames. He swung the golden fire vine tree in his hand, and the endless blazing and fierce flames swept through, blowing up an ape demon and burning it to ashes. Lu Qingzhu next to him was not to be outdone. The purple-red scepter in his hand surged with lightning arcs, interweaving with a red ruby glow at the top, forming a terrifying thunder and fire, roaring like a dragon. But 2 hands could not defeat many fists. The next moment, the 36 talisman soldiers behind Lu Wangshu were connected with their auras and arranged neatly. Under her control, they offered talismans to the ape demons flying around. The 36 talismans burned together, intertwined and surged, like a small sun, drowning the ape demon and exploding with a bang. Boom 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 boom, the 36 talisman soldiers continued to cast talismans, like small suns of different colors, forming waves of earth-shaking and violent explosions, shaking the sky and the earth, and the mountains wailing. The terrifying firepower and thunderous explosions were clearly visible dozens of miles away, leaving some cultivators in the secret realm confused, not knowing what was going on. But the smoke and dust rising into the sky, the thunder and fire, could see that the valley seemed to be collapsing, and sand and gravel were splashing all over the sky. At this moment, not only was the ape demon confused by the explosion, Lu Qingzhu in front was also confused. Even if the fake Dan Zhenren came, he would suffer. He was shocked. But in addition to being shocked, there was also a heartache. Money. This fierce firepower is all burning spirit stones. Although he is not poor, he is still much worse than Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao. Lu Lingxiao next to him has a cold face and no expression. He knows that this sister has a terrifying number of talismans in her hands. Even though his cultivation strength has surpassed her, facing her pile of methods, his scalp is still numb and there is no chance of winning. In this way, under the coverage of Lu Wangshu's firepower, the 3 continue to move forward. Roar. At this moment, another terrifying roar of sound waves sounded, and a monkey demon who was 10 feet tall appeared and roared at the 3 people. A quasi-3rd-level monster. Lu Qingzhu's pupils shrank, his face was solemn, and then he looked at Lu Wangshu. Under normal circumstances, Lu Wangshu would definitely run away if he encountered such a quasi-3rd-level monster, and would not entangle. But now, the money has been spent. If there is no harvest, it is even more painful than killing her. Shengxiao Thunder Talisman. A 9-color rune appeared on her forehead, shining with brilliant light, and then she sacrificed a 3rd-level talisman. The 36 talisman soldiers behind her also cast a talisman together, connecting and interweaving with her talisman, and then bombarded the monkey demon in front. This monkey demon is not stupid, and a black flame burned all over its body, trying to avoid this attack, but Lu Lingxiao on the side seemed to predict it, and 2 divine lights shot out of his eyes, and a binding talisman flew out of his hand. The ape demon's body stiffened slightly, and was submerged by the thunder and firestorm formed by Lu Wangshu's talismans. Kill. Seeing this, Lu Lingxiao shot out instantly, holding the golden fire vine tree, with great momentum, like a sun god, and killed the ape demon. 2 of the 4 puppets beside Lu Wangshu rushed forward to kill, the remaining 1 carried out long-range attacks, and 1 protected her. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's thunder and fire scepter formed a gorgeous lighting, sweeping the formation for Lu Lingxiao. A moment later, a quasi-third-level monster was easily solved by the three people. After taking out the crystal core of the ape demon, the three people went all the way to the depths of the valley and saw a formation gate in front of them. Be careful. Lu Lingxiao's pupils moved like the sun and the moon, observing and looking at the formation gate, but he couldn't see through it. The bronze ring appeared in his hand, injected with mana, and felt that the pull came from this formation gate. Sister Wangshu. He looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and tapped her jade finger, and a talisman soldier stepped forward. However, a mysterious wave surged out of the array gate, directly sending the talisman soldier flying. Lu Wangshu frowned slightly, and sent another puppet forward, but it was still sent flying. Immediately, she patted her spirit pet bag, signaling the cold blue turtle to step forward, but it was still sent flying and fell on its back. Does this ring have to be used to get in? Lu Lingxiao narrowed his golden eyes slightly, seeing some of the situation, and then said to the two of them, "I'll go and take a look." He put the ring on his hand, strode to the array gate, stretched out his hand, and was immediately covered by a rosy glow. His figure flashed and disappeared. Wait a minute, it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingzhu looked at each other and said softly. Lu Lingxiao's body sank, and he felt dizzy, and then he appeared in a somewhat desolate and dilapidated garden. There was a pavilion with a hazy spiritual light in front of him, and there was a stone tablet next to it, engraved with some blurred and distorted words. This is not the current text, it is a bit like flower and bird scripture, very mysterious. Lu Lingxiao did not recognize it. He looked at these words with his eyes piercing, and felt a little stinging in his eyes. Then he took out a jade slip and copied the scripture on it, intending to ask for advice after returning home. Lu Lingxiao continued to move forward and saw 3 bronze boxes on the pavilion stone table. At this time, the bronze ring in his hand flew out, resonating with the 3 bronze boxes, and opened them with a click. The first box contained a fist-sized crystal white jade that looked like flowing liquid. The second box contained a bracelet inlaid with 6 gems of different colors. The third box contained a purple gold scroll. Lu Lingxiao stepped forward and wanted to pick up the light ball in the first box to check, but this thing actually penetrated into his palm like liquid. Hiss. Faced with this situation, Lu Lingxiao felt a creepy feeling and wanted to struggle away, but his body seemed to be out of control, welcoming the arrival of this white jade liquid, and even had a desire. After the liquid entered his palm, it flowed along his body, as if tempering his physical power, and finally gathered towards his left hand. At this moment, Lu Lingxiao knew what this crystal white jade was. Immortal bone. This bone is called, all laws constantly passing. With this immortal bone, not only will the left hand's strength be improved, but it will also be immune to all kinds of magic. From then on, the speed and power of magic will be comprehensively improved. This. Lu Lingxiao only then knew that there was such a rare thing as immortal bone in the world, and it was directly integrated into his left hand. His left hand used magic much more smoothly than his right hand in his early years. Now that this, all laws constantly passing bone, has been integrated, he didn't know what to say for a while. Maybe it was because his left hand was more suitable for this immortal bone. But how come this immortal bone is somewhat similar to the natal treasure bone in the 100 refining treasure body art? Lu Lingxiao looked at his left hand and thought of his own body refining technique. After practicing the 5th level of this technique, one can fuse the magical power of the magic weapon with one's own bones and transform it into one's own magical power. However, the effects of most magic weapons are far less than the upper limit of this Wanfahengtong bone. Knowing that he had to refine the immortal bone quickly, Lu Lingxiao did not dare to delay and quickly put away the bracelet in the second box and the scroll in the third box. After entering here, he knew that when holding the bronze ring, he could feel a force of space pulling him. As long as he injected magic power into the bronze ring, he could use this power to get out. Buzz! The magic power was injected, and the world spun around, and Lu Lingxiao appeared outside the array gate. Lingxiao. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingzhu immediately stepped forward. I gained 3 things inside, one of which went directly into my palm and now needs to be refined. Take a look at these 2. Lu Lingxiao saw the 2 people and said directly, handing the bracelet and purple gold scroll he had gained before to the 2, then sat cross-legged and refined the immortal bone in his left hand. Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingzhu took the 2 objects and looked at them. 1 month later. Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Hall. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and his temperament and charm were a little different from before. The whole person had a cold, majestic and domineering aura, but also a bit of solemn and peaceful. This temperament is very outstanding, standing out from the crowd wherever he goes, and it is easy to be noticed. However, in silence, Lu Changsheng was dressed neatly, and the whole person gradually became like usual, gentle as jade, ethereal and elegant, like a banished immortal, quiet and natural, flawless. Many top-level exercises will have a certain impact on the temperament, even appearance, and mentality of the practitioners. However, Lu Changsheng's exercises are still based on the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and other exercises are difficult to affect him. System: draw a lottery. During the time of retreat, 5 second-generation Lu family members were promoted to second-level talisman masters, and 5 descendants of the Lu family broke through the foundation, and won a total of 2 ordinary draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second-level puppetry skill. The reward has been distributed in the system space. The host can check it at any time. Puppet? Repeated. Lu Changsheng glanced at the system space. He could still transform this puppetry skill into other skill experience. After thinking for a moment, he transformed this puppetry skill into the art of formation. Although the third-level puppeteer is very popular and can create third-level puppets, but it takes a year and a half, or even longer to create a third-level puppet. In this case, Lu Changsheng really has no time, so it is better to switch to formation, which is occasionally convenient. After upgrading the formation to the 3rd level, Lu Changsheng continued to draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Qingyun pill. The reward has been distributed in the system space. The host can check it at any time. 3rd level breakthrough pill. As a 3rd level alchemist, Lu Changsheng naturally knows another name for the Qingyun pill. As the name suggests, it can help Qingzhu cultivators break through the bottleneck from the early to middle stage. The 1st level breakthrough pill can be bought in many markets. The 2nd level breaking pill is very rare and difficult for ordinary foundation building forces to obtain. As for the 3rd level breaking pill, it is very rare even in the 4 major immortal gates, and it is a strategic level rare pill. In the previous land reclamation war, several Qingzhu real people who worked hard wanted to exchange for this 3rd level breaking pill. After all, not everyone is like Lu Changsheng. As long as the cultivation level is reached, it will be a natural process to break through the realm. Just like Nangguang Li. He has long cultivated to the peak of the 6th level of Qingzhu, but he can only slowly polish his magic power and wait for the opportunity to break through. Put it aside for now, and see if there is any place to use it later, or exchange it for something else valuable. Although it is only a bottleneck from the early to middle stage of Qingzhu, it can also help the middle stage of Qingzhu to break through the late stage of Qingzhu. Many cultivators who cannot buy high-level Qingyun pills will use Qingyun pills to impact the realm. Therefore, the value of this pill is not inferior to that of Ningjing pill. After walking out of the cave and behind the Changsheng palace, Lu Changsheng realized that this retreat took a full year and 2 months. During the cultivation process, he felt that he did not spend much time. It can only be said that there is no time in cultivation. At this level, even if it is just the introduction of the exercises, it will take years. But why hasn't Qingzhu broken through yet? Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Qingzhu who was far away in Yu. When he went to see him, he was already preparing for the formation of the elixir. If he hadn't come, he would have broken through in 1 or 2 years at most. Calculating the time, it has been 2 years since he sent him back to Qingyun Sect. Is it safer now? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The way his son attacked the elixir before was to make a concerted effort. When his cultivation could not be improved and his sword intent had reached its peak, he would no longer hesitate and attack the elixir with a concerted effort. With his arrival, Lu Qingzhu benefited from the Daluo sword embryo's rebirth, but the sharp sword intent that was attacking the elixir was interrupted. However, with his magic power foundation further improved and the 5-element spirit fruit, he could choose a safer way and make more preparations before attacking the elixir. This is also a good thing. Lu Changsheng nodded with relief, thinking that his son could finally stabilize himself. Considering that Lu Yuanzhuang was almost exhausted and only had 1 breath left, and hoped to see Lu Miaoj break through to the Qingzhu stage before he died, Lu Changsheng did not delay and signaled Lu Miaoj to prepare for the Qingzhu stage. He also used the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang mysterious light mirror, Ling Xiao to forge a giant and celestial phenomenon with the Immortal City formation, and he and Lu Mayaoj would go there later. Sister Mayaoj. A few days later, in Zumi Cave Heaven, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj sat cross-legged opposite each other, watching her begin to form a giant stage. Chapter 630, The Best in the Natural World, The Best in this Realm. Lu Mayaoj pursed her red lips, her clear eyes glowed with a bright and firm luster. She did not directly practice the skills, but calmed down, and her life over the past 100 years emerged in her mind. When she was young, she was influenced by her family and taught by her father, and she was determined to become a great monk who builds foundations. After she started practicing, she came into contact with talismans, and was praised by the fourth elder for her excellent talent in talisman making. She is expected to be better than her father in the future. Her father was very happy to hear this and placed high hopes on her. For the first 20 years, it can be said that she grew up step by step under the cultivation and teaching of the family. Until her brother-in-law Lu Changsheng, her life trajectory gradually changed. How could she not know that she loved Lu Changsheng in her early years, but she was only devoted to practicing in her heart, and there was no love between men and women. The two of them got along for a long time, discussed the way of talismans, and gradually developed certain emotions, but she had more sisterly feelings in her heart and treated this brother-in-law as a younger brother. Until she encountered a robbery, her life was in danger, and she entered the abyss of death. Lu Changsheng used the secret method of dual cultivation to treat her, and the relationship between the two was completely broken. Thinking of the bits and pieces of Lu Changsheng for more than 80 years, Lu Mayaoj still had a dreamlike feeling. The goal of the year had been completed. And now, she was about to step into the once unattainable realm of Jinden. The figures of her father, her vague mother, and the elders in the family emerged in her mind, as if looking at her with expectation. Sister Mayaoj, this is just the beginning. In the future, we will keep going, Jinden, Yuanying, and Huishan. For decades, Lu Changsheng's help, care, and even preference for her came to her heart. Even if she had been left behind and could no longer help Lu Changsheng, she would at least do her best to support the family behind him, and when he hit the Yuanying, help him increase the probability of Yuanying. The highest good is like water. Water is good to all things but does not fight. No one in the world can fight with it. Lu Mayaoj began to practice the supreme good is like water. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng activated the Tai Yizhong Daoju and formed a mysterious resonance with her. When Lu Mayaoj's spirit, and magic power reached the peak, the two opened their eyes and looked at each other tenderly. After more than 80 years of marriage, there is no need to say much, just a look is enough. The two hugged each other tightly, and the Sun and Moon reincarnation Ju was activated. This technique is helpful for cultivators to break through the foundation, Dan, Yuanying, and Shenhe. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj have already practiced this technique to a high level, and they are in perfect harmony. Now Lu Changsheng is in the late stage of Dan, and the Yuanying spirit and soul help Lu Mayaoj to Dan, completely surpassing any Dan spirit. For a while, in the cave, the sun and the moon rotated, and a song of life was played, beautiful and moving. After a long time, Lu Mayaoj's fairy muscles and jade bones flowed with crystal luster, and the surging spirit and magic power flowed. The Tai Yi Daozhong and Changsheng Ruo Shui Daoji, in the Qi Hai Danshan blended, bursting with thousands of feet of rosy clouds. This kind of movement is a bit better than when Meng Xiaoqian and Xiao Xiao were trying to reach the Jinden stage. It's not that Lu Mayaoj's foundation is better than Meng Xiaoqian and Xiao Xiao, but that Lu Changsheng's foundation is too powerful. The help the Taiyi Dao seed gave to Lu Mayaoj was really too great, beyond Lu Changsheng's own expectations. Or, Lu Changsheng's estimate was too conservative. Boom boom boom, in the Zumi Cave Heaven, the misty and rain-like spiritual energy of heaven and earth swept towards Lu Mayaoj. Because the starting point was too high, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now too violent and turbulent. Lu Changsheng immediately signaled Zumi to slow down the spiritual energy. Lu Mayaoj did not practice body cultivation. Although her body was comparable to that of a second-level physical cultivator after years of baptism, she still could not allow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to impact like herself. In this way, Lu Changsheng quietly watched Lu Mayaoj's breakthrough and protected her. Seeing that the time was almost up, he crushed a talisman, indicating that the giant celestial phenomenon prepared by Ling Xiao Immortal City in Daman Immortal City could begin. At the same time, Yu Kingdom, Qingyun Sect. Hoo hoo, on Qingyun Peak, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged like a tide, converging towards Qingyun Peak, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex tide, surging. What's going on? Qingyun Peak, could it be Senior Brother Qingzhu? Senior Brother Qingzhu has already reached the Jinden stage? I remember that it has not been long since he broke through the 9th level of the foundation building. Junior Brother Qingzhu made great contributions on the front line before, and the sect gave him the condensing crystal pill and top-level Jinden spiritual objects, so he directly reached the Jinden stage. Junior Brother Qingzhu has already reached the Jinden stage. I don't know what level of Jinden he will reach, and whether he can reach the upper grade Jinden stage. With Senior Brother Qingzhu's talent, he will definitely reach the upper grade Jinden stage, but it's too fast, and it feels like his foundation is unstable. No, you don't understand. Lu Qingzhu's swordsmanship emphasizes being invincible, moving forward without hesitation, and being unstoppable. If he hesitates and makes many preparations because of the Jinden stage, it will be bad and affect his state of mind. Qingyun Peak is a unique lineage in Qingyun Sect. In addition to Qingyun's Henren, there are only Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingzhu. So when the Jinden stage celestial phenomenon appeared on Qingyun Peak, the sect disciples and cultivators immediately guessed that Lu Qingzhu was reaching the Jinden stage. With Lu Qingzhu's fame, everyone in Qingyun Sect knows him. Many disciples walked out of the cave and looked towards Qingyun Peak, discussing the matter. It can be seen that the tidal vortex formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very fierce and constantly expanding, like a funnel-shaped tornado vortex, circling and whistling, and filled with a faint glow and colorful light. What an amazing scene! Not only the disciples, but also several elders and the sect master of Qingyun Sect who are in charge of the sect also looked at Qingyun Peak and were amazed. Especially the head of Qingyun, who was delighted to see this scene. In the years of the Liangai War, Qingyun Sect also suffered heavy casualties. Although 2 Jinden cultivators were quickly cultivated to make up for the top combat power of the sect, the effect was limited. But Lu Qingzhu is different. When he was building his foundation, he was invincible at the same level, and even killed the fake Danzhenren across levels. This kind of combat power is simply amazing. As long as he breaks through the Jinden, he will definitely be invincible at the same level and can win glory for Qingyun Sect in the front battlefield. Moreover, Master Hunun and Master Ziguang drew up a list of seeds and decided to focus on training. Lu Qingzhu was on this list. As long as he performs well, in the future, not to mention Yuanying, the late stage of Jinden will definitely not be a problem. With Lu Qingzhu's sword talent, as long as he breaks through the late stage of Jinden, he will be the top existence below Yuanying, enough to support a piece of heaven and earth for Qingyun Sect and compete for the 4th level spiritual land and Yuanying resources. As time passed, the spiritual energy vortex tide on Qingyun Peak rushed towards the 10-mile radius. This celestial phenomenon represents the top-grade golden elixir. Top-grade golden elixir. Senior Brother Qingzhu is really going to strive for the top-grade golden elixir. With Senior Brother Qingzhu's strength, it is normal to strive for the top-grade golden elixir. With Lu Qingzhu's early performance, the Qingyun Sect monks who were watching were amazed, but not too surprised. However, when they saw that the celestial phenomenon of Jinden was still rising steadily without any slowdown, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Senior Brother Qingzhu wants to strive for the immortal golden elixir? For the 3rd-grade golden elixir, or even the 2nd-grade golden elixir, most people can still accept it. But the meaning of the 1st-grade golden elixir is really different. It is known as the immortal golden elixir, and is the highest achievement of the golden elixir. If Lu Qingzhu had accumulated more decades, there might still be hope, but it was too fast. This even the head of Qingyun was shocked. Not only did Qingyun's Henren tell him about Lu Qingzhu's situation, he also talked to Lu Qingzhu himself. He knew that the latter's probability of immortal golden elixir was at most 10% or 20%. But now, he actually wanted to directly attack the immortal golden elixir. If this fails to stabilize, the stamina is insufficient, isn't it? The most feared thing for a cultivator to break through the golden elixir is that he exerts too much force in the early stage, resulting in insufficient stamina and failure to stabilize. Thinking of Lu Qingzhu's usual temper, he was extremely worried. After thinking for a moment, he immediately called the sect's sitting array master, and through the sect's prohibition, He operated the mountain array of Qingyun Peak to stabilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and cover up the celestial phenomena. On the one hand, to prevent someone from going to Qingyun Peak and interfering with Lu Qingshan. On the other hand, whether it is failure or success, it will have a certain impact. It is better to cover it up directly and let the senior leaders know about it. Moreover, when he has nothing to do, he, the leader of a sect, directly comes to Qingyun Peak to take charge. 10 days later. Boom. The spiritual energy tidal vortex on Qingyun Peak dissipated steadily, and the sound of the great Dao rang out, accompanied by the clouds of rosy clouds. Even with the cover of the formation, the Qingyun Sect's giant and cultivators can still sense some of the situation. Knowing that this is a top-grade golden elixir, his heart is full of envy and bitterness. Good, 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 good. The head of the Qingyun Sect sitting on Qingyun Peak was flushed and cheered with joy. Although he could not be sure whether this was an immortal golden elixir, this celestial phenomenon was at least a second-grade golden elixir. The quality of this golden elixir is enough to obtain the resources of the true Lord Hunan and the true Lord Ziguang for cultivation. He did not leave, but waited here for Lu Qingshan to come out of retreat. As the head of the sect, he not only has to deal with the affairs of the sect, deal with other sect forces, but also improve the sect culture, sense of belonging, and cohesion. A genius disciple like Lu Qingshan, or an elder, naturally needs to take more care to enhance his sense of identity and belonging to the sect. Lu Qingshan, who was in seclusion, noticed the head of Qingyun who was waiting outside. After he stabilized his cultivation, he walked out of the cave with some excitement. The immortal golden elixir, even without the help of external opportunities, has a 30% chance of forming a yuanying. It can be said that condensing the immortal golden elixir is equivalent to stepping half a foot into the yuanying realm. It's a pity that I can't go home and show off. Lu Qingshan thought of his father's record of killing 2 yuan with one sword, and suddenly felt boring. His immortal golden elixir was not worth showing off at all. Qingshan, congratulations on forming a golden elixir. The head of Qingyun, who was waiting outside, saw Lu Qingshan and immediately stepped forward to congratulate him and presented him with a gift box prepared by himself. Thank you, head. Even though the head of Qingyun had been very good to him before, at this moment, Lu Qingshan could still feel the obvious difference. From this moment on, the two had equal status. Qingshan, have you condensed the immortal golden elixir? The head of Qingyun asked expectantly. I, Lu Qingshan, have condensed the golden elixir, so naturally I am the best in the world, the best in this realm. Lu Qingshan said calmly with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. As he spoke, a sharp sword intent rushed into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, making the entire Qingyun Peak filled with an invisible sword energy, and the leaves fluttered and rustled. Okay, okay. The head of Qingyun didn't care about his pretentious tone. After all, he was qualified to say this. The immortal golden elixir is the best in this realm. If he broke through the elixir and condensed the immortal golden elixir when he was 70 or 80 years old, he might be even more crazy than Lu Qingshan in front of him. Head, I have broken through now, and the flying swords I used before are not enough. I wonder if the sect has a third-level flying sword. Lu Qingshan didn't continue to pretend and said seriously. He is different from ordinary people. He has a total of 8 flying swords. Except for this Hao Shenxing Dao sword embryo, the other 7 flying swords could not be nurtured at all. When they reached the realm, they could only be purchased and obtained through other means. Now that they have broken through to the Jinden stage, these 7 flying swords are naturally no longer usable and need to be obtained again. The sect does have third-level flying swords, but you can only use 3. If you need them, I can approve them for you, or ask the weapon refiner to refine third-level flying swords for you, but according to the sect's rules, you must break through the Jinden stage. The head of the Qingyun sect knew that Lu Qingshan had obtained the top-level sword inheritance. On weekdays, in addition to a magic weapon embryo, there are 7 flying swords to form a sword formation. But the Qingyun sect is not a pure sword cultivation sect, and there are not many third-level flying swords. Moreover, the sect has rules that the newly promoted Jinden can only choose 1 or 2 magic weapons. It is impossible to give all 3 flying swords to Lu Qingshan at once, and a formal process is required. However, in extraordinary times, he is willing to open a back door for Lu Qingshan, approve them in advance, and ask people to help him refine them, and then deduct them from the contribution later. Thank you, head. Lu Qingshan bowed in response. His skills are based on the Da Zheng Jin Jianju. He has absorbed many sword techniques and created a unique sword technique of his own. Among them, many methods of the Qi Yao Da Zizai Jianjing were integrated into his own sword techniques. For example, his 7 flying swords kill the enemy and set up the sword formation, which is simplified by him based on the 7 Yao star sword formation. Now that he has broken through the Jiandan, as long as he refines the 7 Yao star sword, he can exert the true power of this sword formation, continue to be invincible in the same realm, and even kill enemies across levels. Qingshan, when are you going to hold the Jiandan ceremony? The head of Jinyang laughed. Now the battle situation on the front line is fierce. What is the meaning of such a ceremony? When my realm is stable, my supernatural powers are a little successful, and I kill 3 or 5 Jiandan, and everyone in the world knows that I, Lu Qingshan, have broken through the Jiandan, it will not be too late to hold this ceremony. Lu Qingshan said aloud. His words were filled with a kind of extreme self-confidence, and I have the momentum of being invincible. This is not him pretending. But he believed deep down that after his magical power and magic weapon were accomplished, even if he could not fight Jiandan monks with a sword like his father, he could still kill Jiandan monks with a sword array. The head of Jinyang was infected by the momentum of Lu Qingshan's words. This is the real invincible heart. I am invincible, I can prove the truth. Everything in the world is unstoppable. Even if the immortals and Buddhas are in front of him, they will be killed by him with a sword. Maybe it is because of this state of mind and sword intention that we can be unstoppable and attack the immortal golden elixir in one go. The head of Jinyang sighed in his heart. He was also a top genius in his time, with a sharp edge, but compared with Lu Qingshan's spirit, he was still far behind. Okay, you will practice magical skills in the sect these days to stabilize your realm. I will ask junior brother Hao to forge a flying sword for you later. The head of Jinyang said without saying anything else, and nodded. Thank you, master. I will never forget the kindness of the sect's cultivation. Although Lu Qingshan's sense of belonging to the sect is average. But for decades, the sect has not treated him badly, and he still remembers all of this and will repay it one by one. Now that you have broken through to the Jiandan stage, you will also be an elder of the sect. You still have to do this elder's etiquette. Just notify me after you finish your retreat. The sense of belonging to the sect generally does not require disciples to live and die with the sect, as long as they do not forget the sect's kindness. Therefore, most sects train disciples not only based on talent, but also on character. Lu Qingshan's treatment of his sister Lu Qingzhu is enough to show that he values friendship and loyalty. Okay. Lu Qingshan nodded, and then went back to retreat and practice. As for going to Jiangguo to pick up his sister Lu Qingzhu, he was not in a hurry. My sister has only been home for 2.5 years. I just broke through to the Jiandan stage and rushed to pick her up. Isn't it just asking for trouble? My aunt and mother may not say anything, but with my father's temper, I'm afraid he will drive me away. Hey, that's not right. My father and I have always been in conflict. Maybe when I go home, he will go out. Lu Qingshan thought about the few times he went home in his early years, and his father was out. At this moment, in Qingyun Sect, Wuji Peak. Junior sister, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Jiandan stage. LV Muping saw his junior sister coming out of the cave and immediately stepped forward to congratulate her. Seeing his junior sister successfully break through the Jiandan stage, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart, and felt that it was completely worth it to do so, and he did not let down the master's cultivation of him. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Yu was in a good mood at this time, and smiled and thanked her senior brother. Although she could probably break through the Jiandan stage with her father's legacy, the condensing crystal pill. But without the 5-element spirit fruit given by her senior brother, how could she achieve the 4th grade Jiandan stage? The 4th grade Jiandan stage has already surpassed countless people, and even among the Jiandan stages, it is the best. The senior brother in front of him, LV Muping, is only a 5th grade Jiandan stage. As for the upper grade Jiandan, it is easy to say, but how many people in the entire Yu Kingdom's cultivation world have upper grade Jiandan? Even in Qingyun Sect, there are only a handful of people who have upper grade Jiandan. But thinking that her father is a top cultivator who condenses the upper grade Jiandan, Shen Yu felt heavy and sad in her heart. Dad, don't worry. When my daughter has the ability, she will definitely avenge you. You must protect my daughter. Then Shen Yu and her senior brother Lu Muping came to her father's tombstone to pay homage, muttering. Lu Muping next to her looked at the master's tombstone, and then looked at her junior sister who was a little more fairy-like next to her. His expression was relieved, complicated, and reluctant. A few months later, when Shen Yu came out of retreat, she learned a piece of news that her senior brother Lu Yuping had made a big mistake and was sent to the front line by the sect to make meritorious service. "Senior brother, don't worry, my junior sister will definitely not forget you." Shen Yu heard the news and just murmured softly. Although her senior brother was a Jinden cultivator, he was only in the early stage of Jinden. How could it be easy for him to obtain the 5-element spirit fruit? So she guessed where the 5-element spirit fruit of her senior brother came from. Chapter 631, Lu Miaoj forms the elixir. Ancestor Lu is truly a role model for our generation. Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Palace. Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng was watching his wife Lu Miaoj break through to the Jinden stage, and suddenly felt a pure and rich mana pouring into the Qi Hai Danshan, guessing that his son Lu Qingzhu had broken through to the Jinden stage. Name, Lu Qingzhu, lifespan 79/521, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, medium grade spiritual body, cultivation, 1st grade Jinden stage, talent, sword compatibility, 120%. It's Qingzhu indeed. Lu Changsheng's thoughts moved, and the system interface of Lu Qingzhu appeared in front of him. Some time ago, he thought that the other party was much more stable, and was ready to break through to the Jinden stage with a sure thing, but he didn't expect that he was already in the final stage of the Jinden stage. This sword talent Lu Changsheng remembered that his son used the Daluo sword embryo to rebuild himself, and his sword talent increased to 108%. This breakthrough to the Jinden stage directly increased it by 12%. You know, this talent compatibility, the higher it goes, the harder it is to improve. Ordinary children have 30 or 40 talents. If they spend more time and energy, they can be promoted to the 2nd level. If the talent fit is 60 or 70, they can be called gifted. If it is more than 80, they are top talents. So Lu Qingzhu's talent in swordsmanship is outrageous. I wonder how much Qingzhu's talent in swordsmanship will be improved after the fusion of the magic seeds is completely completed. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, looking forward to it. Without thinking too much, he continued to look at Lu Miaoj in front of him and pay attention to her dam formation. Originally, Lu Changsheng was going to transform the yin and yang magic power into Lu Miaoj's Shangshan Rushuju to help her dam formation. But Lu Miaoj's Shangshan Rushuju has become a new practice under the influence of Tai Yi's Hongdaoju and Yin Yang Creation Sutra, and even he can't perfectly simulate the transformation. And Lu Miaoj's dam formation process is much smoother than he expected, so he just let Lu Miaoj do it herself. After all, building a foundation, forming a dam, and yuaning is also a process of sharpening oneself. 3 months later, the spiritual energy above the Changsheng Palace was shrouded in clouds, and the sound of the great Dao was heard. Congratulations to Sister Miaoj for achieving the golden core Dao fruit. The great Dao is expected. Today is the golden core, tomorrow is the infant, and you will be awesome in the southern wilds. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife, who had a graceful body and a crystal clear glass luster, and congratulated her joyfully. Except for when he broke through the Jinden, Meng Xianchen, Xiao Xiao, and his son Lu Quansun broke through the Jinden, he was not so happy. On the one hand, he felt that the probability of several people breaking through the Jinden was high, and Lu Miaoj was relatively much worse, and then gave himself a surprise. On the other hand, the two had been married for many years, and they had cultivated their wife, who was only of average talent, to the Jinden, and it was a top-grade Jinden. There was an indescribable sense of achievement and satisfaction in their hearts. When did my husband become so pretentious? Lu Miaoj opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at her husband with joy and tenderness. She herself did not expect that she would break through the Jinden so easily. And in the case of a top-grade Jinden, she entered the 2nd-grade Jinden. You know, the yin-yang yuandan method of her 2nd Danshan, Xian'an Bao Wanglian, has not yet been cultivated to perfection. When Lu Changsheng indicated that she was going to form a dan before, she was still a little nervous. However, thinking about her own dan configuration, not only did her husband Lu Changsheng help her through the sun and moon reincarnation art and the Tai Yi Sheng Shui art, but she also had the fine crystal condensing pill, the essence of the sun and the moon, the 5-element spirit fruit, the nourishing lotus seeds, the 5-element spirit soil, the sea spirit marrow, and the 4th level water spirit beads. Lu Miaoj felt that it was just average. If it were a cultivator with good talent and good character, it would probably be an immortal golden elixir. Ha, why is it so exaggerated? Soon, the name of my wife Miaoj Zhenren will spread throughout Jang country. When Sister Miaoj breaks through the nascent soul, our names will naturally resound throughout the southern wilds. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, holding his wife's hand. If I break through the nascent soul, my name may not resound throughout the southern wilds. But when Lu Miaoj breaks through the nascent soul, it should not be a problem for me to be as strong as a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Nascent soul. Although the nascent soul is still out of reach, Lu Miaoj believes it very much when Lu Changsheng says it, and looks forward to this day. The couple cuddled for a while, and Lu Changsheng signaled Lu Miaoj to stabilize her cultivation. He had already asked Zixio to make arrangements, and he would go home to hold the ceremony later. Yet, Lu Miaoj responded softly, and her heart was full of expectations. Half a month later, Lu Miaoj's realm was stable. Lu Changsheng held the mission banner and came to the Great Dream Fairy City with her. At this moment, the fairy city was extremely lively. Countless cultivators looked at the celestial phenomenon of the dam formation above Qingyun Mountain, wanting to know who had formed the dam. Although affected by the War of Reclamation, there are many more cultivators who have impacted the dam formation in recent years than in previous years. But for the impact of the dam formation, except for a very small number of cultivators who rely on a few dam formation spiritual objects to fight for a chance, most of them are impacting the fake dam, and there is no such a scene. Looking at this scene, there is at least a 5th grade, or even a 4th grade real dam. City Lord's Mansion. Miaoj, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Qingzhu stage. Ling Zixio saw Lu Miaoj in front of him and could tell at a glance that she had already broken through the Qingzhu stage. It was not through the aura of her magic power, but based on her appearance and temperament. After the Qingzhu stage, Lu Miaoj became more and more fairy-like, with no dust or dirt on her body, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, pure and beautiful. Whether it was her face or her figure, it seemed to be hazy with a thin layer of fairy mist, as if she was a fairy descending to the earth, quiet and holy. She had seen this kind of temperament in Honglian. Although Lu Miaoj's appearance and temperament were not as good as Honglian's, she was still a completely different person compared to before. If Sister Ling hadn't been delayed by trivial matters, she would have definitely been one step ahead of me. After so many years of getting along, Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio had a very good relationship, and they treated each other like sisters. They knew that the other party had made much greater contributions to Qingzhu Mountain than themselves. Just like these years, she spent most of her time in seclusion practicing, while Ling Zixio had been busy for the family. Ling Zixio smiled lightly, indicating that the Qingzhu celestial phenomena were almost ready and would be settled in a few days. Zixio, you are too busy on weekdays. You can also hand over some affairs to Honglian or Xiachen to prepare for the dam-forming matters. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio. After possessing the Tonkin magic weapon, Ling Zixio's cultivation speed is still very fast, and he has already established the 9th level of the foundation. As long as he practices wholeheartedly for 1 or 2 years, he can reach the peak of the 9th level of the foundation and prepare for the dam forming. Okay. Ling Zixio responded softly. In the early years, the difference in cultivation was quite large, and she didn't have any feelings about the dam forming. But as her cultivation level improved, especially through the Kantoki and Tonkin magic weapon, her cultivation level improved rapidly, and seeing Lu Miaoj forming the dam, she still had some expectations in her heart. After the 3 of them were warm and affectionate, Lu Changsheng helped Ling Zixio's Dushan Shensha to replenish the source. Ling Zixio's cultivation speed was so fast when he was handling daily affairs, naturally relying on burning money. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng who kept replenishing the source, this Tonkin magic weapon would have been scrapped long ago. I got a lot of materials before. When I'm done with my work later, I'll upgrade and recast this treasure. Then it will be much easier for you to form the elixir, Zixio. After Lu Changsheng replenished the essence of the magic weapon, he said to Ling Zixio. He had gained a lot from killing Tu Yuan before, especially the latter's life magic weapon, which could melt many materials into the Dushan Shensha too. But after returning from Yu State, he has been busy all the time, sending his son Lu Quanzhen to Xingxiu to practice Brahma Demon True Saint art and helping Lu Miaoj form the elixir, without stopping. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. From the hunting of monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the hunting of monsters in the Great Dream Lake, Ling Zixiao knew that Lu Changsheng had been very busy in recent years. After all, the cultivation resources for himself, Lu Miaoj, and so many children in the family are not a small amount. If Lu Changsheng hadn't been spending money continuously, even if the Lu family had produced many geniuses, they would not have grown so fast and so amazingly. What's so hard about this? Lu Changsheng smiled and asked her about the situation of the Immortal City, Yu State, and Jin State. A few days later, the celestial phenomenon of the dam forming on Yunmeng Mountain in the Great Dream Fairy City dissipated steadily, and a faint glow lingered. Success. The dam forming was successful. From the looks of it, it should be a 5th grade Hendon. Unless you are a disciple of the Immortal Sect, for casual cultivators like us, being able to condense a mid-grade Hendon is already a blessing from our ancestors. Middle grade Hendon, if I can break through the dam forming, I would be willing to make even a low-grade Hendon. All the onlookers saw the celestial phenomenon, their eyes full of jealousy, envy, admiration, and respect. At the same time, many cultivators rushed to the foot of Yunmeng Mountain, hoping to meet this giant's Henrin as soon as possible. After waiting for half a month, the door of the cave opened, and a man and a woman like a fairy couple walked out of it. Isn't this Changsheng's Henrin? What's going on? Why is Changsheng's Henrin here? Wait, no, this woman is Changsheng's Henrin's wife, Lu Miaoj, the mistress of the Lu family in Bihu Mountain. Has this Madame Lu broken through to the Jinden stage? It is rumored that Changsheng's Henrin and his wife Lu Miaoj practiced a joint cultivation method, which has a benefit in Jinden stage. I didn't expect that the couple would both form a Jinden stage. The cultivators waiting outside the cave saw the two of them, and first looked surprised and suspicious. Then someone recognized Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, exclaimed, with respect and envy in their eyes. A couple both formed a Jinden stage? This is a good story no matter where they are. Not to mention that Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj are family cultivators. Congratulations to Madame Lu for breaking through to the Jinden stage, and the great road can be expected from now on. Congratulations to Changsheng's Henrin, the couple both formed a Jinden stage. It is really a match made in heaven, and the future nascent soul is just around the corner. Immediately, a cultivator congratulated with a respectful look. Not bad, look at the reward. Lu Changsheng looked at the foundation building cultivator who spoke up, and was in a very good mood, throwing him a high-grade spirit stone. Thank you for your generous reward. Seeing this, the foundation building cultivator immediately thanked him with an ecstatic look. One top-grade spirit stone is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is enough for him to fight for several years. It can be regarded as a great gift. Congratulations to Immortal Changsheng, Madame Lu. Seeing this, the other cultivators were jealous and congratulated him. However, Lu Changsheng was not a boy who would give away money, so naturally he would not give more rewards. At this time, the city lord of the Great Dream Fairy City, Immortal Wuhan, came to congratulate and invited Lu Changsheng and his wife to the city lord's mansion to talk. Immediately, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj entered the city lord's mansion, and the rest of the group talked inside. The couple formed a double elixir. I remember that this Changsheng's Henrin also formed a Taoist couple with the fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect. It was unexpected that Lu Changsheng had a condensed crystal pill in his early years. Where did Lu Miaoj get a condensed crystal pill? It is impossible that she could break through directly by relying on the condensed crystal spirit object and the condensed crystal secret method, right? Could it be that Changsheng's Henrin obtained the condensed crystal pill from the Wasteland Reclamation War before? It shouldn't be. Changsheng has just broken through the condensed crystal not long ago. He shouldn't have this strength. The rise of the Xianfu Lu family is unstoppable. The cultivators present were talking about it. Some sighed, some were amazed, some were envious, and some looked solemn. For example, the family forces of Jiang State heard this news and realized that the rise of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain was unstoppable. Now under the rule of Qingyun Sect, I am afraid that there is no room for the Xianfu Lu family with two condensed elixirs. The news that Lu Miaoj, the mistress of the Xianfu Lu family, broke through the condensed elixir caused a sensation in Damen Fairy City, and then spread like a hurricane to the entire Jiang State cultivation world. The Lu family members who were in Damangs were all confused when they heard the news. Aunt has reached the Jinden stage. Aunt Miaoj has reached the Jinden stage. Although these Lu family members knew some of the family secrets, They were still surprised by the news. Especially Lu Qingsong and others, they felt a little caught off guard and there was no sign. But when they thought of their father's methods, they felt it was very reasonable. Soon a group of people came to the fairy city to pay their respects and congratulate. A few days later, another piece of news came out from Daming Fairy City that Lu Mayaoj became a guest elder of Daming Fairy City. With Lu Changsheng, the deputy city lord of Daming Fairy City, in front, not many people paid attention to this news. After all, a giant and real person, as long as he is willing, can be a guest of honor and a guest worshipper no matter where he is. While the outside world was talking about it, Lu Changsheng took the golden-winged sky pen to the depths of Damings to replenish its nutrition. Before the bloodletting, there was not enough tonic at home, which caused the golden-winged sky pen to be a little sluggish. He found 2 demon kings to donate blood, and then fed 1 demon king to the golden-winged sky pen, who instantly improved his condition. Then Lu Changsheng took Lu Mayaoj back to Qingzhu Mountain. Considering that he had broken through the Jianden stage, he was attacked by a Jianden cultivator from the Shadow Sect on the way back. This time, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj left the Immortal City openly. However, only the cultivators came forward to congratulate, and greet them, and no one followed them. More than half a month later, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj returned to Qingzhu Mountain. The news about Lu Mayaoj's breakthrough to the Jianden stage had not yet spread, and only Lu Mayaoyan and others knew about it. In response, Lu Changsheng directly held a family dinner to announce the news. What? Aunt Mayaoj has broken through the Jianden stage. Congratulations, and for achieving the Jianden Avenue. Congratulations, lady. The disciples and cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain heard the words, and were surprised, horrified, excited, and congratulated Bai and Peak respectfully. This is a great event, the whole family celebrates together. In the next 6 months, everyone's salary will be doubled. Lu Changsheng said generously without any hesitation. For a moment, the children and cultivators of the Lu family were even more excited. Soon, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj went to Qingzhu Mountain in person to announce the good news. Half an hour later, the two came to Qingzhu Mountain, which was covered with green bamboo. Feeling the 2 terrifying spiritual pressures that seemed to be there and not there, the Qingzhu Mountain formation immediately went on alert. But the next moment, the disciples of Qingzhu Mountain saw the visitors and immediately saluted respectfully. Greetings to the immortal Changsheng. Greetings to the ancestors. Although Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj rarely show up on weekdays, Qingzhu Mountain is still very familiar with them. At the same time, another escape light shot out from Qingzhu Valley, and it was Lu Muping. Greetings to uncle and aunt. He saluted respectfully to the two. But feeling the faint spiritual pressure from his aunt Lu Mayaoj, his eyes were startled, and there was a bit of surprise, envy, and disbelief in his eyes. Muping, your aunt has broken through the Jianden stage. As for the Jianden ceremony, I want to hold it in Qingzhu Mountain, and you will be in charge. As for the specific details of the ceremony, spiritual fruits, wine, meals, invitations, etc., you can go to Xingyang to discuss. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Muping in front of him. Although the latter is not much younger than him, over the years, the ancestor Lu has also cultivated a majestic demeanor. Hearing this, Lu Muping was immediately trembling with excitement, and then he bowed in a flustered manner and said, "Yes, uncle." Muping obeys. Although his family has the protection of Qingzhu Mountain. But it is very difficult for the family to make further progress with just protection. If there is a slight accident, more than 10 years of hard work will turn into ashes. But now, Aunt Lu Mayaoj has broken through the Jianden stage, and his uncle directly stated that the aunt's Jianden ceremony will be held in Qingzhu Mountain. This is completely different. With this relationship, Qingzhu Mountain will not only be worry-free for hundreds of years, and no one dares to provoke it, but also many family forces will take the initiative to make friends. The three entered Qingzhu Mountain. Dad, Mom. After Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj came to Qingzhu Valley and Lu Yuanzhong's courtyard, his daughter Lu Qingzhu immediately shouted with joy. Grandfather Lu Yuanding died in her early years, and she was not around. So this time when she went home, she knew that her great-grandfather Lu Yuanzhong would not live long, so she came to take care of him. Meet the ancestor Changsheng, and meet the great-aunt. In addition to Lu Qingzhu, there are some descendants of the Lu family who are here to show filial piety and take care of the ancestor Lu Yuanzhong. When they saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, they all saluted. Xiao Zuer. Lu Changsheng saw this sensible daughter and stepped forward with a gentle smile. This time he took his daughter home, but he was always busy, and his wife Lu Maioju also practiced in seclusion most of the time, and had no time to accompany his daughter. Entering the room, I saw Lu Yuanzhang on the bed with a weak aura. Changsheng, Maioji saw the two coming, as if he realized something, his turbid eyes opened, full of hope. "Uncle, I have broken through the Jinden." Lu Maioji looked at her uncle like this, pursed her red lips and said, using Tai's henshu to comb his blood and nourish his vitality. But Lu Yuanzhang was approaching his death, his blood was almost dry, and he barely relied on his magic power and willpower to hang on. Okay, Lu Yuanzhang felt a giant in magic power, his face was excited, and he wanted to take her to worship the ancestors, his younger brother Lu Yunding. A giant's henrin appeared in the family, enough to overshadow the ancestors, and the family tree opened a separate page. Maioji, now that you have Jinden, have you thought of a Taoist name? After the cultivators have Jinden, most of them will take a Taoist name, just like Lu Changsheng took Changsheng as his name. Still Maioji. Lu Maioji said softly. The family had talked about her Taoist name before, such as Shangshan, Ruishu, Xiangshu, Maiyai, etc. But most cultivators take a Taoist name, on the one hand to set their aspirations, on the other hand to improve their fate and fortune through the Taoist name. But in Lu Maioji's opinion, her name is very good, chosen by her parents. As for fate and fortune, why do we need to use any Taoist name to improve it? Okay. Lu Yuanzhang didn't care about these details and nodded with a smile. Soon, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maioji, Lu Qingzhu and Lu Yuanzhang came to worship together. Yunding, Maioji has broken through to the Jinden stage. Lu Yuanzhang said excitedly with a flushed face as if he was back to life. Faced with such a situation, Lu Changsheng also took action to stabilize his ki, for fear that Lu Yuanzhang would die if he was too excited. After the busy work, Lu Changsheng used several spiritual medicines to extend Lu Yuanzhang's life. Otherwise, it is not certain whether the other party can survive until the Jinden ceremony in this situation. After leaving Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng did not return to Bihu Mountain, but went to Qingyun Sect. He was now considered half a member of the Qingyun Sect, so naturally he had to go and tell them that his wife had broken through to the Jinden stage. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Changsheng. Upon hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the head of the Qingyun Sect smiled and congratulated him, and even gave him a gift in his personal name. However, Lu Changsheng's nascent soul was keenly aware of the fear of the head of the Qingyun Sect. Immediately, Lu Changsheng exchanged some third-level materials from the Qingyun Sect with a third-level top-grade talisman, and then said goodbye and left. Lu Changsheng, Lu Maioji, Lu Pingyun, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Wangshu. After Lu Changsheng left, the head of the Qingyun Sect had a deep face and deep eyes. He could still accept just Lu Changsheng and Lu Pingyun, but now there was another Lu Maioji. Moreover, according to intelligence information, the Lu family has a son named Lu Qingshan in the Jinyang sect of Yu State. He's extremely talented and a true son of the Jinden, and is even praised as the seed of the nascent soul. Such a Lu family makes people fear. Before, when Xiao Ziyu exchanged the Ningjing pill from the sect, he thought it was for his daughter Lu Wangshu. Unexpectedly, it was for Lu Maioji. Now there are two Jinden cultivators in the Lu family, especially Lu Changsheng, the top talisman master. It is not difficult to plot the Ningjing pill in the future. As long as Lu Changsheng gets the Ningjing pill again, Lu Pingyun and Lu Wangshu will have the hope of forming a den. If this continues, the Xianfu Lu family will directly become a behemoth, a top force, and even compete with his Qingyun Sect. But thinking of the relationship between Lu Changsheng, Xiao Ziyu, and Daming Xiansheng, his face was cloudy again. After leaving Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng thought about not meeting Chu Qingyi for so long, and sent her a letter to discuss swordsmanship and cultivate feelings. Although Chu Qingyi often struggled, she still came to the appointment after such a long time when she saw Lu Changsheng's letter. Soon, the two of them sat down to discuss swords and kendo. Although both of them were masters of kendo, they still explained in simple terms, from the shallow to the deep. Qingyi, if you have time, you should warm up the golden elixir to the first grade as soon as possible, so that it will also benefit your practice. After so many years of warming up, Chu Qingyi's golden elixir only needs to be promoted to the first grade. Although the slow efficiency is related to Chu Qingyi's laziness. But it took so long for Chu Qingyu to be promoted from the second grade to the first grade, and the other master and himself have only practiced dual cultivation for more than a year. Although the two have been practicing dual cultivation for more than a year, Yun Wansheng has cultivated a portion of yin and yang in more than a year, and then produced and sold it by herself, warming up the golden elixir, which is simply outrageous. Qingyi, has Master Qian not returned from his travels yet? Lu Changsheng asked. According to Xiao Xiao, Yun Wansheng went out to travel a long time ago, almost 20 years. Chu Qingyi snorted, not knowing why Lu Changsheng asked this, but she bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, Master went out to travel this time to find the opportunity of Yuanying, and left Jiang Kingdom, so he has not returned yet. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with some worry. When the master went out, he said that if the war broke out and the sect needed him, he would come back. But the Liangayu War had already started, and the Jiang Kingdom's war for land reclamation was also hot a few years ago, but the master did not come back. Moreover, a year ago, the head of the sect asked her about the situation of the master, saying that the Hansha fantasy realm, in the endless desert might be open within 5 years, and the master could team up with the Qingyun Sect to go to the secret realm. But she and the head of the sect sent a message to the master, but there was no response. If it weren't for the fact that the master's soul lamp was fine, she would be worried that the master would be in danger. Leaving Jiang Kingdom, Lu Changsheng knew that most cultivators would travel outside to find opportunities and prepare for the next realm after breaking through the late stage of the current realm. For someone like Yun Wansheng, who had such an opportunity to reach the nascent soul stage, it would take her decades or even 100 years to travel around the world. After a few days of sword fighting with Chu Qingyi, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain to accompany his wife, concubines, and children. As time went by, the news about Lu Miaoji's dam formation spread like a huge rock hitting Qingyun's territory, causing a storm. What? Lu Miaoji, the mistress of the Xianfu Lu family, has formed a crystal pill. Where did the Lu family get the crystal condensing pill? Without it, how could Lu Miaoji achieve the crystal condensing pill? I heard that Zhenren Changsheng and Zhenren Xiaoyu made great contributions in the land reclamation war, and they exchanged them for a crystal condensing pill. Hiss. How did Ancestor Lu do this? Zhenren Xiaoyu is the goddess of the Immortal Gate. It has already been a great honor for her to become a Taoist partner with Ancestor Lu, but she is even willing to help Ancestor Lu's other wives get the crystal condensing pill. Alice, I have studied Ancestor Lu's life for so many years, but I still can't figure it out. If the way of men and women has realms, Ancestor Lu is the nascent soul transformation god, and he can establish a sect. Before, I read Ancestor Lu's quotations on my knees. Ancestor Lu's quotations, what is this? If you are going back after the secret realm is over, then go back now. A woman who truly loves you will not care what level of elixir you have formed. A real man will not let a woman's tears come out of her eyes. Before we practiced dual cultivation, no one loved you more than I did. Countless people were amazed at Lu Miaoji's breakthrough to the Jinden stage, but the discussion turned to Lu Changsheng. When Lu Miaoji had just broken through to the Jinden stage in the Great Dream Fairy City, Ling Zixiao guided public opinion through the Fairy City and spread the word that Lu Miaoji was able to break through to the Jinden stage because, on the one hand, she practiced the secret method of joint cultivation with Lu Changsheng, which could increase the probability by several times. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Xiao obtained the Ningjing Pill in the Wasteland Reclamation War. In the eyes of most cultivators, it was normal for Lu Miaoji to break through to the Jinden stage with a Ningjing Pill and such a top-level secret method of joint cultivation. So most people gradually discussed Lu Changsheng's legendary life with emotion. They were amazed at how he persuaded fairies like Xiao Xiao to help exchange for the Ningjing Pill. I heard that Fairy Xiao raised her daughter Lu Wangshu by Lu Miaoji in order to practice, probably to repay this favor. Isn't Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, a quasi-third-level physical cultivator? Why hasn't he made any moves in these years? And why did Changsheng's Henren give the Ningjing Pill to his wife Lu Miaoji instead of the eldest son Lu Pingyan? Yes, with Lu Pingyan's physical training power and the possession of Taoist soldiers, if he breaks through to the Jinden stage, I'm afraid his combat power will be extraordinary. Wait, Changsheng's Henren is so affectionate. Did the Changsheng's Henren quotations I bought before say that money is for women to see, not for women to spend? With Lu Miaoji's Jinden event, Lu Changsheng was constantly discussed by people, and suddenly a copy of Changsheng's Henren quotations was sold in major markets. I love you the most before giving birth. Good female cultivators should be cherished, and bad female cultivators should not be wasted. Solve the problem of quantity first, and then solve the problem of quality in the Hongai Valley market. Lu Qingqi saw the Lu Patriarch quotations in his hand and was very annoyed, thinking that someone had actually made up his father like this. There are even various small stories in it, giving examples of where the quotations came from. In anger, she directly called the law enforcement team to ask where the source of the quotations came from and destroyed them. After she was done, she was still angry when she looked at the quotations in her hand, and decided to clear her father's name, and immediately prepared to write a positive rise story. But looking at the pen and ink in her hand, she was silent for a long time, and then called an old storyteller, and gradually a biography of Changsheng appeared. It records that Changsheng's Henren started from the insignificance of Qingping, turned into hurricane and galloped through the universe. He rejected rumors and rumors to stand on his own, and opened up a new chapter of the family's heavenly talisman. Lu Changsheng was not clear about the rumors from the outside world. He was helping his daughter Lu Mengchen refine a magic weapon. It was not a magic weapon to be used, but a magic weapon to cover up spiritual power and spiritual body ki. After Meng Xiaochen's teaching for so long, his daughter Lu Mengchen finally opened the evil poison body. However, as soon as the evil poison body was opened, Lu Beixi said that she smelled bad and didn't want to play with her, which made Lu Mengchen cry out of grievance. Fortunately, Lu Ling cares about her, otherwise it would be difficult to coax her. Although under Bai Ling's education, Lu Beixi cannot say this about his sister and does not mind her aura, but the subtle rejection still makes the sensitive Lu Mengchen feel aggrieved. So Lu Changsheng worked overtime to refine a magic weapon for his daughter to cover up her evil poison body. Not only to avoid being rejected by Lu Beixi, but also to avoid being seen by others in the future. After all, the evil poison body is a double-edged sword spirit body, which is easy to be noticed by some bad people. With the previous experience of Lu Wangshu in his early years, Lu Changsheng paid great attention to this aspect. Thank you, Daddy. Lu Mengchen looked at the glittering sun and moon bracelets on her wrist, thanked Lu Changsheng, and was very happy. These two bracelets are made of shadow stone as the main material, which has the effect of concealing magic power, spiritual fluctuations, and shielding interference with spiritual consciousness. On the basis of the shadow stone, Lu Changsheng also refined some monster materials and a portion of sun and moon essence, which can not only improve the effect of concealing the aura, but also help his daughter warm up the body at all times. However, when Lu Mengchen wore the bracelet to play with Lu Beixi and Lu Ling, they said that it looked good and they liked it very much. Lu Changsheng. As Lu Maioji's dam-forming ceremony was approaching, Lu Changsheng said that he would keep the bracelet and go to Qingzhu Mountain to hold the ceremony. These days, Qingzhu Mountain is very lively and ushered in an unprecedented grand occasion. There are constantly cultivators driving flying boats and spirit beasts to visit and participate in the ceremony. There is no need to say much about the forces in the Bihu Mountain area. The Divine Sword Shangwen family, the White Deer Ning family, and the Five Elements Wang family also sent people to give gifts and congratulations. With the experience of two large-scale ceremonies, Lu Changsheng handled it with ease and met with his wife Lu Maioji to entertain the guests. Although Xiao Ziyu was stationed in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she still came to congratulate after hearing the news, and sent Lu Wangshu, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Qingxun, and Lu Qingxun home. However, she rushed back to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range after congratulating. This scene amazed many guests, who thought that the Xiaoyu fairy and Maioji's Henren were indeed as rumored, and they had a close relationship. How did Patriarch Lu do this? Qingyun Sect also sent people to congratulate and give gifts, but the ceremony also welcomed a guest that Lu Changsheng did not expect, the Patriarch of the Su family. Although the two had dealt with each other in the Wasteland Reclamation War and exchanged pleasantries, they did not have much friendship. Congratulations to Zhenren Changsheng, congratulations to Zhenren Maioji. The Patriarch of the Su family smiled and congratulated, as if he was simply coming to congratulate. Thank you, Zhenren Su, please. The visitor was a guest, and Lu Changsheng invited him into the hall, but the Patriarch of the Su family stayed for half an hour before getting up and leaving. Although the other party did not show any malice, Lu Changsheng did not feel much goodwill. Beastmaster Su family. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and murmured. In the previous Wasteland Reclamation War, The patriarch of the Su family was assigned many dangerous tasks by Qingyun Sect. But in addition to his own life beast, the earth dragon beast, he also brought a third-level black turtle, and the process was safe and sound. Under such circumstances, the Su family also made a lot of contributions and exchanged for a crystal condensing pill through the Qingyun Sect. But after such a long time since the Wasteland Reclamation War, he has not heard the news that the Su family has reached the Jinden stage. This is a problem. The ancestor of the Su family is not young. Although he survived the Wasteland Reclamation War, he also suffered a lot of injuries. Lu Changsheng estimated that the latter would only live for a few decades. Under such circumstances, he should have trained Jinden cultivators early, and should not have delayed until now. After thinking for a long time, Lu Changsheng planned to meet Su Ruin later to understand the situation and care about the other party's recent situation. Although the two lack emotional communication, she is the child's mother after all. Moreover, Honglian has always felt guilty about Su Ruin, thinking of the grace of awakening her in her early years. Under such circumstances, since there is time, she should still care about it. A few days later, the ceremony ended. The noisy and lively Qingzhu Mountain gradually calmed down. Lu Muping sorted out the gifts for this Jinden ceremony and sent them to Bihu Mountain. Most of the wine, food, and favors for this grand ceremony came from the Xianfu Lu family, so Qingzhu Mountain did not dare to accept these gifts. However, Lu Changsheng did not care too much and signaled his son Lu Xingyang to send some of the gifts back to Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was finally free and had time, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Qingxun came to Lu Changsheng for advice. Immortal Bone. Lu Changsheng noticed that his son Lu Lingxiao's cultivation had broken through the 8th level of foundation building. Although this speed was not as fast as his daughter Nanguanyao, it could also be called a demon, far ahead of the rest. All methods are connected to the bone. Lu Changsheng's eyes were intertwined with a golden luster, observing his son's left hand. It contained a magnificent and amazing divine power, and the essence was surging, and it even had the effect of isolating divine consciousness and magic power. It can be said that it is difficult for the magic below the stage of forming a pill to cause damage to this palm. Perform the magic for me to see. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Lingxiao. Lu Lingxiao immediately used his left hand and right hand to perform magic in turn. Through this process, Lu Changsheng saw that the surging divine power contained in Lu Lingxiao's left hand comprehensively improved his strength and the effect of his magic, at least by 30%. This immortal bone should be harmless to your body, but you are not in a good condition yet and cannot completely refine it and integrate it into your palm. Lu Changsheng said thoughtfully, not expecting his son to have such an opportunity. No wonder it is said that cultivators should go out more to travel and explore. The benefits of this opportunity are really amazing. Although this immortal bone is not as good as his son Lu Pingan's great wilderness dragon spine, it looks like it is at least a top-level 3rd-level spiritual object, enough for him to use until the dam formation stage. In other words, only after he breaks through the dam formation stage can he truly control and integrate this, a la constant passage bone. By the way, is the treasure bone of the 100 refining treasure body art created based on this immortal bone. Not only did Lu Lingxiao feel that this immortal bone was somewhat similar to the natal treasure bone, but Lu Changsheng also felt that they were similar in nature. Then, Lu Lingxiao handed a jade slip to Lu Changsheng and asked him to look at it. Chapter 632, The Thunderous Kirin Picture, Condensing the True Form of Brahma Demon. Lu Changsheng took the jade slip and looked at it. Inside was an ancient scroll that was like a tadpole, an insect or an animal. Lu Changsheng didn't know much about this kind of ancient scroll. If there was a flow of qi on it, and the track patterns of the Tao and the principle were intertwined, he could also use the Tai soul and the fire eyes to see through the origin and analyze the meaning. But his son Lu Lingxiao's scroll was just a simple copy and couldn't be analyzed at all. This is some kind of ancient scroll, which may record some information. Your father doesn't study this aspect much? You can ask your master later. Lu Changsheng didn't pretend to know it for the sake of face. This kind of ancient scroll is profound and mysterious. Even Yuan Yingxianjin may not have studied it. Honglian has some understanding of this aspect, and may recognize it. Father, this is our ancient scroll in the secret realm. It seems to be a magic weapon, and it also records some kind of skill inheritance, but there has been no success in the inheritance. At this time, Lu Qingxun opened a golden jade box, and a purple gold scroll was placed inside. At that time, Lu Lingxiao obtained 3 treasures in the secret realm Ray Gate. The one for Hangtongbone was directly fused, so the remaining 2 were divided between him and Lu Wangshu. Although he felt that this item was too rare and very suitable for Lu Lingxiao, the latter said that when the technique was passed on, he could just copy a copy to him. But for so long, he only gained some simple insights. Let me see. Lu Changsheng flicked his hand and the scroll unfolded in front of him. This ancient scroll picture has a background of a dense, purple lightning intertwined world. A unicorn with purple lightning lingering all over its body stepped into the sea of thunder, raised its hooves and roared, standing proudly, filled with an aura of explosion and destruction. Interesting. This is a top-grade magic weapon, but judging from the aura, it is even comparable to some top-level magic weapons. Lu Changsheng injected his mana into it, and the sea of thunder in the ancient scroll surged instantly, and the unicorn seemed to revive. The Thunder Unicorn Diagram. Lu Changsheng knew the effect of this magic weapon. It can enhance the power of thunder magic, burst out thunder, and summon a thunder unicorn. 2 golden lights shot out of his eyes, and he saw a thunder true meaning hidden deep in the ancient scroll. As long as he wanted, he could pass on the skills contained in this true meaning through Tai's soul. This picture is called the Thunder Unicorn Diagram. It is not only a thunder magical treasure, but also has a thunder heritage. However, once the true meaning of this heritage is obtained, it will be difficult to comprehend it, so it is best for you to comprehend it yourself. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Qingzhu. Although it was more convenient for him to obtain the skills and teach them to his son, he had less chance to comprehend the true meaning. If he could slowly comprehend the true meaning of thunder and obtain the skill heritage, it would greatly improve their thunder Dao. Yes, father. Lu Qingzhu heard this and responded respectfully. With your current cultivation level, it is a bit difficult to fully comprehend the true meaning of this thunder. If you are willing, you can share it with Lingxiao and other people in the family who practice the thunder method, and comprehend it together. Then your father will give you other compensation. Although his son Lu Qingzhu practiced the 9 secrets of thunder and fire. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, his son Lu Lingxiao is more suitable for the true meaning of this thunder, and it is easier to comprehend it. However, since his children have made their own distribution, this thunder unicorn picture belongs to Lu Qingzhu's fate method, and he naturally cannot take the latter's opportunity. So he hopes that he will share it with Lu Lingxiao and other children in the family who practice the thunder method, and then he will compensate him in other ways. Please rest assured, father. Lu Qingzhu had intended to share with Lu Lingxiao before, but the latter asked him to comprehend it first. Wangshu, let me see your treasure. After seeing Lu Lingxiao's fairy bone and Lu Qingzhu's thunder unicorn picture, he was quite curious about his daughter Lu Wangshu's treasure. Yes. Lu Wangshu lifted his sleeve slightly, revealing his jade-white wrist, which was wearing a bracelet with 6 gems that looked like demon pills and had a crystal-like luster. Lu Changsheng pinched the bracelet, looked at it slightly, and saw that it was a rare treasure. He asked, what are the abilities and effects of this bracelet? There are 6 effects in total, which can cause lightning attacks, illusion interference, form a defensive magic shield, perform vitality treatment, and calm the mind and warm the body in magic power. Lu Wangshu briefly introduced the effects of the bracelet. Wow! Lu Changsheng heard this and thought that this rare treasure was really versatile. Attack, defense, illusion, treatment, and daily self-enhancement are enough to be called a top-level rare treasure. Come, show me the power. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Dad, watch carefully. Lu Wangshu is not worried about hurting his father, who is the Yuanying's engine, and directly activated the bracelet with all his strength. The bracelet shone, the runes intertwined, the 6 crystals trembled, and then flew out of his hand, shooting a blazing and gorgeous terrifying lightning towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly. The terrifying lightning fell on his hand and disappeared directly. Not bad. The power of this attack is comparable to the explosion of top-level spiritual tools, and it seems that it has not reached the upper limit of rare treasures. When Lu Wangshu's cultivation level is improved, the effect can be improved. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingzhu and Lu Lingxiao next to them could not help but be surprised, and amazed. Although they have not experienced the power of this bracelet, they can see the horror of the previous attack and absolutely dare not confront it head-on. But their father did not seem to have any fluctuations in mana, and he resolved it with the raise of his hand, which was amazing. Is this the strength of a Jinden's Henrun? Lu Qingzhu was amazed in his heart, and deeply realized the natural chasm between foundation building and Jianden. No wonder it is said that everyone below Jianden is an ant. No matter how amazing you are, you have no power to fight back in front of a Jianden's Henrun. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. Lu Changsheng did not continue to test the ability of the bracelet, and said with a smile. He sighed in his heart. No wonder countless cultivators knew that the secret realm was dangerous, but they still rushed forward like moths to flame. Because this is really a chance. If they follow the rules, under normal circumstances, most cultivators will not have the chance to form a pill. An ordinary foundation building cultivator may gain a chance of wealth that he cannot earn in his lifetime by entering the secret realm. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked them about the details of the secret realm. The three of them also had other gains, but they were mainly spiritual medicines, crystal cores and some materials, which were not worth mentioning compared to these three gains. However, according to their guess, there were other people who got opportunities. Then Lu Changsheng cared about the three people's practice, gave them instructions, and continued to busy himself. Dad, I found a broken magic weapon in the fairy city before, can you help me take a look? At this time, Lu Lingxiao said, handing over the broken bronze mirror he found in the fairy city. Lu Wangshu next to him immediately looked at Lu Lingxiao, envious. This brother's pupil technique has made great progress at some point, and all kinds of opportunities and treasures can hardly escape his eyes, which makes her extremely envious. For this reason, she spent a lot of time practicing pupil techniques, but she can't compare with Lu Lingxiao at all. Oh. Lu Changsheng took the broken bronze mirror, looked at it for a while, and then injected magic power, sensing the origin of the dragon body in the chaotic body to form a slight resonance, and raise his eyebrows. This should be a good magic weapon, but because of the damage, the origin is seriously missing, resulting in dust and obscurity. I will help you warm it up and recast it later. Lu Changsheng said to his son. Thank you, father. Lu Lingxiao immediately thanked him respectfully. This time, his son Lu Qingzhu also came back from Qingyun Fairy City. Lu Changsheng asked him about his situation in the past 2 years. Aunt Mu instructed me twice to tell fortunes, and other times I was like a dragon that I didn't see the head of. Lu Qingzhu told about his situation in Qingyun Fairy City in the past 2 years. Under the arrangement of Qingyun's Henjin, he served as a steward in the city lord's mansion to handle daily affairs. With a relationship with true Lord Qingyun, the other managers of the city lord's mansion were very considerate and caring. He had also entered the secret realm of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range with the cultivators of Qingyun Immortal City before, but he did not gain much. Just do your job normally in Qingyun Immortal City, and follow your luck in fortune telling and inheritance. You can go to Qingzhu and others more often when you have time. Lu Changsheng said to his son. In any case, the opportunities in Qingyun Immortal City are far higher than those in Qingzhu Mountain. My son understands. Lu Qingzhu responded respectfully, and then walked out of the mansion. He came back this time mainly to celebrate his mother's dam-forming ceremony, so it was inconvenient to stay for a long time. Now that the ceremony is over, he's going to go back early after reminiscing with his brothers and sisters at home. Master, you are back. When he returned to his courtyard, a woman in her 20s, with a beautiful figure and face, wearing a green luo skirt, shouted to Lu Qingzhu in surprise and flew over. Then she froze in front of him, feeling that she had lost her composure. Lu Qingzhu didn't care about the maid's fuss, and said softly, Xiaoyu. Master, I heard from Miss Qi before that you went out to study. This girl was Xiaoyu, the girl that Lu Qingzhu and Lu Miaoj, Lu Qingqi picked up in Qingyun Market in their early years. More than 20 years have passed, and the former girl has matured and has the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refining. It can only be said that as Lu Qingzhu's maid, even if the conditions and treatment are not as good as those of the Lu family's children, they are better than those of some small foundation-building families. Especially in the past few decades, the conditions of the Lu family have been getting better and better, and even a maid like her can eat spiritual food. Although it is not as good as the spiritual food specifications of the Lu family's children, it is better than 90% of the casual cultivators. Well, I came back to see this time. Lu Qingzhu nodded gently and asked the maid about the recent situation at home. Master, is it convenient for you to be outside? After a moment, Xiaoyu mustered up the courage and wanted to continue to serve Lu Qingzhu. Seeing the other party looking at him with hope, Lu Qingzhu pondered for a moment and said, in that case, You can go with me later. Although it is not good to bring a maid with you when going out, you also need a few people in the fairy city. Whether it is dealing with trivial matters or going to Qingzhu Mountain for some things, it is much more convenient. The maid Xiao's loyalty is beyond doubt. Now she is at the 9th level of key refining. When she arrives in Qingyun Fairy City, it is not difficult for him to get her a foundation building pill with his current status and financial resources. As long as Xiao breaks through the foundation building, she can continue to be a capable assistant. Thank you, young master. Xiao heard this and looked happy, and then asked Lu Qingxuan what preparations he needed to make. Taking advantage of Lu Miaoji's ceremony, many children in the family returned to the clan. Lu Changsheng asked about the situation and checked their practice. Impacting the foundation building. Lu Changsheng paid attention to the slightly talented children of the Lu family and said that he would notify him when they were ready to build the foundation. Grandson Lu Zuanqian was an exception. When the foundation building of the Heavenly Dao appeared, he could not be delayed. At this time, his son Lu Qingyu, who had a third-grade spiritual root in a green wood spirit body, was planning to attack the foundation building. Lu Changsheng looked at his cultivation and found it to be solid, with no problem in having a flawless foundation. For a perfect foundation, the probability is at most 30%. I have an arrangement for you later. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of hesitation. He was busy until almost nightfall. After dealing with the problems of most of the Lu family members, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Qingyu who was still waiting beside him and said, "Come with me." Lu Changsheng took him to the underground palace on the top of the Bian Peak. As soon as Lu Qingyu entered the underground palace, he felt an unprecedented strong spiritual energy and vitality. He felt that his green wood spirit body seemed to be revived at this moment, and he felt unprecedented joy. Foundation building is the beginning of the Great Way. This step is crucial. You have no problem building the foundation now, but you still need some time to condense a perfect foundation. Lu Changsheng saw that the origin of his son's spirit body was gradually active, and he thought that the wood attribute spirit body and the Zuanshan Lingtang were indeed compatible. Then he pointed to the Zuanshan Lingtang in front and said, "This vine is the treasure of our family. It suppresses the family spirit vein and has similar properties to your Qingmu spirit body. If you use this vine to practice and condense your magic power, it can make your foundation of cultivation further and condense a perfect foundation in the future. In the next period of time, you can come here to practice. During this process, you can observe more and feel the veins on the vine. If you have some insights, it will not only help you build your foundation, but also help you on your future path of forming a pill." Lu Changsheng said slowly. Forming a pill. Although there are already two giant masters, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, in the Qingzhu Mountain, for most of the Lu family's children, forming a pill is still out of reach. "Thank you, father." Lu Qingyu excitedly bowed. He didn't expect that there was such a treasure in his family. He had lived for 26 years and never knew it. But he also knew that his father must have many opportunities and secrets to become a giant master. "Well, this is a secret of my family, and it must not be passed on to others. You should come here to observe and comprehend it on weekdays, and use it for practice. Don't touch other things." Although Zumi was guarding, Lu Changsheng still gave serious instructions. "Please rest assured, father." Lu Qingyu knew the importance of it. Just by the aura after entering, he knew that the vines in front of him were far beyond any natural treasures he had seen before. Not only the vines, but even the colorful soil on the ground gave him an extraordinary feeling. Well, after giving instructions, Lu Changsheng went to rest. After relaxing and resting for a few days, Lu Changsheng was refreshed and prepared to make the sun and moon bracelets that he had promised his daughters Lu Beixi and Lu Ling. But thinking of his good daughter Lu Qingzhu, he suddenly felt that he could not favor one over the other, and he should have one. Lu Qingzhu has one, and Lu Qingqi will definitely want it when she sees it. Lu Wangxi went home. If she saw that Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi and others all had one, she would definitely find herself to act like a spoiled child and cry. "Now that I have all these daughters at home, it would be a bit unreasonable not to take care of the others, right?" For a moment, Lu Changsheng was silent. He deeply realized that having a baby is a pleasure, but feeding a baby is a funeral procession. Not to mention that casting magic weapons is time-consuming. He doesn't even have so many materials. Even the sun and moon essence produced by Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian can't keep up. Damn, is there more? After thinking for a long time, Lu Changsheng decided to cut costs. What kind of magic weapon is it? Spiritual tools are enough. And the top-grade spiritual tools are enough for them. As a third-level weapon refiner, Lu Changsheng also has the top-level weapon refinement inheritance Shenji Bailianju. Just refining a few spiritual tools is a piece of cake. A month later, Lu Changsheng gave the sun and moon bracelets he had cast uniformly to several precious daughters. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy." Fortunately, the daughters were very sensible and did not ask why this bracelet was worse than Lu Mengzhen's. Lu Changsheng was not too partial. He asked his son Lu Yun to count the family treasures, and then put some natural materials and treasures that he could not use into the family treasures, and made a list for the Lu family children to choose. The reason was to celebrate Lu Miaoji's elixir formation. If it were not for the fact that Lu Liaozu was rich and powerful, sitting on the fairy city, and occasionally sponsored by kind people, any family would not be able to support the training of children in this way. As for Lu Lengxiao's bronze mirror, Lu Changsheng studied it a little and saw that it was of a high grade before and was a very yang magic weapon. He did not have enough materials in his hands, and it was very troublesome to recast it. He directly threw it to the sun and moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian, and used the essence of the sun of this Tongshan Lingbao to warm and nourish it, replenishing the original key. As the Lu family children gradually went out again, Lu Changsheng accompanied his wife, concubines, and children for some time, and then continued to practice in seclusion to condense the Brahma Demon true body. The cultivation of Brahma Demon true holy art was only the first step for Lu Changsheng to improve his combat power. In this art, in addition to the demon god's spear and the great Ming King's light phase, there are many other magical powers. Among them, the one that can improve combat power the most is Brahma Demon true body. Especially the 5th level rare treasure, Zuan Huang essence, that Lu Changsheng won in the lottery before, which can be used to cast the Dharma body of Brahma Demon true body and improve its power effect. If you want to practice Brahma Demon true body, you must first condense a magical incarnation. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and practiced Brahma Demon true holy art. Not long after, a light bloomed around his body, and magic energy flowed, causing the demons in the cave to roar, and Buddhist chants rang out, which was extremely mysterious. Gradually, a 3-headed and 6-armed Buddha demon phantom appeared and disappeared behind Lu Changsheng. If you want to condense the Brahma Demon true body, it is naturally not a simple condensation through magic power. It is necessary to use the practitioner's physical body, magic power, and spiritual consciousness as the body, constantly intertwined with the heaven and earth, and then use the foundation of Taoism as the root, interweaving and combining, so as to condense the Brahma Demon true body. By then, the evolution of the Brahma Demon true body's Dharma phase and the strength of its combat power are also closely related to the practitioner's physical body, magic power, and spiritual consciousness. Countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into Lu Changsheng's body, the sea of Qi and Danshan, then traveled through the meridians and slowly entered the relevant acupoints. These acupoints seemed to be reflected in the shadow behind him, and they shone in pairs. There are a total of 1,296 acupoints in the human body. Only when all these acupoints are condensed can the incarnation of mana be considered to be initially condensed. With the acupoints as anchor points, it can be gradually solidified, the illusory bones, meridians, flesh and blood, and finally one acupoint connects to 100 acupoints, condensing 129,600 acupoints. It can be said that if you want to truly cultivate the Brahma Demon true body, it is extremely difficult and very time-consuming. But Lu Changsheng did not think about cultivating directly to the great success. He would first practice part of it and see the effect. Chapter 633, Brahma Demon's True Form and the Situation of the Su family. There is no time in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. For mortals, a year is very long. But for a Jinan's Henren who lives for 500 years, it is just a cultivation. In Zumi Cave Heaven, in the Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, with a solemn appearance, and the golden light and magic energy in his body seemed to flow like the two energies of yin and yang. If you look closely, in the acupoints of the body surrounded by the golden light and magic energy, it seems that there are Buddhas, demons, and heavenly demons entrenched and transformed, staying in their bodies and protecting their shapes. As these acupoints interweave and bloom with brilliant luster, the 3-headed and 6-armed phantom behind Lu Changsheng gradually solidifies, especially the 6 muscular arms. The 6 arms have 3 different appearances. One pair is covered with fine gold in Sanskrit, flowing with the charm of immortality. One pair is covered with purple gold scales, full of infinite power and wild energy. One pair is dark and deep, with magic patterns intertwined, like a vortex of hell, filled with destructive energy, destroying everything. The 3 pairs of arms were filled with 3 different auras of Buddha, demon, and devil, but they blended together perfectly, exuding a mysterious, ancient, and vast atmosphere. At this time, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and his pupils burst into golden luster. The 2 characters slowly rotated in his pupils, filled with boundless Buddha's intentions, but the dark devil flames burning in the corners of his eyes gave people a fierce, cruel and terrifying aura. Finally, I have entered the door of this Brahma demon true body. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, and the Buddha's devil flames in his eyes slowly dissipated. Even if he had a system initiation, saving the time of understanding the skills, and spending hundreds of high-quality spirit stones, it was still extremely difficult to condense this Brahma demon true body. It took more than a year to barely condense 1/3 of the acupoints. The next 2/3 will become more and more difficult. Even if a large amount of spirit stone resources are spent, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. However, after completing 1/3, you have already entered the door and can use this supreme magical power. Let's see the power first. Lu Changsheng stood up and walked out of the Changsheng Hall, and activated a Brahma demon real body. The phantom that was only 10 feet high kept rising and reached 3 feet. At this moment, the phantom's figure was blurred and invisible, leaving only 6 arms with different appearances. Boom! Lu Changsheng was connected with a Brahma demon real body behind him. With a thought, 3 pairs of arms burst into eternal mysterious light and blasted forward. Boom boom boom, the void trembled, and ripples appeared. Even though Zumi Cave Heaven was not afraid of the power of Dan, it caused a lot of movement at this moment. Hiss, this Brahma demon real body has something. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw this. His Brahma demon real body had just barely entered the door and condensed 6 arms, and the attack it could cause was no less than his full strength attack. He did not continue to test in the cave heaven, but quietly left the Qingzhu Mountain, broke through the sky towards the sky, and came to the 9 heavens Gangfeng lair. Who? Now the ordinary 9 heavens gale wind can no longer interfere with Lu Changsheng, and his physical body can ignore it. He continued to soar upwards, as if he was going to the outer world. When the gale wind was so strong that even the giant and cultivators could not bear it, Lu Changsheng stopped and continued to operate the Brahma demon true body. Boom, boom, boom. 6 huge arms that were as long as 10 feet kept bombarding the sky and earth, smashing the howling sky wind, and the meteorites in the distance were also blasted into powder. This Brahma demon true body is indeed extraordinary. I have only condensed it in the initial stage, and it is equivalent to the top giant in fighting power. If I condense it completely, or even cultivate it to perfection, how much will this fighting power be improved? After a moment, Lu Changsheng looked at the 6 arms that were a little faint, and sighed. This Brahma demon true saint art is worthy of being the supreme fighting art. If all the current magical powers are cultivated to perfection, it will no longer be a lie to be able to fight against the Yuanying with a Jinden. It's a pity that my Brahma demon true body is only initially refined, and I can't use my magical powers, otherwise my combat power could be further improved. This Brahma demon true body can be used as an incarnation, and can display all kinds of magical powers. However, the current incarnation has just entered the door, and it can't even fight for a long time, let alone use magical powers. However, Lu Changsheng slapped the Qingzhu shadow belt, and a sword box opened. The Daluo sword embryo flew out, swelled against the wind, and was 5 or 6 feet long. It was held by the 6 arms of the Brahma demon true body. Buzz buzz buzz, I saw 6 arms holding the Daluo sword embryo together, injecting infinite magic power, causing the sword embryo to burst out with brilliant divine light, shining on the 9 heavens, and tearing through the endless strong wind airflow. Clang. The next moment, the 6 arms suddenly chopped the sword embryo in their hands, and the dazzling sword light poured out like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. The sword energy penetrated the void of heaven and earth, sweeping across thousands of miles, and the vast sword waves surged like the ocean. It can be seen that the void in front was cut open, and the black void turbulence swept out, interweaving with the 9 heavens gale, like the howling of ghosts and gods, extremely terrifying. At the same time, the 6 arms behind Lu Changsheng completely faded and dissipated. Although using the Brahma demon real body will only consume a small amount of Lu Changsheng's mental power. But once the energy of the real body is exhausted, he will need to spend a lot of time to replenish it. This is the real way to use the Brahma demon real body. For example, if I use the Daluo sword embryo with all my strength, the cost is too high. I can use the Brahma demon real body to activate it. Even if I get other spiritual treasures in the future, I can also use the Brahma demon real body to activate it. The power of the sword just now was terrifying, which was better than the sword that Lu Changsheng used to kill Tu Yuan before. If he cultivates the Brahma demon real body to perfection, he can definitely activate the power of the Daluo sword embryo to the extreme and cut out a peerless sword light that destroys the world. With the Brahma demon's true body and the 3 treasures incarnation, I will be able to fight against 3 people in the future. No, there is also the golden winged sky pang. So, after the Brahma demon's true body is a minor success, I can go to Jin state. In addition to the Brahma demon's true body, Lu Changsheng also has a 3 treasures incarnation. Although this incarnation is not as good as the original body or the Brahma demon's true body, it is still better than many late giant and cultivators. If they all work together, Lu Changsheng still doesn't believe that he can't defeat the 5 poison sect leader. Besides, at the level of Yuanying, who would fight to the death with a mermaid? There is no life and death feud between him and her. As long as you have the ability to really fight with Yuanying, everyone can naturally sit down and talk, and there is no need to fight and kill. After experiencing the effect of the magical power, Lu Changsheng returned to the family with a happy look to visit his wife, concubines and children. This is one of the rare long-term retreats since Lu Liaozu practiced. In the past, when he practiced in seclusion, he would basically come out every 3 or 5 days to breathe and accompany his wife, concubines and children. But the magical power of Brahma demon true body is not suitable for intermittent cultivation, so I want to do it all at once. Husband, are you out of retreat? Lu Miaoyan shouted happily when she saw Lu Changsheng, and then told him about what happened in the family over the past year. There was nothing big, just some small things. The Lu family now has 2 giants Hanren, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, and they are backed by Qingyun Sect and Daman Fairy City. Who dares to mess with a Lu family? The only big thing is that Lu Yuanzhong died half a year ago. He didn't have much life to live, and he relied entirely on Lu Changsheng to help him survive with elixirs. After Lu Miaoj's giant ceremony, he had no worries and waited for death to come quietly. Lu Yuanzhong's funeral was very low-key. It was held at Qingzhu Mountain and was not organized. We will go to pay tribute later. Lu Changsheng sighed softly. If he were there, he would go to burn a stick of incense. But because he practiced Brahma demon true body, it meant that Lu Miaoj could make decisions on anything, so his wife didn't disturb him. But he didn't come out of retreat, so Lu Miaoyan and Lu Miaohun practiced the heaven and earth longevity method and couldn't go to Bihu Mountain to worship. Now, except for Lu Yun, Lu Xinggang, Lu Xingjun and other children who have established families and careers, most of them are out of the Bihu Mountain. Some went to other spiritual markets to garrison, and some went to Damang's and Qinglun Fairy City. It can be said that the children of the Lu family have gone out of the Qingyun Sect and spread all over Jiang country. When they came to the pavilion in the center of the lake, Meng Xiaojun and Bailing were taking Lu Mengjin and Lu Beixi to read books here. Lu Lang, brother. Daddy. Meng Xiaojun has been in Bihu Mountain except for a trip to Qinglun Fairy City to purchase poison. Her daughter Lu Mengjin was carefully taught and cultivated by her. Now the soup medicine and even the cakes she drinks are poisonous. But now the toxicity is not high, otherwise her daughter Lu Ling would not dare to share and taste without scruples. Lu Changsheng glanced at Lu Mengjin through his fire eyes and golden eyes. She was only at the 4th level of key refining. Under normal circumstances, this cultivation level does not match his daughter's talent. But considering her daughter's personality, it was normal for her to spend time practicing the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits and dissipate her previous spiritual power. Xiaojun, linger. Lu Changsheng sat down and picked up a cake to taste. It tasted good. It seemed that Meng Xiaojun had done a lot of research and had put a lot of thought into this daughter. He then asked Meng Xiaojun about her problems in cultivation. 3 years had passed, and Meng Xiaojun had not yet completely transformed her cultivation method into the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits. Hearing this, Meng Xiaojun whispered about her own problems in cultivation, some of her daughter's situations, and her own ideas and thoughts. In this way, Lu Changsheng enjoyed the peaceful years of his family and felt relieved. Half a month later, Su Ruan came to Qingzhu Mountain. She came here a long time ago, but Lu Changsheng had been in seclusion, so he could only wait nearby. Husband. Su Ruan was the only woman who called Lu Changsheng husband, but her expression was respectful and fearful, inexplicably complicated, and her words were a bit unfamiliar. Yiner. Lu Changsheng didn't care, and asked her about a recent situation with a gentle look. Su Ruan was wearing a red fire phoenix dress, with delicate appearance and noble temperament, but she sat next to Lu Changsheng with her eyebrows lowered and her eyes lowered, showing some discomfort. Or rather, every time she got used to getting along with Lu Changsheng, the two would be separated for a long time. Then, she was the proud daughter of the Su family, like a proud phoenix, and she hated men, which led to her inability to change her state when she saw Lu Changsheng again. The Su family exchanged for a crystal pill before. Do you have a hope of getting it? Lu Changsheng saw that her cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation building, and asked. Su Ruan's spiritual roots were only 4th grade, but her talent for controlling beasts was very good, far better than her son Lu Chensha. If she hadn't been imprisoned by Lu Changsheng and the ancient beast-controlling talisman had not been taken away, delaying 8 years, she might have been preparing for the formation of the pill. Of course, Lu Changsheng also used a sky demon phoenix as compensation. However, when chatting with Honglian before, Lu Changsheng suspected that Su Ruan might have some hidden talent, or something. On the one hand, Su Ruan had picked up the ancient beast-controlling talisman and awakened Honglian. On the other hand, it was the technique beast secrets. Except for his son Lu Chensha, no one in the Lu family has mastered this technique. Even if 2 Lu family members with good beast-controlling talents tried to practice it, they still found it difficult to get started. Su Ruan was very compatible with this technique, and his son Lu Chensha was not perfect, but he practiced normally. So Lu Changsheng wondered if this had anything to do with Su Ruan. It shouldn't be possible. Su Ruan pursed her bright red lips and shook her head. Oh? Aren't you valued by the Su family for your talent and strength now? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, thinking that even if the latter was not very likely, it was not impossible. In the Su family, the direct line is generally given priority when cultivating den, and I am only a collateral line of the family. Unless there is a top genius in the direct line who is expected to form a den, I will become a Taoist partner with him, and wait until he forms a den, then I will have a chance. Su Ruan said softly. When the family was first established, the division between the direct line and the collateral line may not be so clear. Families like the Beast Tamer Su family, which have been passed down for thousands of years, attach great importance to the bloodline of the direct and collateral branches. The Su family wants to cultivate giant and cultivators, and they give priority to the direct line. If they cultivate collateral branches, in the eyes of some older generations, it means that the family has changed its owner. Especially now that the Su family's ancestors have a short lifespan, it is even more impossible to cultivate a collateral branch like her to Jinden. As far as I know, in the past 100 years, the Su family has been beaten by the Qingyun Sect more than once, and some of the direct line geniuses of the Su family will disappear when they reach the middle and late stages of foundation building. Su Ruan continued. The reason why she knew this was that she had been paying attention to a direct line genius of the Su family, Su Xiandu. When she broke through the late stage of foundation building and wanted to challenge the other party, she found that this person had gone out to practice and had not returned. After so many years, with a deeper understanding, she found that it was not just Su Xiandu. Many geniuses of the Su family broke through the middle and late stages of foundation building and disappeared quietly. Occasionally, a few are okay, which is normal. After all, this realm goes out to practice and look for opportunities to form a core. But in the past 100 years, the Su family has already had 7 or 8 top geniuses like Su Xiandu disappear. In this regard, she suspected that the Su family had 3 burrows and sent the genius elsewhere. After all, the Su family's rule under Qingyun had come to an end. Unless the family's Taoist soldiers and the sacred beasts of the clan were handed over to Qingyun Sect would not sit idly by and watch them grow, and would crack down on them from time to time. 3 burrows. Lu Changsheng felt it was very likely. The Su family was the leader of the 3 major families in Zheng State in the early years. Although there is now one family, the Su family is still the strongest on the surface. In this case, If the Su family wants to develop further, it must break free from the shackles and cages of Qingyun Sect. Just like herself, if it weren't for the relationship with the Great Dream Fairy City in Xiaoxiu, she would be restricted. In this case, the Su family chose to send the genius children out silently, which was very reasonable. This explanation is normal. The ancestor of the Su family is now more than 400 years old and has a short lifespan, but he has not cultivated giant cultivators. I find it strange. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much about it. The hatred between his family and the Su family was just an attack and killing in the early years. As long as the other party does not cause trouble for his family again, he will not bother to settle accounts. Now the situation in his country is turbulent. He just wants to develop his family steadily and does not want to cause trouble. What are your plans for the dam formation? Lu Changsheng asked. He still has 4 Ningjing Dan in his hand, but he is still a little entangled to give one to Su Ruian. After all, Ningjing Dan is really hard to get. Ling Zixio will need one for dam formation next, and he plans to give one to Bai Ling. His son Lu Lingxiao has reached the 8th level of foundation building. At his current cultivation speed, it will not take long for him to reach the peak of foundation building, and he will probably need one. As for other children, such as Lu Pingan, Lu Wangshu and others, they may also need it at that time. Even after all the calculations, there are not enough Ningjing Dan. I came here this time to say goodbye to my husband and senior Honglian, and prepare to go out to find a chance to form a den, Su Ruian said in a low voice. The Su family is willing to provide 1 or 2 dam formation spiritual objects, or a fake dan opportunity, but she refused and prepared to go to Qingyun Fairy City or Yu country to see if there is any opportunity. Now that the Liangai War has begun, in addition to the Yu cultivators, the Jiang cultivators can also go to participate and exchange natural materials and treasures with their military exploits. In that case, you can go with me to see Honglian later. For some reason, Lu Changsheng heard a bit of sadness in Su Ruang's words. But think about it, the other party had the ancient beast controlling talisman in his early years, and Honglian taught him, so his future can be said to be bright and open. Now he can only rely on his own efforts step by step to seek the opportunity to form a pill. If Honglian sees her situation, I'm afraid she will try to get her a crystal condensing pill, right? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Honglian has been practicing in seclusion for a long time in recent years, sitting in the fairy city, and it is not convenient to go out. Otherwise, with Honglian's means, if she gets enough gains outside, she will probably take care of Su Ruian. If Honglian has this idea, I can go with the flow and send one. Although Honglian doesn't seem to have done much in recent years. But those who are good at fighting don't have great achievements. Sitting in the fairy city and being an encyclopedia, she is still a great help to Lu Changsheng, and she is a top-level virtuous wife. So he didn't mind giving Honglian a crystal condensing pill, and asked the latter to give it to Su Ruian to repay the kindness in the early years. Yes, husband. Su Ruian didn't know what Lu Changsheng was thinking, but just lowered her eyebrows and responded. Then the two went to visit their son Lu Chensha. However, Su Ruian and Lu Chensha only chatted for a few words when they met. After a few more words, the atmosphere became cold and stiff. Lu Changsheng warmed up a little, talked about Lu Chensha's situation, asked for some refining crystals from him, and went to warm up the relationship with Su Ruian. A few days later, after Lu Changsheng and Su Ruian cultivated their relationship, they went to find Chu Chengyu to reminisce and discuss swords. After finishing his work, he thought about it and went to Yunifang City again. He has been busy all these years and rarely comes here. Even his 3 children have grown up and are a little unfamiliar. Although Yufei often takes the 3 children to Qingzhu Mountain after he held a dam-forming ceremony, it is difficult to integrate after all. There is no faction in the clan, and there are all kinds of strange things. After so many years, the Lu family, whether wives and concubines or children, actually have their own small circles. Except for some talented children in the early years who were forced by Lu Changsheng to be together and familiar with each other, how could so many Lu family children be friendly and respectful to each other and close to each other? Not only the children of the Lu family, but also the wives and concubines are like this. Just like Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maahun, and Lu Maoyan, and Lu Maoyan is actually closer to Chu Zhenzhen. Ling Zixio seems to fit in, and he has a relatively good relationship with Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maoyan, and Bai Ling. Xiao Ziao has a good relationship with Lu Miaoj and is familiar with Lu Miaoyan for so many years, but still doesn't fit in. Honglian and Meng Xiaochen seem to fit in, but they are very independent. So in this case, Yanlin and Yufei, who were concubines later, have been away for a long time, and it is difficult for them to integrate into the big family. Lu Changsheng saw all of this, but it was difficult to do anything. He could only try his best to fulfill his responsibilities and give his children the training they should give. Especially Yanlan's son, who has a second-grade spiritual root and seems to have inherited some characteristics of the chaos body. He cultivates much faster than ordinary people and is still worth cultivating. Although he is not very close to his father, he may have grown up in Yunnaifang City and come into contact with independent cultivators. He has some of the ruthlessness of independent cultivators like Yanlan, who rose on his own. He should have a good future. Lu Changsheng stayed in Yunnaifang City for a month. After returning home to explain some things to Lu Miaoyan, he took Su Ruai into Daming Fairy City. Cry. The golden-winged skyrock cried and turned into a long golden rainbow, tearing through the strong wind and flying through the air. Su Ruai saw the golden-winged skyrock in front of her, and her beautiful eyes were immediately surprised. The skill beast's secret was slowly running, and she sensed an amazing aura. She knew that Lu Changsheng was not ordinary, not as simple as he seemed. Otherwise, he would not have helped Senior Honglian to reshape his body so early. But for decades, they had been apart for a long time, so she did not know the specific situation, but only knew that he was unfathomable. At this moment, seeing the golden-winged skyrock in front of her, she felt a strong sense of awe and submission. She knew that the master and husband in front of her had strength and means far beyond her imagination. Even this golden rock reminded her of the top giant and great monk Yang Mingzhenren she had heard of in her early years. It was rumored that Yang Mingzhenren had amazing combat power and had a third stage, late golden rock, to travel with. It was so terrifying. However, after a simple observation, she lowered her eyebrows and sat cross-legged beside him, pretending that she knew nothing. 10 days later, Lu Changsheng and Su Ruian came to the Great Dream Fairy City. He did not hide anything from Su Ruian, but came directly to the city lord's mansion. Seeing the city lord's mansion in front of her, Su Ruian was surprised. She thought that even if Lu Changsheng was the deputy city lord of Daming Fairy City, he couldn't come and go so casually, right? When she saw Ling Zixiao and Honglian, she understood instantly, and her heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. In the early years, there were rumors that the owner of Daming Fairy City had changed. She didn't know whether the rumor was true or not. But now she knew that the Fairy City had changed its owner. The new city lord was Lu Changsheng and Senior Honglian in front of her. At this moment, Su Ruian's emotions were surging, and her admiration, or submission, and even worship for Lu Changsheng were already difficult to express in words. Su girl. Honglian was quite moved when she saw Su Ruian, like a kind elder, caring about a recent situation. Even though she hadn't seen her for many years, Su Ruian was a little unfamiliar with Honglian in front of her, but facing Honglian's caring attitude, she still felt a warm feeling in her heart and opened her heart. Ling Zixiao next to her didn't join in the fun. After all, Su Ruian in front of her didn't have a good impression of her. Zixiao, when are you going to form a pill? Lu Changsheng came here on the one hand to find some demon kings and natural treasures to help him cultivate his Brahma demon true body. On the other hand, he was concerned about Ling Zixiao's formation of a pill, and wanted to help her form a pill as soon as possible. After all, when a cultivator breaks through the formation of a pill, it is not only about the mana, cultivation and lifespan, but also a life transition, and all-round improvement. Especially in terms of the soul and consciousness, the understanding of the skills, the practice of magic, the formation, etc. will be significantly improved. Ling Zixiao's formation has long entered a bottleneck period. Before, she studied Lu Changsheng's Michin banner for a long time, but did not gain much. If she breaks through the formation of a pill, she will definitely be able to make further progress in the formation. I want to settle down for a few more years. Although Ling Zixiao has reached the peak of the foundation building, she still lacks the heat in her opinion. It is too hasty to break through now. Although her husband has arranged it, there will be no problem with forming a pill. But Xiao Ziao's golden elixir is of the highest quality, Lu Miaoji's golden elixir is of the highest quality, and Meng Xiachen's golden elixir is of the lowest quality in a hurry. In this case, Ling Xiao naturally cannot fall behind too much. If she forms a golden elixir, it will only be a 4th grade or even 5th grade true elixir in the end. Even if she can rely on Lu Changsheng's warming and nourishment to improve it afterwards, she will feel a little uncomfortable. Okay, it's up to you, Xiao. I'll help you recast the magic weapon later. Lu Changsheng was not in a hurry. He respected his wife's wishes and prepared to help her upgrade the magic weapon first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, The Beast-Tide Riots, Panlong Bloodfang Rice. In the evening. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and Honglian talked about Su Ruian and asked her what she was going to do. Since Su Girl is willing to go out and practice and find the opportunity to form a pill, then she should go out first. If she encounters danger or has not been able to get the opportunity, I will help her then. Honglian said softly. In her previous life as a Yuanying's engine, she had seen too many geniuses and Xianjiao who were brave and diligent in the early stage, but encountered setbacks and crises in the later stage, and thus fell into a slump and died. So she always thought that her lifespan was enough, and there was no need to rush to break through the realm. She could try to stabilize her cultivation realm as much as possible and experience more. Su Ruian was only in her 90s and was not in a hurry to form a pill. After all, as the realm breaks through, the dangers of the opponents she will encounter in the future will also increase. If the experience accumulated in the early stage is not enough, it is easy to suffer losses in the future. Just like instructing the Lu family's children to practice in the early years. For the children with good talents, she has always tended to slow down the speed of practice, so that they can appropriately spend time and energy on the state of mind, fighting, and the 100 arts, find what they are good at, and hone their character. I still have a crystal forming pill in my hand. If she needs it, I can give her one. Lu Changsheng knew that Honglian still wanted to help Su Ruian. With Honglian's means, as long as she is willing and spends some time and energy, she should be able to obtain a crystal forming pill. However, in recent years, she has been in the fairy city and has spent all her time on cultivation. However, her cultivation speed can also be called amazing. Now she is at the peak of the 5th level of the Jinden, and it is estimated that it will not take long to break through the 6th level. If she continues to practice like this, she may catch up with Lu Changsheng. Thank you, husband. Honglian knew that Lu Changsheng was helping her repay his friendship, but she still said softly, Su Girl is practicing the beast art. It is not a good thing to break through the Jinden now. The spirit beast also needs time to grow. Although the beast art allows practitioners and spirit beasts to complement each other, it not only improves the talent foundation of practitioners, but also increases the growth rate of spirit beasts, but it still has its limits. Su Ruian's cultivation has broken through the 9th level of foundation building, but the 3 spirit beasts are still far behind. Giving Su Ruian a crystal pill at this time was too hasty in Honglian's opinion. She should let it settle for a while. Then, with the help of the potential of the spirit beast, she could break through in one fell swoop and condense a top-grade golden pill. Afterwards, she could use the origin of the golden pill to help the spirit beast grow and activate the bloodline talent. Okay, you can arrange these. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, indicating that if he needed resources, he could tell him. Now, Lu Changsheng rarely asked about the revenue of the Great Dream Fairy City. Ling Xiao and Honglian arranged and managed it. Honglian wanted to spend resources to cultivate Su Ruian, and he would have no objection. A few days later, Lu Changsheng helped Ling Xiao upgrade the magic weapon of Tongkan. Honglian instructed Su Ruian to practice and took her to the Great Dream Lake to hunt monsters to test the results of her practice over the years. My husband is actually very soft-hearted. You don't need to be too restrained when facing him. He not only prepared resources for you to practice, but also prepared resources for the linking pill, but I temporarily rejected it. Honglian could see that Su Ruian was uncomfortable in front of Lu Changsheng, and was completely different from usual, so she spoke to comfort him. Senior Honglian, I know. Su Ruian said softly with a warm feeling in her heart. From her son Lu Chen's situation, she knew that Lu Changsheng did not bear grudges, but it was difficult for her to change her mentality and adapt. Your personality is the same as mine in my early years, too strong-willed. Honglian knew that this kind of thing could not be changed in a short time. At the beginning, Su Ruian was imprisoned for 8 years. After building the foundation, he returned to the Su family. She was not around, and her mentality was very easy to be extreme and lack trust in others. She did not persuade too much, but taught Su Ruian magic, fighting, combined attack, etc. It was a pity that the Great Dream Lake was an endless water area. Su Ruian was not very adaptable, and the monsters and Su Ruian's spirit beasts were not compatible. Otherwise, she could take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate her 3 spirit beasts. Time flew quickly, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Changsheng upgraded Ling Xiao's Dushan Shensha 2 to a mid-grade magic weapon, and also upgraded his Yin Yang 2 to a top-level magic weapon. He had gathered the materials before, but the top-level magic weapon consumed more mana, so he did not upgrade it. Alice, I am poor. Looking at his Qingyan Benying belt that had deflated again, Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and went out with a golden-winged sky pen to the depths of the Great Dream Lake. He found 5 demon kings to donate blood, and then went to explore their caves and nests. After gaining some opportunities, he returned to the Immortal City and found some useful heaven and earth spiritual materials from the treasure house. He began to practice in seclusion, preparing to complete the Brahma demon real body as soon as possible. At that time, he wanted to pick up his daughter Nangguang Yao, but when he arrived in Jin, his daughter had grown up and her personality was fixed. If this continues, his son will be an adult. If he grows up to be a demon, Lu Changsheng doesn't know how to teach him. At the same time, Jin, 5 Poison Sect, Shiansu Peak. In a magnificent palace. Minghuang, what do you think of this method? Nangguang Mili looked at the boy in front of him who was wearing a purple and gold brocade robe, with a green and tender appearance, as handsome as a white fox. It's about the same as the last one. Although Lu Minghuang is only 10 years old, he looks as handsome as a demon, but his golden eyes give people an innate majesty. Okay, you pick one from these exercises, and I'll think of a way later. Nangguang Mili said helplessly. Since childhood, her son Lu Minghuang has been tempered with the natural materials and treasures. Now he can start practicing at the age of 10. But her son is repulsive to the 5 Poison Sect, or the magic way, and the poisonous exercises. Practicing such exercises is completely incompatible with his first-grade spiritual roots and natural magical talents. Faced with this situation, she can only find a few righteous exercises for her son to practice. But she didn't know which one her son was suitable for, so she let him try it himself. Let's take this one. Lu Minghuang thought for a moment and pointed to exercise. Yan Yang Rong Jin Ju. It seems that Minghuang is suitable for golden fire attribute exercises. Nangguang Mili's phoenix eyes are narrow and long, and she is not too surprised. Through these years of observation, she knew that her son was more compatible with the natural treasures of fire attributes, so she guessed that the same was true for the cultivation method. Okay, then practice this one first. Nangguang Mili smiled softly, but couldn't help but wonder in her heart, when will Lu Changsheng, that dog man, come to see her and her son? Although she has been free for these years and can enter and exit the 5 Poison Sect at any time, the leader of the 5 Poison Sect has sent people to keep an eye on her. If the two leave the 5 Poison Sect, they will be asked by the leader. It's easy to know that the leader is waiting for Yang Ming's Henren to come. Although the leader said that there is no big hatred between him and Yang Ming's Henren, as the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, she knew that things were not simple before. With the temperament of this dog man, I'm afraid he won't come easily. He came to visit Yao when his combat power reached the late stage of Jinden. Now I'm afraid he has to wait until he breaks through the nascent soul. Nangguang Mili thought it was normal for Lu Changsheng not to come. But when she thought that the other party would come after the nascent soul, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Besides, my son has started to practice, and it is fine for the key refining stage now. If there is no top-level technique that matches him, it will have an impact on the future foundation building and then the transfer to practice. Damn dog man. Nangguang Mili couldn't help cursing in his heart again. At this moment, an old woman came and bowed to Nangguang Mili and said, Sky Spider Envoy, the leader asked you to go over. Half a year later. On this day, Lu Changsheng, who was practicing in seclusion, received a message from Ling Xiao and walked out of the cave. Xiao, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised, On weekdays, all the affairs of the fairy city were handled by Ling Zixiao or Honglian, and they rarely asked him for anything. "My dear, the situation in Damang's has been a little strange these days," Ling Zixiao said with a serious face. "Oh." Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. "Recently, various spirit fish, spirit shrimps or demon beasts have swum outward, and many independent cultivators' demon hunting teams have made gains. And many second-level top demon beasts have appeared in the depths." Ling Zixiao continued, "According to the historical records of the Immortal City, in this case, one is that there are top demon kings fighting for territory, affecting the ecology, and the other is that some demon kings deliberately drive the demon beasts outward to expand." "You mean, a beast tide?" Lu Changsheng heard this and instantly guessed what was going on. There have always been beast tides in the world of cultivating immortals. For example, the Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Immortal City, which are close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, have suffered from beast tides. The waters on the Damang side are vast and relatively stable, but there will also be beast tides. Once a beast tide occurs, Damang Immortal City will not be the first to bear the brunt, but it will still be greatly impacted. Moreover, the Qingyun Sect's responsibility for Damang Immortal City is to suppress the beast tide. There has been no beast tide in Damang's for hundreds of years. Why is there a beast tide? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Generally, when a beast tide occurs, it is mostly when a top demon king appears. But the fourth-ranked demon king of the Great Dream Lake, the deep-sea demon whale king, has been taken away by Meng Wuhan and his wife. "I don't know either." Ling Zixiao shook her head, not quite sure about this aspect. But thinking of one of her husband's sources of income, she speculated aloud, "Could it be that my husband has been hunting demons in the depths of the Great Dream Lake in recent years, causing the demon kings to riot?" Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this, and felt that this was really possible. When he went to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt demons, he almost provoked the demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to riot. After Chu Qingyu knew about this, he specifically asked himself to do it as little as possible. After taking charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, although he restrained himself a lot, except for the spirit whale and the void kun, he rarely hunted demon kings. But some time ago, in order to cultivate the Brahma demon true body, he found many demon kings to bleed. 3 years ago, he sent Lu Quanzhan to the Qingzhu Sea to bleed the golden-winged Sky Peng and also hunted 2 demon kings. Under such circumstances, if the demon kings were provoked to unite and riot, it seemed normal. "I'll go and see," Lu Changsheng said immediately. He was confident that he could defend and repel the third-order beast tide. But it would be bad if his actions caused the suffering of all living beings. Even if many casual cultivators were looking forward to the beast tide coming, killing a few more second-order monsters and accumulating cultivation resources, it would be a complete tragedy for the lower-level cultivators and mortals. Swish! Lu Changsheng rode the golden-winged Sky Peng and flew towards the deep sea of the Great Dream Lake. On the way, he saw a large number of first-order monsters swimming towards the Immortal City. He continued to go deeper and saw more and more second-order monsters. At this rate, a terrifying beast tide would form in a month at most. I hope it's just a riot of the third-order monster king. If a fourth-order monster king comes to the Qingzhu Sea, it will be troublesome. Lu Changsheng's face was solemn, and he signaled the golden-winged Sky Peng to go deeper. Roar, roar, roar. Soon after, he heard the deep roar of the monster, forming a terrifying pressure wave. The monsters within 100 miles were driven outward under this breath. The demon king seemed to sense something, and immediately stopped his roaring and ran away into the deep sea. Boom! However, Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng rushed into the water directly, and the yin-yang key held the demon king tightly. "Human, you are bullying the demon too much?" The huge demon king was held by the big handprint, unable to move, and roared at Lu Changsheng. "Are you launching a beast tide?" Lu Changsheng recognized this demon king, who had donated his blood for him. "You wantonly plundered our blood and wealth, which is really bullying the demon too much?" The third-level demon king already has a certain degree of intelligence, and roared to express his anger. "Is it true that I have gone too far recently?" Lu Changsheng was not angry. After all, thinking about it carefully, he has indeed been looking for demon kings to donate blood more frequently in recent years. It is normal for the demon king of Damangs to have opinions about this situation. This matter has been settled, and I will let you go. Although this opportunity can be used to kill all the demon kings in the Great Dream Lake, It would be a case of exhausting the resources and seriously damaging the ecology. Immediately, Changsheng came to the sleeping place of the sea-splitting black whale, woke it up, and patrolled the Great Dream Lake with the help of the sea-splitting black whale's power, suppressing all the demon kings who resisted stubbornly. This beast tide was invisibly resolved by Changsheng. However, this beast tide still reminded him that unless it was urgently needed, he should still raise them, and not look for too many demon kings to donate blood at once. From this point of view, the benefits of the land reclamation war are still high. Changsheng thought to himself, thinking of the land reclamation of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range by the Jiang Kingdom before. If the Great Dream Lake wants to carry out a land reclamation war, it will be very troublesome. Ordinary cultivators have no way to enter the deep sea and the seabed. After wiping out the beast tide in its infancy, Changsheng returned to the Immortal City and talked to Ling Zixiao about it in general, asking her to pay more attention to this aspect. He immediately helped Honglian. After Ling Zixiao practiced for several days, Changsheng continued his retreat. Before, there were 3 demon kings who resisted fiercely, so Changsheng had to kill them. Considering that he would go to Jin State later, Changsheng gave one to the golden-winged Sky Peng, and then continued to condense the Brahma demon's true body with the help of the demon king's essence. A year and a half later, in the cave, Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. The 3-headed and 6-armed phantom behind him was still blurry except for his face. He could already see the dark golden body covered with dragon scales, flowing with fine Sanskrit and interwoven magic patterns. With the help of many natural treasures and the essence of the Demon King, Changsheng finally cultivated the Brahma demon's true body to a small success in the fastest time. The next thing is to condense the illusory bones, meridians, blood and flesh, and finally cultivate the true body to a great success. This process can also use various natural treasures as bones, meridians, and blood and flesh. Changsheng has been using Zhuanghuang essence for many years, and he is ready to use it to condense the bones of the Brahma demon's true body. However, he didn't know how long he would have to practice to complete the condensation. Now that the Brahma demon's true body has achieved a small success, he has the confidence to go to Jin State. After all, his trip was not to fight the 5 poison sect leader, but to visit Nangguang Mili and his son in Nangguang Minghuang. He tried not to fight if he could. System, draw a lottery. Changsheng muttered silently. During the practice period, a second-level winemaker appeared in the family. The descendants of the Lu family reached 5,000 and got 2 chances to draw a lottery. But now ordinary draws are gradually indifferent to Changsheng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the 6-eyed Bodhi seed. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. 6-eyed Bodhi seed. Changsheng remembered that his son Quanzhong had a Bodhi seed in his hand, which was used by his uncle Chu Changge to practice the exercises in his early years. His son Quanzhong was able to refine the Kunpeng swallowing heaven demon divine art and gain insights from the Zuanshan Ling Ten, which was not unrelated to the Bodhi seed in his hand. But Quanzhong's Bodhi seed seems to have 9 eyes. Changsheng had seen Quanzhong's Bodhi seed, but he didn't experience it carefully. After all, he didn't need to borrow the Bodhi seed to comprehend and practice the technique. 6-eyed Bodhi seed, grade, 3rd level, description, it can help people realize their own body, concentrate their mind, and empty their soul. It has a multiplier effect on practicing and comprehending the technique, and there is a chance to enter the state of sudden enlightenment. From this point of view, this Bodhi seed is quite effective. It can be placed at home for children to borrow when practicing the technique. Changsheng looked at the 6-eyed Bodhi seed and nodded slightly. Then he continued to draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a bag of Panlong blood fang rice. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Spiritual rice. Changsheng didn't expect that the system could still draw spiritual rice, and he didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. But he also wanted to see the quality of the spiritual rice produced by the system. For example, the spiritual rice of Qingzhu Mountain is only the 2nd grade upper grade at most. There is 3rd grade spiritual rice in Daman Fairy City. But 3rd grade spiritual rice is not very helpful to him. If all the 2nd grade spiritual rice in the house is replaced with 3rd grade spiritual rice, it will lead to excessive expenses. Panlong blood fang rice, grade, 3rd grade, description, The third grade top grade spiritual rice cultivated by Qingyun Sect is cultivated with dragon blood. Long-term consumption can not only cleanse the body, improve blood and ki, but also warm up the magic power and consciousness. Third grade top grade spiritual rice. Changsheng was surprised. You know, the highest spiritual rice in the Great Dream Fairy City is only the third grade middle grade, and the quantity is not large. On the one hand, there are not so many good spiritual fields. On the other hand, this level of spiritual rice must be carefully watered and cultivated by top-level spiritual plant masters. Even though the Great Dream Fairy City has many talents, there are still not many third-grade spiritual plant masters. Changsheng glanced at the system. A bag of spiritual rice has a total of 500 kilograms. 500 kilograms, if the effect is good, it is probably better than a bottle of third-grade elixir. Changsheng thought of the purple mansion pill he won in the lottery in his early years, which has the effect of cleansing the soul and purifying the body. However, the effect of this Panlong blood fang rice is mainly to improve the blood and ki of the body. Without paying too much attention, Changsheng walked out of the cave and prepared to ask Ling Xiao if anything happened in Xiancheng and Jiangguo during his retreat. If there was nothing serious, he would go back to Qingzhu Mountain and then go to Jiangguo. Chapter 635 Honglian's Shock, heading to Jin State. After the beast tide was dealt with by you, my husband, there has been no further incidents. There have been no major events in recent years, and the Yu Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom are still in a stalemate. According to the news, the Liang Kingdom did not continue the attack, probably because the Hansha Fantasy Realm is about to open. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao, wearing a blue palace dress, had identified an elegant temperament, and told Changsheng about the situation of Jiang Kingdom and the surrounding countries. Hansha Fantasy Realm. Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Before, True Lord Qingyun invited him to go to this secret realm together, but he didn't expect that Lion Kingdom was also going to go. But it's normal to think about it. How could Lion Kingdom miss such a nascent soul secret realm? If they get the opportunity, their strength will increase greatly, or if another nascent soul cultivator emerges, they can make up for the loss of True Lord Xianxia. Will the Qingyun Sect go to the Hansha Fantasy Realm? Changsheng asked, thinking that Lion Kingdom would go, and it was impossible for Yu Kingdom and Jiang Kingdom to be silent. As a secret realm for the nascent soul, Hansha Fantasy Realm opens only once every few hundred years. Most forces will not miss it, but the major forces will not reveal too much information. Ling Xiao shook her head and said that if she had not been in charge of the Great Dream Fairy City and paid attention to the intelligence of the surrounding countries, a foundation-building cultivator like her would not have been able to access information of this level of Hansha Fantasy Realm. If there's anything else, it is that the 10-year deadline for the Wasteland Reclamation War has expired, and Jiangguo will usher in a major purge next. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something and continued. 10-year deadline. Changsheng nodded slightly. Before the Wasteland Reclamation War, the 4 major immortal gates issued an order that all family forces under their rule should not have disputes or conflicts. After the Wasteland Reclamation War ended, this rule continued for another 10 years, giving the families that were severely injured during the war a chance to recuperate. Now that 10 years have passed, some families have made further progress and need a higher level of spiritual land. Some families have suffered heavy losses and cannot defend their family's spiritual land. Regarding this news, Changsheng immediately thought of the 2 sisters Li Xingguo. At the beginning, the 2 sisters were forced to leave Jixiao Immortal City and take refuge with his family. They became his concubines and gave birth to several children for him. Naturally, Changsheng could not ignore this matter. Originally, he should have taken the 2 of them on a trip after he broke through the Jiangdan stage. But at that time, the order to open up Wasteland had been issued, and the family forces of Jiang State could not cause disputes. Now that the 10-year limit has been lifted, it is time to find a time to help the 2 women seek justice and resolve the grievances that have accumulated for many years. Xiao, are you going to break through the Jiangdan stage or something? If I go back this time, I have to go on a long journey to Jin State. Changsheng asked Ling Xiao. Jin State. Ling Xiao instantly guessed that her husband's seclusion in the past few years was related to going to Jin State. After all, she had never seen her husband practice so hard in all the years of marriage. My Dan is not urgent. Ling Xiao said with a smile, and then asked, my husband, What's the big deal when you go to Jin? At the last moment of the Wasteland Reclamation War, the leader of Qingyun Sect, the leader of Wudu Sect and Qianxia's Henjin came. During the process, the leader of Wudu Sect knew about my relationship with Millie. Lu Changsheng went to Jin to see Nanguang Millie and his son Lu Minghuang. In the Wasteland Reclamation War, he had a grudge with the leader of Qianxian Sect and Wudu Sect, so he had the confidence to go now. This woman again, Ling Zixio, didn't have a good impression of Nanguang Millie and didn't like her, but she knew her husband's character. Now that Nanguang Millie had such a thing, and she had a son in Wudu Sect, how could she sit back and watch? However, when she heard that Lu Changsheng had a grudge with Wudu Sect and Qianxian Sect, and now he had the confidence, she couldn't help but wondered with her beautiful eyes, "Husband, can you fight against Yuanying?" Although she didn't know the details of Lu Changsheng's cultivation, she knew that he had definitely not broken through the Yuanying stage. Not to mention killing, but just competing, it's not a big problem. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He cultivated the Brahma Demon True Saint art, and his body reached the quasi 4th level. He possessed immortal matter. If he used the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to improve, it would be enough to compete with a Qianxian Sect master within the tolerance range. In this case, with the Brahma Demon True Body and the Daluo Sword Embryo, it was enough to suppress the Qianxian Sect master. Even if Yuanying's Henjin had a backup, Lu Changsheng still had the 3 treasures incarnation, the Golden Winged Sky Pang, the Soul Falling Talisman, and the quasi 4th level poison, which was cultivated to the 4th level by drawing with the materials of the 2-headed dragon and cultivating the 2 talismans by the method of raising talismans. In this case, if the Qianxian Sect master's means were not enough, Lu Changsheng even thought that he would have a chance to kill him at a certain price. According to the previous performance of the 5 poison sect master, his strength would not be much stronger than that of the Qianxian Sect master, and his own chaos body also had the characteristics of evil poison body, which had a certain restraint on the poison. Compete. Ling Zixio's beautiful eyes were surprised and doubtful, and he was a little bit unbelievable. Cultivating a realm is a natural chasm. Things like giant and fighting against Yuanying are almost impossible and only exist in rumors. After all, if a giant and cultivator can escape from the hands of Yuanying's Henjin, it is enough to make him famous, not to mention fighting against him. But she knows her husband's temper and he never says anything. Now he says casually that he can fight against him, which means he is very confident. Husband, you should be careful on this trip. Yuanying's Henjin has many methods. Ling Zixio still reminded him out loud with offer Yuanying's Henjin in his bones. Don't worry, I know. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile. In addition to offensive means, he also has her life-saving talisman and a dust-filled banner. As long as he does not enter the 5 poison sect and face the 4th level forbidden formation, even if the 5 poison sect master and the Qianxian Sect master take action, he is sure to retreat unscathed. I don't have a big grudge against the 5 poison sect leader, so she shouldn't call on the Heaven Corp sect leader or the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost sect to deal with me. In Lu Changsheng's imagination, the most dangerous situation is that the 3 Yuanying cultivators of Jin State will surround and kill him together. But Lu Changsheng thinks that the probability of this is very small. However, for the sake of safety, Lu Changsheng still called Honglian. Husband. After 2 years of retreat, Honglian's cultivation has broken through the 6th level of Jinden. Honglian, I'm going to go on a long journey, and I may have to face Yuanying's Henjin at that time. I want to ask you to see how my current strength compares with Yuanying. The law is unknowable, and the power is unpredictable. The most important point that Lu Changsheng didn't dare to contact Yuanying's Henjin in his early years was that he knew that Yuanying cultivators were very powerful, but he didn't know the details. The biggest benefit of the previous land reclamation war for him was to see the strength of Yuanying's Henjin. It's terrible, but not unchallengeable. So in order to avoid all kinds of backup plans of Yuanying, Lu Changsheng also asked Honglian to give him a risk assessment, so that he could have a more detailed understanding of his own combat power. Fighting against Yuanying's Henjin. Compared with Ling Zixio, Honglian is more confident in Lu Changsheng, believing that he will definitely be able to break the natural chasm that ordinary people cannot cross. Upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes were full of expectation and she responded, okay. It was obvious that the city lord's mansion could not be used here, so Lu Changsheng and Honglian quietly left the city lord's mansion and went to the depths of Damangs. Although Damangs is not as good as the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, It is very convenient to test a magic skills in the deep sea. After a long time, the two came to the vast water waves, clouds and mist, and the endless deep sea. The gray fog here is hazy, which has a certain interference effect on the consciousness and magic power, but it does not affect the judgment. You should know my magic skills. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and the yin-yang key great grasp was directly used, forming a 100-foot-long hand with clear textures on the sea of clouds, full of a strong and heavy oppressive atmosphere. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes burned with a brilliant red glow, and she could see that Lu Changsheng's magical power had a heavier aura than in his early years, like an ancient sacred mountain stretching across the sky and suppressing the world. She stepped forward to experience the aura, and thought that this magical power would have no problem against a peak giant and cultivator, but it was far from enough to fight against a Yuanying's engine. Lu Changsheng didn't care, and chuckled. The 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest roared loudly, like a volcanic eruption, raising his cultivation aura to the peak of giantan. This level of improvement was no pressure for him, who had a quasi-4th level physique and a perpetual furnace. At the same time, the aura of yin-yang yi qi dazhuna rose steadily, and the Zhuan Wang Qi intertwined with the yin-yang Qi, as if to collapse the world. Boom! Lu Changsheng's life treasure yin-yang diagram flew out suddenly, blending with the yin-yang yi qi dazhuna, and the world rumbled and began to twist and collapse, as if it was breaking apart. Even though Honglian only felt the key from afar, she felt that the void of the 4 directions of heaven and earth was imprisoned, and her magic power began to stagnate and become difficult to move. My husband's magical power is already comparable to that of the nascent soul. If it is only for 1 or 2 rounds, there is no problem, but it is far from enough to really fight with a nascent soul cultivator. Honglian felt it for a moment and thought that this magical power was already comparable to a nascent soul attack, but compared with a giant and cultivator, the nascent soul is a comprehensive upgrade. For example, the nascent soul cultivator's domain is upgraded to a boundary domain. When they are in the boundary domain, they are invulnerable to all kinds of magic. The magic power that kills them is directly dissolved by the boundary domain. How can the remaining power break through the nascent soul magic cover? Even if Lu Changsheng's yin-yang qi great capture breaks through the boundary domain, it cannot break through the nascent soul magic cover. Boundary. Lu Changsheng thought of the early years when he faced the deep-sea demon whale king and smashed the Beifeng magic weapon on it, but it didn't even break the skin, only slightly scratched. So it is too difficult for giant and cultivators to compete with Yuanying cultivators. Conventional means cannot break the Dharma body, especially some Yuanying cultivators also cultivate the body. Husband, you should know that the realm is more convenient than the storage ring. It can store magic weapons, spiritual stones, and heaven and earth elixirs. In battle, not only can some magic weapons be activated instantly, but also the heavenly materials and treasures in the realm can be refined to restore oneself. In this case, Yuanying's engine is not afraid of long-term consumption, unless 2 Yuanying cultivators of the same level fight to the death and go all out. Honglian continued to speak, introducing some characteristics of Yuanying. I know. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. If it weren't for the fact that refining the realm was too time-consuming, he would also be ready to upgrade the Dharma domain to the realm and increase his combat power to another level. But what about this? Lu Changsheng didn't care about Honglian's words. He patted the Qingyan shadow belt with his palm, and the Daluo sword embryo appeared. Honglian was a spiritual embryo. Even if he didn't spend time cultivating his eyes, his eyesight and pupil skills were far superior to others. Instantly, he could tell that the ancient and rough sword embryo in front of him was not ordinary. Buzz! The sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand burst out with a brilliant and peerless sword light, and then slashed forward, dividing the yin and yang of heaven and earth, dividing the waters in front, lingering with sharp sword energy, and difficult to heal. This. Honglian saw this scene, with a look of doubt and shock. This sword looks simple, but its power is not weaker than the yin and yang key great capture. If this sword is used with all its strength, how terrifying will its power be? How much power did my husband use in this sword? Honglian asked with a face full of amazement. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have such a magic weapon, and she had never seen him use it before. Even if it is used normally, if it is fully activated, it will cause a certain load on me, and I can't cut many swords. Lu Changsheng said truthfully. The upper limit of the Daluo sword embryo is very high. But at present, if he further activates it, it will consume too much energy. It is better to rely on the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, the quasi-4th level physique, and the mana and physique of the eternal kidney to cut more swords. But if you want to explode. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the golden in his pupils began to flow. A dark devil flame began to burn, and a 3-headed and 6-armed phantom appeared behind him. The phantom solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Except for the blurred face, the dark golden body was clearly visible. It was tall and strong, as if covered with a layer of fine dragon scales. The golden light and the devil pattern intertwined and flowed, with both the compassion of saving all living beings and the destruction of destroying the world. "This is the Dharmakaya true body," Honglian exclaimed. This method is extremely difficult to practice, and only a few Yuanying Zhenjin can practice and master it. However, after careful observation, she saw that Lu Changsheng's Dharmakaya true body had not been truly refined, and it was different from the Dharmakaya true body she knew. But even so, this true body phantom was also extraordinary. The Buddha nature and the devil nature were intertwined, like the fusion of yin and yang, giving people the meaning of infinite power of life and death, which was extremely terrifying. If the Daluo sword embryo had already given her a strong shock, seeing this Dharma body now was even more shocking. "So my husband has been practicing the Dharma body all this time." Honglian knew that Lu Changsheng could transform all kinds of skills. Seeing that his power and energy were different from before, like a Buddha, a demon, and a monster, she was still shocked. Such means were simply incredible. Yes, this is the Dharma body, but now it is only a small success of the real body, and it is still far from the Dharma body. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. "If you want to evolve the Brahma demon true saint, you must practice the Brahma demon true body to a great success." He did not show off, and threw the Daluo sword embryo in his hand, which swelled against the wind and fell into the hands of the Brahma demon true body. Puff puff puff, the 6 arms of the Brahma demon true body urged the Daluo sword embryo together, and the sword light burst out like an ocean, shining on the 9 heavens, and directly penetrated the void in front. The boundless sea exploded, forming a 100-foot abyss, and countless monsters were turned into dust under the sword light. Hoo. The dark void cracks were filled with endless turbulence, as if they were going to suck people in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lu Changsheng's quasi-4th level physique was revived, and a domineering aura permeated the air. Then he raised his hand and clenched it. Endless blood and mana surged, forming a dark black spear, burning with terrifying demonic flames, as if piercing through everything in the world. Swish! The demon god's spear tore through the void and shot towards the void cracks, forming terrifying whirlpools like the 9 nether hell in all directions, like the roar of thousands of demons, captivating people. "How is it? Is it enough?" Lu Changsheng asked Honglian. Although his 9 treasures Ruai bone could still burst, it was just to test the strength. Honglian did not speak, and was shocked beyond words by Lu Changsheng's methods. Not only was he surprised by Lu Changsheng's methods, the Daluo sword embryo, the Brahma demon true body, and the demon god's spear. He was even more shocked that he used these methods without any excessive consumption. This means that Lu Changsheng has not yet reached his true limit. You know, Lu Changsheng in front of him has not yet reached the 9th level of the Jinden, and it seems that he has just broken through the late stage of the Jinden. After a moment, Honglian's beautiful eyes were full, and she exhaled a fragrant breeze, and said with a happy face, "My husband's means are enough to compete with some Yuanying cultivators. The sword just now, in my opinion, is not inferior to the attacking magical power of the Yuanying, but the Yuanying fighting method is changing rapidly. Those who can become Yuanying are not simple. My husband should try not to fall into a passive state and consume them." Even if she knew that Lu Changsheng had the second danshan of Xianunbao Honglian, Honglian still did not recommend him to fight a war of attrition with Yuanying Zhenjin. After all, Yuanying cultivators are far superior to Jinden cultivators in terms of mana and recovery, not to mention many means such as realms. Moreover, each Yuanying cultivator has different magic weapons, spiritual treasures, and magical means. Like the relocation talisman, or similar talismans, it is difficult to take effect in front of the Yuanying Zhenjin. Honglian continued to speak, saying that if you want to get rid of the Yuanying cultivator, you must break the blockade of the void on all sides. The sword embryo in Lu Changsheng's hand has the effect of breaking the law and breaking the ban. If you are defeated or want to retreat, you can use your true body to cut through the blockade of heaven and earth. If you want to kill the Yuanying, try to use the Brahma demon true body through the Daluo sword embryo to break the boundary and the law shield first, and then use the demon god spear. In this process, you can also use the Heavenly Thunder Sun, the third level talisman, etc. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for the Qingyun level magical skills to hurt a Yuanying cultivator. But the boundary and the law shield are not endless. Even if they are restored instantly, there are still some gaps and they will be relatively weak. At this time, you can take advantage of the victory to pursue the 3 treasures incarnation, and the golden winged sky pang can also look for opportunities at this time. Hearing that Changsheng went to Jin State, one was a Gu poison Yuanying and the other was a corpse sect Yuanying, Honglian also gave suggestions. For example, most Gu poison monks are good at attrition warfare, protracted warfare, and positional warfare, so when Changsheng fights with them, he must fight quickly and seize the initiative, and never give them a chance. In addition, when facing highly toxic insects, you must be careful. When it reaches the level of Yuanying, it is already hard to prevent. If you feel a little uncomfortable, you should leave immediately and not entangle. Corpse cultivators are somewhat similar to Gu poison monks in this regard, but most corpse cultivators will also cultivate their bodies, so this must be guarded against. However, demonic monks such as corpse cultivators are more or less involved in the dark desire of killing, and their hearts are easily damaged. Even if Changsheng's soul is equal to his, he can try to compete with him in the secret art of soul. It must be said that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. With the guidance of Honglian, the Yuanying's engine in his early years, Changsheng has a more detailed understanding of Yuanying's methods and is more confident about this trip to Jin State. It is just a feeling that time waits for no one. If he had a time house or a time secret realm, he could practice the 6 desires heart demon art, the 9 mysterious talisman sutra, and the Brahma demon true saint art in a short time, and then he could directly defeat the nascent soul cultivator. The most difficult thing about the nascent soul master is that the nascent soul is out of the body. The nascent soul's spirit escapes several times faster than that of the same level, ignoring all kinds of magic power restrictions. Once it breaks through the void, the same level cultivators basically have no way to kill it. After Honglian finished talking about the precautions, he also mentioned killing the nascent soul cultivator. It means that even if the nascent soul master's body is broken, the nascent soul spirit can still escape, and then take over the body to cultivate again. I know this. Changsheng had seen Xuanjian master fight with Xianxia master before, and he had set up means early to capture the other party's nascent soul spirit. Otherwise, Xianxia master's nascent soul escaped into the void, and he could not chase him at all. I remember that in the early days of the Xianyun secret realm, Xuanjian master and Zhujian master ambushed Xianxia master, and the latter's nascent soul spirit escaped into the void, so he escaped. This kind of escape into the void should not allow for too far escape, right? Changsheng asked curiously. Normally, if one breaks through the void, one can escape thousands of miles in an instant, but the essence of the nascent soul cultivator, including the soul, is concentrated on the nascent soul. If one burns the nascent soul essence, even if one escapes tens of thousands of miles, it is normal. But very few nascent soul cultivators would do this. Burning too much of the nascent soul essence would not only affect the body possession and recultivation, but would also seriously affect the foundation strength in the future. And the nascent soul spirit is very fragile. In the void, it is also dangerous to face the turbulence of the void. Honglian said softly. Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that Xianxia's Henjin's physical body was cut off in his early years, and his nascent soul left his body and took over another body to cultivate again, which greatly damaged his strength, so he was used as a breakthrough point by Xuanjian's Henjin. Tisk, it's really miserable. Changsheng thought of the end of Xianxia's Henjin and couldn't help sighing. He didn't know what this person was like now. After the nascent soul cultivators had a more detailed understanding of their own combat power, Changsheng was in a good mood and returned to the city lord's mansion with Honglian to have an in-depth exchange of feelings. As his physical body reached the quasi-4th level, Changsheng was in high spirits. Even Honglian was unable to bear it, like mud, peach juice dripping. This made Changsheng sigh in his heart. If his physical body was promoted to the 4th level, I am afraid that at least the Qingyun cultivators could withstand his impact. A few days later, Changsheng left Damen Xiancheng and returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Although the Lu family has 2 Qingyuns Henren sitting in charge, they are still very low-key. Just like the expiration of the 10-year limit this time, many family forces paid attention to the Lu family, wanting to see if the Lu family would settle accounts with the family forces that had enemies in the early years, but the Lu family did not make any move. Husband. Lu Maoyan was the first to know that Lu Changsheng was back. She snuggled in his arms and told him about the family affairs in the past 2 years. Lu Maoj spent most of her time in seclusion in the cave, while Meng Xiaochen took her daughter, Lu Beixi, and Lu Ling out for a walk. After all, her daughter is so old, she should go out to gain experience, otherwise she will really become a naive person. And the three sisters are basically stuck together. During this outing, Lu Qingqi also joined in and went out with Meng Xiaochen. Lu Changsheng was still very relieved about Meng Xiaochen. With her, a giant and cultivator, taking care of her, basically nothing would happen. After all, giant and cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world are already in the first sequence. As long as you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, there are few troubles that will take the initiative to come to your door. Besides, with her daughter Lu Mengjin, Meng Xiaochen is even less likely to take risks. The family doesn't need to worry too much, just maintain the status quo. Before Sister Mayaoj broke through to the Jiandan stage, Qingyun Sect actually had some opinions about our family, but it was impossible to take action because of Xiao. But if we give them a handle, Qingyun Sect might take advantage of it. After Lu Mayaoj formed the Jiandan stage, Lu Changsheng went to Qingyun Sect to meet the leader of Qingyun Sect. He could see some fear from his subtle expression. It's obvious that Qingyun Sect can't just sit back and watch their family grow. Before, Lu Changsheng asked Chu Qingyi about Yun Wansheng, and he also wanted to talk to her. After all, he really had no interest in Qingyun Sect's 1/3 acre of land, and simply used Qingzhu Mountain as a base for raising children. Husband, I know. Lu Maoyan has been managing the family's internal affairs for so many years, so she naturally guessed some of Qingyun Sect's attitude. Maybe on the surface, they won't do anything to their family in the short term, but they will be afraid anyway. But there's no need to worry too much. Our family doesn't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. If I don't move, one is trouble, and the other is that the Zumi Tree King can't move, and the Zuanshan Lingtang has been gathering luck for so many years. If the Qingyun Sect insists on making trouble, I can only use the dam in Fairy City to put pressure on it. Husband, Yunar understands. Lu Maoyan responded with tenderness and admiration in her eyes, and then continued to speak, saying that the 5 elements Wang family should be in danger this time. Now that the 10-year peace deadline has arrived, not only have many family forces begun to encroach on the Wang family's territory, but there is also a newly promoted Jiandan who has set his eyes on the Wang family's 5 elements mountain. Lu Changsheng originally wanted to say that he didn't care. But thinking of the deal he made with the ancestor of the Wang family, the other party was also honest and gave his family a top-grade magic weapon and a mid-grade magic weapon. You asked Ginger to ask again. The Wang family cultivators who are willing to give up the 5 elements mountain will go to Qingyun Mountain, and those who are not willing can forget it. Lu Changsheng decided to give one last chance. If the group of Wang family cultivators still want to guard the ancestral land, he is too lazy to worry about it. Or you can ask Ginger to ask the 5 elements Wang family if they are willing to sell the remaining magic weapons. Although Lu Changsheng, as a 3rd-level weapon refiner, can forge magic weapons by himself. But forging magic weapons also requires materials, which takes time and energy. According to the 5 elements mirror and the 5 elements jade pendant, the Wang family should have a set of 5 elements magic weapons. If they can get it, Lu Zuanqian and Wang Yanjing, as well as their own children who practice the 5 elements Yuan Sutra, can use it in the future, and it fits very well. The remaining magic weapons. Lu Maoyan has heard that such families have inherited magic weapons, but she doesn't know the details. Well, the first generation of the Wang family is very powerful. They should have refined a set of magic weapons according to the inheritance. This kind of thing is just asking. If they are willing to sell it, it's best. If they are not willing, forget it. Lu Changsheng would not take advantage of the situation. If the other party is willing to sell it, he can exchange it with a dam-forming spiritual object. In these years, he has been sitting in the Fairy City and going to the Great Dream Lake to hunt monsters. What he has gained the most is the dam-forming spiritual object. Okay, Lu Maoyan nodded in response. In the following time, Lu Changsheng stayed at home to accompany his wife, concubines and children. During this time, he went to see his son Lu Qingyu. With the help of Zuanshan Lingteng, His magic power has become much purer and more powerful. There should be a 50% to 60% chance of a perfect Tao foundation, but he did not gain much from observation. This is normal. If a key refining cultivator can gain some insights from Zhuanshan Lingteng in 3 or 4 years, then Lu Changsheng can now obtain many magical powers. Lu Changsheng gave the six-eyed Bodhi seed he won in the lottery to Lu Maiyuan, and told her about the effect, indicating that Lu Qingyu should practice it first. As for his foundation building, he would break through when he thought the time was right, and there was no need to report it. A month later, Lu Changsheng told Lu Maiyuan and others that he was going to go to Jin State. If there was any emergency, he would crush the induction talisman as soon as possible and he would rush back. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Changsheng did not take the Sun and Moon 2 Yin and Yang Zhuangguang mirror away. On the one hand, the cost of activating the mirror was too high, and he would definitely be seriously injured. On the other hand, once the mirror was activated, it would cause a lot of noise and impact, which might cause trouble for himself. Moreover, according to Hong Lian's assessment, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a Yuanying cultivator like the 5 Poison Sect leader in a one-on-one battle. When he was about to go to Jin State, Lu Changsheng did not forget Chu Qingyi and discussed swordplay with her for 7 days and 7 nights. After these 7 days and 7 nights of in-depth communication, Chu Qingyi's second-grade golden elixir finally broke through the final blow and was promoted to the first-grade immortal golden elixir. You and I are husband and wife, so why should we thank each other? In the underground palace, Lu Changsheng hugged the tall and graceful body, the messy black hair, and the peach-like face of the sword fairy, and said softly. After a few days, Lu Changsheng and Chu Qingyi parted ways and officially embarked on the journey to Jin State. Chapter 636, The Ultimate Martial Artist Meets the Leader of the 5 Poisons. Wu State, Beatty City. Ever since the Yuanying ancestor of Wu Sect passed away and his successor failed to reach the Yuanying stage, Wu State fell into turmoil and chaos. It is said that when gods fight, mortals suffer. Without the absolute rule of Wu Sect, Liang State fanned the flames from behind. All the major demon cultivators, scattered cultivators, and evil cultivators came to Wu State to cause chaos, looting and destroying, causing the local forces to be unable to take care of themselves. In the face of this situation, the most miserable is the secularity of Wu State. In the early years, Wu State advocated martial arts, and ordinary mortals were full of blood and qi, which was a good story. But now it has become the blood food of demon cultivators and a paradise for practicing magic skills. Especially in the Liangai War, Wu State was defeated. Now in the stalemate, many cultivators from Liang State came to Wu State to cause chaos, and even more lives were lost. There is yin and yang in the world, and there is evil and righteousness. There are also many compassionate and righteous cultivators who stand up and do their best to protect one's side. Beatty City is such a force. 9 years ago, the city lord Liu Bai saw the widespread suffering and built Beatty City in Beihong Mountain in the southern region of Wu State to protect the area. At that time, several peak foundation building demon cultivators came here and wanted to perform a blood sacrifice, but were directly killed by the city lord with a punch, which made Beatty City famous. In addition, the most shocking thing is that a warrior defected to Beatty City and got the guidance of the city lord Beatty to fight against the foundation building cultivators as a mortal. Although it was just a barely competitive fight, the news still caused an uproar and even attracted a Qingyun Henrun. No one knows the specific situation of this Qingyun Henrun's visit, but Beatty City has become a martial arts holy land in the eyes of Wu State mortals, hoping to see Beatty's guidance and glimpse the peak of martial arts. At this moment, in Beatty City, next to the spiritual eye at the top of Beihong Mountain, a tall and straight man with a sturdy physique sat cross-legged. As the technique was running, his powerful figure seemed to be surrounded by a dragon shadow, and with every breath, thunder rumbled, surging, and mountains stood tall. This man was Lu Pingyan, the lord of Beatty City, who came to Wuguo for a tour. Now that Beatty City has Linpo and others, it's time for me to leave. After a long time, Lu Pingyan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. 10 years ago, he came to Wuguo for a tour. Although the martial arts here interested him, the expected physical cultivation and discussion did not appear. He only saw the collapse of the dynasty order, the major forces fighting each other, and the chaos was unbearable. Demonic cultivation was rampant, and mortals suffered. They struggled to survive in the ruins, longing for hope and salvation. With such a scene, Lu Pingyan felt heavy in his heart, thinking about doing his best. But what a person can do is ultimately limited. Unless he can end the turmoil in Wuguo, he can't change anything. It is said that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This trip to Wuguo, through the martial arts system here, he gained a lot of inspiration. After knowing how to practice strength and power, there is another realm, which is to transform strength into gang, called Zhen Gang. The great success of Zhen Gang means that you have tempered your own steel bones, and the Gang Qi runs through your whole body, and you can release Gang Qi, which is enough to rival the late-stage first-level body refining cultivators and late-stage Qi refining cultivators. It seems very weak. But among the mortal warriors of Wuguo, such a Zhen Gang warrior is enough to be called a martial saint. Far beyond the secular martial arts of Jianguo. According to Lu Pingyan's understanding, the reason why martial arts is difficult to make progress is that the human body has a limit. No matter how gifted you are, it is difficult to break this limit, like a cultivator, and your life transforms. Strength, Gang Qi, no matter how powerful it is, can't be compared with the mana of a cultivator. It's okay for a Zhen Gang warrior to be good at health preservation. If he fights all year round, once he is old, his physical body and blood can't support Gang Qi, and he is even more prone to decline than ordinary people. In this case, he thought of his Balian Baodiju. Normal exercises are practiced through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, while the 100 refining treasure body art can be practiced automatically with the help of magic weapons, or it can refine various natural treasures. If you use the real Gang to simulate the 100 refining treasure body art and refine the natural treasures, can you break the limit of the human body and be comparable to the second-level physical cultivation? He thought about this in his early years, but he couldn't do it. In other words, his understanding of the 100 refining treasure body art is far from being able to do this. Through the rescued true Gang martial saints, with his understanding of martial arts and cultivation, Lu Pingyan studied for a long time and thought of his own medicinal bath method. His rapid progress in body refining and the improvement of this realm are not unrelated to his father's medicinal bath. As the eldest son in the family, he naturally knows the simple configuration of this medicinal bath, so he tried to use the medicinal bath method to help the rescued martial saints break the limit. However, the mortal body has its limits after all. Although they can take natural treasures and their Qi and blood can go further, they are limited by the exercises and cannot refine the medicinal power and break the limit of the human body. In this way, Lu Pingyan lived in Beihong Mountain with a group of warriors, constantly studying martial arts, body training, and Qi training. Through his early thinking, as well as the inspiration of martial arts, magic skills, and secret techniques over the years, he had some ideas. Since mortals cannot practice and sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and monsters can naturally practice through blood, then what will happen if monster bones are integrated into the human body, replacing human bones, replacing mortal blood, and practicing martial arts with monster blood? His own Balian Baodiju refines the origin of magic weapons and tempers himself, and there is also the great wilderness dragon spine, isn't it the same? He told his ideas and methods to several Zhen Gang Wushens under his command. These people were very convinced of him and were willing to try. However, the price was very heavy. Even if Lu Pingyan killed the second-level monster for them, stabilized the body through a medicinal bath, and helped them integrate the monster bones into their bodies, they either couldn't bear it or rejected it, leading to death. In this case, Lu Pingyan felt heavy in his heart, knowing that the new road was not so easy to walk. One of his ideas, a slight problem in the imagination, would lead to the death of several Zhen Gang Wushens. However, these warriors did not think so. They thought they were too fragile, not that Lu Pingyan's method was problematic. To be a martial saint is a gifted talent. These people studied Lu Pingyan's path concept, and tried one after another. Finally, one person succeeded. A martial arts genius named Lin Po, with the help of the demon bone, condensed his true energy and blood into a blood pill, broke the limit of the human body, and withstood the demon bone, which was comparable to the second-level body cultivation. This news instantly excited countless warriors in Beatty City. But Lu Pingyan was very pessimistic. This Lin Po is a real martial arts genius. Not only is he gifted, but he also had a chance in his early years. He became a true martial arts saint at the age of 37. Although he fused the demon bone and broke the limit of the human body, he paid a lot of life potential as a price. Not only could he not increase his lifespan like a foundation-building cultivator or a second-level body cultivator, but his lifespan was greatly reduced. Lord City Lord, what is the use of lifespan to us? If I can shine in my short life, even like a meteor in the sky, I am willing. However, after Lin Po knew it, he said calmly and sonorously. As mortals, they put in several times the effort of cultivators, but at most they can be comparable to cultivators in the late stage of key refining. Now that Wuguo is in turmoil, mortal warriors have become blood food for demon cultivators. In this case, if they can master stronger power, they are willing to pay a great price. Lu Pingyan was silent. Although this is not the way of cultivation for mortals that he wants, it will eventually give Wuguo warriors a new path, allowing the true Gang Martial Saint to go further. He spent his thoughts, time and energy to make many adjustments based on Lin Po's process, and then made it available for the warriors of Beatty City to read. But even with Lin Po as a pioneer, it is still extremely difficult for others to break through, just like a cultivator who attacks the foundation, 9 deaths in 1 life, and can only succeed if he is gifted. Even if Lu Pingyan invites other cultivators and alchemists to study and try to solve it, he can only slightly increase the survival rate. But even so, as Beatty City has a way to advance in martial arts, warriors from Wuguo come to Beatty City one after another, begging for a way to break through. At the same time, people who practice martial arts in this way have a name: Extreme Martial Arts Cultivator. Through the extreme road, step into an extreme realm. Under Lu Pingyan's training, Beatty City already has a certain ability to protect itself. So he is also ready to return to Jiangguo, ready to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, break through to the 9th level of foundation building, and then impact the formation of Dan. After all, he has been traveling for too long and has wasted too much time in Wuguo. Lord City Lord. At this time, a person reported to Lu Pingyan that the Demon Slayer guard had an accident in the Beihong Mountains and his life and death were unknown. At the beginning, Lu Pingyan just wanted to find a place to stay, and because of the unrest in Wuguo, all parties began to scramble for spiritual lands, so he chose this Beihong Mountain. On the one hand, this is a 2nd level upper grade spiritual vein, and on the other hand, it is far away from the center of Wuguo and relies on a mountain range, which is suitable for him to hone himself with warriors. As a result, the warriors under him called him Beatty because of his alias Lu Bai, and also named this place Beatty City. Now there are 9 great garrisons in the city, including Qingyun Guard, Suzaku Guard, Beihui Guard, Zhuangwu Guard, and Demon Slayer Guard, guarding this area. Life or death unknown. Lu Pingyan stood up. Even without the slightest breath leaking out, his burly and tall figure gave the people who came to report a sense of supreme power, and his eyes were full of awe. He had been to the Beihong Mountains many times. Unless he went deep, there were not many 2nd level monsters. And the Demon Slayer guards were led by a 2nd level extreme martial artist. How could their life or death be unknown? However, since his subordinates came to report, he knew that they must be in danger, so he nodded immediately and said that he would go over to take a look. At the same time, deep in the Beihong Mountains, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the direction of Beatty City, muttering, "The foundation building cultivator has a 3rd level physique. I hope this person can be favored by the master." If Lu Pingyan was here and saw this middle-aged man, he would be able to recognize that he was the giant and cultivator who had met him once. Although he used secret treasures to conceal his cultivation and magic power, he still couldn't hide it from the man's eyesight. At the same time, after 3 months of long journey, Lu Changsheng's body appeared outside the 5 Poison Sect with a hazy inverted yin and yang glass wall. Considering that he had not only offended the leader of the Heaven Corp sect and the 5 Poison Sect, but also had a feud with the Yinming Ghost sect in his early years, Lu Changsheng was very cautious on this trip. Especially after entering Jin State, he used the inverted yin and yang colored glass wall to cover his whereabouts. Looking at the mountain gate of the 5 Poison Sect in front of him, Lu Changsheng's body was hazy with chaotic energy flowing, and there was a kind of giant and spiritual pressure. He stepped forward and threw out a token and said, "Inform your Sky Spider envoy and say that an old friend is visiting." Although the 5 Poison Sect is a Yuanying level force, they still dare not neglect the visit of a giant and cultivator like Lu Changsheng, and respectfully invited Lu Changsheng to rest in this high pavilion. However, Lu Changsheng did not go over, saying that he would wait at the foot of the mountain. He had previously upgraded the formation from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and now he has made a huge improvement in the formation. It can be seen that although this area belongs to the outside of the 5 Poison Sect's mountain gate formation, Once the formation is fully operational, the aura can also cover himself, which will be dangerous. A gentleman should not be under a dangerous wall. Even if this energy will not cause any danger, it is still better to be careful. After a long time, a purple divine rainbow shot out from the Five Poisons Mountain. In the divine rainbow was a stunning woman in her 20s, with a beautiful and enchanting face, skin as white as snow, a graceful figure, wearing a purple luxurious dress, and a mature and moving charm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with doubt, and she looked at the foot of the mountain with some disbelief. Changsheng, who was tall and slender, and full of chaotic energy. "Mili, I'm here." Changsheng looked at Nangguang Mili, who had a high bun in front of him, a graceful figure, and was more dignified and charming than in previous years. The chaotic energy on his face dissipated a little, and he stretched out his hand and said, "Why are you here?" Nangguang Mili saw that Changsheng came so quickly, and his previous anger disappeared instantly. He was surprised, and then worried that he would be in danger. After all, with Nangguang Yao's relationship, the leader would not do anything to him, at most he would put him under house arrest. But it was hard to say for Changsheng. "Mili, has the Five Poisons leader made things difficult for you and Minghuang these days?" Changsheng stepped forward and held Nangguang Mili's soft and boneless white jade palm, asking with concern. If there hadn't been a reminder from the family tree before, he might not have been so worried. But according to the reminder from the family tree, it can be known that the Five Poisons leader attacked Nangguang Mili not long after he came back. 10 years have passed, and it really makes people worry. The leader just asked about the things between you and me, and didn't make things difficult for me. Nangguang Mili pursed her red lips and said softly, "It's just that Minghuang had a drop of heart blood taken away by the leader in his early years, and now it's not convenient for him to leave the Five Poison Sect." She originally wanted to ask Changsheng what happened to his son in Nangguang Minghuang. But at this moment, seeing Changsheng coming to visit her and caring about her and her son, her heart softened. Heart blood? Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness. In the world of immortal cultivation, the heart blood and blood essence of cultivators can do many things. Especially after obtaining the secret book of 10,000 evil poison spirits, Changsheng has a lot of understanding of this aspect, and knows several methods of cursing through the heart blood and blood essence as a medium. For those with weak strength, they can even use this as a medium to curse and kill people. You go and inform the Five Poison Sect leader, and say that Yang Ming's Henrin is visiting. Changsheng knew that this was not the time to reminisce about the past, so he did not show tenderness to Nangguang Mili, and said directly, "The sect leader said before that you stopped the sect leader of the Heaven Corps during the war of opening up wasteland, which affected the plan." Nangguang Mili hinted at Changsheng, saying that the sect leader might take action against him. The two have two children, Nangguang Yao and Nangguang Minghuang. Especially the son Nangguang Minghuang, who was conceived willingly by her. Moreover, the two have been together for many years. Compared with her own sect leader, she is even more convinced of Changsheng, and believes that the latter has more potential. "Don't worry, since I'm here, I'm sure of it." Seeing Nangguang Mili like this, Changsheng chuckled and said in a gentle voice. Nangguang Mili hated the way Changsheng coaxed other women and flirted with other women. She liked him the most when he was calm and confident, and he made light of everything, as if everything was under control. At this time, when she heard Changsheng say that he was sure, her heart trembled instantly, and her eyes were full of phoenixes. She felt that she, Nangguang Mili, had not chosen the wrong man. Okay. Before, her own leader said that Changsheng had delayed the leader of the Qingyun Sect. Now that 10 years have passed, since Changsheng has come here and dared to say so, she naturally believed him. Besides, now is not the time to chat. If the two continue to chat, the leader of the Five Poison Sect may come out of retreat. However, when Nangguang Mili drove the divine rainbow and just returned to the mountain gate, she saw a girl with a delicate face, like white jade, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, wearing a purple and red luxurious dress, and bare jade feet coming. "Greetings, master." Nangguang Mili's heart suddenly paused when he saw the little girl, and he immediately bowed. Yes. The Five Poisons master's face was indifferent, and her eyes were filled with vicissitudes and majesty that did not match her age. She nodded slightly, and then continued to walk out. The small jade feet like exquisite porcelain emitted a mysterious rhythm. The moment she stepped out, The void fluctuated, and the whole person appeared at the foot of the mountain, looking at Changsheng, who was wearing a black robe and had chaotic energy flowing in his body. Since Brother Yangming is here, why don't you come in and have a chat? The 5 Poisons Master's pupils were shining with 5 colors, and she looked at Changsheng in front of her, and said lightly, with a blank expression on her face, and she could not see any joy or sadness. Although she was prepared to subdue the real person Yangming in front of her by means. But this person was probably an old monster who took over the body and was reborn, so she could not reveal any flaws, so as not to be seen through. You can't go in. If the leader has something to discuss with someone, you can do it here or somewhere else. When I came here, I saw a valley with a nice environment 300 miles away. Why don't we go there to have a chat? Changsheng naturally couldn't enter the 5 Poison Sect, so he said calmly. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect thought for a moment and said, yes. Hearing this, Changsheng patted the Qingyan shadow belt with his palm, and a terrifying demonic aura rose from a small body, and a golden-winged skypeng with a gorgeous golden luster appeared. After so many years of cultivation, although the golden-winged skypeng has not grown to the peak of the 3rd level, it has made great progress compared to its early years, and its aura is terrifying. Changsheng stepped lightly, stood on the golden-winged skypeng, his robe fluttering, and he was majestic, breaking through the air towards the direction of the valley. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect looked at the golden-winged skypeng for a few times, then flicked his palm, and a 5-colored long banner appeared, and its speed was no weaker than that of the golden-winged skypeng. Just like this, a quarter of an hour later, the two came to valley and landed. Changsheng didn't set up any formations in advance. Facing a Yuaning's engine, ordinary 3rd-level formations would not be very effective. Besides, the main purpose of his coming here was to negotiate with the 5 Poison Sect leader, try to resolve the grudge, take Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghirong away, and solve the problem of Meng Xiaochen's sex soul lamp. Chapter 637, 10,000 Demons Abyss, Gugyad Bowl. After the two sat down, looking at the 5 Poisons leader who looked like a little girl in front of him, Changsheng felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. Although the appearance of a cultivator cannot be used to judge a cultivator in the world of cultivation, he also knew that the 5 Poisons leader in front of him was a Yuaning's engine. But looking at the other party's exquisite and cute appearance, like a porcelain doll, Changsheng always thought of his own daughter when she was a child, and subconsciously relaxed his vigilance. Fortunately, the other party's eyes and temperament that did not match his age always reminded him that this was a Yuaning old monster, not as cute as his own daughter. I came here to take Mili and Ming Wang away. Because he didn't know the personality of the 5 Poisons leader, it would be easy to show his timidity if he talked too much, and there would be flaws in his words. Changsheng went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Nanguang Mili is the Sky Spider envoy of my 5 Poison Sect. Since Brother Yangming has become a Taoist partner with her, we are also a family of my 5 Poison Sect. Why are we so estranged? The voice of the 5 Poisons leader was clear and fragile, but full of majesty, and he said calmly, I have no intention of being an enemy of the 5 Poison Sect, and I am very willing to maintain friendship with your sect. Changsheng smiled lightly and said frankly, he is not a person who hates evil, and he does not have much feeling for the magic way. If it were not for Lu Quanzhong's matter, he would not have troubled the Yinming Ghost Sect. This trip to the 5 Poison Sect was also with the idea of negotiation. In this case, why do you take the Sky Spider envoy away? As long as you are willing, the door of my 5 Poison Sect can be open to you, whether it is a guest worship or the position of elder. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect proposed to recruit. I am used to being idle and don't like constraints. If the leader can use it, we can naturally visit more often. Changsheng declined. Mili is one of the 5 great holy envoys of my 5 Poison Sect and holds an important position. If he leaves, it will have a great impact on my sect. The leader of the 5 Poison Sect said so. After she finished speaking, she paused and continued, I remember that the Sky Spider envoy had a disciple named Meng Xiaochen, who is a true disciple of my 5 Poison Sect. This girl has been taken away by Dao Yao. Now Dao Yao wants to take away my Sky Spider envoy. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Changsheng was not surprised that the other party told the story of Meng Xiaochen. He bowed and said, Xiaochen and I have a cause and effect. I apologize to Dao Yao for this matter. If I am determined to take Mieli and Minghong away, I wonder how the leader can agree. When he came here, he knew that he could not take Nangguang Mieli and his son Lu Minghong away with just a few words. What is the connection between Daoyao and the Sky Sword Sect? Why do you help Qingzhu? The 5 Poison Sect leader did not answer, but asked aloud. I need a 4th level demon pill to refine a magic weapon, and the demon pill of the 2-headed dragon in the poison dragon pond of Qingzhu just meets my requirements. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Double-headed dragon demon pill. The 5 Poison Sect leader nodded slightly, not surprised. Over the years, she has learned about this through many intelligence channels and knows that the Qingyun Sect is selling the 2-headed dragon demon pill, which is likely to fall into the hands of this Yangming's Henrun. Minghong is the son of Daoyao and the Sky Spider Envoy. If Daoyao wants to take her away, this leader has no objection. It's just that Mieli is the Sky Spider Envoy of our sect, and we have spent a lot of resources to cultivate her. Daoyao wants to take her away just by asking, where will my 5 Poison Sect be placed? The 5 Poison Sect leader continued to speak, not aggressive, but not too close, full of majesty. After speaking, she changed the subject and said, how about this, Daoyao Yangming and this leader go to the 10,000 Demons Abyss to get something. Whether it succeeds or not, Daoyao is a good friend of my 5 Poison Sect. Afterwards, this leader can give Daoyao the soul lamp of the Sky Spider Envoy and his disciple Meng Xiachen. If Daoyao Yangming is willing, he can also serve as a guest minister in my 5 Poison Sect. I am willing to be a middleman for Daoyao to resolve the grievances between Daoyao and the Yinming Ghost Sect. The tone of the 5 Poison Sect leader was a little more relaxed. The 10,000 Demons Abyss. Lu Changsheng heard this and became alert. Before coming here, he had a detailed discussion with Honglian about the 5 Poisons Patriarch. The other party said that the 5 Poisons Patriarch, a poisonous cultivator, would most likely attack secretly rather than attack head-on. Yes, the 10,000 Demons Abyss is an ancient battlefield. The war between good and evil also broke out here. Many cultivators died there. Many predecessors of my 5 Poison Sect are buried there. I asked you to go there because I want to retrieve a treasure of my sect. The 5 Poisons Patriarch had a delicate and cute face, but the vicissitudes of life and majesty in his eyes destroyed this cute atmosphere. The war between good and evil has been over for nearly 1,000 years. If your sect has a treasure that fell in the 10,000 Demons Abyss, you shouldn't have waited until now, right? Lu Changsheng raised his doubts and felt that it was too coincidental. The 10,000 Demons Abyss is extremely dangerous and has 4th level demonized beasts. If I didn't need the help of the treasure to practice, I wouldn't want to take the risk. The 5 Poisons Patriarch sighed. Even the leader, a Yuanying's Henjin, dares not easily set foot in the 10,000 Demons Abyss. How dare I, a giant and cultivator, enter? Lu Changsheng shook his head and declined. Let's not say that he didn't know the situation in the 10,000 Demons Abyss. Even if he knew, he would not want to set foot in such a place. Who knows if the 5 Poison Sect leader has set up an ambush? When the 5 Poison Sect leader heard the word giant and cultivator, a glittering luster flowed in the depths of his eyes, and he said, my 5 Poison Sect is not good at direct combat. If we enter the 10,000 Demons Abyss and encounter a 4th level demon beast, we will be very passive. But fellow Taoist has extraordinary combat power, has top-level body refining, and has such a top-level spirit beast, which is even more advantageous. While the 5 Poison Sect leader was speaking, he glanced at the golden-winged Skypeng not far away. On that day, this golden-winged Skypeng was able to entangle the natal corpse king of the Xianxi Sect leader. This is very amazing. I remember that the ghost bat, true man of the Yinming Ghost Sect, was also seriously injured by this golden rock in the early years. I will not force you on this matter, but I would like to remind you that our 5 Poison Sect does not want to be an enemy of you, but the Yinming Ghost Sect has been investigating your whereabouts. Before, the Yinming Ghost King came to our 5 Poison Sect and wanted to learn about you through the Sky Spider Envoy. Seeing Lu Changsheng silent in deep thought, the 5 Poison Sect leader continued to speak. Damn. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and heard the threat in the words of the 5 Poison Sect. She would not deal with him through Nangguang Mieli, but the Yinming Ghost Sect might not. In other words, the Yinming Ghost Sect did not take action against him through Nangguang Mieli, but the 5 Poison Sect stopped them. I don't know about the situation in the 10,000 Demon Abyss, so please tell me about it. Lu Changsheng knew that it would be impossible to take Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghong away without paying a price. The 10,000 Demons Abyss is one of the forbidden areas of the ancient battlefield. The 5 Poison Sect leader briefly introduced this forbidden area. It is a filthy place, full of demonic energy, evil spirits, and turbid air. The monsters inside are all polluted and demonized, turning into fierce beasts. There are not only various demonized fierce beasts here, but also dangers such as absolute spirits, forbidden air, and poisonous evil spirits. Even if Yuan Ying's Henshin enters it, it is dangerous. The reason for inviting Dao Yao to go is very simple. Although Dao Yao is very powerful, he is not a real Yuan Ying cultivator. If I invite other Yuan Ying cultivators to go, if the other party is greedy, I will be very passive. The 5 Poison Sect leader said frankly, saying that his combat power is average. After all, in the early years, he was almost killed by Zhuangjian's Henshin when he was 2 against 1. The performance of the previous war of opening up Wasteland was also seen by Lu Changsheng, so there is nothing to be ashamed of. This expedition will last for 3 months. If there is no harvest in 3 months, whether it succeeds or not, the deal will be considered completed. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and chose to accept it. At present, the 5 Poison Sect leader is willing to negotiate. If he always refuses and is unwilling to back down, then this trip will not have any results. Although the 10,000 Demons Abyss is dangerous, with his current combat power and means of survival, Lu Changsheng still has some confidence unless the 5 Poison Sect leader sets up a net to invite the leader of the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Supreme Elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Yes. The 5 Poison Sect leader nodded gently, indicating that he would give Lu Changsheng the intelligence information of the 10,000 Demons Mountain and Meng Xiachen's soul lamp later. Afterwards, whether it succeeds or not, Nanguang Mili's soul lamp will be given to Lu Changsheng. As long as he is willing, Nanguang Mili will still be the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, and he can also become a guest of honor of the 5 Poison Sect. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded. Immediately, the two of them signed a spiritual contract and attached the Heart Demon Oath. After completing the contract, Lu Changsheng always felt that he was a little at a disadvantage. After all, the biggest constraint of the Heart Demon Oath is the Heart Demon Tribulation when breaking through the nascent soul. As a giant cultivator, he must survive the Heart Demon Tribulation in the future. The 5 Poison Sect leader has already broken through the nascent soul stage, and has limited potential, so this Heart Demon Oath does not restrict her much. However, among the cultivators, being willing to make a Heart Demon Oath also represents a kind of respect. If I raise questions at this time, it means that the other party has limited potential, which is a lack of faith and naked humiliation. Although the two reached a contract and promised not to harm each other, Lu Changsheng still did not enter the 5 Poison Sect, saying that he would meet Nanguang Mili first and then go to the 10,000 Demons Mountain after 7 days. Not long after, Nanguang Mili, who was dressed in a purple palace dress, graceful and charming, came out of the 5 Poison Sect. She handed Meng Xiachen's soul lamp to Lu Changsheng and asked him what he talked about with the leader. Lu Changsheng took her away on the golden-winged sky peng, and then told him the deal with the 5 Poison Sect leader. 10,000 Demons Abyss. Nanguang Mili was very surprised, saying that there was at least a 70% risk of death for a giant cultivator going to the 10,000 Demons Abyss. Mili, has the 5 Poison Sect lost any treasure in the 10,000 Demons Abyss? Lu Changsheng asked, wanting to know the truth of the 5 Poison Sect's words. I heard that the Gugyad bowl of the sect was left in the 10,000 Demons Abyss, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Nanguang Mili shook her head gently. This kind of thing happened too long ago and is a secret of the sect. Apart from the leader, not many people know about it. Lu Changsheng then asked about other aspects of the situation, but Nanguang Mili was also unable to determine what her leader thought. After all, being able to cultivate to the nascent soul realm is something that others cannot guess. However, she believed that the 5 Poison Sect's leader was indeed unwilling to be an enemy of Lu Changsheng. When she heard about Lu Changsheng blocking the Yinming Ghost Sect in her early years, the first thing she did was to ask her if Yangming's Henren could be used by the 5 Poison Sect and if she was willing to help him resolve the grievances of the Yinming Ghost Sect. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and continued to ask, does the 5 Poison Sect leader practice the same techniques as you? The techniques practiced by the sect leader are the general outline of the sect, which records many secret techniques and supernatural powers, and the sect leader should have obtained opportunities in his early years. It is rumored that the reason why the sect leader looks like now is that he practiced a certain technique in his early years in order to break through the nascent soul. With the sect's soul ban, Nangguang Mili could not reveal the core information, but he still told Lu Changsheng a lot of information he knew. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that everyone who could break through the nascent soul was a person of great luck and had his own opportunities. Even if the 5 poison sect leaders' combat power was average, he was still a nascent soul true lord and should not be underestimated. If you underestimate him, then you will definitely suffer. Mili, I miss you. After the two chatted for a long time, Lu Changsheng looked at the jade-faced Nangguang Mili in front of him, who was as beautiful as a poppy, with dark eyebrows under the distant mountains, and phoenix eyes flowing with smoke waves, and a little more dignified and moving. He suddenly moved closer and kissed her delicate and beautiful red lips. After not seeing each other for many years, now Lu Changsheng risked his life for him and went to the 10,000 demons abyss with a leader. Even though Nangguang Mili was touched, a wave of affection surged in his heart. Cry. The golden-winged sky pang received the order, and its golden claws stacked on the Xianyun Baohuang lotus. It cried, and then found a valley to land and wait quietly. At some point, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a drizzle of rain fell. The rain was getting heavier, like a wild python whipping the earth. The trees in the distance swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound, and sand and gravel splashed into the puddle, making a crackling sound. The golden-winged sky peng was shining all over, and was not wet by the rain, but the green lotus seat with a crystal luster was wet. I don't know how long it took, and the rain stopped and the sky cleared. In the Xianyun Baohuang lotus, Nangguang Mili, like a young woman in love, nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms. The graceful and charming figure, outlining the thrilling devil figure, was covered with fine beads of sweat and glowing with pink luster, which was full of endless temptation. Especially her phoenix eyes were half open and half closed, hazy, like the mist and rain flowing. Her breathing was rapid, her breath was like orchid, and her body was limp and trembling, which simply raised the temptation to the extreme, making people want to ravage her severely. However, her appearance and the scattered black brocade robe and purple luxurious palace skirt, light-colored bellyband, and purple crystal lotus high heels beside her already knew that she had just gone through a hardy battle. Lu Changsheng looked at the soft and silky beauty in his arms, playing with her snow-white jade feet with one hand and gently wiping her sweaty and creamy skin with the other hand, but he did not continue to toss. After a long separation, he naturally satisfied Nangguang Mili. However, his current physique, even the red lotus of the spirit fetus body can hardly bear it, let alone Nangguang Mili. You must torture me to death. After a long time, Nangguang Mili recovered her breath, and looked at Lu Changsheng with angry eyes, her beautiful and charming face flushed. She couldn't bear Lu Changsheng's physique in his early years, but this dogman's physique has improved again, simply. Because of the things in his early years, Lu Changsheng always believed that Nangguang Mili had some hidden attributes, so he deliberately satisfied her in this way. What's wrong with Minghuang? Is it you who did it? At this time, Nangguang Mili recovered, thinking of her son Nangguang Minghuang, staring at Lu Changsheng with beautiful eyes, and questioned. Not only does her son have a pair of golden pupils that reject the magic, but his body is also more agile and sensitive than his peers. This is obviously related to Lu Changsheng. Minghuang. Lu Changsheng felt that he seemed to have forgotten something before, and now he remembered that he forgot to ask his son Lu Minghuang. He immediately asked with concern, what happened to Minghuang? HMPH, you're still pretending. Nangguang Mili snorted, and like most women, she wanted to pinch Lu Changsheng's soft flesh, but thinking of his physique, she held his weakness with her soft and boneless jade hands. Lu Changsheng thought that this woman still needed to be dealt with, but he continued to care about his son's situation. Seeing that Lu Changsheng seemed to be really unaware, Nangguang Mili told him about his son and Nangguang Minghuang's situation. Crystal cicada goo, white jade cicada? Golden pupils, repelling the magic, the body is stronger and brighter than ordinary people, and it fits the fire attribute. Lu Changsheng didn't know what was going on about the white jade cicada. But through the golden pupils, repelling the magic, he instantly knew what was going on. His son inherited his chaotic body characteristics. This golden pupil may have inherited some of the effects of the dragon roar body, like his son Lu Lingxiao, whose pupils glowed with a golden luster, so it fits the attributes of thunder and fire. Of course, it may also have inherited some of the fire eyes and golden pupils, Effects. As for rejecting the devil, it goes without saying that he must have inherited some of Bai's bloodline's ability to suppress demons and ward off evil spirits. This is the case with his daughter Lu Beixi. Body refining talent, fire attribute. Isn't this more suitable for refining equipment? Lu Changsheng remembered that his son was very talented in refining equipment. If he was well trained, he had great potential and might be able to inherit the Shenji Bailianju. Minghuang should have inherited some of my Taoist body, which is a good thing. Lu Changsheng said directly. Although his son did not have a spiritual body, he inherited his chaotic body, which could also make his talent go further. Humph, what good thing. He kept saying that Minghuang could be in the Five Poison Sect before. Nanguang Mili snorted coldly, but as soon as the words came out, she thought of her current situation in the Five Poison Sect and her expression became a little gloomy. Although she was asked about Lu Changsheng's situation by the leader Mi Hun and was under surveillance for these years, she grew up in the Five Poison Sect after all, and she still had deep feelings for the sect. Why is it not a good thing? Minghuang inherited my talent, so he can inherit my heritage and have a bright future. Lu Changsheng raised his hand to be a husband, and slapped the snow-white grinding wheel with his big hand. He thought his son could try to practice Shenji Bailianju. Although the basic key refining method of Shenji Bailianju is very general, it is far inferior to Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, Brahma Demon True Saint Art, and even 10,000 Evils Poison Spirit Secret Book. But as long as his son can refine it and get started, Lu Changsheng will directly give him 3 or 5 magic weapons to start practicing. At that time, his combat power will not be weaker than Lu Wongshu, who is a talisman cultivator. After all, in addition to casting magic weapons and practicing with the help of magic weapons, weapon cultivators also have many amazing means to control magic weapons, such as Bing Faju and Renki Yishu. Humph. Nanguang Mili did not refute. After all, this is a fact. If you don't like Qingzhu Mountain, it doesn't matter if you want to return to the Five Poison Sect at that time. When I break through the nascent soul, I can naturally do whatever you want. Lu Changsheng saw that Nanguang Mili was not willing to go to Qingzhu Mountain. This is normal. After going to Jiang State, the other party will be tied up. Moreover, Nanguang Mili's personality is difficult to integrate into the Lu family, and it may cause unrest in the harem. In this case, after I break through the nascent soul and have absolute strength, it doesn't matter if Nanguang Mili wants to return to the Five Poison Sect. I can even let the leader of the Five Poison Sect abdicate and let Nanguang Mili take charge of the Five Poison Sect, so as to have one more demonic force. According to the current situation, the 7 sects of the demonic path are likely to set off another catastrophe. If I have a demonic force, I will have one more information channel in the future. Nascent soul. Nanguang Mili pursed her red lips and felt an unparalleled confidence from Lu Changsheng's understated words. The nascent soul realm that countless giant and cultivators can only dream of but cannot reach seems to be within his reach. Lu Changsheng did not say much in this regard, and continued to care about her situation over the years and the situation of his son Lu Minghuang. After knowing that his son was not raised crooked, he was relieved. The main reason is that Nanguang Mili also knows that Lu Changsheng does not reject the demonic path, but he does not like the demonic path style. If her son was trained according to her early ideas, Lu Changsheng might be disgusted. In this way, the two of them expressed their thoughts in the Xianyun Baohuang Lotus. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Lu Changsheng and Nanguang Mili returned to the Five Poison Sect and said that they would come to see their son later. Not long after, the Five Poison Sect leader, who looked like a little girl, came out. After a brief exchange with Lu Changsheng, the two of them broke through the air towards the 10,000 demons abyss. Watching Lu Changsheng and the leader disappear into the sky, Nanguang Mili's phoenix eyes were filled with a bit of worry, and then she thought of Lu Changsheng's luck and love. This bastard seems to be inseparable from women, and he has bad peach blossoms wherever he goes. Just like the previous intelligence information, this bastard assisted the Zhang kingdom in the War of Reclamation, and was also invited by King Lunzhenjin. It seems that wherever there are women, this bastard is there. Although his leader looks like a child, she is also a woman. Shouldn't it be? Nanguang Mili thought of his leader's current appearance, and felt that Lu Changsheng should not be such a beast. Besides, at the level of Yuan Yingzhenjin, how could he be easily conquered? Chapter 638, Showdown with the Five Poison Leaders. The Wanmo Abyss is located a million miles east of Jin State. It is a forbidden area with poor spiritual veins and sparse population. Except for some desperate monks, few people come here. After all, archaeological exploration opportunities must be chosen in the right place, not to die. On this day, in the sky, a heroic man with a golden rock under his feet and a delicate and lovely girl came to the Wanmo Abyss. Although the Wanmo Abyss in front of him is called the Abyss, it is like a dilapidated and desolate place. Is this the Wanmo Abyss? Lu Changsheng looked ahead. It was gray and ghostly, with broken walls and dark sky, like a small world isolated from the world. Dao Yangming, this is the Wanmo Abyss. The spiritual energy inside is poor. Even if there is a spiritual vein, it is polluted and demonized, so Dao should restore your state first. The 5 Poison Sect leader looked at Lu Changsheng and reminded him out loud, releasing goodwill. Thank you for the reminder, sect leader. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and threw a bottle of spirit-feeding pills from the storage ring to the golden-winged Sky Peng. He didn't consume much energy on this trip. After the golden-winged Sky Peng had adjusted its breath for 2 days, it turned into a size of several feet and landed on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. With its eyes shining, it looked around and entered the 10,000 demons abyss with the 5 Poison Sect leader. As soon as they entered the outer periphery, the black fog was lingering and the clouds were hanging low, giving people a feeling of being unable to breathe. In the air, the ghosts of gloomy wind transformed into erratic faces, like ghosts that gathered and dispersed at random, sobbing and floating between heaven and earth, like ghosts crying and gods howling. Lu Changsheng looked up at the sky. Although the dark sun was shining, it did not bring light and heat, but darkness and gloom, casting a layer of haze on this world. Gagaga, as the two went deeper, the dead silence of the 10,000 demons abyss was filled with a roar of monsters from time to time, and the strange cry of black-feathered strange birds flapping their wings, making people's scalps numb. However, one of them was a top-level giant and cultivator, and the other was a Yuanying Zhenjin. Wherever they went, all evil retreated, and all kinds of monsters, ghosts and resentful spirits turned directly into ashes. According to the records of the sect, the treasure of our sect is likely to fall in these 3 places, so this is the main search place. The red and white jade feet of the 5 Poison Sect leader stepped on the void, and a 5-colored long banner taller than her whole body fluttered beside her. As long as there was danger, it would be destroyed by the dim light. The leader can arrange it. Lu Changsheng said calmly, signaling the 5 Poison Sect leader to go ahead. Although the 5 Poison Sect leader seemed to be sincere in his desire to find treasure this time, he still did not relax his vigilance. He activated Tai Soul and Yuanling Divine Sense to the extreme, and signaled Jinqi Xianpeng and Tao Hogu to pay attention. As long as there was any danger, the smell of the goo worm would immediately remind himself. In this way, the two continued to go deeper, and many monsters, or demonized beasts, appeared in the process. These demonized beasts grow to the 2nd or 3rd stage without much intelligence. They roar and pounce on living creatures when they see them. After Lu Changsheng killed these beasts, he saw that their flesh and crystal cores were also contaminated. However, it should not have any effect you if they are used to feed spiritual beasts in small quantities. Although these demonized beasts lack intelligence, their vitality is more powerful and difficult to deal with than ordinary monsters. Lu Changsheng has a deeper understanding of these demonized beasts. Although various crystal cores and demon pale materials can be harvested by hunting demonized beasts, the value of these materials is lower than that of ordinary monsters. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the world in One Moyun is barren, filled with demonic energy, evil spirits, turbid air, and various filthy airs. Even giant and monks cannot survive for a long time. If the time is too long, the mana and soul will be affected by this kind of energy. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng has a quasi-4th level physique, and the chaotic body is fused with the effect of Kunpeng's demon body. It has a higher resistance to demonic energy, evil spirits, turbid air, and highly toxic plagues, and is not affected at all. However, during this process, Lu Changsheng's Tai soul keenly perceived that the 5 Poison Sect leader was observing his situation from time to time. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng slightly acted as if he was not so relaxed and calm. Time passed bit by bit. Unknowingly, the two had been in the 10,000 demons abyss for half a month. Except for the initial daring to fly quickly in the air, as they continued to go deeper, the dangers gradually increased, and there were forbidden air and even forbidden magic areas. Even the two dared not be careless and take it lightly. However, with the help of this process, Lu Changsheng also had a better understanding of the methods of the five poison sect leader. Quack. At this time, the two passed by a swamp, and a deafening frog croaking sounded. I saw a huge toad like a hill in the mud, with its huge mouth opened, like a terrifying abyss, trying to swallow the two. This is a 4th level demon beast, very terrifying. Even Lu Changsheng and the five poison sect leader chose to avoid its edge and take a detour. It's not that they can't fight. A 4th level demonized beast like this lacks intelligence, just like the deep-sea demon whale king that was influenced by Meng Wuhan and his wife in the early years. With the strength of Lu Changsheng and the five poison sect leader, if they use all their strength, they can naturally kill it. But there is no need. If the two of them kill this demon frog, they will also consume too much energy, or even get injured, and it will be difficult to continue the expedition. Besides, neither of them is willing to spend a lot of mana to deal with this demon frog. After a long time, the two of them and Peng came to one of the destinations of this trip, Wanmo City. The ancient city was majestic but had long been broken, like a ruin, with broken walls, covered with dust, miserable and desolate. Hoo hoo hoo, the sobbing wind and ghost fog howled and echoed in the ruins, making the dark and mottled city in front of them look like a tomb. Ancient battlefield of good and evil. Lu Changsheng could hardly imagine what level of war broke out here in the early years, which could turn a piece of heaven and earth into this state. Through the previous war of opening up wasteland, the situation of the Qingyun Sect and the Zhuangjian Sect besieging and killing the two-headed dragon, the fight at the Yuanying level could not cause such an impact at all. His pupils were gleaming with golden light, and he suspected that this was not a simple fight, but someone had used some forbidden means, the 4th level forbidden formation, and took the opportunity to see if there were any artificial formations here. Gagan. The two entered the city cautiously, and many black strange birds cried and screamed, forming a terrifying sound wave attack, which was breathtaking. The scattered flowers, plants and trees in this ruined city were extremely bizarre, and basically bare, giving people a dry, dark blood color, desolate and bleak. However, after entering the 10,000 demons abyss for so long, Lu Changsheng has become accustomed to the creepy scene here. If there are trees, vines, strange birds and poisonous insects approaching, he will raise his hand to kill them. Gagan. At this moment, a sharp and piercing sound, like the friction of tiles, sounded, like a wave, spreading through the layers of void. Ordinary cultivators would be dizzy and burst into confusion and madness when they heard such a sound. The Tai soul between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows bloomed with a brilliant light, suppressing the sea of consciousness. Looking up, he saw a huge, black, three-headed bird flying from the city, looking very scary. This is a 4th level demon beast. Dao Yangming, hold it for a while, I'll search the city. The five poison sect leader looked at the bird, his pupils flowing with five-colored luster, and said to Lu Changsheng. When the two of them worked together, they said that they needed to help out at critical moments. This 4th level beast is not a match for me. I can only delay it for half a quarter of an hour at most. If it takes too long, the sect leader will have to take action himself. Lu Changsheng said with a serious face. Although the beasts of the 10,000 demons abyss have no intelligence, their combat power is not weak at all. Even if he thinks he can fight one or two, he can't go to fight. Half a quarter of an hour, okay. The five poison sect leader nodded in response, holding a five-colored long banner. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng directly used the yin-yang key great capture, slapped the three-headed bird, and then chose to retreat. Since they are delaying, they will definitely not fight head-on and waste their mana and physical strength. Puff, the three-headed strange bird cried out, and the sound waves were like sharp blades. The other two heads opened their huge mouths and spit out blood-colored flames and black liquids towards Lu Changsheng, which was very terrifying. Seeing this, the five poison sect leader disappeared quietly and went into the city to search. Originally, Lu Changsheng wanted to try out the effect of his Great Ming King Light phase with such blood-colored flames and black liquids, but considering that the five poison sect leader was always observing him, he still acted normally and shot out a yin-yang mysterious divine light to wrap him up. However, the three-headed strange bird was a 4th level beast with terrifying strength. It instantly burned and corroded Lu Changsheng's yin-yang mysterious divine light and continued to kill. 108,000 feathers. The golden-winged skyrock on Lu Changsheng's shoulder immediately soared into the sky, with brilliant golden light, and countless golden divine feathers bursting out like a sharp sword, sharing the pressure for Lu Changsheng. It seems that this person has not broken through the nascent soul stage. The leader of the 5 poison sect who entered the city observed Lu Changsheng fighting the 3-headed monster bird and thought to herself. Although she wanted to subdue Yang Ming's Henren, she was very cautious. This time Yang Ming's Henren came to the 5 poison sect, which was beyond her expectation. She suspected that he had broken through the nascent soul. If he had broken through the nascent soul, then she could only change her strategy and replace the original subjugation with a normal plan to make friends. But through these days of contact and Yang Ming's Henren's current mana aura, it can be judged that he has not broken through the nascent soul. Even the mana aura of Yang Ming's Henren when he took action gave her a feeling that he had not yet reached the perfect stage of Dan. The leader of the 5 poison sect did not choose to take action now, but searched in the city to see if there was any clue to the treasure of the sect. Her trip to the 10,000 demons abyss to find the lost treasure of the sect was not empty talk. It was just a possibility that the treasure was lost in the 10,000 demons abyss. She didn't know where it was exactly, so she didn't hold much hope. Buzz, 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 the 5-colored long banner in the hands of the 5 poison sect leader trembled, and a stream of energy turned into spirit snakes, scorpions, spiders, toads, and centipedes and shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, Lu Changsheng and the golden-winged Sky Peng were struggling with a 3-headed strange bird. It seems that when he fought with Yan Wujiang that day, he relied on the secret technique of spirit attachment to increase his strength and burst out the might of the nascent soul. His normal combat power can only be regarded as a top-level giant and cultivator. The 5 poison sect leader observed Lu Changsheng's battle situation from time to time and analyzed it in her heart. She quickly searched the city and did not sense the breath of the treasure. She immediately left the city. The pressure of the nascent soul spread towards the 3-headed strange bird, signaling Lu Changsheng to retreat. After a long time, the two shook off the 3-headed strange bird. Wait for me to adjust my breath for a while. The yin and yang glass wall of Lu Changsheng's body dissipated, and he exhaled a breath of turbid air, took out a bottle of elixir from the storage ring and gave it to the golden-winged Sky Peng, and then held 2 high-quality spirit stones to restore his mana. Although he had the Xianun Bao Huang Lotus as his second Ganshin, the battle just now did not consume much of his energy. But he had the Tai spirit, and during the battle just now, he could sense that the 5 poison sect leader was still observing him. In this case, Lu Changsheng naturally had to be more careful. After Lu Changsheng adjusted his breath for a day, the two of them continued on their journey. More than half a month later, the two came to Valley, which was the second destination. Roar, 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 a roar like the howling of ghosts and gods sounded, making Lu Changsheng and the 5 poison sect leader feel a little numb. Swish, 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 a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a huge black shadow rushed towards the two of them, setting off a ferocious aura. This was a demon ape. Although it was less than 2 feet tall, its body was covered with cold scales with black veins, its eyes were scarlet, and it was filled with a terrifying and tragic aura. Dao Yangming. The 5 poison sect leader suddenly threw out the 5-colored long banner in his hand, and the luster flowed, indicating that Lu Changsheng would delay for half a quarter of an hour, and he would go into search. At most half a quarter of an hour. Lu Changsheng said, and a sharp and domineering golden armor with dragon and tiger patterns on the surface emerged from his body, and then he slapped the demon ape with a yin-yang key. This demon ape is more terrifying than the 3-headed strange bird before, especially its amazing speed. Its body tore through layers of void, and even the yin-yang handprint could not interfere with it. It came directly towards Lu Changsheng. Facing this demon ape, Lu Changsheng did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and immediately used the speed of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone to increase his speed and deal with it. Boom boom boom, a man in a rock fought against a demon ape, but this demon ape was too terrifying, like a ghost, and its body movements could break through the void. Bang! The yin-yang diagram appeared above Lu Changsheng's head, hovering above his head, dropping black and white mysterious light. The yin-yang key retreated step by step under the attack of the demon ape, and could only barely deal with it. Finally, after about half a minute, the 5 poison sect leader appeared in the valley, wearing a scarlet dress and stepping on the void, holding a 5-colored long banner, signaling Lu Changsheng to retreat. Dao Yangming, go. However, just as the long banner in her hand fluttered and a colorful aura rushed towards the demon ape, the aura suddenly turned and rolled towards Lu Changsheng. At the same time, the long banner in her hand fluttered, and another terrifying jade spirit snake broke through the air towards Lu Changsheng. "Bitch, you really have evil intentions." Lu Changsheng, who was retreating step by step just a moment ago, suddenly became more aggressive and looked coldly at the 5 poison sect leader. A character appeared in his pupils, filled with the compassion of Buddha, and it seemed that a demonic nature was rising, full of killing, destruction, violence, and cruelty. A circle of golden and dazzling Buddha light appeared behind Lu Changsheng's head, with a majestic appearance, just like the Vajra king descended to the world. The magical power of the true holy power of Brahma demon, the light appearance of the great Ming king. The colorful aura fell on Lu Changsheng, and the light image spun wildly, shining in harmony, forming layers of terrifying mana fluctuations. At this moment, the demon ape rushed up and smashed into Lu Changsheng, almost shattering his light image. "I'm playing with you, are you really serious?" The light image of the great Ming king behind Lu Changsheng's head spun wildly, bursting with brilliant golden light, illuminating his entire body with a solemn treasure image. Clang! The Dalao sword embryo appeared in his hand. At the same time, the 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest burst out with a blazing luster, raising his cultivation to the peak of the Jinden. Puff! The brilliant sword light burst out, penetrating the void of heaven and earth, and seemed to disperse the tragic aura that had been permeating the Wamo abyss for years, and then a dark sword mark was left on the demon ape's chest, and demon blood splashed. Buzz buzz buzz! At this moment, the peach blossom Gu and Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows suddenly trembled wildly, as if he had encountered some great terror, bursting out with a strong willpower, releasing his majesty. A pink peach blossom mark instantly bloomed between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, and the luster flowed crystal clear, illuminating a 5-colored goo worm in front of him that blended with the void and was shaped like a scorpion. Goo worm. With a previous experience of Meng Xiaochen and Nangguang Mi Li, Lu Changsheng was very alert in this regard, and instantly realized that this was a goo worm similar to the love goo. Boom boom boom! Not only was the great Ming Wenguang Xiang operated to the extreme by Lu Changsheng, forming a 3-layer light phase, his spirit and energy also rose steadily under the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai bone. The Tai soul between his eyebrows bloomed with brilliant divine light like a golden deity, staring at the goo worm in front of him. 4th level goo worm. Through the peach blossom goo, Lu Changsheng immediately knew that this was a 4th level goo worm. Kill! This 4th level goo worm was very terrifying. Even through the great Ming Wenguang Xiang, Lu Changsheng felt an inexplicable aura affecting him. If it weren't for the peach blossom goo, Tai soul, and Yuanying level soul, a normal Jinden cultivator would not be able to stop it. But in addition to the peach blossom goo and Tai soul, he also has a trump card, the Lu family tree. The family tree records the name, and when someone searches the soul and seizes the body, the spirit can be kept and the soul is clear. If this goo worm is related to the love goo or the slave goo, then it can also keep a little spirit. How is this possible? The 5 poison sect leader who was not far away saw the situation in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. Although she knew that this Yang Ming's Henren definitely had a backhand, this situation was completely beyond her expectations. Not only did he have the soul of the nascent soul, a physique comparable to the 4th level, and a sword to force back the 4th level demon ape, but he also had a top level 3rd level goo worm. Looking at Lu Changsheng in front of her, the Buddha nature and the devil nature were intertwined, and the aura was terrifying. She was horrified. 1,000 spiders and 10,000 poison hands. 5 poison soul devouring curse. But as a nascent soul's engine, she knew that since she had started, she could not be indecisive. She immediately used her magical powers to suppress Lu Changsheng, and then interfere with him through the 7 deadly goo and make him submit to her. Hulala! The 5-colored long banners beside her fluttered and rustled. A huge purple spider appeared and turned into a spider web-like hand, pressing towards Lu Changsheng. At the same time, he made a seal with his hands, and the 5-colored poison rolled out of his body. The snakes, scorpions, centipedes, spiders, and toads coiled around him, and there was a terrifying aura. Xianpeng belonged to 108,000 feathers. Seeing this, the golden-winged Xianpeng not far away was murderous, and his aura was burning. A real dragon phantom appeared above his head. When his wings spread, surging demonic energy surged, and golden runes were interpreted one by one, forming countless golden divine feathers. Puff! Lu Changsheng slashed out with a Dalao sword embryo in his hand, trying to kill the Kijigu in front of him. However, The Qingyun Sect suddenly became ethereal, completely blending with the void of heaven and earth, avoiding his sword, which was very surprising. Is this the 4th level Gu worm? Changsheng did not hesitate at all and activated the Brahma demon's true body. A 3-headed and 6-armed phantom appeared behind him, with golden light and magic patterns interweaving and flowing. It has both a compassion of saving all living beings and the destruction of destroying the world. Clang. The Daluo sword embryo in his hand fell into the hands of the Brahma demon's true body. Changsheng tapped his dantian with his palm, and the Wuxian Baolin appeared, circling in his mind like a scorching sun, shining with the light of the great Ming King. Puff. The 6 muscles of the Brahma demon's true body were twisted, and the arms with different lusters all held the Daluo sword embryo and slashed it. The brilliant sword light penetrated the sky, pierced the sky, and directly forced the demon ape who was still ready to move back. Changsheng remembered Honglian's words. Facing the poisonous monks like the 5 poison sect leader, he must fight quickly and seize the initiative, and never give him a chance. Demon Spear. He raised his hand and clenched it. Endless blood and magic power surged, turning into a dark spear, burning with terrifying demonic flames, and threw it towards the 5 poison sect leader. Although the two had signed a spiritual contract and made a vow to the inner demon, if one party broke the contract, the other party naturally did not have to abide by it. Buzz, 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 the spear's demonic flame surged, cutting through the poisonous net in the void, forming a vortex like the 9 nether hell, like the roar of thousands of demons, forming a sound wave soul attack. How is this possible? The Dharmakaya true body. The 5 poison sect leader was very puzzled. She didn't know why Changsheng's skills were like Buddha and demon, and even condensed the Dharmakaya true body that could only be cultivated at the nascent soul level. She pinched her hands, and the long banners beside her fluttered. A golden toad in front of her roared, and its huge mouth was about to swallow the spear of the demon god in front of it. In an instant, a terrifying wave of mana burst out and swept across. Get out! Changsheng's pupils were like Buddha, demon, and monster, filled with endless majesty, roaring at the demon ape, and the blurred head of the Brahma demon true body behind him looked at the demon ape and locked it. It seemed to indicate that if it dared to entangle again, he would kill it. Although this demonized beast had no intelligence, its scarlet eyes full of murderous aura looked at the Brahma demon's true body and the Daluo sword embryo in his hand, and it was still a little afraid. Seeing him fighting with the 5 poison sect leader, it roared and chose to retreat. Sister, I sincerely want to cooperate with you to resolve the grievances, but now you are doing this sneak attack. Don't you want to give me an explanation? Seeing the demon ape retreat, Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief, broke through the layers of void, and went straight to the 5 poison sect leader. With a quasi 4th level physique, the great Ming Wen Guangxiang, and the yin-yang diagram, he was not afraid of fighting a Yuanying's engine in close combat. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, the colorful poison in front of the 5 poison sect leader gathered towards Changsheng, and the phantom of the 5 poisons roared over. However, Changsheng's chaotic body was open at this time, and his blood and mana were surging. He ignored the poison directly. The Brahma demon's true body held the Daluo sword embryo, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths, breaking through the endless offensive. At the same time, the Wuxian Baolin in Changsheng's mind was spinning wildly, and the yin-yang domain was diffused, forming more than a dozen Changshengs to kill the 5 poison sect leader. Although the 5 poison sect leader was not good at direct fighting, she was still a Yuanying's engine. The 5 colored long banners beside her fluttered, bursting with countless colorful divine lights, shooting towards Changsheng. And with both hands pinched, she offered a spiritual treasure that looked like a scorpion tail needle, instantly breaking through the void, appearing in front of Changsheng's eyebrows, to help the 7 deadly Gu interfere with Changsheng. Buzz! Changsheng's great Ming Wen Guangxiang instantly dimmed a lot at this moment, and cracks appeared. This kind of magical power is still a bit reluctant to face the attack of the Yuanying Lingbao. However, the Brahma demon's true body also brought endless coldness and slashed out a sword that destroyed the world. The sword light shone with brilliant luster, illuminating the world, and the brilliant light was extremely terrifying. Even though the 5 poison sect leader was a Yuanying's engine, he was horrified and frightened when facing such a terrifying sword light. He didn't expect that Changsheng was still hiding his shortcomings during the war of opening up Wasteland. He instantly understood that although this person had not broken through the Yuanying, he already had the combat power of the Yuanying level after coming here. Demon Spear, kill! Lu Changsheng's blood and magic power seemed endless, and his kidneys were burning like an eternal furnace. Another demon spear appeared in his hand and killed the 5 poison sect leader. A butterfly like peach blossoms appeared between his eyebrows, competing with the 7 absolute goo that was blending with the void of heaven and earth in front of him. Under normal circumstances, only the 3rd level peach blossom goo is not a match for the 7 absolute goo. But Lu Changsheng's Tai soul is not weaker than the 5 poison sect leader, so he directly signaled the peach blossom goo to go up. As long as he suppressed and seriously injured the 5 poison sect leader, then the 7 absolute goo would not be a match for the peach blossom goo. Clang. The spear clashed with his scorpion tail needle, trembling continuously, breaking the void and forming a terrifying aura. The Wuxian Baolin in Lu Changsheng's mind spun wildly, forming an illusion, and took this opportunity to mix the 3 treasures Huaxiangzhu into it. Even if the 5 poison sect leader could distinguish the illusion formed by the Wuxian Baolin, he would certainly be caught off guard when facing the appearance of the 3 treasures incarnation. Cry. The golden-winged Skypeng not far away was burning with a golden luster all over his body, and also rushed over to kill. The 5 poison sect leader's delicate face became more and more ugly, and he realized that he had underestimated the enemy. But this can't be blamed on her. After all, who would have thought that a giant and cultivator could make further progress in strength without breaking through the Yuanying stage, and directly possess the Yuanying level combat power from fighting against the Yuanying through the burst of secret techniques? This kind of thing is beyond anyone's imagination. If she hadn't faced Lu Changsheng now, she wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen. No matter how good you are only in the giant stage now. I wonder how long your mana can last. The 5 poison sect leader said indifferently, throwing out a spirit insect bag, and countless densely packed poisonous insects appeared, forming colorful and highly toxic. If you look closely, these poisonous insects seem to form a kind of field, which enhances her mana and energy, and interferes with other people. Hiss, 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 quack, quack. At the same time, in her 5-colored long banner, a group of 5 poisonous phantoms several feet long appeared, blending with her realm, wanting to fight a war of attrition with Lu Changsheng. She admitted that this Yangming's Henren was very terrifying, and his combat power was not weaker than that of a Yuanying cultivator. But in her opinion, the other party had such combat power, and he relied heavily on the sword embryo. Such a treasure consumes a lot of blood and mana, and it is impossible to keep it activated. If the other party continues to explode like this, the blood, mana, and the Dharma body will definitely not be able to last long. Chapter 639, When I have rebuilt myself for another 300 years, I will send the Empress to hell. The brilliant sword light, 108,000 feathers formed a blazing and gorgeous murderous intent, drowning and sweeping the 5 poison sect leader. However, her body was filled with poisonous magic power, and the phantoms of the 5 poisons were entangled, turning the virtual into the real, like a dream, as if endless, immortal, interweaving various glowing runes, dissolving the Daluo sword light and the golden divine feathers. Yuanying's engine, it's really extraordinary. Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, and he saw that the other party not only formed a pure land with a boundary, which was invulnerable to all kinds of magic, but also formed a field of 10,000 poisons, and the fluctuations of magic power were filled with endless poisons, attacking all the time. If it weren't for his extraordinary physique, possessing a chaotic body, and being immune to all kinds of poisons, it would be really difficult to consume it in this situation. Looking at the peach blossom goo that was in a stalemate with the 7 deadly goo, Lu Changsheng held the demon god's spear and stepped forward to kill. The terrifying physique, the Buddha's light and the devil's intention intertwined, burning a purple-red flame and golden thunder, as if yin and yang blended. Thunder and fire reached the sky, disturbing the world in all directions. Demonic energy, evil spirit, turbid air, poison and other filthy air evaporated and boiled instantly, and the air began to twist and collapse. Puff, puff, puff. The 6 powerful arms of the Brahma demon's true body continued to chop out with a Daluo sword embryo, shining the sky, like a river pouring down, creating the world. Clang. The scorpion tail needle that was deadlocked with the demon god's spear trembled wildly, and then with a clang, it flew out, causing the 5 poison sect leader in the 5 poisons pure land to turn pale and leak a trace of energy. Huh? Lu Changsheng's eyes were intertwined with the golden symbols, and he saw some of the situation. He said coldly, I thought you tore up the spiritual contract without any cost. The heart demon's oath is more symbolic for the 5 poison sect leader, a Yuanying cultivator, if he does not expect to become a god. But the 4th level spiritual contract is a real existence. At that time, Lu Changsheng checked the spiritual contract and found no problem. If the 5 poison sect leader forcibly broke free and cracked it through secret means, then the spiritual contract scroll in his hand would turn into ashes. But there was no problem with the spiritual contract in his storage ring, which meant that the 5 poison sect leader had not unlocked the spiritual contract. Now seeing the 5 poison sect leader's situation, Lu Changsheng immediately knew that the latter should have suppressed the effect of the spiritual contract through some secret method. Puff. The spiritual contract scroll appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, and the mana was injected, which immediately made the scroll shine with spiritual power, interfering with the 5 poison sect leader. It is naturally impossible for such a spiritual contract to completely check and balance a Yuanying's engine, but it is okay for her to pay a small price for the consequences of violating it. Sure enough, after the spiritual contract began to burn, the 5 poison sect leader's domain mana instantly became unstable, but she immediately suppressed this effect. However, Lu Changsheng instantly captured this gap, and the Dalluo sword embryo slashed out, like the luster of the sun, breaking through the infinite aura, and almost breaking the 5 poison sect leader's field pure land. Buzz, 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 the demon god's spear in Lu Changsheng's hand rushed in front of the 5 poison sect leader. The tip of the spear was dark and deep, as if it was stained with the blood of the demon that was about to dry. It was like a red agate, glowing with terrifying blood, and was about to break the 5 poison sect leader's nascent soul magic shield. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 colored long banners fluttered and swelled in the wind. The 5 saints roared and wrapped the 5 poison sect leader's body, confronting the demon god's spear, and formed countless poisons, taking the opportunity to corrode and corrupt Lu Changsheng's physical body and magic power. Woo, woo, woo. The demon god's spear was driven to the extreme by Lu Changsheng, the demon flames burned fiercely, and the demons roared, forming a terrifying sound wave soul attack. Soldier attack art. Lu Changsheng knew that his demon god's spear was still far from being able to compete with his spiritual treasure. When the Brahma demon's true body continued to chop with the Dalluo sword embryo, he suddenly shot out a magical secret. The top magical secret of the Divine Machine 100 refining art. Not only can it condense soldiers with magic power and accompany thousands of soldiers, but it can also interfere with and affect the magic weapons in the hands of others. If it is cultivated to perfection, it can even rob others of their magic weapons. He did not want to rob the 5 poison sect leader's magic weapon, nor could he do so. But as long as it slightly interferes, it is enough to affect her 5-color long banner. Boom. The 5 poison sect leader's spiritual treasure trembled suddenly, and then the brilliant sword light fell down. Thousands of sword lights broke through the realm, tore the sky, and broke the 5 poison sect leader's body protection magic shield. However, as a Yuanying's engine, the leader of a sect, her purple dress, the silver crown hairpin on her head, and the silver ornaments on her wrists and neck are all top-level magic weapons. The existence of quasi-spiritual treasures instantly formed an invisible luster, covering her whole person, as if bathing in divine light. Gan. Lu Changsheng always felt that he was very rich. Not only did he have the Dalluo sword embryo, but also the Michin banner, the yin-yang diagram, the Wuxian Baolin, the golden tiger dragon pattern armor and other magic weapons. But compared with the 5 poisons cult master, who had any accessories on him that were top-level magic weapons and quasi-spiritual treasures, he was simply not worth looking at. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't use his Dalluo sword embryo, Michin banner, and the sun and moon yin-yang mysterious light mirror. Otherwise, no matter how many magic weapons and spiritual treasures he had, they wouldn't be enough. Boom. Lu Changsheng's demon god spear took the opportunity to burst out, piercing through and burning everything in the world, causing the 5 poisons cult master's body and magic power to be unstable, and his face turned pale. The effect of the spiritual contract that was suppressed by her also suddenly broke out at this moment, causing the 5 poisons cult master's slightly pale face to suddenly turn pale. At this moment, the 3 treasures transformation pearl, which was intertwined with the Wuxiang treasure wheel behind Lu Changsheng's head, suddenly appeared, transformed into a brilliant figure, and suddenly slapped the 5 poisons cult master with a yin-yang hand. Although the 3 treasures incarnation was not as good as Lu Changsheng himself, this thunderous blow still caused a lot of damage to the 5 poisons cult master, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The 5 poison sect leader looked solemn, looking at the three treasures incarnation, her eyes glowing with 5 colors. As a nascent soul cultivator, she could see the illusion formed by the Wuxian Baolin at a glance. But the three treasures incarnation in front of her gave her a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between true and false. Out-of-body incarnation? This is impossible. The incarnation needs to split the soul, which will affect the origin of the soul and even the potential of life. He is a reincarnation of the old monster of the nascent soul, or his realm has fallen. It is incredible to cultivate the Dharma body. How can he refine an incarnation in the Qingyun stage? The 5 poison sect leader looked surprised and doubtful, and he could not figure out the situation of Lu Changsheng in front of him. The opponent has been erupting for so long, and there is no sign of exhaustion or exhaustion of mana. He even has more and more means, which is simply terrifying. If the opponent faced the Qingyun Sect master that day, wouldn't he have the hope of defeating Yan Wujiang with such means? Question mark. Damn it. The 5 poison sect leader felt a trace of regret in his heart, thinking that he was still too careless. Judging from the previous information, there is still more than a month of observation. I thought that it was already the limit before, but I didn't expect it was just the tip of the iceberg. Or maybe the other party hid too deep. Before, he was beaten by the 4th level demon beast and was in a mess, retreating step by step, but now he shows the combat power of the nascent soul level. However, things have calmed to this point, and she knows that she has no other choice unless she surrenders. Besides, Yang Ming's Henren in front of her is only a giant and cultivator no matter what, and now he may be bluffing and deliberately hiding his weakness. Destroy life, erode heart, and confuse the mind. The 5 poison sect leader stabilized his situation and continued to use his magical powers. Several invisible poisonous insects attacked Lu Changsheng to interfere with his physical body, magic power, and soul state. Then, she threw out another spirit insect bag, and countless poisonous insects appeared. Then, under her magic power, all the poisonous insects began to be violent, burning themselves, increasing the field energy, and constantly eroding Lu Changsheng. However, how could Lu Changsheng give her a chance to breathe? The Brahma demon's true body continued to swing the Daluo sword embryo, shining brightly. His body was like a wild beast, holding the demon god's spear, and the great Ming Wenguang in his mind was circling, killing the 5 poison sect leader in a way of exchanging injuries. At the same time, the 3 treasures incarnation sacrificed 36 baby fist-sized, crystal clear, blue glowing gems. It was the top-grade magic weapon, Qinghe Pearl, that he had drawn in his early years. Originally, Lu Changsheng gave this magic weapon to Honglian, but the opponent's skills were not compatible with this magic weapon, indicating that this top-grade magic weapon was suitable for positional warfare against the 5 poison sect leader and the Heaven Corp sect leader, so Lu Changsheng brought it over and gave it to the 3 treasures incarnation. Boom boom boom, the aura of the 36 gems blended, spreading endless waves, evolving the Qinghe shockwave array, encircling the 5 poison sect leader, and suppressing him together with the sky dome yin and yang diagram, exerting pressure. The 5 poison sect leader held a 5-colored long banner, standing still. Her young body seemed to be a little taller at this moment, bathed in colorful rays of light, and full of majesty, like a ruler. Spirit snakes, scorpions, spiders, toads, and centipedes coiled around her, forming a 100-foot phantom, evolving a pure land. Densely packed poisonous insects blended into the 10,000 poison field, roaring and eroding and corrupting Lu Changsheng's body and mana at all times, and also dissolving the offensive of the Daluo sword light, the spear of the demon god, the yin-yang diagram, and the Qinghe pearl. If the sect leader's poison skills are only this, then I will send you off. Lu Changsheng naturally saw that the 5 poison sect leader was fighting a positional war of attrition with him. But with the Xianyun Bao her on lotus, the ever-moving kidneys, and the indestructible matter, he was not afraid of consumption at all. As for the opponent's poison, it was indeed powerful. But his quasi-4th-order physique, chaotic body, great Ming Wenguang Xiang, and evil-repelling golden thunder are not to be underestimated. Unless she can seriously injure herself, break her flesh body, and thus corrode it, she will not be afraid of this level of poison. The 5 poison sect leader looked ugly, and her eyes were full of doubt. After fighting for so long, she also realized that something was wrong. The Yang Ming's Henren in front of her was like a normal person under the attack of her poison. This was very wrong. Even if he practiced a top-level body refining technique and his physical body had great poison resistance, he could not be so immune to his own mana poison. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the momentum of the Brahma demon's true body increased one step further, and suddenly slashed out. Lu Changsheng threw the demon god's spear in his hand, and the yin and yang divine light of his body gushed out like a tidal wave. I saw the two yin and yang fish and the life magic weapon yin and yang diagram began to entangle, sweeping through the sky and the ground, forming a vortex millstone, as if it derived all things in the world. Yin and yang mixed whole millstone. Lu Changsheng did not continue to use the demon god's spear, but used this top-level magical power of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. The origin of his chaotic body was boiling and roaring, pushing the evil poison body and Kunpeng demon body to the extreme. The demonic energy, evil spirit, turbid air, and poison from all directions were all transformed into magic power and energy, increasing his and the millstone's power. One step forward. Boom. A simple step, but it was like the gods and demons beating drums. The world shook, and the void collapsed. Lu Changsheng's head was covered with the black and white divine light, and the yin-yang millstone was like a storm, changing from virtual to real, turning the world upside down, and the yin and yang were in chaos. The 9 treasures Ruai bone on his chest was like an ocean, surging. Boom boom boom. Under this chaotic aura of the yin-yang order of heaven and earth, even the 10,000 poison field of the 5 poison sect leader began to be affected. The whole person seemed to stand in the ocean, constantly hit by the waves. Under the backlash of the Brahma demon's true body, the Dalo sword embryo, the golden winged sky pang, the 3 treasures incarnation, and the spiritual contract, she could not continue. Now that the 10,000 poison field was upside down and destroyed, the whole person vomited blood instantly. Boom. Lu Changsheng's body was burning with thunder and flames, like a god, a Buddha, and a demon, crackling, and pushing the yin-yang mixed whole millstone forward one step. Boom. The brilliant sword light that covered the world rushed into the sky, and the yin-yang divine light that seemed to be a punishment from the sky crushed over the 5 poison sect leaders' realm. The nascent soul magic cover was broken step by step, and the whole person flew out horizontally, and the 5-colored long banner in his hand seemed to dim a little. The colorful poisonous insects lingering in the field instantly dissipated like smoke and turned into ashes. Boom. The 5 poison sect leader spat out a mouthful of blood, and realized that something was wrong. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, he would most likely not be able to outlast this Yangming's Hunren, so he chose to escape. However, how could Lu Changsheng not realize this when fighting with such a Yuanying's engine? He had already blocked this area with the yin-yang diagram, the yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel, and the Kanghe shockwave formation, and intercepted it with a golden winged sky pang. However, this was also the 5 poison sect leader asking for trouble, choosing to start in the 10,000 demons abyss. This place is like a small world isolated from the world, dilapidated and desolate, and it is not as easy to break through the void and escape as in the outside world. She chose to start here, most likely to prevent accidents, and Lu Changsheng escaped through the realm-breaking means of teleportation. The 5 poison sect leader used her scorpion tail needle to kill the golden winged sky pang, trying to break the blockade, but was stopped by the 3 treasures incarnation. At the same time, the Brahma demon's true body slashed with a sword, causing her purple-red dress to be damaged and mostly scattered, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Even though the 5 poison sect leader was just a child, he was beaten so embarrassed and his dress was torn, and the whole person was still ashamed. Lu Changsheng didn't care and continued to press it, signaling the peach blossom goo to be more motivated. I have suppressed the 5 poison sect leader to this extent, but it is still no match for the 7 deadly goo. Through the influence of the 7 deadly goo, Lu Changsheng already knew that this was some kind of love goo. If the peach blossom goo can take the opportunity to counterattack and cause the 5 poison sect leader to have a goo worm backlash, then I can take the opportunity to control the 5 poison sect leader, the Yuanying's engine. The 5 poison sect leader took out a 4th level talisman from her arms, her body merged with a void, and continued to escape. However, Lu Changsheng spent so much effort to seriously injure her, how could he let her escape? The 9 treasures Ruai bone bloomed with endless power filling his limbs and bones, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and destroy Alloas. The whole person seemed to have endless blood and mana. Before, relying on positional warfare, the 10,000 poison field, and the Yuanying realm, The 5 Poison Sect leader could still compete with Lu Changsheng, but now he gave up the positional warfare and was beaten back in an instant. After several rounds, not only her dress, but also her silver crown and hairpin were chopped off by the Dalluo sword embryo, causing her hair to become macy and no longer look majestic. If it were another female cultivator of the nascent soul stage, this scene would be very charming. But the 5 Poison Sect leader in front of him looked only 7 or 8 years old. Although her skin was white and crystal clear, Lu Changsheng had no idea at all. He pushed the yin-yang mixed hole grinder to continue killing, just wanting to suppress it. Dao Yangming, today's matter was the fault of this sect leader. As long as you stop, I am willing to make compensation. Otherwise, if we continue to fight like this, both sides will suffer in the end, and it will be difficult for you to get out of the 10,000 demons abyss. The 5 Poison Sect leader raised her hand, and her delicate body like white jade was covered with a purple dress, which wrapped her body, and she shouted. In front of her in the 10,000 demons abyss, she knew it would be difficult to escape unless the nascent soul was out of the body. But the nascent soul would not leave the body until it was a life and death moment. No nascent soul cultivator was willing to do this unless it was a last resort. This would not only abandon her physical body, but would also cause a great loss of her nascent soul's origin, making it difficult to make any progress in her cultivation. Moreover, although her body looked like a child due to her cultivation of magical powers and secrets, she had accumulated a deep foundation. I don't want to cause trouble. I came here with sincerity, but you broke your promise and secretly harmed my family. How can I trust you? As long as you give up resistance and let the poisonous insects bite back, we can stop and talk in detail. Lu Changsheng was wearing a golden dragon-patterned armor, with a black and white intertwined starry sky millstone on his head. Behind him, the Brahma demon's true body held the Dalluo sword embryo, and the sword energy was surging, slashing at the 5 Poison Sect leader. The Sanbao incarnation was hit by the 5 Poison Sect leader's scorpion tail needle, and his breath was weak and weak. He could only barely control the 36 Kanghe pearls to imprison this world, and the golden-winged Sky Peng was on the side to avoid being eroded too deeply by the poison. This is impossible. The 5 Poison Sect leader said coldly with a pale face. Even if she had a way to solve the backlash of the 7 deadly goo, she would have to pay a huge price. If Yang Ming's Henren goes back on his word and keeps restricting her, she will be completely depraved and unable to extricate herself in 50 years at most. Although I am defeated, do you really think you can kill me? Sitting down and negotiating is the best choice. The 5 Poison Sect leader said with messy hair and holding a 5-colored long banner. As a Yuanying's engine, it is a shame to bow to a giant and cultivator. Even if this giant and cultivator was a Yuanying old monster in his early years and had Yuanying level combat power, it still gave her a deep shame. After all, it is difficult to find a few cases of Yuanying's engine being defeated by giant and cultivators in ancient history. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that he could not kill the 5 Poison Sect leader. Even if he cut off his physical body, he would have no way to face the Yuanying out of his body. If he was fully prepared this time, and further improved his magical power, and perfected his Brahma demon true body, and then refined several top-level secret treasures that restricted the Yuanying spirit body through the Red Lotus and the Divine Machine 100 refining technique, there might be hope. But this time, he had never thought of fighting with the 5 Poison Sect leader to this extent. Isn't this just a negotiation with the sect leader? Lu Changsheng's face was indifferent, and 2 golden beams shot out of his eyes. He looked at the 5 Poison Sect leader in front of him and said in a powerful voice, "All you want is to make further progress on the road. As long as you let go of resistance, let the poisonous insects bite back, and submit to me, I can help you make further progress on the road. In the future, I can even help you unify the Jin Kingdom, subdue the Xianxi sect and the Yinming Ghost sect, and no one can compete with them." Lu Changsheng knew the situation of the 3 major sects in the Jin Kingdom when he chatted with Nangguang Mili before. Although they cooperated with each other, they had their own thoughts. If the 5 Poison Sect leader wanted to make further progress in her cultivation, she must have more resources to unify the Jin Kingdom. Based on the fact that the 5 Poison Sect leader secretly poisoned him, Lu Changsheng guessed that she probably wanted to use him to improve the strength of the sect. "You want me to be your slave puppet and use me to deal with them, but you say it so high-soundingly." Although Lu Changsheng's words were very tempting, as a Yuanying's engine and the leader of a sect, how could she be persuaded by Lu Changsheng's few words? She wrapped her body with a 5-colored long banner, gritted her silver teeth, and crushed a 4th level talisman with some pain. Life choices are very important. It depends on how you understand it. As long as you are willing to submit to me, we can get along well. There is no need to talk about slave puppets. We can be like a mist. Changsheng pushed the yin-yang mixed cave millstone and continued to put pressure on her and promised benefits. Thinking about the speculation of King Lun's engine about himself in the early years and Honglian chatting with him, Changsheng continued, I think you can see that this seat has reincarnated for some reasons, so I have reached the level of Dan cultivation. Now I need help. If you are willing to submit, you will get benefits. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. As Changsheng spoke, he slowed down his attack slightly and took out a jade slip from the Qingyan binding belt. Then he imprinted the key refining, foundation building and some fragments of the secret book of the 10,000 evil poison spirits into it, and threw it to the 5 poison sect leader with the power of the void. I heard that your skills are incomplete, which led to mistakes in your practice. This is a skill that I accidentally obtained in my early years. If you submit to me, I can not only give you this skill, but also help you practice. The future is promising. Changsheng said with great momentum. Although the jade slip is only a fragment of the skills, the 5 poison sect leaders' eyesight is enough to see the exquisiteness and profoundness of the skills. Huh? Seeing Changsheng slow down his attack, the 5 poison sect leaders' eyes condensed slightly, and he was very cautious. A spirit snake wrapped the jade slip, and then a wisp of consciousness entered. At the level of Yuanying, a wisp of consciousness can quickly read the content of the skills. Even if it was just a fragment, with a simple glance, the 5 poison sect leader could see that this technique was very mysterious, better than the fragments of the technique he practiced in his early years. Changsheng's Tai soul was shining brightly between his eyebrows, and he saw the slight doubt in the eyes of the 5 poison sect leader, and immediately struck while the iron was hot. Although you have broken through the nascent soul stage, Jin is only a corner of the southern wilderness. Like a frog in a well, how can you know the vastness of the world? If you are lucky enough to break through the god of transformation and go to Zhongzhou to open your eyes, you will know how lucky it is to be able to submit to me. Zhongzhou. As a nascent soul true lord, the 5 poison sect leader naturally knew many secrets. He knew that in addition to the southern wilderness Xiuxin realm, there were also the East Sea, West Desert, North Plains, and Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was the most prosperous. Not only had the god of transformation true lord, who was only limited to rumors in the southern wilderness, but also many other races, true spirit families, etc., which could be called a holy place for Xiuxin. Yes, it's okay to tell you. In my previous life, I was the lord of the Shangming dynasty in Zhongzhou. I was plotted against by villains and my origin was injured. I took this opportunity to go through reincarnation again and rebuild myself with the way of the ancient dragon emperor Saint King. Now I have condensed the Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao body and practiced the Supreme Yin and Yang Dao. Wait for me to rebuild for 300 years, and I will send the Empress to hell. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I can use the Dragon Emperor Dao body and the Supreme Yin and Yang origin to help you improve your Dao and upgrade your nascent soul to the Heavenly Dao nascent soul. Otherwise, even if I give you the Supreme Technique and the top opportunity, your future achievements will be limited. Since it is difficult to kill completely, Changsheng tried to deceive. Under normal circumstances, his words would definitely be regarded as nonsense. But he was at the 7th level of Jinden, holding a 5th level treasure, a true spirit level pet, and a Dharma-like true body. He could easily take out the Dao level poison Dao technique, and he killed her, the nascent soul true lord, to this extent, so his words were naturally credible. And according to Honglian's words, at the nascent soul level, one basically knows some ancient secrets and things outside the southern wasteland. If the 5 poison sect leader happens to know some of my fabricated words, wouldn't it make them more credible? Chapter 640, Heaven and Hell are just a thought away, the 5 poison sect leader surrenders. The Lord of Shangming Dynasty? Rewalking reincarnation? Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao body? Supreme Yin and Yang Dao? Rebuilding for 300 years, dare to make the Empress go to hell. Promote the nascent soul to the heavenly nascent soul. The 5 poison sect leader was shocked by Changsheng's words. As the lord of the nascent soul level force, the true lord of the nascent soul, she knew a lot about the ancient secrets, and had seen some relevant records of Zhongzhou in ancient books. It is rumored that Zhongzhou has thousands of races, and there are top cultivators who establish dynasties. Immortals and mortals live together, and the dynasties rule over the cultivators, and use the dynasties to practice. She didn't know the details, but she knew that being able to become the lord of a dynasty in Zhongzhou, a holy place for cultivating immortals, was definitely not simple. He belonged to the top cultivators, the true lord of the god of transformation. The same is true for rewalking reincarnation. Although there has always been a saying of reincarnation in the world of cultivating immortals. But there are very few people who can truly solve the mystery of reincarnation, the mystery of the womb, and awaken the wisdom of the previous life, and they can be counted on one hand. Even though she was a Yuanying Zhenjin, if her path collapsed in the future, she would not dare to say that she would go through reincarnation again and have another life. She didn't know about the ancient Dragon Emperor Qingyu and the Dragon Emperor Dao body, but she had to believe in the supreme yin and yang Dao. The heaven and earth mill with black and white yin and yang divine light intertwined above Yang Ming's Henren's head could be said to be reversing yin and yang and turning the world upside down. It was definitely a top-level yin and yang magical power. There was also the Brahma demon true body, the Buddha light and the magic pattern, the Buddha nature and the magic intention, which were displayed vividly but incomparably harmoniously, as if one yin and one yang. These two performances, it is not an exaggeration to say that the supreme yin and yang Dao, rebuilding for 300 years, dare to ask the Empress to go to hell. This probably means that the person who secretly harmed him in the previous life was a female Empress? But this kind of existence, at least in the God transformation stage, right? He can rebuild back to the God transformation stage in 300 years? As for the last sentence, to upgrade the Yuanying to the heavenly Dao Yuanying, the 5 poison sect leaders still didn't believe it. The world of cultivating immortals has always had natural treasures and elixirs to improve the foundation of Taoism, Den, and the quality of Yuanying. But these elixirs and spiritual objects are extremely rare. Being able to upgrade the human Yuanying to the earth Yuanying is a supreme treasure, and its value is difficult to measure and beyond imagination, not to mention upgrading it to the rumored heavenly Yuanying. But at this moment, Lu Changsheng's extraordinary combat power and performance made these shocking words seem somewhat true and credible to her. After all, it is just the promotion of the human Yuanying to the earth Yuanying. How can it be compared with the words of the Lord of the Shangming dynasty, rewalking reincarnation, and the supreme yin and yang Dao? Lu Changsheng concentrated his mind, and Taiyi's soul saw through the situation of the 5 poison sect leader. Seeing that she seemed to be affected by his words, he continued, all things in the world, mutual generation and mutual restraint, cause and effect, life and death, water and fire, good and evil, are all difficult to get out of the word yin and yang. And the Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao body is the top physique in the world, which fits the yin and yang Dao of heaven and earth. Not only does it make rapid progress in cultivation without any bottlenecks, but it can also perfect the Dao through the dual cultivation of yin and yang. This kind of dual cultivation not only perfects oneself, but also can baptize others in 8 Dao foundation through the dual cultivation of yin and yang, the Dragon Emperor's origin. Even if the Dao foundation is shattered, the inferior miscellaneous pill, and the human Dao Yuanying can be molded into perfect Dao foundation, an immortal golden pill, and a heavenly Dao Yuanying. Lu Changsheng has already started to substitute at this time, making up nonsense in his mouth, but his whole temperament is transcendent, like an emperor, who is the only one and dominates the world. He doesn't know whether the Dragon Emperor Dao body has this effect, and it is highly likely that it doesn't. But Honglian doesn't know about this kind of thing, and Lu Changsheng doesn't believe that the 5 poison sect leader knows. Even though she had heard of the Dragon Emperor Dao body, could she be sure that the information she knew was complete and correct? So Lu Changsheng directly compiled the effect of his Dao foundation onto the Dragon Emperor Dao body. In the future, if he needed to make up something, he could just use the Dragon Emperor Dao body as a cover. This is impossible. How could there be such a physique in the world? Facing Lu Changsheng's words and the terrifying offensive, the 5 poison sect leader retreated step by step, his face pale and weak, but he still questioned it. Although she had never heard of the Supreme Dragon Emperor Dao body, she knew that the Dao body could not be so exaggerated. If there really was such a heaven-defying physique, then what was the point of these cultivators who spent countless time and energy to improve their Yuanying Dao foundation? You know, a natural treasure that can improve the quality of a human Yuanying is infinitely valuable, precious and rare. It seems so. Even if the Dao body is against the sky, it will not be much more exaggerated than the top spiritual body. Lu Changsheng felt that it made sense after the 5 poison sect leader said that. Although his yin and yang qi can improve the Dao foundation and the quality of Dan, the Yuanying has not tried it yet. Moreover, improving the quality of the Jinden is so slow. Even if you break through the Yuanying stage and can improve the quality of the Yuanying stage, you probably need to nurture it countless times. But the words have been said, and the first thing is to believe it yourself. Lu Changsheng immediately looked arrogant and said disdainfully, "So your vision is too narrow, like a frog in the well. In the vast Zhongzhou, kings have risen together, and geniuses are everywhere. My Dragon Emperor Dao body is among the top 10 among the 3,000 Dao bodies. How can you imagine it? If it weren't for this peerless body and the qualifications to become an immortal, how could I abandon the great way of my previous life, the heritage of the dynasty, and go through reincarnation again? If you don't believe it, you can take a look at the Misty True Dan at that time to see if it has been upgraded from the 4th grade. True Elixir is about to become Golden Elixir? As long as I am willing, the Immortal Golden Elixir is nothing more than that. You are now in the nascent soul stage. Even if you have supreme skills and top opportunities, it is difficult to rise high and break through the God transformation stage. But as long as you submit to me, I will break through the God transformation realm, and I can spend the Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor's origin to baptize your nascent soul for you, and promote you to the Heavenly Dao nascent soul. At that time, you will return to Zhongzhou with me. The God transformation is not the end." Lu Changsheng became more and more confident as he spoke, and even he couldn't help but believe it and cheered loudly. Although he is not a Dragon Emperor Dao body, how can his Chaos body be worse than any Dragon Emperor Dao body? Even if it is not as good now, he can kill any Dao body in the future. Who is the peak of thousands of Dao bodies? Once they see chaos, they will all become empty. As for going to Zhongzhou in the future, the God transformation is not the end. Lu Changsheng believes that it is not a lie. With a system by his side, he has the confidence that no other cultivator has, and he is full of confidence in the future. Confident that as long as he stays stable, it is not impossible for him to become an immortal in the future. The 5 poison sect leader can become the leader of a sect, the Yuanying Zhenjin, and his talent is beyond doubt. As long as she is willing to sincerely submit, assist him well, and then become the mother of his child, what if he supports her to break through the God transformation? Well, wait, how can this 5 poison sect leader become the mother of his child? Isn't it a bit perverted? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lu Changsheng felt something was wrong. But at this time, he was in high spirits, and he didn't care about these trivial matters. He continued to speak, "Heaven and hell are just a thought away, and the road to immortality is smooth or the road is cut off. I think you should understand it in your heart, sect leader. If you miss this opportunity, you will regret it for the rest of your life, and you can only wait for me to flatten the 5 poison sect one day." Lu Changsheng kept speaking, pushing the yin-yang mixed whole millstone, not giving the 5 poison sect leader too much breathing and thinking time. After all, if he thinks carefully about his words, he might be able to see through the flaws and loopholes. The 5 poison sect leader held the 5-colored long banner, pursed his lips tightly, and didn't speak. Lu Changsheng was so arrogant and high-handed, and his words were filled with extreme confidence, which undoubtedly brought a strong shock to her, and her heart began to waver. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. No, maybe only hell. Although the words of this Yangming Zhenren were shocking and deafening, as if opening up a new world, she was able to walk step by step to today and become a Yuanying cultivator. How could she completely believe such words? If the other party really had such a great ability, how could he constantly intimidate her with words? And these words were too big and too empty. The Yuanying of the Heavenly Dao, the God of transformation, is not the end. If it was really that simple, how could the entire southern wilderness Zeuxin world act the appearance of the God of transformation, and how could the other party reincarnate and cultivate again? But now she doesn't have much time to analyze, think, and judge. If she disagrees and continues to delay, she will find it difficult to continue, and can only escape from the 10,000 demons abyss through the Yuanying's out-of-body experience. But once the Yuanying leaves the body, her future is afraid that her path will be half abandoned, and it will be difficult to make any further progress. Whether cooperating with Liango, interfering with the war of reclamation, or taking risks to subdue this Yangming Zhenren, it was because she realized that the catastrophe was coming, and she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to save herself, so she tried her best to improve her strength. Although she chose to rely on Qingyun Sect in the future. But Qingyun Sect, a top force, has countless vassals. When Balian's Qingyun came, he just dropped a chess piece. If she can't show enough strength and potential in the future, she can't climb the big tree of Qingyun Sect at all. You are really a devil. The 5 poison sect leader's skirt was torn, her hair was messy, and her face was pale. She lived up to her previous majesty, which was in sharp contrast to the majestic and powerful Lu Changsheng in front of her. Under Lu Changsheng's relentless pursuit, her inner defense line had collapsed, and she had the intention of surrendering, but she was still unwilling. No matter what, she is also a Yuanying's Qingyun, a top existence in the world of cultivation. Even though she was seriously injured and fled by Xuanjian's Qingyun in her early years, and now she was beaten back by Lu Changsheng, it still did not affect her status. Devil? I am just opening a great road to heaven for you, so that your life will advance by leaps and bounds from now on, and you will reach a realm that you have always dreamed of, or even dared not imagine. Lu Changsheng saw that the 5 poison sect leader had wavered and believed his words, thinking about how to disintegrate her final insistence. He thought for a moment and said, even if the poisonous insects are backfiring, you will not be completely ruined. I can first show you the origin of the Yin-Yang Dragon King, and you will naturally know it by then. And I will return to Zhongzhou in the future, and I want to emulate the Dragon King and establish the Supreme Holy Dynasty. If you perform well and assist me, I will grant you a position as a heavenly concubine one day, and help you break through the Dao Yuanying. Supreme Holy Dynasty, Dao Yuanying. The 5 poison sect leader was puzzled. Haha, so you are too short-sighted. Above the human way, earth way, and heaven way, there is naturally the Dao Yuanying. If you haven't heard of it, you should know that above the perfect Dao foundation, you can also break the limit and transform again. In this case, who said that the immortal golden elixir and the heavenly Dao Yuanying are the end? Just like me, the golden elixir is the supreme yin-yang Dao golden elixir, and the future Yuanying is also the yin-yang Wanfa Dao Yuanying. Honglian has only heard of the Dao Jinden. As for the Dao Yuanying, Lu Changsheng doesn't know, and Honglian has never heard of it. But it's right not to have heard of it. Honglian hasn't heard of it, so the 5 poison sect leader has probably never heard of it. Even if he accidentally saw it in an ancient book, it was just a few words and vague. In this case, then just brag about it. Anyway, it's already been boasted to this extent, so it doesn't matter. Besides, looking at the 5 poison sect leader's appearance, he has been fooled by himself. But it's normal. His current situation can't be explained except reincarnation and recultivation. After Lu Changsheng broke through the nascent soul, he directly gave himself the title of a great reincarnation. Otherwise, in his own case, he broke through the nascent soul at the age of more than 100, with a bunch of top-level magical skills and magic, and all-powerful treasures. There was no way to explain it. Even the Son of Destiny is no more than this. That's all I have to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I just give you a chance for Mili's sake. Lu Changsheng said no more, and ran a yin-yang mixed whole mill with all his strength, rumbling the sky and the earth. It's enough to say so much. If you continue to talk about it, it will be bad. Too much is as bad as too little. Heaven and hell are just a puppet slave in a thought. The pale face of the 5 poison sect leader showed a bit of self-mockery. After practicing for hundreds of years and making all kinds of plans, he has come to this point today. Now that the opportunity of the great Dao appears in front of him, how can he not be shaken? Even if the words of this Yangming's Henrin are too fake, too big and empty, the means and situations shown by the other party made her couldn't help but be convinced. Especially in order to deal with Lu Changsheng, she paid attention to the intelligence information of Yangming's Henrin. The first time he appeared in the Yinming Ghost Sect. Although he has extraordinary combat power, if there is no golden rock, he can only be regarded as a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage. The second time he appeared, he raised his hand to suppress the corpse of the Xianxi sect, Murengzhufan. This combat power is already a top-level existence in the Jinden stage. The third time he appeared was during the War of Opening Up Wasteland, when he could compete head-on with the leader of the Xianxi sect. Now for the fourth time, he is facing this Yangming's Henrin. Although his cultivation is not as perfect as the Jinden stage, he is not his opponent. This growth rate, combat power, and the fragments of the exercises given by the other party, all indicate that the origin of the person in front of him is extraordinary and he is not an ordinary cultivator. In addition, there are Nanguang Mili, Nanguang Yaoyao, Nanguang Minghuang, etc., all of which show that this Yang Mingzhenren is extraordinary. Although she has not seen Nanguang Mili's giant situation, she knows his character and it is difficult for him to fall in love with someone sincerely. Puff. As thoughts were tumbling in her mind, the real body of Brahma demon suddenly slashed with a sword, and the brilliant sword light penetrated the void of heaven and earth, causing the 5 poison sect leader to fly sideways and spit out another mouthful of blood. The 5 poison sect leader coughed and said, "I am willing to surrender, but the poison worm will backfire." If she used normal contract methods, she could at least maintain her thoughts and consciousness, and if she encountered danger, she could also leave her body and find a way to break free from the shackles later. But once the 7 deadly love goo backfired on her, it would affect her thoughts and consciousness. At the beginning, she could still control her original intention and maintain her current thoughts and consciousness. But as time went on, she would completely sink under the 7 deadly love goo, unable to extricate herself, and become the other party's love slave, willing to dedicate everything in her life to him. HMPH, I always keep my word. If you don't want to, you can just let your nascent soul leave your body and see if you can escape from my human emperor sword. Although Lu Changsheng could restrict the 5 poison sect leader through the sealing divine light of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, the talisman prohibition of the 9 mysterious talisman sutra, or the poison prohibition in the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits. But the opponent could even suppress the effect of the 4th level spiritual contract, and I really didn't have full confidence in these methods. Although he couldn't guarantee that the opponent's 4th level goo worm could control the 5 poison sect leader, the effect should be better than these methods. Moreover, the 5 poison sect leader is now seriously injured. As long as she lets the goo worm bite back, I can slowly find a way to completely control her. The 5 poison sect leader gritted her teeth, and seeing that Lu Changsheng continued to kill, she chose to let go of the resistance and signaled the 7 deadly goo to give up the resistance. Buzz buzz buzz. The 7 deadly goo screamed and roared, as if saying, "I want to fight to the death, why did your majesty surrender first?" Although the peach blossom goo in front of him was extraordinary, it was still a big level lower than it. Even though the 5 poison sect leader was beaten back by Lu Changsheng, it still suppressed the peach blossom goo steadily. If Lu Changsheng did not have the Yuanying level Tai soul, even through the peach blossom goo, it could continue to erode Lu Changsheng's soul and sea of consciousness. As the 5 poison sect leader gave up resistance, the 7 deadly goo wailed and began to be suppressed by the peach blossom goo. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels is too big after all. Lu Changsheng watched the peach blossom goo suppress the 7 deadly goo with difficulty, and sighed in his heart. The Tai soul between his eyebrows bloomed with endless soul light, shining on the peach blossom goo. The 5 poison sect leader was not surprised that Lu Changsheng had a Yuanying level soul. Even through the previous words, she felt that Lu Changsheng's Yuanying soul was far from enough. However, at this time, separated by the physical body, she could not see through Lu Changsheng's soul in detail, and could only guess secretly that it might be because of reincarnation that he only had the Yuanying soul. Swish. Seeing this efficiency, Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and slapped the Qingyan shadow belt again. A pottery jar appeared, and a thumb-sized, blood-red, and somewhat wilted goo worm appeared. It was the love-locking goo. Although Lu Changsheng had this goo worm with him, he had never used it much, and he didn't even spend time to cultivate it. At this time, seeing that the peach blossom goo was barely able to fight, he signaled the love-locking goo to go up and help. However, the love-locking goo didn't even dare to step forward in the face of the Qingzhu goo's aura, and trembled. Fortunately, with the big brother peach blossom goo, he dared to muster up the courage to step forward and suppress it. Is this love-locking goo? The 5 poison sect leader recognized a love-locking goo at a glance, and his expression was surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had a love-locking goo in addition to the top-level goo worms such as peach blossom goo. Although the love-locking goo is only a ground spirit goo, it can also be called one of the top-level goo worms. It's just that Lu Changsheng's love-locking goo looks wilted and has not been properly cultivated at all. Could it be that the Sky Spider Envoy was also influenced by this person's love-lock goo? If so, this Yang Mingzhenren is not a righteous person. The 5 poison sect leader's face was cloudy, and his fists were clenched tightly. After all, as the leader of the 5 poison sect, He allowed his own life goo to be suppressed by others, which was really aggrieved. Mealy also wanted to influence me through the love goo in his early years, which led to his backlash and control by me, but the love goo had already been solved. As long as you sincerely submit, it will not be difficult to solve the love goo in the future. I can promise that as long as you behave well, I will solve the love goo for you on the day when I break through the nascent soul, and then give you a choice. Lu Changsheng noticed that the 5 poison sect leader was still struggling, and said lightly. His calm words were full of confidence. He could not completely control the 5 poison sect leader now, and it was difficult to kill him. But when he breaks through the nascent soul, no matter how many 5 poison sect leaders there are, they will be just a mob, and he will raise his hand to suppress them. It will be the same whether there is love goo or not. Do I still have a choice by then? The 5 poison sect leader said with some helplessness and self-mockery. If she was affected by the 7 deadly love goo and could not extricate herself, she would not even want to remove the love goo. Moreover, with the opponent's strength, if he broke through the nascent soul, she would have no choice but to surrender. However, thinking of the opponent's strength and words, she decided to take a gamble. This seat has always kept its word. As long as you are sincere, you will not only have the power of choice, but also step onto the Tongshan Avenue, sing all the way, become a great true lord worshipped by countless people, a true master of transformation, famous in the southern wilderness, and stunning for eternity. In the future, you will be glad for the choice you made. Lu Changsheng said with a faint smile. His temperament was extraordinary and his tone was very loud. At this time, he had entered the state and thought he was omnipotent, causing the 5 poison sect leader to be infected by Lu Changsheng's words. After all, he is a Yuanying great true lord, a Shenhe true lord, and is famous in the southern wilds and central plains. It is really amazing. You know, as a cultivator embarks on the immortal path, as his cultivation level improves, he will be more respectful of the world. If Lu Changsheng did not lack some of the temperament and charm that has gone through the reincarnation of time, his words would be more convincing. Time passed little by little, and after a long time, buzz! Under the suppression of the peach blossom goo and the lock love goo, the 7 deadly goo finally cried out and was suppressed by the peach blossom goo and the lock love goo. At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt that there was a mysterious connection between him and the 5 poison sect leader. It was like the love of the lock love goo, but a little different. He looked at the 5 poison sect leader. The 5 poison sect leader, with her skirt torn and her pale and weak face, looked up at Lu Changsheng as if she had felt something in her heart. The two looked at each other. Lu Changsheng saw a bit of complicated intimacy in her eyes, and knew that the love goo was already formed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Breaking into Nascent Soul. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Changsheng raised his hand lightly, and the peach blossom goo, the locking love goo, and the 7 deadly goo all fell into his hands. This 7 deadly goo is a 4th level goo worm, which is definitely one of the trump cards of the 5 poison sect leader. If it is returned to her, there might be some problems, so it is kept for the time being. Seeing this, the 5 poison sect leader was silent, and did not say anything. Knowing that surrender requires attitude, he put away the spiritual treasure in his hand, and the magic power and poison around him dissipated. Lu Changsheng thought about it, and the Daluo sword embryo returned to his hand, and the Brahma demon's true body gradually faded away. Then the 3 treasures incarnation not far away made a swoosh sound and returned to Lu Changsheng's body with the 36 Qinghe pearls. In this battle, the most seriously injured was the 3 treasures incarnation. If the 3 treasures incarnation was not transformed by the 3 treasures transformation pearl, if it was a giant and cultivator, the scorpion tail needle that hit the 5 poison sect leader before would have crippled him even if he did not die. Now that I have let my natal goo worm bite back, fellow Taoist Yangming can rest assured, right? The 5 poison sect leader said to Lu Changsheng with an indifferent face, but her words were somewhat soft. The moment the 7 absolute love goo was suppressed by the peach blossom goo and the locking love goo, she felt an inexplicable emotion surge in her heart, and she subconsciously wanted to get close to the Yangming's Henrin in front of her. But as a Yuanying's engine, her reserve identity still made her suppress this emotion. Since the sect leader has shown his sincerity and is willing to sit down and negotiate, I will naturally not care about the previous grudges. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly, knowing that the 5 poison sect leader had not yet sunk, and shot a forbidden divine light at her to prevent her from having any spare energy. The 5 poison sect leader saw that she surrendered and let the goo worm bite back, and Lu Changsheng still used forbidden means on her, and her face was filled with shame and anger. How could she have suffered such humiliation? After all, I am only a giant and cultivator. I still have to be careful when facing the leader's methods. Lu Changsheng just smiled and said without any embarrassment. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would not need to be so cautious, but this is a Yuanying's engine, and a goo poison cultivator who is good at poisoning. Just like the scorpion tail needle used by the other party before, if I had not cultivated a Brahma demon true saint art, the Brahma demon's true body would be difficult to resist. Dao, as a hegemon, don't you have such confidence? The 5 poison sect leader had crystal teeth, biting her blood-stained lips, with messy black hair, like a weak and pitiful little girl, without any of the previous majesty, which made Lu Changsheng feel like bullying a little girl. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. In my previous life, I trusted her too much, so I was secretly harmed, so I have to be more careful. Besides, the sect leader is in a situation now, and he is not affected by the goo worm, and he can still use the charm technique. Lu Changsheng's chaotic body has the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and he has the Tai soul. He can see that the 5 poison sect leader used the charm technique. Her charm technique was very advanced, and there was a sense of naturalness. HMPH. The 5 poison sect leader snorted a little angrily, thinking that this person did not understand romance, and then suppressed the rising emotions in his heart, and said indifferently, "Didn't Dao say that you would let me see the origin of Yin Yang Dragon King?" She chose to surrender, and naturally wanted to further verify the authenticity of Lu Changsheng's words. If the latter really possessed the so-called Supreme Dragon King Dao body, which could improve the foundation of Yuanying Dao for people, then it was worth a gamble. If not, it was just a lie. She took advantage of the fact that the 7 absolute love goo was not deep, and there was still a chance for Yuanying to escape. As long as she returned to the 5 poison sect, with a mountain gate formation, she would not be afraid of Lu Changsheng coming, and could find a way to break free of the 7 absolute goo. The previous words were too full, and Lu Changsheng was not sure whether his yin and yang ki had any effect on Yuanying. He said indifferently, "If you want to see the origin of Yin and Yang Dragon King, you must practice Yin and Yang dual cultivation." The 5 poison sect leader heard this and his body stiffened slightly. But thinking that he had paid such a great price, it was impossible not to verify it now. He clenched his fists and said expressionlessly, "Then come on." At this moment, it was Lu Changsheng's turn to be confused. I didn't expect that the 5 poison sect leader was so free and direct, and he said dual cultivation. Is this the person in the magic way? But looking at the other party's small body, he said lightly, "This seed is not interested in your current appearance. Wait until you solve your skills and body." Although Lululeozu likes to challenge weaknesses and suppress the fairies and goddesses who are usually high above him, he still has a moral bottom line. Before facing the 5 poison sect leader, he had no desires in this regard, but thought that he could become the mother of his child in the future. I didn't expect that fellow Daoists would pay attention to this aspect. The 5 poison sect leader looked a little unhappy. In her early years, in order to break through the nascent soul and increase the probability, she practiced a fragment of skills, which resulted in her always looking like a child. No one dared to mention this matter in front of her on weekdays, saying that her image was not good now, but now Lu Changsheng disliked it. HMPH. She snorted coldly, and made hand gestures. The whole body was covered with colorful crystal light. Her figure gradually grew bigger and became slender. Huh? Lu Changsheng looked surprised. He didn't expect that the 5 poison sect leader could grow bigger. The 5 poison sect leader, who looked 7 or 8 years old, instantly grew to look like 16 or 17 years old. Her figure was graceful and slender. Although she was far less enchanting and charming than Nangguang Mi Li, she was also curvy and graceful. Her messy black hair fell down softly and directly to her perky buttocks. The exquisite jade feet without shoes and socks were reflected in the colorful light. They were crystal clear, slender and beautiful, as if they were rippling with a layer of precious light, which was very tempting. It's okay now. The five poison sect leader is very beautiful, with an oval face that seems to have a little baby fat, white and tender, and bright and clear eyes, like a deep and bottomless pool of water, without any ripples. Her eyebrows are like autumn waves, and the tip of her thick eyebrows is lightly hooked, revealing a little tenderness. Her nose is straight and tall, very delicate, and her pink lips are pale, thin and small. I don't know if she is in a bad mood now, but her cheeks are tight, causing her lips to pout slightly, and the whole person is pure and pitiful. She had a delicate and cute appearance as a child before, which formed a strong contrast with her identity as an old monster in the nascent soul stage. But her temperament is not suitable for this age, and she still knows that this is an old monster. But now she has grown up, pure and lovely, and her pink and tender appearance makes the whole person even more contrasting. After all, who would have thought that the Yuanying leader of the Five Poisons Demon sect was actually a pure type? After saying that, the Five Poison sect leader came to Lu Changsheng with an indifferent face, and wanted to push him to the boulder next to him, saying, "In this state, the mana poison in my body will be out of control, but I think it will not affect you with your physique." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, with a little delicate nasal sound, which made the cold words a little gentle and comfortable to listen to. But she didn't do much physical training, and she couldn't push Lu Changsheng into his current state. She was angry and pressed her soft body against his chest, standing on her red and white jade feet, like a proud white swan, and her cherry lips were fragrant and moved towards Lu Changsheng's face. The fresh and tranquil fragrance of the flowers mixed with the poison in her body formed an indescribable strong fragrance, like a beautiful poppy. Lu Changsheng had never encountered such a situation before. They were fighting to the death a moment before, and they were so proactive the next moment. If the other party had not been seriously injured, had the poisonous insects backfired, and was now defenseless, and was imprisoned by his own forbidden divine light, Lu Changsheng would subconsciously take action if he approached like this. With his physique, even if the Five Poison sect leader was a Yuanying cultivator, his body would be broken. However, the poison permeating the other party's body was indeed caused by the disorder of the physical body and magic power. Lu Changsheng naturally would not take action, but sealed the other party's cherry lips that came close, and his palms naturally rubbed her slender waist and fragrant buttocks. This kind of thing is already instinctive and conditioned reaction for Lu Patriarch. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng found that the Five Poison sect leader seemed a little stiff. What's going on? So proactive, and knows how to charm, but it turns out to be a novice? Just now, seeing her proactive appearance, Lu Changsheng thought that the other party was an old monster who sat on the ground and sucked the soil. After all, as a Yuanying Zhenjin, the Five Poison sect leader must be hundreds of years old. But when in such close contact, the subconscious stiffness of the body could not be faked. Thinking that the Five Poison sect leader in front of him was still a novice, Patriarch Lu suddenly became a little interested, grabbing the fragrance with full of aggression, and his palms wandered over her soft jade body. If Patriarch Lu did not have a chaotic body and a quasi-fourth level physique, it would be difficult for ordinary people to have close contact with a poison in this sweetness, and the poison permeated in her body's magic power. However, the soft and sticky fragrance like jelly mixed with a poison also has a unique taste, which is a feeling that has never been experienced before. At this time, roar, 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 a roar of ghosts and gods wailing sounded. I saw a sound of breaking through the air in front, and a huge black shadow rushed towards Lu Changsheng, setting off a tragic aura. This is the demon ape that Lu Changsheng had fought before. It was forced back by the Daluo sword embryo, the Brahma demon true body and the Five Poison sect leader's nascent soul magic power before. Now seeing that the two people's breath has subsided, it immediately killed again. The initiative of the Five Poisons cult master almost made Lu Leozu forget that they were in the extremely dangerous 10,000 demons abyss. Moreover, not only was the Five Poisons cult master seriously injured, but he had been improving for so long before. Once he stopped, even if he had the immortal substance, he would have to be weak and recuperate for at least half a month. He held the Five Poisons cult master's waist with one hand, and continued to hold the Daluo sword embryo with the other hand, looking at the demon ape bursting with brilliant sword light, and then signaled the golden-winged sky peng to take the two away quickly. Does the cult master trust me so much? Lu Changsheng looked at the Five Poisons cult master, whose face was pale but a little flushed, in his arms, and said lightly, "Although this woman was injured and affected by the love goo, Her nascent soul-level soul would not be affected at all. I am just a weak woman now. The Five Poisons cult master had a pure and soft face, pursed her thin lips, and said with some panting. She naturally realized that the demon ape was coming. But now she could not do anything except the nascent soul out of the body. Moreover, Lu Changsheng's big hand had just wandered over his body, grabbing the sweetness with aggression, and the effect of the 7 absolute love goo also surged into his mind. Lu Changsheng was not sure whether the 5 Poison Sect leader was acting now, or whether he had a backup plan, but the other party was in the current state, and the two were in close contact throughout the whole process, so the initiative and advantage were in his hands. Even though she was now full of poison, and when they came into contact, Lu Changsheng still believed that the initiative was in his hands, and as long as he wanted, he could threaten to destroy her physical body in an instant. Sure enough, you still have to refine your body. If you don't have a good physique, even if you have the love goo, the other party is seriously injured, and most of the mana is sealed. You dare not be so arrogant and have close contact with a Yuanying cultivator who is carrying a poison. No, if it weren't for my chaos body having the 3 spiritual body poison resistance characteristics of the evil poison body, the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and the Kunpeng demon body, even a quasi 4th level physique would not dare to be so arrogant. Lu Changsheng hugged the 5 Poison Sect leader, thinking in his heart, and increasingly realized the benefits of practicing both the law and the body. If the other party dares to do something wrong, he can even rely on his physique and the blazing life essence, just like a novel he read in his previous life, and shoot and kill directly during the dual cultivation. He did not enter the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. He was able to maintain his current state of mana, completely relying on the support of the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus. If he entered the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, his mana would be exhausted and very weak. Moreover, he did not want the 5 Poison Sect leader to know about the Xianyun Bao Huang Lotus, a treasure like this. Since the sect leader is anxious to see the origin of the yin-yang dragon emperor of a certain family, then just make do with it. After getting away from the ape demon, Lu Changsheng signaled the golden-winged Skypeng to land, raised his hand to lay down a simple formation, and then set up a barrier, which was guarded by the golden-winged Skypeng. The 5 Poison Sect leader did not speak, but continued to tiptoe her fair and tender white jade feet, which were not stained with the slightest dust, and kissed Lu Changsheng, very actively, wanting to push him under her. This group of people like women to be on top, right? Lu Changsheng thought of the colorful cloud master Yun Wanshang. He had gone through many hardships and practiced dual cultivation countless times, but he was always in the hands of this Qingyun Sect. Although Patriarch Lu did not mind this position. But at this moment, as the lord of a dynasty and the reincarnation of the true master of transformation, how could he let a prisoner ride on him? He didn't want to save face. Lu Changsheng's body was tall and slender, and he stood still. His palms were strong and powerful, holding the soft waist of the 5 Poison Sect leader, letting go of her sweet fragrance mixed with poison, and slowly moved towards her side face and jade neck. How long are you going to dawdle? The 5 Poison Sect leader's voice was soft and rapid. She was panting, and subconsciously tilted her neck back. She just wanted to see the origin of the yin-yang dragon emperor through dual cultivation, and she was not in the mood to flirt with Lu Changsheng slowly. Moreover, she was in a bad state now, and was constantly affected by the 7 absolute love goo. If this continued, it would be difficult to suppress the feelings rising in her heart, and her whole body would be soft. As a Yuanying Zhenjin, the leader should know that the dual cultivation of yin and yang is in line with the great way of heaven and earth. How can you be careless? How could Lu Changsheng not see that the 5 Poisons leader was in a bad condition now, affected by the injury and the 7 absolute love goo? Moreover, the other party used a secret method to grow his body, causing the situation to worsen further. If he could delay for a little longer, it would be good for him. My sect's inheritance is not as good as that of Taoist friends. I only know that the dual cultivation of yin and yang is a side door and a crooked way. The 5 Poisons leader's body was soft, and her fair and delicate skin began to heat up. She said with a tight face. Although she thought that the Yang Ming's Henren in front of her was deliberately teasing her, the initiative was in his hands now. She couldn't turn her face unless she gave up her physical body and the Yuanying left. The dual cultivation of yin and yang is the great way to match the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Many people have misunderstandings about this and think it is a side door. The leader will see it later. Lu Changsheng didn't say this nonsense. Although the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra does not emphasize dual cultivation, the Yin-Yang path it expounds embraces all things and covers a lot of dual cultivation between men and women, which is very different from the dual cultivation and replenishment techniques he acquired in his early years. As he spoke, he gently pulled his palm, and the tattered purple dress of the Five Poison Sect leader flew off. The jade body that looked like white jade appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. The beautiful beauty set off by the dark sky and the devil crying 10,000 demons abyss was like a night pearl in the dark wasteland, bright and beautiful. The chest was full and could be held in one hand. If you tasted it carefully, there was a sweet fragrance mixed with poison. At the beginning, the Five Poison Sect leader could still take some initiative. But now facing the battle-hardened and silent techniques of Lu Liaozu, his eyes gradually became hazy, his breathing was panting, his body was stiff with some instinctive twists, his feet stood on tiptoes helplessly, trembling slightly, and he seemed to fall down. At this moment, the Five Poison Sect leader did not show any of the majesty of the Yuan Ying's engine, just like a delicate and charming pure girl. It seems that the sect leader really lacks understanding of the yin-yang dual cultivation. Lu Changsheng tasted the soft jade body in front of him and found it very interesting. After all, this is a Yuan Ying's engine. Even if the appearance is ordinary, the identity and strength will bring people an incomparable stimulation and a sense of conquest. What's more, the Five Poison Sect leader in front of him has a delicate appearance, pure and weak, which makes people want to conquer him. He really doesn't want to swallow it whole, but taste every part slowly. From top to bottom, Lu Changsheng tasted carefully. The Five Poison Sect leader did not speak, her beautiful eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled, her neck was pink. She only felt numb all over, and her nose made a delicate and soft sound from time to time. If she didn't want to see Lu Changsheng's supreme yin-yang avenue, the origin of the yin-yang dragon emperor, she would have directly closed her five senses and six perceptions. After a while, after tasting and playing with it from top to bottom, Lu Changsheng saw that the Five Poison Sect leader was already aroused, so he did not continue to tease her. Everything is too much. If he delays any longer, he may exceed the Five Poison Sect leader's endurance limit and ruin the experience. With a pat of his palm, a tiger skin blanket was spread on the ground. Lu Changsheng put the Five Poison Sect leader down and completely untied his robe. "Master, I'm going to start." After a while, the two bodies hugged each other tightly. Lu Changsheng reminded the Five Poison Sect leader and sank down. The barrier of the nascent soul was about to break in front of Lu Changsheng's body. On this day, Lu Changsheng was 112 years old, had cultivated immortality for 94 years, and broke into the nascent soul. The Five Poison Sect leader frowned, her face was pale, and she groaned. At this moment, her nascent soul-level mana suddenly became chaotic and violent, like a wild horse running wildly. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and saw that there was a problem with her practice, and she was a little obsessed. She is now seriously injured, and most of her magic power is imprisoned by her own sealed divine light, and she has used secret techniques, which has caused her skills to be unstable. Now that her body has been broken, the source of magic power hidden in the acupoints of her body has awakened from its slumber. Even the Five Poison Sect leader herself was shocked by this situation. This fragment of her skills can hide the source of magic power in the acupoints of her body, nourish her body at all times, and wait to release it when she breaks through the bottleneck to help break through the realm. But she only got a fragment, the skills are incomplete, and she practiced forcefully, so she didn't know that the skills cannot be broken. I didn't expect that the sect leader has not prepared such a generous gift for someone. Please rest assured, I will definitely not treat you badly afterwards. Lu Changsheng knew that if she gave the Five Poison Sect leader some breathing time, she could stabilize her skills and use this source of magic power to recover. And he is still in the state of 9 treasures Rui Bone. Once it is completely released, he will definitely enter a weak period. Now that the Five Poison Sect leader not only sent him the essence of Yuan Yin, but also sent him such a source of mana, he would naturally not be polite. Boom. Lu Changsheng immediately activated his skills and grabbed all of the Five Poison Sect leader's Yuan Yin and Yuan Ying's mana source. Buzz buzz buzz, as the Yuan Yin and mana source of the Yuan Yin cultivator entered his body, Lu Changsheng's yin and yang mana roared, his body was nourished, and even the yin and yang qi that had been dormant in the qi si and danshan for many years began to move. Since the early years of refining Ling Xiao's dragon yin origin and Nangguang Mi Li's Yuan Yin jade liquid, This wisp of yin and yang qi has only had some movement and a small improvement during Hong Lian's first practice. At other times, such as Meng Xiaojun and Chu Qingyi's Yuan Yin origin, there was no movement at all. But now, with the influx of the 5 poison sect leaders Yuan Yin and Mana origin, the yin and yang qi instantly turned into yin and yang fish swimming around his limbs and bones, refining the Yuan Yin origin. The 5 poison sect leader opened her beautiful eyes. Her pale face was a little embarrassed and angry. She was extremely sad that the Mana origin that she had been silent for many years, which she used to warm her body and break through the bottleneck, was taken away by Lu Changsheng's twitching. My word is as good as gold. You will get the benefit later. I will give you the Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor's origin later. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice, frantically plundering and refining this source of mana. Not only did the Yin-Yang Qi improve, but also stabilized the foundation of Taoism in the Golden Elixir. His cultivation and mana also began to improve, and he was approaching the 8th level of Jinden. The face of the 5 poison sect leader was cloudy, and then he relaxed his fist and stopped talking. At this point, he could only let Lu Changsheng grab the mana source of his body. As the mana of the body was plundered, the body of the 5 poison sect leader, who seemed to be a girl of 16 or 17, also showed subtle changes at this moment, as if she was gradually growing up and her body became rounder. Lu Changsheng, who was trying his best to grab and refine the primordial yin and the source of mana, did not notice this detail at the first time. But after a moment, he saw that the 5 poison sect leader in front of him seemed to be 18 or 19 years old. After another half an hour of dual cultivation, he gradually looked like he was in his 20s. What's going on? Xianshan Chuangleo. Lu Changsheng looked surprised and guessed that it was related to the 5 poison sect leader's skills. Although this situation gave him a brand new experience he had never had before, Patriarch Lu was still focused on cultivation. However, considering that it was the first time for the 5 poison sect leader to experience this, he was still doing two things at once, grabbing the source of mana while explaining things in a simple and easy to understand way. It was unknown how long it had been before Lu Changsheng's Qi Hai Danshan roared, and the Yin-Yang Dao Jinden and the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dao Foundation formed a tremor that sounded like the sound of the Dao. The 8th level of Jinden. Lu Changsheng's cultivation realm successfully broke through the 8th level of Jinden from the 7th level. This process is still continuing. Damn the shortcut of dual cultivation. I, Lu, have been down to earth and have been practicing hard for so long, but it's not as fast as a dual cultivation. The evil shortcut. Lu Changsheng criticized and condemned this situation, and whipped it hard. At this moment, the appearance of the 5 poison sect leader has changed from the previous girl to a young woman in her 30s, like a ripe peach, charming and charming. Although the facial contours have traces of the past, who can associate the charming and beautiful woman with pear blossoms in the rain with a previous pure girl and cute girl? However, Lu Changsheng noticed that the 5 poison sect leader was in a bad condition and her face was pale. She had been seriously injured before, and now her skills were disordered, and her mana source was rioting, causing her injuries to worsen. Alice, my ancestor Lu is still soft-hearted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Changsheng could plunder all her mana source, and even further plunder her nascent soul source. But Lu Changsheng didn't do it. On the one hand, the benefits are enough now, and in the long run, there is no need to exhaust the pond to catch fish. On the other hand, the 7 absolute love goo has not completely sunk the 5 poison sect leader. If he does this, the 5 poison sect leader will definitely escape with her nascent soul out of her body at the first time. Even now, she is at the edge of her endurance limit. Immediately, Lu Changsheng activated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and with his supreme Yin-Yang attainments, he helped the 5 poison sect leader balance this mana source, and used the dual cultivation method to help her stabilize her injuries. How is this possible? His mana is only at the 7th level of Jinden. At this moment, the 5 poison sect leader was shocked by Lu Changsheng's breakthrough. She had seen before that Lu Changsheng's cultivation and magic power did not seem to reach the peak of the Jinden stage. But she never expected that the other party was only at the 7th level of the Jinden stage. This. She actually lost her cultivator at the 7th level of the Jinden stage? The 5 poison sect leader was horrified, as if a huge storm had been set off, and it was difficult to calm down. She even forgot the turbulent waves coming from her body. The supreme yin-yang great Dao golden elixir. The yin-yang want for great Dao Yuanyang. She thought of Lu Changsheng's words before, and suddenly believed it in her heart. After all, she was able to break through the Yuanyang stage. How could she be an ordinary person? She was also a top-grade golden elixir, only one step away from the immortal golden elixir. Although this step was a big difference, she knew that the immortal golden elixir was definitely not so exaggerated, so amazing, so exaggerated. Only the rumored supreme great Dao golden elixir could fight the Yuanyang stage. The 7th level of the Jinden stage defeated the Yuanyang's Henjin. At this moment, she felt that her mana was collapsing and was about to affect her nascent soul. When she was thinking about whether to let her nascent soul leave her body, suddenly a powerful yin and yang origin appeared, balancing the chaotic and violent mana origin for her. At the same time, a majestic vitality stabilized her body. This Yang Ming's Henrin is not bad. The 5 Poison Sect leader opened her hazy beautiful eyes, and a sweetness, joy, and even gratitude for closeness surged in her heart. But in an instant, she knew that this was the influence of the 7 Absolute Love Gu. The two of them had such a deep contact, which led to the 7 Absolute Love Gu's influence on her. Otherwise, how could she be grateful for such a situation where a carrot and a stick were used to plunder her mana origin? She, Aodo, is not that cheap. Is this the Taoist's yin and yang dual cultivation path? How is it like the way of collecting and replenishing that this sect leader knows? The 5 Poison Sect leader spoke, but her voice was indescribably magnetic, charming and moving, and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. The leader has given me such a generous gift. If I don't accept it, wouldn't it be a waste of heaven's gifts? As for the great way of dual cultivation of yin and yang, I will see it soon. After all, Patriarch Lu has practiced for nearly 100 years. How could he be squeezed by such words? He said in a deep voice. If he wanted, he could pass his yin and yang energy to the other party at any time. But now the yin and yang energy is turning into yin and yang fish to refine the yin and mana of the 5 Poisons leader and improve his Dao foundation pill. How can it be passed over? Moreover, according to his early experience, as long as the original energy has been refined by his yin and yang energy, the future dual cultivation of the two people will have a certain increase. In this way, passing the yin and yang energy to the other party later may double the effect and successfully fool the 5 Poisons leader. Chapter 642, Aodo meets the Master, the Immortal Golden Body. The Abyss of 10,000 Demons. The sky was dark, the clouds were hazy, the wind was howling, and the air was filled with ghosts. The whole land was mottled and dilapidated, and the buildings and trees everywhere were also broken and weird, lingering with a depressing atmosphere. However, in this mysterious and dilapidated weird place, there was a golden pen bird perched, with cold and sharp vertical pupils like 2 golden suns, observing the 4 directions. If any demon beast approached this area, the golden pen bird would spread its wings in the air, spreading an overwhelming terrifying power, and hunt the demon beast. But if you look closely, you can see that the golden pen bird seems to have been injured, and some of its feathers are dull, or dark and deep. Beside the cliff where the golden pen bird is perched, a hazy mist ripples from time to time, accompanied by a terrifying magic power, as if someone is fighting. However, at this time, in the hazy mist, a most primitive picture is being played, and the sound is gentle and beautiful. I don't know if the 5 Poison Sect leader was seriously injured, or if she was a virgin, and her fighting power was even worse than Honglian's. Under Lu Changsheng's quasi-4th level physique and brave fighting power, she had already thrown away her armor and fled. At this moment, the 5 Poison Sect leader was like a small boat in the sea, hit by layers of raging waves, and the fragile boat was violently shaking, as if it was about to be submerged by the sea. In addition to the surging waves, it seemed that there was also a violent storm hitting the small boat, shaking her to the top of the tsunami, submerging her into the seabed, and the whole person felt suffocated, but indescribable pleasure. Dao, haven't you had enough fun yet? Even under the influence of the 7 Absolute Love Gu, the 5 Poison Sect leader's consciousness gradually sank, experiencing an unprecedented pleasure, but she still suppressed this emotion and spoke in a stuttering voice. Lu Changsheng was not deliberately greedy for wine to delay time. Instead, his yin and yang qi were still refining the 5 Poison Sect leader's primordial yin and the source of mana. It will be ready soon. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice as he looked at the 5 Poisons cult leader who had gradually turned from a beautiful woman to a young girl. He held her soft waist with one hand, and held the girl's arched foot with the other hand, which was as soft and boneless as a white tender foot. It must be said that the five poisons cult leader in front of him brought him an unprecedented experience. She was able to grow from a girl to a mature beautiful woman, and then gradually from a beautiful woman to girl. The only pity was that he had to distract himself from refining the other party's yin essence and mana essence, and pay attention to her condition, which made it impossible to experience the beauty of it wholeheartedly. Time passed little by little. After the yin and yang ki finally refined the yin essence and mana essence of the five poisons cult leader, they transformed suddenly. At this moment, the yin and yang fish seemed to solidify and grow stronger, and then swam around his limbs and bones, returned to the Qi Danshan, and spit out a pure and majestic yin and yang origin, nourishing Lu Changsheng's yin and yang five elements Dao Foundation, yin and yang Dao Jinden. Buzz, 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 the Dao Foundation jade platform and the Dao golden pail vibrated, emitting a 1,000-foot-high rosy glow, and the Qi Danshan began to boil and roar, and Lu Changsheng's realm that had just been broken through was somewhat loose. Lu Changsheng knew that this was because his realm was too powerful. He could break through at any time if he wanted to, but it would only cause his magic power to be empty. Master, this is the origin of the yin and yang dragon king of this seed. The yin and yang ki completely transformed, and Lu Changsheng did not continue to delay and prepared to end this practice. Looking at the appearance of the five poison sect leader in front of him, he did not dare to continue dual cultivation. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Changsheng directly transferred the yin and yang ki in his Qi Danshan, which was coiled around the Dao Foundation Den, into the body of the five poison sect leader. Roar! The fish leaped over the dragon gate, and the yin and yang ki that had completed the transformation turned from the yin and yang fish into a dragon, roaring out with a fiery and domineering aura, and rushed into the body of the five poison sect leader. In an instant, the five poison sect leader's pink and hot body tense up, trembling wildly like a spasm, and her eyes seemed to be disintegrating. Seeing the five poison sect leader being played with, Lu Changsheng immediately stepped forward to comfort her, knowing that this was the time to improve her favorability. However, at this moment, the five poison sect leader's chaotic, sinking and disintegrating consciousness fell into the Yuanying little man in the Qi Danshan. She could feel a pure and mysterious yin and yang origin entering her body and swimming towards her Qi Danshan. The five poison sect leader was very cautious. The Yuanying little man first used his magic power to hold the yin and yang fish and observe the situation to prevent fraud. After all, the Yuanying's departure was her last retreat and means. If this yin and yang essence concealed murderous intent and could erode and affect the Yuanying's spirit body, then she would completely lose her resistance. Through the careful observation of the Yuanying little man, she not only did not feel any danger and murderous intent from the yin and yang origin in front of her, but also felt a desire to get close to nature. The five poison sect leader was surprised. Although she was affected by the seven absolute love gu and inevitably developed feelings for Yang Ming's Henren, she shouldn't have a desire for his yin and yang origin, right? She vaguely guessed what was going on, but it was still a little unbelievable. Immediately, she tentatively refined the yin and yang origin in front of her. Suddenly, a comfortable and warm feeling surged into her heart. The nascent soul seemed to have turned into a baby in the mother's womb, nourished by the innate energy, and felt indescribably comfortable. This feeling was very addictive. Her nascent soul refined another strand of yin and yang origin to experience this feeling of being nourished. In just a moment, the yin and yang origin that Lu Changsheng had brought in was refined by the five poison sect leader. That's it. The five poison sect leader was stunned, and quietly experienced it. She felt comfortable physically and mentally, and her skills were running much more smoothly. The quality of the nascent soul seemed to have improved, but it was very little. If you want to rely on this kind of yin and yang origin to upgrade your nascent soul to a genuine nascent soul, you need at least tens of thousands, or even more. As for the heavenly Dao nascent soul, she didn't know and thought it should be impossible. However, it is already amazing to have such an effect. After all, the Yang Ming's Henren in front of him is only a Jinden cultivator after all. There is still a natural chasm between Jinden and Yuanying. Although his current Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor origin is difficult to improve the Yuanying grade, it is not a problem to help others improve their Dao Foundation and Zhenden. If he breaks through the Yuanying stage, this Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor origin will certainly be able to go further. With the accumulation of time, he may really be able to improve his Yuanying to the authentic Yuanying, or even the legendary Xian Dao Yuanying. Master, how is my Yin-Yang Dragon Emperor origin? I burned a lot of my origin power before, so there is some loss, but I think you can appreciate the mystery. Changsheng noticed that his yin-yang origin was refined by the 5 poisons master. Although he did not peek to check the other party's yin-yang, he knew through the subtle emotional fluctuations that the effect of his yin-yang should be average. For this situation, there is naturally only one way, drag. He said that the effect of his yin-yang origin was average now, but after he broke through the nascent soul and became a spirit, the effect of the yin-yang dragon emperor origin would be greatly improved. At this stage, it may be difficult to improve the nascent soul of the leader, but as long as I break through the nascent soul, the yin-yang dragon emperor origin will also be greatly improved. Changsheng continued to speak, showing a very calm attitude. Even if the 5 poisons leader regrets it now, it is not a loss. After all, this wave of nascent soul level Yuan Yin and the origin of mana are also worth a harvest. However, by practicing with the 5 poisons leader, Changsheng also found a way to improve the yin-yang ki and the foundation of mana. Using the nascent soul origin to improve the yin-yang ki, so as to temper his own Tao foundation and the great Dao Jinden. In fact, he realized this method when he was practicing with Ling Zixio in the foundation building period. It's just that the conditions were limited at the time, and there were so many female cultivators with spiritual body origins. But through the incident of the 5 poisons leader, Changsheng felt that he could work hard and find a few more top Taoist companions now. After all, he hasn't married or taken concubines for so many years, and it's time to find something good. This will not only help you have a healthy birth, but also help you build your own Taoist foundation and raise your yin and yang energy, which will be good for your wives and concubines and Taoist partners in the future. I hope you can do as you said. The 5 poison sect leader regained control of her body, her beautiful eyes opened, her breath was weak and charming, and she felt weak and powerless, as if she was wandering in the clouds. The other party's words must have been exaggerated. But even if it was exaggerated, she was definitely one of the top beings in the world at her peak, and I couldn't even compare to her. It's not a loss for me to surrender to such an existence. The only problem is that after I surrender, under the gradual influence of the 7 absolute love goo, I may completely sink and become the other party's puppet slave. In this way, even if the other party goes back on his word, I can't do anything. Don't worry, this seed is not only a man of his words, but also treats his women with sincerity, mutual support, and gentleness. Changsheng gently stroked the petite body in front of him, warming her wounds and the finger marks on her skin. Men are always soft-hearted, especially to their women. Even though they were enemies before, the 5 poison sect leader is now affected by the 7 absolute love goo, and both her body and mind belong to him. Naturally, Changsheng will not care about the previous mistakes. What if he breaks through the nascent soul and helps her get rid of the love goo? Changsheng also disdains to conquer women by this means. Auto, thank you, my lord. The 5 poison sect leader was silent for a moment. After recovering some strength, she stood up despite the pain of breaking the melon and bowed to Changsheng. Although she expressed her submission before, she was still considering and hesitating. If the situation is slightly wrong, she will escape through the nascent soul. But now, through Changsheng's various performances and the origin of the yin-yang dragon emperor, she decided to take a gamble and choose to surrender sincerely. Auto. Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He didn't know the name of the 5 poison sect leader. This is normal. As the realm of cultivation improves, most cultivators gradually stop using their real names and use Taoist names and titles. Well, my real name is Auto. The 5 poison sect leader's skin is fair and tender, and her cheeks are still rosy. She said in a weak and charming voice. This name is rare. Changsheng chuckled and didn't care too much. The world of immortal cultivation is vast and boundless, so there are naturally many different names. You should rest well in your current situation and don't move around. Changsheng held the 5 poison sect leader's petite body in his arms, and used the yin and yang magic to warm her body wounds, and asked aloud, are you telling the truth about the Gu Shen bowl you mentioned before? According to what she said before, the treasure Gu Shen bowl can not only cultivate Gu worms, but also help Gu poison monks practice. If such a treasure can be obtained, it will also be helpful to his wife Meng Xiaojin and daughter Lu Mengjin in the future. Well, it's just that according to the records, it is likely to be lost in the 10,000 demons abyss, but I don't know where exactly. The 5 poison sect leader had never been held in such an intimate way by someone, and he felt indescribably weird and awkward. But she was very weak now, too lazy to move, so she simply let Lu Changsheng do it. Moreover, under the influence of the 7 absolute love goo, she felt very comfortable, relaxed physically and mentally. In that case, when your body recovers a little, you can try to find it. Lu Changsheng felt that the 10,000 demons abyss was dangerous, but not as dangerous as he imagined. In other words, if he and the 5 poison sect leader worked together, it would not be a big problem to just explore it. The 5 poison sect leader responded softly, looking tired and wanting to take a nap. Not only was she seriously injured, her mana was disordered, but the source of mana hidden in her body was also plundered by Lu Changsheng, which consumed a lot. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng signaled her to take a good rest. Originally, he used the 9 treasures Rui Bone, which consumed a lot of blood and mana, and he would be weak for at least a month. But through dual cultivation, the 5 poison sect leaders Yuan Ian, the source of mana, the whole person was resurrected with full blood, and the realm of cultivation was improved. After seeing the 5 poison sect leader fall asleep, Lu Changsheng threw out a number of high-quality spiritual stones to reinforce the formation in front of him, then fed the golden-winged Skypeng a bottle of elixir, and began to sit cross-legged to practice and stabilize his mana realm. Although the spiritual energy here in the 10,000 demons abyss is poor and not suitable for practice, but it is still no problem to practice with elixirs and spiritual stones. As for relying on the characteristics of Kunpeng's demon body to practice with the help of demonic energy, evil spirits, and turbid energy, it is not suitable for Lu Changsheng, which will affect his mana situation. At most, he can use it to restore his mana during battle. In Wuguo, deep in the Beihong Mountains, a battle at the dam-forming level was erupting, breaking countless peaks. At this moment, 12 rays of light of dozens of feet rose into the sky, covering the burly young man in the 2 figures. Not good. Seeing this, the burly young man realized that something was wrong and that he was trapped in the formation restriction, and immediately wanted to break through the air and leave. But the black-robed figure not far away seemed to have been prepared. He pinched his hands, and the light roared like 12 blue dragons and killed the burly young man. Boom boom boom, the burly young man roared with blood boiling, rumbling, as if the ocean was burning in his body, and he struck the blue dragon. Even though he was very strong, he could not break the 12 blue dragons. In this way, during the continuous fighting, the burly man gradually lost some of his physical strength. Seeing this, the black-robed man in the distance sacrificed a chain magic weapon. The chain shone with a brilliant luster, like a golden dragon, trying to bind the burly man. However, at this moment, roar! A dragon roar came from the burly man's ocean-like body. Then a golden dragon-shaped body rushed out from his spine, covering his body, and turned into a ferocious and powerful dragon-shaped armor. Clang! The burly man seemed to have turned into a half-dragon man with a dragon head and a human body. His body was tall and strong, full of explosive power. He punched the golden dragon with one punch, as if he wanted to shatter the world. What is the origin of this boy? It is amazing that he has such a physique at the foundation building stage, and he also has such means. The black-robed man was shocked by Lu Pingan's situation, and his expression was moved. But fortunately, he made full preparations, and immediately cast a 3rd-level top-level talisman, and continued to kill Lu Pingan with a killing array arranged in advance, and consumed him. Damn it! Even if Lu Pingan used the Great Wilderness Dragon Spine and raised his physical strength to the limit of the 3rd level midterm, it was difficult to break the killing array in front of him. Moreover, the black-robed man in the distance was obviously targeting him. These means were all to restrict his physical body and constantly consume his physical strength. Whenever he wanted to break through the siege violently, he used the talisman to escape, and the opponent had corresponding means to repel him. At this moment, Lu Pingan deeply realized the defect of only having a physical body and insufficient mana cultivation. Unless the body refining cultivator crushes, otherwise it is still a bit clumsy in front of the means of the giant and cultivator. Who are you, sir, and why are you targeting my baby city? Lu Pingan looked at the black-robed figure and said in a deep voice. The reason why he was chasing this man was that many warriors in the city were killed by him. Now he vaguely understood that this man's purpose was to lure him here. The man in black robe did not speak, but just controlled the formation to fight with Lu Pingan, constantly consuming. Time passed little by little. Looking at Lu Pingan's dragon-like blood and magic power, the man in black robe was shocked and could not believe that this was a foundation-building cultivator. Even if he said that this was an ancient orthodox body cultivator, he would believe it. Because the blood and physical strength are too strong. However, the more so, the more excited he was. His eyes were full of expectations, and he murmured, "This person's physical body, I think the master will definitely be satisfied." Finally, after 7 days and 7 nights, even though Lu Pingyan had the great wilderness dragon spine and the hope that Gu would stimulate his potential, he was still physically exhausted and was tied up by the man in black robe with golden chains. Swish, swish, swish. The man in black robe was very steady. After casting a spell to make Lu Pingyan faint, he injected several talismans and secret treasures that sealed the magic power into Lu Pingyan's body, and then took him away. I don't know how long it took, but he brought Lu Pingyan to a towering mountain. The mountain was dark and silent, with dead bones everywhere, people and monsters, like a dangerous place. However, the man in black robes just took Lu Pingyan deep into the mountain with a calm and indifferent expression. I don't know how long it took, but they passed through the darkness and came to a bright underground palace. The spiritual energy here is pure and rich, filled with majestic vitality, and there is a huge pool in the center of the underground palace. The pool is like a spiritual ice spring, crystal clear, but it is not a spiritual ice spring, and it also flows with a faint golden luster. Greetings, Master, this time I have found a cultivator, a foundation-building cultivator, but he has a third-level physique, and he has a great opportunity, a top-level secret treasure, and a physical body. The man in black robes looked at the pool in front of him and bowed. Foundation-building cultivator, the physique is comparable to the late third level. The spring water gurgled, and a withered and dilapidated, inhuman body appeared from the spring pool. Swoosh! In this body, a golden Yuanying figure appeared in front of Lu Pingyan as if teleporting. Hiss! At such a young age, he has cultivated his body to this level. His blood and ki are like dragons, flawless, and full of infinite potential. His spine is like a real dragon bone. This boy has a great opportunity. But this body has only 5 great spiritual roots. The golden Yuanying figure looked at Lu Pingyan's situation, and his face was happy at first, but then he couldn't help frowning. In front of a Yuanying's engine, all of Lu Pingyan's secrets were instantly revealed. Although the spiritual root talent is a little worse, the rest are all top-notch, which is enough to be a backup body. Next, let's see how well it fits with the seat's immortal golden body. The golden Yuanying thought, and Lu Pingyan's body entered the pool and was baptized by the spring water full of majestic vitality. At the same time, his old and dilapidated body, which seemed to be exhausted and not human-like, had a little golden luster entering Lu Pingyan's body. White Wolf, thank you for your hard work. Go and guard outside. I'll call you later. The golden Yuanying looked at the black-robed man not far away and said with a somewhat majestic and vicissitudes of life, "Yes, Master." The black-robed man saw Lu Pingyan's body enter the pool of life, and his face was immediately delighted, knowing that the master had taken a fancy to this body. He had been looking for cultivators with excellent physical training talents for many years, and he spent so much time and energy, and finally found a good body for the master, and he was naturally happy and excited. After all, once the master completes the possession and his strength is restored, he will definitely benefit from it. After the black-robed man left, the golden Yuanying figure quietly looked at the sleeping Lu Pingyan. The golden luster of the old and dilapidated body slowly entered Lu Pingyan's body. Although Lu Pingyan was in a coma, after integrating into the great wilderness dragon spine, his 100 refining treasure body art was running all the time, and he instinctively refined this golden substance. At the same time, the crystal clear spring of life was absorbed by the pores of his body. Hiss! This boy is so compatible with my immortal golden body. It seems that God will not destroy me, Yu Xianshen. The golden Yuanying figure saw this scene, and a burst of joy instantly appeared on his face. Then he teleported and drilled directly into Lu Pingyan's body. Chapter 643, Nascent Soul Seizing the Body. 9th level of core formation. 1 Moyun. In a misty, dreamlike formation, Lu Changsheng held the petite body of the 5 Poison Sect leader and practiced dual cultivation with her. Just as he had guessed, as long as his yin and yang energy refined the other party's yin source and mana source, the effect of dual cultivation with the other party would be twice as good with half the effort. So these days, Lu Changsheng used the simplest method to help the 5 Poison Sect leader heal his wounds. He also benefited a lot from this process. As long as the secret method is used to enlarge the appearance, the mana will be disordered and run around uncontrollably. Then when Lu Changsheng and her practiced dual cultivation, the mana source of the body's acupoints would nourish him continuously. Even if Lu Changsheng didn't want to plunder the latter's mana source, he didn't want to waste it when he saw the source running around, so he could only choose to refine it. Although the five poison sect leader had opinions on this, he still regarded it as his investment in Lu Changsheng and let him plunder and refine it. That day, the two completed another round of cultivation. The five poison sect leader lay on the tiger skin like a pile of mud, limp and powerless, with colorful luster lingering on his body, gradually returning to his usual appearance, and then looked at Lu Changsheng with a somewhat surprised look. He felt that this Yangming's Henren was obviously extremely perverted, playing with all kinds of tricks, without any particulars, like a top-level flower-picking evil cultivator, but why did he care so much about his body shape? If he didn't use the secret technique to make his body bigger, he could still lock the source of the magic power of the body acupoints. Lu Changsheng noticed the eyes of the five poison sect leader and was suddenly startled. Under the calm mood of the saint-like Buddha, a strong sense of guilt surged into his heart. What a sin! He stepped forward and gently comforted the five poison sect leader, motioning her to take a good rest, and then sit cross-legged to practice, refining the source of the magic power that filled her limbs, bones, and qi and danshan. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt something in his heart, and a golden jade book appeared in his hand. When the jade book was opened, a name flickered, indicating a dangerous situation. Lu Pingyan. Possession. Lu Changsheng saw the warning of the family tree, and his heart suddenly paused. His expression was cold. What's going on? How could Pingyan be possessed by someone? There are roughly two kinds of possession in the world of immortal cultivation. One is the possession of the body by the nascent soul, which has the best effect and the least sequelae. In addition to this, whether it is the righteous way or the devil way, there are some secret techniques that cost a huge price to achieve similar possession. However, this kind of possession conditions are very harsh, most of them have strong sequelae and side effects, and are very rare. And my son has the great wilderness dragon ridge and the strength of the third-level mid-stage body refining. It is impossible for ordinary cultivators to possess him. In other words, the possession at this time is likely to come from the nascent soul true lord. Nascent soul possession. Although his son Lu Pingyan has amazing body refining skills, it is completely his own, spending a lot of resources and money to pile up. In terms of talent, the 5th grade spiritual root can only be said to be average, or even low. This kind of spiritual root talent should be difficult to be favored by the nascent soul cultivator and choose to possess the body. The only possibility is the great wilderness dragon spine? Or Hopeku. Lu Changsheng did not think about it anymore. He immediately used all his soul and magic power to activate the family tree, using the family tree spirit as a medium to help Lu Pingyan suppress the possession. Although the Yuanying possession showed that his son Lu Pingyan was in an extremely dangerous situation and in danger. Even if he avoided the possession, he could not escape. But he could not let his son be possessed by others. Huh? The five poison sect leader, who was taking a breath next to him, sensed a movement and opened her hazy eyes. She didn't know what was going on with Lu Changsheng, but she noticed the Lu family tree in Lu Changsheng's hand at the first time. It looked ordinary, but it revealed an inexplicable aura that made her completely unable to see through it. She only felt that this jade book with a golden luster gave people a mysterious, vast, and irresistible power. How many treasures and means does this person have? The five poison sect leader was surprised and surprised. I didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had such a treasure in addition to his incarnation and the Dalao sword embryo. But the more so, the more she felt that she had made the right choice. Lu Changsheng ignored the five poison sect leader's gaze, and used all his strength to activate the family tree to stabilize Lu Pingyan's soul consciousness and suppress the possession of the body. At this moment, deep in a towering mountain on the border of Wu State, Lu Pingyan's body was quietly immersed in the pool of life, and his sea of consciousness looked at the golden Yuanying villain in front of him in confusion. He remembered that he was lured into the formation by a villain, and then exhausted by the other party's consumption, and the whole person fainted. However, before he could think deeply, the golden Yuanying villain in front of him grabbed his soul consciousness, as if to refine him. Pain. It hurts so much? In an instant, an unprecedented pain came to Lu Pingyan. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he has suffered and endured pain for so many years. But he has never suffered such pain. It was as if the whole person was naked in an ice cellar in the cold winter of March, and the cold wind was biting. It was as if he was immersed in a boiling oil pan, and his skin and flesh were melted. It was as if he was dismembered by a cold blade, and he was in great pain. This is not the pain from the flesh, but from the soul. The cultivators have always been most afraid of the damage to their foundation and soul. And the possession of the body means that the soul consciousness will be devoured and refined by others, and endure incomparable pain. Although Lu Pingyan is a foundation-building cultivator, his consciousness is comparable to the peak of foundation building. But facing the possession of the body by the nascent soul, he has no power to resist at all, and his soul consciousness collapses instantly. But at this moment, a clear and spiritual air surged out of thin air, stabilizing his soul and consciousness, and his consciousness was slightly clear. Am I going to die? Lu Pingyan had only one thought in his mind. Die? No. As soon as this thought came out, Lu Pingyan instantly woke up from the endless pain and knew what was going on. Possession. He is facing the possession of the body by the nascent soul. The black-robed figure lured and captured him before, just to let his body be possessed by others. In an instant, Lu Pingyan's mind was filled with anger, unwillingness, and unyielding. How can I die like this, die so easily, and be possessed by others? No, I can't die. I haven't lived enough. I still need to practice and work hard to become an immortal. In the future, I will make up for all the regrets and make up for them. Lu Pingyan's remaining consciousness roared. His father told him that the meaning of practice is that as long as he is strong enough, he can make up for the regrets and everything is beautiful. Although he knows that this is a comforting word, he remembers it in his heart. I hope that one day, I can make up for all the regrets and beauty and resurrect my mother, brothers and sisters. I am fortunate to have the spiritual root and immortal fate and embark on the immortal road. How can I die like this? My father has cultivated me and placed high hopes on me, but I have not been able to share the worries of the family so far. How can I die like this, be possessed by others, and cause endless troubles to the family? Lu Pingyan's broken soul consciousness is tenacious and unyielding. He wants to live and try to live. Huh? The golden Yuanying little man looked at a broken and dim, but constantly condensed soul consciousness in his hand, and was a little surprised, and then chuckled. The little guy's obsession consciousness is quite tenacious. Yuanying takes over the body, unless it takes over the body of a Yuanying monk, otherwise it will be crushed. For a foundation-building cultivator like Lu Pingyan, no matter how strong and tenacious his consciousness is, it is useless if the gap between his spirit and soul is here. Let me see, where did you get such an opportunity? Even though he was a nascent soul cultivator, Changsheng was extremely surprised by Lu Pingyan's situation. How much opportunity does a mere foundation-building cultivator need to be able to pile up his body to the third level and have a spine like a real dragon? Lu Pingyan's soul seemed to be tortured, and it was in great pain. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe or think. But now the only remaining consciousness knows that he is being possessed by someone. So if he wants to survive, he must resist and kill him. As for whether he can kill the other party, he didn't think about it, but acted directly. After all, it's already this time, he's going to die, and he doesn't resist, and he's still looking back and forth, so he might as well just die. There was a saying in the secular world that if you risk your life, you dare to pull the emperor down. Even if you're a nascent soul cultivator, so what? No matter how powerful his nascent soul cultivator is, he has fallen to the point of having to take over his body. In this case, what is there to fear? Even if he is defeated, he cannot be easily taken over. Lu Pingyan's almost broken soul consciousness roared and roared at the golden nascent soul man like a ghost. At the same time, a ball of light shone in the depths of his soul consciousness, enhancing his soul power and helping him to condense and stabilize his soul. Hope Gu. As long as there is hope in the heart, miracles will happen. At this time, Lu Pingyan was facing a desperate situation, and the hope Gu in his heart made the light of hope bloom. However, in addition to the hope Gu, Lu Pingyan felt that there was a mysterious power in the depths of his soul supporting him. He himself could not explain this power, but now he had no time to think about it, and he had no intention to think about it. He bit the golden nascent soul man in front of him, trying to tear off this little hand, but it was very hard and he couldn't bite it at all. But at this moment, he was fuzzy and had only a stubbornness, thinking that he would bite off a piece of the other party's flesh even if he died. Evil beast, you're looking for death? The golden Yuanying little man was furious when he saw that the soul consciousness that was almost collapsed not only struggled stubbornly, but also resisted him. The Yuanying spirit body was shining, as if burning a ball of golden flame, burning and refining Lu Pinggan's soul. Pain. Lu Pinggan's soul was about to dissipate like smoke in an instant, and an incomparable pain filled his soul consciousness. He did not give up, condensed and fought again, biting the golden Yuanying little man. What's going on? In order for this child's soul to be so tenacious, it seems to have an immortal characteristic. The golden Yuanying little man looked surprised and realized that something was wrong. This is definitely not something that can be explained by strong will. In the face of absolute power, even if your will is unstoppable, it is in vain. There is something wrong with this kid's soul. The golden Yuanying little man instantly guessed that the problem was in Lu Pinggan's soul. But no matter how he looked at it, except for the power stimulated by the body to help him stabilize his physical body and soul, he did not notice anything else. Could this boy be the reincarnation of a Yuanying monk? Or has he merged with the consciousness of a Yuanying remnant soul? The golden Yuanying figure looked at the soul that kept biting at him, guessing in his heart, but he didn't think it was possible. However, he had already burned the Yuanying origin to start taking over the body. Even if the other party was a Yuanying monk, he couldn't give up now. Whether you are the reincarnation of a monk or not, you are now turned into a wedding dress for this seat. The golden Yuanying figure grinned, no longer hesitated, and the Yuanying origin burned with all his strength, swallowing Lu Pinggan's soul in one mouthful. He was ambushed and killed, and now his immortal golden body is broken, and his Yuanying origin is seriously damaged. If the other party is really the reincarnation of a Yuanying, or merged with a remnant soul of a Yuanying, he might be able to use this to make up for it and obtain some of the other party's memory secrets. Boom. In an instant, Lu Pinggan's remaining soul consciousness seemed to fall into the abyss of death. At this moment, obsession, consciousness, desire to survive, and unyielding will were all drowned by the terrifying power and disappeared, leaving only a void in his mind. No matter how strong your will is, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Just as Lu Pinggan's consciousness dissipated and he was waiting for death, a voice sounded in the depths of his soul. Pinggan. Lu Pinggan was very familiar with this gentle and somewhat majestic voice. It was the voice of his father Lu Changsheng. Father. He wanted to respond, but he was so tired now, as if he was suppressed in an abyss and couldn't speak at all. Pinggan, Mother believes you can do it. Don't give up. Mother believes you can do it. Another gentle and somewhat strict voice full of care and love sounded in the depths of his mind. This was his mother Lu Lanshu. Congratulations, big brother, on embarking on the immortal path. Big brother has broken through the foundation building and has a lifespan of 200 years. He is already a legendary immortal. For decades, big brother has really not changed at all. Unlike us, we are old. Come on, Kinger, this is uncle. Big pot, come on. Lu Pinggan, you have to be more careful. Voices rang in Lu Pinggan's mind. He seemed to see these figures emerge in the endless darkness, cheering him on and signaling him not to fall down. During this process, there was also a force supporting his soul consciousness, helping his soul consciousness to condense and tear apart the abyss of death in front of him. I can't die, I can't fall down. At this moment, Lu Pinggan had only this thought, and he kept struggling, trying to break through the terrifying abyss that was drowning him. How is this possible? At the same time, in Lu Pinggan's sea of consciousness, the golden Yuanying little man screamed loudly. It felt that Lu Pinggan's soul consciousness was not only unable to be possessed, but also a terrifying force of rules that imprisoned and destroyed his Yuanying spirit body. He tried to suppress and refine it, but he couldn't do it at all. What is the origin of this boy? What's the situation? The golden Yuanying little man's eyes widened, and a tiny crack appeared on his spirit body like porcelain. He exhaled a breath of Yuanying essence to break up the soul form in front of him, but it condensed in an instant and impacted his Yuanying spirit body. Then after repeating this process several times, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect there would be such a freak in the world of cultivating immortals. It's really God's will to kill me, you Changsheng. Boy, I don't know where you come from. Since you have such a skill, immortal soul, and hidden forbidden power, then I will give you this opportunity inheritance. You get my inheritance, and they will definitely come to trouble you in the future. I hope you can still be so tenacious." The golden Yuanying villain knew that he could no longer seize Lu Pinggan's body. Even if he gave up and forcibly seized the body of others, he would not be able to reach the peak, go further, and avenge his blood hatred. In this case, It is better to turn the last strength into a seed and let this child help him to avenge himself. Even he, the Yuanying's engine, can't see through the other party's situation. There must be unlimited potential in the future. As long as he rises and has his own inheritance, he will definitely be noticed by his enemies, and a fight is inevitable. After hundreds of years of cultivation, I just turned into ashes like this. I'm really unwilling. The golden Yuanying figure made a strange induction with both hands, and then the origin began to burn, forcibly reversing Lu Pinggan's black dragon code. Under the baptism of his Yuanying origin, Lu Pinggan's black dragon foundation in the Danshan of the Qi Sea began to break. At the same time, the withered and dilapidated body in the pool of life, which was not human, actually caught fire without wind. His flesh and blood began to burn and break under the interweaving of silver runes. As it burned out, many golden substances appeared and poured into Lu Pinggan's body. HMPH. Lu Pinggan suddenly groaned, and his body was wrapped in golden luster, as if it was cast from gold, lying quietly in the pool. His black dragon mana gradually formed a new operation vein of the technique as the Yuanying figure spent his origin to reverse, and the black dragon foundation was directly shattered into particles. And his body also showed an inexplicable fluctuation rhythm under the erosion of the golden substance. Buzz. During this process, his 100 refining treasure body art automatically operated, and the great wilderness dragon spine and Hoku both revived to help him refine this power. One more. Has the nascent soul's possession stopped? Lu Changsheng looked at the family tree in his hand and knew that his son Lu Pinggan had been freed from the crisis of possession. But he had no idea what his son was like now. Although the family tree can prevent soul searching, possession, and even suppression. But this kind of suppression cannot directly wipe out the opponent's nascent soul. So when he first acquired this ability, he felt that it was both practical and useless. Even if the danger of being soul searched and possessed was resolved, it was still difficult to escape. Damn it. For a while, Lu Changsheng had no interest in continuing to spend time in One Moyun, looking for the treasure Gu Shenbo, and preparing to go back early to see if he could find his son Lu Pinggan through the Sun and Moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian. At first, he only knew that his son might go to Yuan Wu to travel, but he had no idea where exactly. Audo, I have something to do and need to go back. I will search for the Gu Shenbo with you later when I have time. Lu Changsheng looked at the 5 poison sect leader who looked lazy, with pink skin and delicate skin. Yes, master. The 5 poison sect leader did not ask anything. As the leader of a sect, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Since Lu Changsheng did not tell her, she naturally would not ask more. Forget it, rest for a few more days until your body and mana recover. Seeing the current physical condition of the 5 poison sect leader, Lu Changsheng sighed again. The other party was still seriously injured. Given the situation of the 10,000 demons abyss, if he encountered an accident, he might be in danger. It was useless for his son Lu Pinggan to be in a hurry now. He had to take the Sun and Moon to Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian to Yu State, or even Wu State, to find him. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng was not idle, and he had been helping the 5 poison sect leader heal through dual cultivation. Of course, during this process, the source of the mana in the acupoints of the 5 poisons sect leader's body was also constantly refined by him. The mana realm that Lu Changsheng had just broken through trembled, and it seemed that he was about to break through to the 9th level of the Jinden. If it were any other time, Lu Changsheng would choose to stabilize his realm and settle for a few years before breaking through. But now he is in the 10,000 demons abyss. It will take a long time for the 5 poison sect leader to fully recover his Yuanying level combat power, and his son Lu Pinggan's affairs will also need to be resolved by strength at that time, so now that the fire is almost right, he did not delay any longer. At most, after breaking through the 9th level of the Jinden, he will go home and settle down to stabilize his realm. Boom. Lu Changsheng activated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra and hit the 9th level of the Jinden. The 5 poison sect leader, whose delicate body was rosy and slightly trembling next to him, looked surprised and suspicious. He did not expect that this Yangming's Henren was about to break through again. The middle stage of the Jinden to the late stage of the Jinden is a step into the sky. Countless Jinden cultivators do not have the opportunity and may stop here for the rest of their lives. To break through the late Jinden stage, each small realm is several times more difficult than the previous one, and it takes at least more than 10 years, or even dozens of years, to break through.
But this Yang Zhenren broke through 2 realms in a short period of time, from the 7th Jinden level to the 9th Jinden level. Although his own yin essence and mana were pure and incomparable, enough to save others from countless hard training. But at this speed, aren't you afraid of the realm being empty? Is this the Dragon Emperor's Dao body? In line with the yin and yang Dao of heaven and earth, not only is the cultivation progressing rapidly without any bottlenecks, but it can also perfect the Dao through the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The 5 Poison Sect leader thought of Lu Changsheng's previous words and was surprised. If he could use the dual cultivation to improve and break through, there would not be any realm being empty. Then this Dragon Emperor's Dao body is simply incomparable. If he wants, can he directly use the dual cultivation to improve and break through to the nascent soul? The 5 Poison Sect leader was shocked beyond words by Lu Changsheng's simple move. It was hard to imagine that there was such a heaven-defying physique in the world. Lu Changsheng felt that he was still a little short of the impact of the 9th level of the Jinden, and looked at the 5 Poison Sect leader and said, Auto. The body was crimson and attractive. The 5 Poison Sect leader, who had just recovered, looked a little resentful, thinking that Lu Changsheng completely treated him as a furnace. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Moreover, after such a long time together, day and night double cultivation, her 7 absolute love gu has been deeply affected, and she subconsciously moved forward. Under Lu Changsheng's eyes, she had no choice but to use the secret method. Her body gradually became slender, and then released the mana source of the acupoints in her body. Boom! With the support of the mana source of the 5 Poison Sect leader, Lu Changsheng's cultivation level directly broke through from the 8th level of Jinden to the 9th level. Thank you for your hard work, Yao. Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, gently comforted the 5 Poison Sect leader, and signaled her to have a good rest. Half a month later, after Lu Changsheng stabilized his realm, he took Yao away from the 10,000 demons abyss. Prepare to go back to the 5 Poison Sect, pick up Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang and go back. Chapter 644, Master Yangming, I have been waiting here for a long time. In the Wanmo Abyss, Lu Changsheng and the 5 Poisons cult leader were very careful, trying to conceal their magic power to avoid attracting too many demonized beasts. However, in this process, it was inevitable that demonized beasts would appear and rush towards the 2 of them. Puff! Lu Changsheng held the Daluo sword embryo, and when he encountered a 3rd-level demonized beast, he would cut it with a brilliant sword light, and solve it neatly, and take out the demonized demon pale in important materials. If he encountered a 4th-level demonized beast, he would take the 5 Poisons cult leader and run away. If it weren't for his lack of strength, Lu Changsheng would even think that the Wanmo Abyss was a good place to try to kill a 4th-level demonized beast. Although the flesh and blood of the demonized beast and the demon pill were contaminated, the value was greatly reduced. But this kind of beast lacks intelligence, and if an ambush is set up in advance, it will be easier to kill than an ordinary 4th-level demon king. It took a month for Lu Changsheng and the 5 Poisons cult leader to walk out of the Wanmo Abyss without any danger. After seeing the light of day again, Lu Changsheng let out a foul breath. I feel that the biggest danger in the 10,000 demons abyss is the various filthy airs such as demonic energy, evil energy, and ghost energy. Ordinary Jinden cultivators simply cannot survive in the 10,000 demons abyss for a long time, let alone kill demonized beasts. Just as he and the 5 Poison Sect leader left, his eyes suddenly condensed and he looked in one direction. Who? Master Yangming, I have been waiting here for a long time. There was a ripple in the space, and a middle-aged man with an ugly face and wearing a dark red ghost robe walked out and said to Lu Changsheng. However, seeing that the 5 Poison Sect leader looked a little pale, his magic power was disordered, and he was close to Master Yangming, he frowned slightly. The supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, Master Mingsha. Although Lu Changsheng had never seen the other party, he recognized him at a glance. He had a grudge with the Yinming Ghost Sect, so he had a simple understanding of the mysterious supreme elder and knew what he looked like. Although his appearance and aura were quite different from now. But under the magic power machine intertwined with ghost energy and countless resentments, his identity could still be recognized. My lord, this person is the supreme elder of the Yinming Ghost Sect, the true Lord Mingsha. He must have known that you and I were coming to the 10,000 demons abyss based on intelligence, so he is waiting here. The 5 Poison Sect leader looked pale and solemn, and he sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng to explain that he did not inform the other party. Well, Lu Changsheng saw that the true Lord Mingxia had bad intentions, and said indifferently, "I wonder why you are waiting for me here. Daoiao? You are just a giant and cultivator, and you are worthy of calling me Daoiao." The true Lord Mingxia had an ugly face, his eyes were like the dark abyss, burning with ghost fire, his mouth was wide, revealing sharp teeth like a beast, and his voice was cold and scolding, which was breathtaking. "You took advantage of my preparation for the nascent soul to come to my Yinming ghost sect and cause a big disturbance, causing my sect to lose face. Before that, you even teamed up with the Qingyun Sect to destroy my sect's plan. What do you think I am waiting for you here for?" The eyes of the true Lord of the Dark Evil were cold, and the dark red robes rustled. Endless cold ghost energy filled the air, forming a terrifying field, like the netherworld hell. As soon as the voice fell, the dark palm in the sleeve suddenly slapped Lu Changsheng, and the majestic magic power of the nascent soul level roared out. "Hu, ho, ho." The cold wind whistled, the ghosts cried, and Lu Changsheng seemed to have entered the 10,000 demons abyss again. He felt countless evil ghosts roaring from all directions, and cold wind blades shot towards him. Clang. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Daluo sword embryo appeared in his hand. He slashed it suddenly, and the sword light rushed into the sky, directly destroying all the Yinfeng ghost wind blades in front of him, and said lightly, "Since Daoiao relies on strength to settle the old grievances with a certain family, then let's see who is the real one." When he came to Jin State, he guessed that the supreme elder of the Yinming ghost sect would come to trouble him. But he didn't expect that the other party would come directly to the 10,000 demons abyss to wait for him. If he hadn't subdued the 5 poison sect master and his cultivation had broken through from the 7th level of the Jinden to the 9th level of the Jinden, otherwise he would have walked out of the 10,000 demons abyss in a bad state and would have fallen in the hands of this person. No wonder he can compete with Yan Wujiang, he really has some skills. When the true lord of the underworld saw Lu Changsheng break through his magic with a sword, his eyes were deep, staring at the Daluo sword embryo, and he looked more serious. He looked at the 5 poisons leader next to Lu Changsheng and said, "Fellow Taoist Wu Du, this man is of the same blood as Yang. What are you waiting for? Come and take him down with me." As he spoke, a dark red bone sword that seemed to be entangled by countless ghosts appeared in his hand and shot towards Lu Changsheng. In an instant, the sky was filled with black fog, and countless piercing screams like ghosts crying and wolves howling rang out between heaven and earth. A cold and piercing dark ghost hand appeared from the black fog, trying to tear Lu Changsheng apart. Master Yangming is a good friend of this leader, but fellow Taoist Mingxia is so powerful that he just came up and started fighting. Although the 5 poisons leader was seriously injured, he had a clear position. He gently clenched his white little hand, and a colorful long banner appeared. The aura of Yuanying level magic power filled the air and broke through the black fog. Behind Lu Changsheng, the Brahma demon's true body appeared, holding the Daluo sword embryo and slashing out. The brilliant sword light penetrated the void of heaven and earth, breaking the ghost hand of the netherworld, and clashed with the dark red bone sword, causing a deafening clang and forming a terrifying mana fluctuation. Boom boom boom, this mana fluctuation was like smoke and fog, revealing a cold and weird, corroding Lu Changsheng's body, but was instantly beaten to pieces by the Brahma demon's true body. This person is so domineering, and his strength is indeed extraordinary. Although this nether evil true lord has only broken through the nascent soul for more than 10 years, his strength is not weaker than that of the 5 poison sect leader. In other words, the magic power of the 5 poison sect leader was too restrained by Lu Changsheng. The Kunpeng demon body, the evil poison body, the immaculate heavenly fragrance body, and the Baiyan bloodline contained in the chaos body all have the effect of poison resistance. In this case, coupled with Lu Changsheng's quasi 4th level physique, the poison resistance is almost full. The true body of the Dharma? And the sword, this is definitely a top-grade spiritual treasure. The face of the Dark Lord was solemn, and he could see that Lu Changsheng's fighting power was not simple. Then he looked at the 5 poison sect leader and said, "Fellow Taoist 5 poisons, this person destroyed the alliance between our Jin state and Liang state, causing the Heavenly Lord to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Sword sect. Do you want to help this person?" Although he guessed that the two had a close relationship when he received the intelligence information, he did not expect that the 5 poison sect leader would choose to help Yangming's Henrin to deal with him. "Don't you remember that the covenant does not allow you to win over others?" the 5 poison sect leader said coldly. Although the 3 sects of the 3 sects had a covenant, She naturally knew what the Dark Lord was thinking. Among the 3 major demon sects in Jin State, the Yinming Ghost Sect was the most powerful. If it were not for the accidental death of the previous generation of the Yinming Ghost Sect's nascent soul ancestor, how could the Yinming Ghost Sect have been so low-key over the years? Now that the Dark Lord has broken through the nascent soul and has the treasure, 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, how could he be willing to share the benefits of the early years? Okay, it seems that there may be other reasons behind the war in Jiang State, which led to the failure of the plan and the Heavenly Evil Master fell into the hands of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In this case, I will send a message to the Beast God Mountain and the Heavenly Evil Sect. I hope the leader will take care of himself. Although the 5 Poisons Master was injured and in poor condition, he was not sure that he could take him down with the help of Yangming's Henren, who was comparable to the nascent soul. Moreover, at this point in time, he could not afford to make any mistakes, so he would not fight to the death with the 2 of them. As soon as the voice fell, the whole person's dark red robe fluttered, and the whole person broke through the air like a cloak. Lu Changsheng held the Daluo sword embryo and did not pursue. Although his strength broke through the 9th level of the 7th level of the Jinden, he could not kill the true lord of the nether evil. Without the influence of the 10,000 demons abyss, the other party could even directly break through the confinement of the void of heaven and earth and escape into the void. Moreover, he had just left the 10,000 demons abyss and his condition was not at his peak. Will this matter affect you? Lu Changsheng looked at the pale-faced 5 Poison Sect leader beside him and asked. He was alone now and would leave Jin after the incident, so he was naturally not afraid of Yinming Ghost Sect, Beast God Mountain, and Qianxia Sect. But the 5 Poison Sect was in Jin, and if they were to fall out with the Yinming Ghost Sect, they might be affected. Mingxia just wanted to find a reason to redistribute the benefits. Beast God Mountain's main combat power is now in Yu State, and it has no time to interfere in the affairs of our Jin State. Besides, Yan Wujiang is not stupid. He had long guessed that Mingxia had broken through the nascent soul and wanted to take the opportunity to revive his early majesty. He would not let it go. The 5 Poison Sect leader said, but there was still some worry in his eyes. No matter what, she had to give an explanation to Qianxia Sect and Beast God Mountain about what happened with Yangming's Henren. If Mingxia's Henjin persuaded Beast God Mountain, and when Liang State allocated the remaining strength, her 5 Poison Sect might be in some danger. But after this incident, the master should also be careful of Qingyun Sect. The 5 Poison Sect leader reminded. Before, the Qingyun Sect was willing to cooperate with Yangming's Henren, but this matter may not be the case. I know. Lu Changsheng had seen Xuanjian's Henjin's strength before, and was extremely wary of Qingyun Sect, and was unwilling to have too much contact. Now that Qingyun Sect knows that he has a friendly relationship with the 5 Poison Sect leader, he can't have any contact. By the way, I heard about the Yinming Ghost Sect's treasure, 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, before. How does the strength of this Mingxia's Henjin compare to yours? Lu Changsheng asked, wanting to know the specific combat power of this Mingxia's Henjin. Although this person has just broken through the nascent soul stage, the quality of his nascent soul is better than mine. As for the 10,000 Ghosts blood pool, if he uses this treasure, I am no match for him at all. The 5 Poison Sect leader spoke up, his face solemn. Back then, she and the Qianxia Sect leader thought that Mingxia's Henren could only be a human nascent soul. But they didn't expect that the other party not only concealed his strength, but also reached a cooperation with the Beast God Mountain early, using the power of the Beast God Mountain to impact the underground nascent soul. Although it didn't succeed, it was also at the top of the human level, half a step underground. Oh. Lu Changsheng asked about the details of this treasure. The 10,000 Ghosts blood pool has been cultivated by the Yinming Ghost Sect for thousands of years. It not only has 10,000 Ghosts Dao soldiers, but also a 4th level Ghost King. In the early years, Mingxia could not control this Ghost King, and could only project and borrow power to barely compete with Yuanying cultivators. Now that he has broken through Yuanying, he probably has a way to control this Ghost King. The 5 Poison Sect leader revealed the secret of this treasure. 4th level Ghost King. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and instantly understood why Mingxia's Henjin could compete with Yuanying at the peak of Jinden. The other party has such a treasure, isn't it equivalent to Qingyun's Henjin, who has a Taoist soldier and a top-level spiritual pet? No, Qingyun's Henjin's spiritual pet Qingyun is only quasi 4th level, and it is not known whether it has been promoted to the 4th level. However, To activate this treasure and summon the 4th level Ghost King, not only does it cost the blood of all spirits, but it also consumes the essence of one's own blood, so it will not be used easily. And when he attacked the nascent soul before, he used the 10,000 ghosts blood pool to resist the thunder tribulation when facing the nascent soul thunder tribulation, which hurt the essence of this treasure. Now it should not be able to fully activate it in a short time. The 5 poison sect leader continued. Not many people knew this news, only a few of them, the nascent soul cultivators, knew it. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, knowing that the other party's 10,000 ghosts blood pool was probably similar to his Dallo sword embryo, which could only be used but could not be fully activated. However, according to the words of the 5 poison sect leader, he knew why the Yinming Ghost Sect was the leader of the 3 major demon sects in Jin State in the early years. With such a treasure to suppress the foundation, the strength is far beyond the 5 poison sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Immediately, he learned some of the situations of the Yinming Ghost Sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect through the 5 poison sect leader. Before, in the 10,000 demons abyss, the two of them spent most of their time practicing dual cultivation to heal their injuries, and he didn't know about this aspect. The 5 poison sect leader did not hide anything and told Lu Changsheng many secrets of the 3 sects. He knew that the 5 poison sect and the Heaven Corpse sect had good inheritance in the early years. It was just that the great catastrophe of the 7 sects of the demonic path swept most of the southern wilderness, and the 3 sects were all defeated, so they signed an alliance in the early years to jointly occupy the Jin State. The 7 sects of the demonic path. Lu Changsheng heard this name and asked the 5 poison sect leader why the White Lotus Master came to the 5 poison sect and accepted Nangguanyao as his disciple. My lord, I signed a contract with the White Lotus Master and made a vow to the devil, so it cannot be spread to others. Although the 5 poison sect leader had broken the contract with Lu Changsheng before. But at that time it was just an ordinary 4th level spiritual contract, and the contract of the White Lotus Master was unbearable for her. And once the contract was broken, if the White Lotus Master sensed it, she could not afford the anger. Nothing. Lu Changsheng did not force her and asked her other topics. However, considering his own personality, Lu Changsheng would not ask too directly about these topics, so as not to fabricate his identity and arouse the suspicion of the 5 poison sect leader. After all, the 7 deadly love goo has only been in effect for more than 2 months. Although the 5 poison sect leader has been affected, he has not completely sunk. So during this time, he still tried his best to maintain a high-end personality in front of the other party. Buzz. Just as the two of them were riding the golden-winged skypeng back to the 5 poison sect, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a surge of magic power coming out of thin air. Although for him, it was like a scoop of water from a pond, better than nothing, but he knew that one of his children had broken through to the late stage of foundation building. However, not long after, half an hour later, Lu Changsheng felt another surge of magic power into his Qi Hai Danshan. Huh? Lu Changsheng realized that something was wrong, and thought to himself, could it be that one of his children had an unexpected encounter? But thinking of the situation of his son Lu Quanzhen in his early years, he immediately checked the situation of his children who were currently at the 6th level of foundation building and in the late stage of foundation building. Name, Lu Pingyan, lifespan, 94/373, genius, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 9th level of foundation establishment, talent, body refining compatibility, 99%, well, Pingyan. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Lingxiao, daughter Lu Wangshu and others before looking at his son Lu Pingyan, somewhat surprised. His son Lu Pingyan had been possessed by someone before, so shouldn't he be in a very dangerous situation now? How did he suddenly break through to the 9th level of foundation building? And he broke through from the 7th level of foundation building to the 9th level of foundation building in one breath. Could it be that the failure of possession led to Pingyan's blessing in disguise? According to Lu Changsheng's knowledge, nascent soul cultivators do not possess unlimited bodies, and each time they consume the nascent soul's essence. Generally, if it exceeds 3 times, the nascent soul's spirit body may be at risk of collapse. If the nascent soul is seriously injured, it will also lead to the collapse of the spirit body in advance. Even if it is a blessing in disguise, it shouldn't take so long for the realm to break through like this, right? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, still feeling that something was wrong. But no matter what, seeing Lu Pingyan's realm break through, and his lifespan was not as long as Lu Quanzhen's in his early years. Lu Changsheng's previous heavy mood was much lighter, knowing that his son was not in danger of life now. He planned to try to go to Yuanwu after returning to see if he could find his son. At the same time, Jiang State, Qingzhu Mountain. Mother-in-law, the Wang family is in danger now, and I am willing to offer the magic weapon, 5 elements sword. Please help your family. On this day, a mysterious monk came to visit Wang Yanjing. This person is an elder of the 5 elements Wang family. With the lifting of the limit order of the Reclamation War, the 5 elements Wang family was not only gradually eroded, but not long ago, a giant monk who claimed to have a grudge with the Wang family wanted to settle the grudge and seize the 5 elements mountain. Faced with this situation, the declining Wang family can be said to be overturned by the crowd. In the early years, the ancestor of the Wang family left a will that if the Wang family encountered a catastrophe, they could hold the 5 elements sword to ask for help from the Xianfu Lu family. Although the Wang family was very reluctant to part with this family treasure, in the face of danger, they still ordered the elders of the family to secretly bring the 5 elements sword to Qingzhu Mountain for help. Qingyun Sect had previously instructed my husband not to interfere in the affairs of Luoxia Sect, so my husband had previously ordered you to write a letter to the Wang family. Lu Maiyuan said softly. She had always known about the situation of the 5 elements Wang family, but she did not expect that the crisis of extinction of the Wang family would come so quickly. A few decades ago, the Jinden family was still high and mighty, but now it is in danger and is about to be destroyed. Thank you, mother-in-law. Ginger wants to go back with the elders to take a look. Wang Yanjing's face was pale and she bowed. Although she was secretly harmed by the family's internal ghost in her early years, she grew up in the 5 elements Wang family anyway and had deep feelings for them. She could not watch the family perish and do nothing. You can't do anything if you go there now. According to the news, in addition to the Yellow Ape Master, many family forces such as the Beast Tamer Su family want to get a piece of the pie. Lu Maiyuan sighed and persuaded softly. Although Wang Yanjing in front of him was extremely powerful and at the peak of the 8th level of foundation building, he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Anyway, I've been away from home for so many years, I should go back and take a look, otherwise I will feel uneasy. Wang Yanjing bit her lips and whispered. Although she had long given up going back to the family, she still felt uneasy when she heard that the family was about to be destroyed. Alice. Lu Maiyuan was also born in a family of cultivators, and she could understand Wang Yanjing's current mood. The family was blocked and in danger. As an early dam-forming seed of the family, if she couldn't help or meet him, she would probably have a knot in her heart. After thinking for a moment, she motioned Wang Yanjing to wait, and then came to Zumi Cave Heaven to meet Lu Maiyuan. What's wrong, Yuner? Lu Maiyuan has been practicing magical skills in Qingzhu Mountain for many years. Sister Maiyuan. Lu Maiyuan briefly described Wang Yanjing's situation, and then said, my husband said before that he could write a letter to help, but now the Wang family cultivators are blocked by other forces in the Wuxing Mountain area and are being besieged. If I dissuade Ginger from going back, I'm afraid she will have a demon in her heart, so I thought about letting Xingchen take Ziohai with her, just to do her part, take some people away, and not get involved in the Wang family's affairs. Lu Changsheng is not at home at the moment, so she will naturally discuss this matter with Lu Maiyuan. Lu Maiyuan thought for a moment, and said in a soft voice, in this case, let Xingchen take Ziohai and Ginger on a trip. Wang Yanjing not only gave birth to Lu Zuanqian, a nascent soul seed for the Lu family, but she is also one of the Lu family's dam-forming seeds. In this case, it is really unreasonable and hurtful for the family to have the ability to not help. Besides, if you don't look at Wang Yanjing, you have to look at Lu Xingchen and Xiaoziayu's face. Xiaoziayu gave birth to 6 sons for the Lu family, among whom Lu Xingchen had the best talent. She was very caring towards Wang Yanjing, the daughter-in-law who gave birth to a great-grandson. Okay. Lu Maiyuan smiled softly and was also inclined to help out. Although the appearance of Jiu Iao Mastiff, a 3rd-level demon king, in the public eye would cause fear from other family forces, and even Qingyun Sect. But the Lu family now has 2 giant cultivators, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan, and has been feared by many forces. If they are still hesitant at this time, it would be better to be free in the early years. Moreover, Jiu Iao Mastiff has broken through the 3rd level, and it is impossible for it to not appear in the public eye. Now taking it out will not only show some majesty of the family, but also obtain a magic weapon. Immediately, Lu Mian sent a letter to Beihu Mountain, indicating that Lu Xianzi would send someone to bring Jiu Ayao Mastiff to Beihu Mountain. That afternoon, Lu Xianzi's second son Lu Zuanai brought Jiu Ayao Mastiff to Beihu Mountain. Ginger, my husband and sister Maya Oj are both in retreat, and it is not convenient for them to go and interfere in the affairs of the Wang family, so it is decided that Jiu Ayao will go with you. Lu Mian called Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing and said aloud, Jiu Ayao. They knew that Jiu Ayao was the Lu family's clan spirit beast, and currently guarded Beihu Mountain. Jiu Ayao is now a third-level demon king. You just took a few people away. I think other family forces and that Wang Yuan's Henren will give some face. Lu Mian said with a faint smile, waving at the Jiu Ayao Mastiff not far away. Roar. Jiu Ayao Mastiff roared, and the black hair on its body stood up, exuding a terrifying third-level demon power. Third-level demon king. Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing were both shocked. They didn't expect that their own Jiu Ayao Mastiff would be promoted to the third level. They didn't know about this at all. Lu Xingchen had seen his family's background and could barely accept it, but Wang Yanjing was shocked by the situation in front of him. He knew how difficult it was to train a third-level demon king in 100 years. In the early years, the Wang family also tried to train a third-level clan sacred beast. But there was a lack of beast control inheritance, not to mention the time and energy consumed, and it was not possible to fully guarantee that the spirit beast would be promoted to the third level and continue to serve the family after the master passed away. The Lu family's spirit beast in front of him not only has been promoted to the third level, but is also so obedient, which is simply unbelievable. However, although the nine-nether mastiff is obedient, it is still not very familiar with Lu Xingchen. Grandma, why don't I go with Uncle Xingchen, so that there will be someone to take care of it on the way? Although Lu Zuanai is a second-level puppeteer, he has been in Beihu Mountain for many years and is very familiar with the nine-nether mastiff. He often takes care of the others' food and drink. In this case, Zuanai, I'll trouble you. Lu Mian nodded in response. When Lu Zuanqian heard that his parents were going out, he also wanted to go with them, but his five elements body was of great importance, so he was settled at home by Wang Yanjing. The elders of the Wang family who came saw that Wang Yanjing only brought 2 foundation-building monks, and their eyes were disappointed, but when they heard that the nine-nether mastiff was a third-level demon king, the whole person was instantly horrified, and then trembled with excitement. Wang Yanjing said softly to the elder, 13th uncle clan, the Five Elements Mountain cannot be defended, so give up. Knowing that he could only help with a nine-nether mastiff and try to rescue people, it was impossible for him to help defend the Five Elements Mountain. I know. The elder's face naturally understood this truth, nodded bitterly, and then the group set off towards the Five Elements Mountain. Chapter 645 Father and Son Meet, Nanguang Mili is shocked. More than half a month later, Lu Changsheng and the Five Poison Sect leader returned to the Five Poison Sect. With the 7 deadly love goo, Lu Changsheng did not shrink back after such a long time of getting along, and went directly into the mountain gate with a Yaoduo. Is this the Five Poison Sect? Lu Changsheng looked around. It was not as poor and bad as it looked from the outside, but some peaks were surrounded by poisonous miasma. The Five Poison Sect leader introduced the Five Poison Sect to Lu Changsheng, and pointed to a peak that looked like a sky spider, indicating that it was the sky spider peak where Nanguang Mili was. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded gently, indicating that the Five Poison Sect leader should have a good rest, and then went to the Sky Spider Peak to visit Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang. You're back. After a moment, Nanguang Mili controlled a purple divine rainbow and fell from the top of the peak. He looked at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a black robe and had a heroic and elegant face, and his beautiful eyes were surprised and surprised. Then he asked, have you reconciled with the leader? These days, Lu Changsheng and the leader of the Five Poisons went to the 10,000 Demons Abyss, and she was also worried. Now seeing Lu Changsheng return safely and enter the Five Poison Sect, she instantly guessed that he and the leader had successfully resolved their grievances. Well, the matter has been resolved. Lu Changsheng smiled lightly and stepped forward to hold her soft and boneless jade hand. Let's go see Minghuang. He didn't say much, and walked up to Xiansu Peak with Nanguang Mili intimacy and naturalness. Greetings to the Sky Spider Envoy. Greetings to the Peak Master. On the way, there were the Five Poison Sect. The monks of Xiansu Peak saw Nanguang Mili being intimate with a man, as if they had seen a ghost, and hurriedly bowed and saluted, not daring to look at it for fear of blasphemy and causing trouble. After a while, the two came to a courtyard on the mountain. In the backyard, a young man dressed in purple tights, with a green and tender appearance, handsome as a demon, and golden eyes was practicing with a spear. Is this Ming Huang? Through blood induction, Lu Changsheng knew at first sight that this was his son Lu Ming Huang. If he hadn't known that this was his son, dressed in a masculine outfit, he would have even thought it was a daughter. His facial features were finely carved, his skin was smooth and delicate, and he perfectly inherited his handsomeness, but more feminine. The outline of his eyes was like his mother Nangguang Millie, with a bit of seductive charm. If he applied some eyeshadow, the upturned corners of his eyes like water drops would be exactly the same as Nangguang Millie, cold and fascinating. Fortunately, the slightly raised eyebrows and the golden eyes had a bit of heroism, which made his handsome face like a white fox not too enchanting. Before, when he heard that his son inherited his chaotic body characteristics, he thought he was as heroic and majestic as Lu Lingxiao, but he didn't expect mom. When Nangguang Minghuang saw his mother coming, he immediately stopped, wiped the sweat off his face, bowed, and then looked at Lu Changsheng. His cultivation was still shallow, so he could not directly sense the blood connection from Lu Changsheng. But through his mother's words a few days ago, and the close appearance of the two at this time, he had a vague guess in his heart. Without waiting for Nangguang Millie to introduce, Lu Changsheng took a step forward, looked at his son's golden pupils, and said, Ming Huang, your father is here to see you. Father. Although Nangguang Minghuang had a guess in his heart, he was still a little stunned when he heard this, and his expression was trance. He looked at Lu Changsheng in front of him, and then looked at his mother Nangguang Millie. Don't doubt it. Lu Changsheng's mouth corners raised, no longer blocking and concealing his aura. The aura of the chaotic body was released, and the golden runes in his pupils intertwined, turning into a pair of golden eyes, forming a wonderful resonance with his son Lu Minghuang's blood. Father. Nangguang Minghuang's figure suddenly froze, his lips slightly opened, staring at Lu Changsheng in front of him, and he could clearly feel the intimacy from the depths of his blood. Mortals are separated from their parents since childhood, and only very few people can sense the blood connection. But it's different for immortal cultivators. Especially for Lu Changsheng and Lu Minghuang, the two are not only connected by blood, but the son also inherited the effect of his father's blood spirit body, which can be said to be deep in the bone marrow and soul. This is why the family forces in the world of immortal cultivation attach so much importance to blood. Because between cultivators, they can clearly sense the resonance of blood that goes deep into the soul. Bond. There were some things in my early years that I couldn't come to visit you and witness your growth. Don't worry, I will try my best to compensate you in the future. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, stretched out his palm to him, and said softly. He and Nangguang Millie did a lot of ideological work for a long time before the latter agreed to have a second child. But not long after she became pregnant, she left, and now she hasn't seen her son for more than 10 years. Father. Nangguang Minghuang sensed the resonance from the depths of his blood, subconsciously stretched out his palm, but looked at his mother again. Nangguang Millie's training of him was different from Nangguang Yaoyao's, and was relatively strict. Minghuang, this is your father. Nangguang Millie stepped forward and said softly, holding his son's hand, and then placed it on Lu Changsheng's hand. The father and son held hands. Ha, good son, tell me how you have been these years. Lu Changsheng laughed and strode into the hall with Nangguang Millie and his son Lu Minghuang. Immediately, this hall, which was usually regarded as a snake and scorpion by many people, was filled with an indescribable warmth. The family of three chatted for a while, and Lu Changsheng asked about his son's white jade cicada. This white jade cicada was disliked by Nangguang Millie for being noisy, so it was sealed most of the time. Not only does it have some of the dragon's body, the evil repelling effect of the white bloodline, but it also has some of my yin and yang magic power, which can reconcile yin and yang and warm the body. Lu Changsheng saw the effect of this white jade cicada. But the most important thing is that this cicada is connected to his son's life, and this cicada can be used to block evil in the future. For example, the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits has many curse substitution methods, and his son can transfer some fatal curse injuries to this white jade cicada. According to the Divine Machine 100 refining secrets, this cicada can also be used to refine some life-saving magic weapons. By the way, was Minghuang's original source divided by this thing? When Nangguang Millie was pregnant with a spare tire, Not only did she prepare many natural treasures, but Lu Changsheng also refined many fetal pills. Although the first-grade spiritual root is already very good, Lu Changsheng always feels that it is a little worse. Seeing the special effects of this white jade cicada at this time, he guessed in his heart. But the matter has been done, and he didn't care. He said, "Mi Li, Ming Huang's situation is not suitable for growth in the Five Poison Sect. How about you and Ming Huang go back with me?" Although the situation of himself and Ayaruo is stable, Nangguang Mili has no problem in the Five Poison Sect. But the Yinming Ghost Sect knows his relationship with Nangguang Mili, and it is very likely to target him through Nangguang Mili. Unless Nangguang Mili never leaves the Five Poison Sect. But her son Lu Minghuang is not familiar with her yet. When he goes to a strange environment, it is better to have Nangguang Mili, his mother, to take care of him. "How are you and the leader?" Nangguang Mili asked, pursing her red lips. If possible, she still feels more comfortable and at ease in the Five Poison Sect. Aoduo and I have become Taoist partners. You can naturally join the Five Poison Sect if you want, and there is no problem even going further. It's just that I met the true Lord of the Dark Evil when I came back this time. Lu Changsheng held her white and smooth palm and said softly. However, as soon as Lu Changsheng spoke, Nangguang Mili was stunned. Her beautiful and charming face was full of astonishment. She looked at Lu Changsheng in disbelief and said, "Wait, what did you say, Aoduo? You, and the leader." She thought Lu Changsheng had reached a friendly cooperation with his own leader. She never expected that Lu Changsheng would say that he and Aoduo had become Taoist partners. Isn't Aoduo the name of the leader? Nangguang Mili was stunned. Although she had thought that this bastard couldn't live without women, and had to have women wherever he went. But she never expected it to be with her own leader, or dared not to think about it. After all, her own leader is a Yuanying Zhenjin. How could a Yuanying cultivator, the leader of a sect, go to Wan Moyun with this bastard and become a Taoist partner? And with her own leader's personality, how could she become a Taoist partner with Lu Changsheng? Nangguang Mili's beautiful and charming face was full of confusion, bewilderment, and puzzlement. That's right, you and Aoduo will be sisters in the future. Seeing her like this, Lu Changsheng said with some amusement, but he didn't say that the Five Poison Sect leader would submit to him. After all, no matter what, the Five Poison Sect leader is also a Yuanying Zhenjin, and he needs to give him some face. And the 7 absolute love goo only makes the Five Poison Sect leader gradually fall in love with her and can't extricate himself, but it doesn't completely obey her. In other words, if it's like this to him, it may not be so tolerant and friendly to the people around him. This. Nangguang Mili was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, her phoenix eyes were dim and she asked with gossip, how did you do it? She was not jealous of her own leader becoming Lu Changsheng's Taoist partner. She even had a kind of worship, admiration, and admiration. After all, her man conquered Yuanying Zhenjin in the Jinden stage. This is simply. Of course it is the charm of my husband, otherwise what else can it be? Lu Changsheng chuckled and did not say more in detail. His son Lu Minghuang was still beside him, and they would talk about this matter privately later. Immediately, he continued to talk about going to Jiangguo, saying that his son Lu Minghuang was not suitable for the Five Poison Sect, and it would be better to go back, as he had the corresponding inheritance. And you and Xiaochen haven't seen each other for so many years, so it's just right to go and see each other. When you break through the late stage of Jinden, you can go back to the Five Poison Sect at any time. Lu Changsheng didn't mind Nangguang Mili being in the Five Poison Sect. Not only is this place more suitable for her, but with her in the Five Poison Sect, it would be much more convenient for him and Aoduo to get along occasionally. Moreover, Nangguang Mili was pregnant and had to take care of her son Lu Minghuang, which delayed her cultivation. Lu Changsheng planned to take time to warm up her 4th grade true elixir in the last step, promote it to the upper grade golden elixir, and then break through the late stage of elixir formation in one go. Well, okay. Nangguang Mili pursed her red lips, glanced at her son, and nodded in response. This dog man has hundreds of children. He sent his son over, so he naturally had to take care of him for some time to prevent him from being bullied. And visiting Meng Xiaochen, he can also ask Xiaochen to take care of his son in the future. The family of 3 chatted warmly, and then Lu Changsheng cared about his son's cultivation. Before, he had thought about teaching his son the Shenji Bilanju. Now looking at his son's handsome appearance like a white fox,
He felt that practicing such a weapon cultivation method was full of contrast. Seeing that his son was quite interested in spearmanship, Changsheng also demonstrated and taught. Although he had never practiced weapons and spearmanship. But the cold flame true water evil art that he won in the lottery in his early years has a halberd weapon method, so it is not a problem to use it to teach his son. In the evening. Afterwards, you and the leader. Nangguang Milli's graceful and charming body was dripping with sweat, and she nestled in Changsheng's arms. Her eyebrows and eyes were charming, very moving. She had always been curious about Changsheng and her own leader. After all, this kind of thing was too shocking, so she couldn't help gossiping. Although she broke through the nascent soul, it was extremely difficult to go further, so she reached an in-depth cooperation with me and became a Taoist partner. The price was that I would help her after breaking through the nascent soul. Changsheng held the plump and soft fat with his 5 fingers, playing with it slowly, and making a snowman. Compared with Nangguang Mili in this aspect, Aotuo was a little less impressive. Even if she looked more than 30 years old, at the most mature and charming moment, she could not compare with Nangguang Mili's devilish figure. But Aotuo also had her strengths. The identity of the nascent soul true lord and the temptation experience brought by different ages during the dual cultivation process are unique. Thinking of Aotuo, Changsheng couldn't help wanting to hold Nangguang Mili to find her to exchange feelings. However, considering that Yuanying cultivators also need to save face, Changsheng still plans to wait until their relationship is a little deeper before helping the two women cultivate their feelings. After breaking through the Yuanying, lend a helping hand. Nangguang Mili was shocked by Changsheng's understated words. This tone is really too big. Yuanying cultivators are already the top cultivators at present. It is naturally very difficult to go further. Changsheng can actually convince the leader with such illusory words to become a Taoist partner with the other party? No. Such things are not convincing at all with words alone, and real benefits must be shown. In other words, Changsheng in front of him has the means to help Yuanying cultivators improve. Nangguang Mili was horrified. But thinking that he had known Changsheng for so many years and the extraordinary performance of the other party, he felt it was very normal. If the other party breaks through the nascent soul, he will definitely surpass his own leader, comparable to the Zhuangjian's Henjin of the Qingyun Sect. No, it is to surpass Zhuangjian's Henjin. Weren't you curious about why I am a Taoist body and why I broke through and grew so fast? Seeing Nangguang Mili like this, Changsheng chuckled, sucked the sweet fragrance of the beauty, and then repeated the words that deceived the 5 poison sect leader to Nangguang Mili. He said that he was the Holy Emperor of Zhongzhou, the Dragon Emperor Taoist body, reincarnated and recultivated, and now helping her cultivate the yin and yang of the golden elixir is the effect of his own Dragon Emperor origin. Although such words are very outrageous. But thinking of Changsheng's growth rate, combat performance, and now conquering the 5 poison sect leader, Nangguang Mili naturally accepted this statement. You and the sect leader have already become Taoist companions. Nangguang Mili thought of the appearance of her own sect leader, and her charming and moving phoenix eyes suddenly flowed out a bit of strangeness. Although the leader is older than his grandmother, this look is really. Even though Nangguang Mili is a demonic demon, she dare not imagine this scene. What are you thinking about? Aotuo is just in this state due to the problem of her cultivation method. She can also be normal. When it is convenient in the future, I will take you to see it. Changsheng saw the look in the eyes of the beauty in his arms, pinched her unhappily, and turned over again. Although she has the 5 poisons leader, Nangguang Mili's devilish figure is still full of temptation and suitable for honing herself. Well, keep your word, Nangguang Mili hummed charmingly. Her beautiful face was slightly flushed, and she said with some expectation. No, what are you looking forward to? Does this woman have other hidden attributes? Changsheng thought of Ling Xiao's occasional behavior when he was with Lu Miaoj, or by Ling, Binger and others, and then stood up and said, my husband always keeps his word. Chapter 646, The Innate Chaos Sword Body and the Dao Embryo, the plan of the Su family's ancestor. Although Changsheng planned to pick up Nangguang Mili and her mother and go back. But now the 5 poison sect leader's condition is not completely stable, so he can't just leave. Moreover, Changsheng promised to teach the other party the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits, so he will naturally not break his promise. If Aotuo switches to the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits,
Not only will her combat power be improved by 1 level, but Lu Changsheng will also be able to control her better. After all, it is very likely that he is the only one who has this system-produced technique. After the 5 poison sect leaders switched to the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits, the matching magical secrets, magic weapon drawings, subsequent techniques, etc. are all in Lu Changsheng's hands. Immediately, in the following time, Lu Changsheng went back and forth between Nangguang-Mili's Xiansu Peak and Ayaotuo's 5 Saints Temple. On the 1st, 3rd and 5th, he taught his son Lu Minghuang to practice, cultivate the father-son relationship, or help Nangguang-Mili warm up the golden elixir, and on the 2nd, 4th, 6th and 7th, he taught Ayaotuo the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits. As a Yuanying's Henjin and the leader of a sect, Ayaotuo's natural comprehension is naturally needless to say. Even when Lu Changsheng was teaching, he had a little more understanding. During this process, Lu Changsheng knew that the spirit body of the 5 poison sect leader was called ghost poison body. It was just that the secret method she practiced transformed the spirit body into a kind of acquired spirit body called poison goo body. Poison goo body. Lu Changsheng was very much looking forward to the offspring he and Ayaotuo, the Yuanying's Henjin, would have in the future. However, Ayaotuo's current situation, surrounded by external enemies, was not suitable for pregnancy. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng would have made a request and the other party might agree. It is said that the Daluo sword embryo can breed the sword embryo Dao body. If the child has other spirit bodies during this process, will the sword embryo Dao body be affected and form a new Dao body? Sword Gu Dao body? Innate chaos sword body Dao embryo. Lu Changsheng thought of the Daluo sword embryo in his hand again. The main ability of this sword embryo is not to attack, but to breed a sword embryo Dao body. Now with the 5 poison sect leader, a Yuanying cultivator, Lu Changsheng can completely use the other party to give birth to a peerless child who transcends the spirit body. It's just that he can now compete with Yuanying cultivators, completely relying on this innate sword embryo. If the sword embryo is given to Ayaotuo, the sword embryo will be nurtured and the strength will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the other party has not completely sunk, and Lu Changsheng is not at ease to give this rare sword embryo to the leader of the 5 poison sect. In case the other party refines the sword embryo and uses the origin of the sword embryo to cut off the invisible love of the 7 absolute love goo, then he will lose both his wife and his soldiers. A month and a half later, Lu Changsheng passed on the complete Dan and Yuanying chapters of the mysterious book of 10,000 evil poison spirits to Ayaotuo through word of mouth, and then quietly left the 5 poison sect with Nangguang-Mili and his son Lu Minghuang. However, considering the situation of the 5 poison sect, he gave the other party a jade talisman, indicating that he could notify himself in case of emergency. Before leaving, thinking of Ling Zixio, Meng Xiachen's magic weapon, and his daughter Lu Mengzhen's practice, Lu Changsheng and Ayaotuo went to the treasure house of the 5 poison sect. There were not many things like crystal condensation pills and nascent soul spiritual objects in the 5 poison sect, and the few nascent soul spiritual objects that were available were of average quality and not very suitable for Lu Changsheng, so he did not ask for them, but only picked some of the spiritual materials he needed for alchemy and refining. The only thing worth mentioning was that he saw a 4th level earth dragon heart here. Although this kind of earth dragon heart is far inferior to the demon pill, as the heart of a 4th level earth dragon, it still has a high nutritional value. Lu Changsheng plans to send it to the sea-splitting black whale to help it advance as soon as possible. After all, he is now at the 9th level of the Dan formation, and he should also consider the matter of the nascent soul. But now the nascent soul spiritual object, the nascent soul transformation pill, has not been found. So Xingxiu is imperative. Moreover, he is now involved in a battle at the nascent soul level. It is not enough to rely on himself and Ayaotuo alone. There must be other nascent soul level combat power. Just when Lu Changsheng took Nangguang-Mili and his mother and son across the 10,000 Beasts Mountains back to Jiang State, a story about the Xianfu Lu family shook the Luoxia sect. The ancestor of the 5 elements Wang family fell, and the family fought hard, but failed to form a den. Now they are facing the Yellow Ape Master to settle the early grievances, and the wall is down and everyone is pushing. Just when many forces were besieging the 5 elements Wang family, Wang Yanjing, the early Dan seed of the Wang family, is now married to the son of Changsheng's Henren, and asked the Xianfu Lu family for help. However, Changsheng's Henren and the newly promoted Dan Lu Miaoj of the Xianfu Lu family did not take action, but just asked their son to take the family pet and daughter-in-law to go. But who would have thought that the Xianfu Lu family not only had two Dan masters Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, but also cultivated a third-level demon king silently. Not only that, when the couple brought the Lu family's spirit beast, 9 Nether Mastiff, to the Five Elements Mountain to rescue, Wang Yuan's Henren and his friends proposed a bet. If you want to take all the cultivators of the Five Elements Mountain away, you can, but let the Lu family's spirit beast fight with Wang Yuan's Henren's spirit beast Huangsha Stone Ape. If the Lu family's spirit beast wins, the Wang family cultivators will be allowed to take it away. If the Lu family's spirit beast lost, they would give the Xianfu Lu family a face and could only take away a few of Wang Yanjing's direct relatives. But when the battle started, facing the Lu family's spirit beast Juao Mastiff, Wang Yuan's Henren's spirit beast Huangsha Stone Ape was 3 points weaker in momentum. After only 10 rounds, Huangsha Stone Ape fell into a disadvantage. For a moment, countless people in the field were shocked. I didn't expect the Lu family's third-level spirit beast to be so fierce. Although the Lu family's son called a halt in time, saying that it was a friendly exchange, fearing that his own spirit beast would be hurt, and his father was not there, worried that he could not stop the spirit beast, and it ended in a draw. But everyone knew that this was a killing beast with heavenly blood, and its combat power was extraordinary. Although it is rumored that Changsheng's Henren's combat power is mediocre and he relies entirely on the art of talismans, when he was building his foundation, he had amazing combat power and could fight many enemies alone. Now he and his wife Lu Miaoj have both reached the Jinden stage, and they have such a spiritual beast. I'm afraid no one of the same level can be his opponent. Yes, it is rumored that the city lord of Damning Fairy City also values Changsheng's Henren's joint cultivation secret technique, so he invited him to be the city lord. Maybe the couple can fight against a cultivator in the middle stage of Jinden together. Ancestor Lu has a son named Lu Chensha. This son controlled a second-level monster in the Xiao secret realm at the key refining stage and slaughtered all the children of the divine sword Shengwen family. This shows that the Lu family has mastered some kind of top-level beast-taming inheritance. This Lu family seems to have just risen and lacks foundation, but this performance is simply terrifying. Yes, there is also the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingyan. When he was in the Xiao secret realm, he relied on body refining and Taoist soldiers to directly repel Shengwen Jiuyang of the divine sword Shengwen family. He has been out of touch for all these years. Maybe he has also broken through to the Jinden stage, but is hiding outside. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The rise of the Lu family is amazing. There are definitely many invisible strengths. Not to mention the 4 major immortal gates, the Great Dream Immortal City, and the Qingyun Immortal City. Many foundation-building families can not only look at the surface strength. Not many people paid attention to Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing when they took the 9 Nether Mastiff to the 5 Elements Wang family. They all focused their attention on the Xianfu Lu family. After all, heroes have emerged in the world in the past few decades. The Xianfu Lu family, the immortal Lu Changsheng, is definitely the brightest new star in the Zhang Kingdom in the past 100 years. Born as a son-in-law, he created the Xianfu Lu family in 100 years. Not only did he break through the Jinden stage himself and marry the Xiaoyu fairy of the Qingyun Sect, but he also helped his wife Lu Miaoj to form a den. Such performance is legendary. Now the family has another third-level clan guarding spirit beast. After this battle, many cultivators have already believed that the Xianfu Lu family is the first immortal cultivation family in the Zhang Kingdom. Although the beast-taming Su family has 3 third-level spirit beasts, as well as water snakes and fire crows, and has an unfathomable foundation, the growth of the Lu family is too fierce. Everyone believes that the Lu family will surpass the beast-taming Su family sooner or later, and even have a battle with the Su family. At this moment, the beast-taming Su family. Things like the appearance of a third-level demon king in the Lu family naturally spread to the top management of the Su family as soon as possible. Even in the Battle of the 5 Elements Mountain, the beast-taming Su family also had several foundation-building cultivators present, who witnessed the fierce power of the 9 Nether Mastiff. A heavenly bloodline demon beast, according to the information, this 9 Nether Mastiff seems to have been picked up by Lu Changsheng when he was still a son-in-law in Qingzhu Mountain. How come it has been promoted to the 3rd level in less than 100 years? Unless it was born through secret techniques, It is absolutely impossible to have this speed, but this 9 Nether Mastiff does not seem to be born through secret techniques at all. Yes, even if it is the top beast control inheritance, it is impossible to cultivate a spirit beast to the 3rd level, right? Moreover, this spirit beast was only at the 2nd level 50 or 60 years ago. The existence of the 9 Nether Mastiff is not a secret, and many people know it. But looking at the growth trajectory of the 9 Nether Mastiff, the senior management of the Su family was stunned. Except for the Qingyun Sect, their Su family can be said to be the best in cultivating spirit beasts. But the more knowledgeable they are, the more confused they are, and they find it incredible. After discussing for a long time, the senior management of the Su family reported this news to the ancestor. 9 Nether Mastiff. The ancestor of the Su family looked at the information in his hand, and when his eyes opened and closed, strands of golden light flowed, full of majesty and breathtaking. As the giant and ancestor of the beast-taming Su family, he saw this news and made a judgment instantly. First, the Lu family has a top beast-taming heritage. This is why they cultivated Dao soldiers and beast-taming geniuses like Lu Chensha. Second, this 9 Nether Mastiff is likely to be a bloodline reversion or mutation. It is definitely not an ordinary heaven-level bloodline monster beast. Third, there is something wrong with Lu Changsheng. In the War of Opening Up Wasteland, he met Lu Changsheng several times. Through his natal spirit beast, Earth Dragon Beast, and the family's 3rd level Black Tortoise, he sensed that Lu Changsheng was not as simple as he seemed, and even gave his spirit beast some vague danger. Although the details are unclear, the fact that the other party created the Heaven Talisman Lu family in less than 100 years is enough to explain the problem. This is also the reason why he has been very low-key over the years and has not gone to the Lu family for trouble. Now through this 9 Nether Mastiff, he is more certain that Lu Changsheng has a problem, and it is very likely that he has fed this spirit beast with top-level natural treasures that match the bloodline. Only in this way can this spirit beast be promoted to the 3rd level in a short time. If there was anything else he couldn't figure out, it was why this demon beast was so ferocious but so obedient. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj didn't go out, but just ordered a son who had built a foundation to bring it over. You know, except for this ancestor of the Qingyun stage, the other people who cultivated the clan spirit beasts of his Su family had to cultivate feelings when they were young, feed and get along with each other for a long time before they could be moved. There was something wrong with the Lu family's spirit beast. There was a problem. Xianfu Lu family, Lu Changsheng. The ancestor of the Su family looked at the jade slip in his hand, and the whole person was constantly thinking, with fear in his eyes. Although the Xianfu Lu family now seemed to be at peace with the world and not an enemy of his Su family, the two clans were under the rule of Qingyun, so they had to be on guard. And with the situation of the Xianfu Lu family and Lu Changsheng, he also thought of some things in his early years. For example, Su Jie went to ambush Lu Changsheng and then died silently outside. At this moment, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes burst into light, like the vertical pupils of the demon clan, full of dragon majesty. The Holy Lady of the Beast God Mountain has a Yaoyu heavenly wolf with a bloodline that has returned to its ancestral lineage. I heard that this Holy Lady has been buying up natural materials and treasures that can help the Yaoyu heavenly wolf grow. The 9 Nether Mastiff of the Lu family looks a bit like the Yaoyu wolf, and it is likely to have a similar bloodline that has returned to its ancestral lineage. Now it has been promoted to the 3rd level in 100 years. Maybe this Holy Lady of the Yaoyu will be interested. The ancestor of the Su family suddenly thought of a way to divert the trouble and kill someone with a boro knife. As the Holy Lady of the Beast God Mountain, the overlord of Liang State, the Yuanying seed, regardless of cultivation, combat power, identity, and background, is an existence that his Su family looks up to. If this Holy Lady is interested in the 9 Nether Mastiff, she can take it away with a raise of her hand, and even a thought can destroy the Lu family. Even if he can't contact the Holy Lady and it's difficult to get her words to the other side, there are countless admirers of the goddess like the Holy Lady of the Yaoyu in Liang State. As long as these people hear the news and can help the Yaoyu heavenly wolf of the Holy Lady of the Yaoyu be promoted, they will definitely be willing to sneak into Jiang State. Wonderful, 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 just too wonderful. As soon as the ancestor of the Su family had this idea, he felt that the sky was wide open. He continued to look at the appearance of the 9 Nether Mastiff in the jade slip, and couldn't help but exclaimed, similar, just too similar. Before, he just felt that the two were somewhat similar. Now that he thought about it in this way, He suddenly felt that the 9 other mastiff of the Lu family and the heavenly wolf of the holy maiden Yaoyu were exactly the same. Just the appearance alone could attract the attention of the holy maiden Yaoyu. After thinking for a while, the ancestor of the Su family immediately called a trusted elder, handed a jade slip to the other party, and instructed, Zio Jiu, you send this news to Xiandu, tell him to pass it to the Beast God Mountain, and try to pass it to the ears of the holy maiden Yaoyu, or the admirers of the holy maiden Yaoyu. He didn't exaggerate the news about the 9 other mastiff. After all, such things can be found through top information channels. But he added some exclusive secrets, speculations, and emphasized that the Lu family had a top East control heritage and the blood treasure that helped the Yaoyu wolf grow. As time went by, the matter of the 9 other mastiffs spread from the Qingyun Sect to the Qingyun Sect, and even the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Countless people talked about it, raising the prestige of the Xianfu Lu family to a higher level. However, most of the family forces under Qingyun are now immune to the news of the Beihashan Lu family. After all, the Xianfu Lu family, which has 2 giants Henren Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, is already in existence that they can't reach. Now that there is an additional 3rd-level clan guarding Spirit Beast, they can only look up and be in order. It is the giant-level forces in Jiang Kingdom that pay more attention to the Beihashan Lu family, such as the Yuling Sect and the Qingyun Sect. As one of the 4 major immortal sects, the Yuling Sect does not talk about snatching spirit beasts. But as a beast control force, hearing about the situation of the 9 other mastiff, how can they be curious and want to know how Lu Changsheng cultivated a 3rd-level demon beast for 100 years? The Qingyun Sect simply felt that the Xianfu Lu family was growing too fast. If they continued to grow like this, the Xianfu Lu family would even surpass the beast-taming Su family. Even in the eyes of the Qingyun Sect leader, Lu Changsheng was now in his prime, had a long life, and had a relationship with Zhao Ziyu, which made him more difficult to deal with than the beast-taming Su family. Now he was a little regretful. Why did he agree to the marriage between Lu Changsheng and Zhao Ziyu? At the same time, in Yu country, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Puff puff puff. 7 flying swords circled, forming 81 sword lights, swallowing and spitting out 7-color Qingyun sword energy, interweaving and crisscrossing, like a sky full of stars, covering a 3rd-level Lion King. This 3rd-level Lion King roared and screamed, with bruises all over his body, and had no power to resist, and could only allow the flying sword to cut a shocking blood mark. After a long time, outside the sword formation, a young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, with an upright posture, burst out with a flying sword with thousands of stars flowing in his hand, like a sky hanging upside down. Puff. The 3rd-level Lion King howled, his breath was annihilated, and blood gushed out. Not bad, a 3rd-level Demon King, I can kill it with a flick of my finger. Lu Qingshan held this Haoshan Xingdao sword embryo, his sword eyebrows raised slightly, full of sharpness, and said calmly, he was quite satisfied with his record. It's just that the appearance is a bit poor, but it's okay, and the appearance is too good, others can't see my strength from this Yangang lion. After taking a few glances at the Lion King in front of him, Lu Qingshan threw out an ice seal talisman to freeze the Yangang lion, then put it into the spirit beast bag, controlled a sword light to leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and broke through the air towards the direction of Jiang Kingdom. He broke through the giant for 5 years, and now his supernatural powers have achieved a small success. He is ready to show it well, but now Lion Kingdom and Yu Kingdom are in a truce period. So he thought about going home to visit his sister Lu Qingzhu, and borrowing his father's sword embryo to temper himself. But it's really a bit meaningless to go back empty-handed after breaking through the giant. After a little thought, Lu Qingshan came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to test his strength, and then killed a Demon King as a gift to send back home. After all, if you don't return home with wealth and honor, it's like walking at night in brocade clothes. Sending a 3rd-level Demon King as a gift, there is no need to say that you have broken through the giant, how strong you are, and so on. This 3rd-level Demon King will speak for himself. I, Lu Qingshan, the peerless genius of the Lu family, is known as the most evil top genius in the Qingyun Sect in 1,000 years. At the age of 79, I successfully broke through the giant, and with a small success in supernatural powers, I can easily kill the 3rd-level Demon King. The future hope of Yu State, the first sword cultivator. Chapter 647 Lu Qingshan, kill the 3rd-level Demon King to celebrate for the clan. Qingzhu Mountain. Not only the outside world was talking about the 9 Nether Mastiff, but the Lu family members were also talking about it. They were stunned and surprised when they learned that their spiritual beast had been promoted to the 3rd level. When Lu Xingchen, Wang Yanjing, and Lu Zuanai brought the 9 Nether Mastiff back to Qingzhu Mountain, many Lu family members came to watch, wanting to see the 3rd level Demon King up close. After all, no matter how powerful the Lu family is, most of the children are still refining ki and building foundations, and their horizons are limited. Except for a group of Lu family members who participated in the land reclamation war before, they have never seen a 3rd level Demon King. Seeing the expectation of the family members, Lu Maoyan directly asked the 9 Nether Mastiff to show the power of the 3rd level Demon King to broaden the Lu family members' horizons. However, the power of this Demon King was only leaked a little bit, and the Lu family members who came to watch couldn't help trembling and were terrified. Is this the might of a 3rd level Demon King? How terrifying! No wonder they say that foundation building and den formation are a natural chasm that cannot be crossed. I have no power to resist just the momentum. I feel like if Jiu Yao blows a breath, I will be blown to death. Uncle Xingchen, I heard that Jiu Yao had a battle with Wang Yuan's Henren in the Yellow Sandstone Ape, and he gained the upper hand in just a few rounds. Can you tell us about it? The Lu family children looked at the ferocious and terrifying Jiu Yao Mastiff in front of them. Although they were afraid, they felt a sense of pride and honor. This is their Lu family's clan guardian spirit beast. There were also Lu family children who looked at Lu Xingchen with expectation and asked about what happened. Lu Xingchen was gentle and introverted, and did not brag. He said that it was just a simple exchange, and Jiu Yao Mastiff had a slight advantage. But this kind of exchange could not cause real anger, so there was no need to publicize it too much. However, these simple words made many Lu family children proud. Auntie. Then Lu Xingchen and Wang Yanjing apologized to Lu Maoyan, saying that they did not handle it well, which led to the uproar and pushed their family to the forefront. It's okay, you have done a good job. Lu Maoyan did not blame. She and Lu Maoj considered this consequence when they agreed to let Jiu Yao Mastiff go to Qingzhu Mountain with the couple. Even in her opinion, Lu Xingchen was very low-key and restrained. If it were Lu Wongshu, or a strong-tempered Lu family member, it would be very likely that Jiu Yao Mastiff would release the real 3rd level Demon King's fierce power. But she heard from her husband that Ziohe was a heaven-level bloodline demon beast, and his demon pill was a top-level existence of the same level, which could fight against the immortal golden pill. After asking about the situation with concern, Lu Maoyan signaled the two to go back and rest, and then let Lu Zuanayu take Jiu Yao Mastiff back to Qingzhu Mountain. Qingzhu Mountain is close to Huaguo Mountain and Jingsha Valley, and it still needs to be stationed with top-level combat power to avoid accidents. Although a 3rd level Demon King is stationed, it is too luxurious. When Lu Zuanai brought the 9 Nether Mastiff back to Qingzhu Mountain, some nearby clan cultivators who heard the rumors and came here to observe were all trembling in their hearts. Especially the Jin family of Jinlong Ridge. They were afraid that the Lu family would dislike Qingzhu Mountain, and Qingzhu Mountain was too small, so they brought the 9 Nether Mastiff to their own Jinlong Ridge. Now the Lu family is so strong that they don't need Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj to take action. Just with a 9 Nether Mastiff, a 3rd level Demon King, they can flatten Jinlong Ridge. Although Lu Changsheng didn't care about the grudges in the early years, the ancestor of the Jin family, Jinzhu, still rushed to Qingzhu Mountain to visit, presented generous gifts, and admired the demeanor of the 9 Nether King. Looking at the 9 Nether Mastiff with a ferocious wolf head and a strong and huge body in front of him, Jinzhu thought of 60 years ago when he was invited by the ancestor of the Zhao family to support Qingzhu Mountain. At that time, not only Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj came, but also this 9 Nether Mastiff. Now 60 years have passed, not only have Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj both achieved Den, but the spirit beast of that year has also been promoted to the 3rd level Demon King. Thinking of this, he felt dazed and bitter. But he did not dare to despise it in the slightest. After presenting the gift he prepared for the 9 Nether Mastiff, he said goodbye and left. Although the 9 Nether Mastiff incident made the Fu Lu family's reputation rise to a higher level, it also inevitably caused some trouble. On this day, a Qingyun Henren from the Qingyun Sect came to visit and expressed his desire to meet the Lu family's spirit beast, 9 Nether Mastiff, and exchange experience and beast control. My husband is in seclusion in the Great Dream Fairy City, and it is not convenient for him to come back for the time being. If you want to meet Jiu Yao, you can,
but we should exchange experiences in beast control. Lu Maoyan pondered for a moment and said, my husband said that Jiu Iao's bloodline had a reversion to its ancestral state, and then it obtained a treasure of opportunity in the Black Cloud Mountains, which stimulated the potential of its bloodline, so it made rapid progress and broke through the 3rd level. Lu Maoyan was a little surprised that the Yuling sect came to her. However, she had already made an excuse for this kind of thing. As for whether to believe it or not, that was the other party's business. Although the Yuling sect was one of the 4 major immortal sects in Jiang State, it was under the rule of the Qingyun Sect after all, and it was impossible for them to do anything to their Lu family. Moreover, asking others about their opportunity inheritance is a taboo in the world of cultivating immortals. Stimulate the potential of bloodline. Kanglang's Henren narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Although this reason was barely justified, as a giant and cultivator of the Yuling sect, how could he believe such words? If the Lu family did not have the top east control inheritance, how would the Taoist soldiers back then explain it? However, the Lu family is a Jiandan family and has a close relationship with Qingyun Sect, so he could only nod and say, in that case, please introduce me, Madam Lu. Lu Maoyan nodded slightly and called Lu Chencha over, indicating that he should take Kanglang's Henren to Qingzhu Mountain to exchange ideas and ask for advice on beast taming. Yes, and Lu Chencha, who has been responsible for raising spirit beasts at home for these years, nodded in response. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the hall, a hearty voice suddenly came from Qingzhu Mountain, echoing between heaven and earth. The wanderer Lu Qingshan has returned home. I heard that my father and aunt have broken through the Jiandan and promoted to noble family. I hereby kill a 3rd-level demon king to congratulate my Lu family. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain all looked outside the mountain gate with a look of surprise and doubt. Although not many Lu family members have seen Lu Qingshan, many people still know this Lu family sword fairy who has been away for many years. Qingshan is back. Lu Qingshan? Could it be the Uncle Qingshan who worshipped in the Qingyun Sect of Yu State and is known as the Little Sword Immortal? Killed a 3rd-level demon king? Did I hear this correctly? Many Lu family members were surprised and went to the mountain gate. On the island in the middle of the lake, in a courtyard full of flowers, Lu Maoyan, who is watering the flowers, was stunned when she heard this, and her beautiful eyes looked out of the mountain gate with joy. This brat. Others didn't know, but she knew that her son had reached the Jiandan stage earlier than his sister Lu Maoyan. Now that he is back, he must have already broken through the Jiandan stage and his realm is stable. But when she heard that her son had killed a 3rd-level demon king, she couldn't help but be shocked and excited. She was proud of her son and immediately controlled the escape light to shoot towards the mountain gate. Qingshan is back? Killed a 3rd-level demon king. Lu Maoyan, who is about to send Kanglang's Henren out of the mountain gate, was also stunned when she heard this. She knew about Lu Qingshan's situation. But she never expected that the other party would come back in such a big scene and actually killed a 3rd-level demon king to celebrate. Lu Qingshan. Kanglang's Henren was a newly promoted giant and cultivator of Yuling Sect. He vaguely heard of Lu Qingshan's name, but he was not very clear. But as a giant and cultivator, he could clearly sense the giant energy outside the mountain gate. Zhenren, please wait a moment. My son Lu Jilan has been away for many years. Now he is back home. I will go and see him first. Lu Maoyan bowed slightly to Kanglang's Henren and fled towards the mountain gate. Of course, of course. Kanglang's Henren was very polite and flew towards the mountain gate to see what was going on. He thought to himself that besides Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoyan, how could there be another giant and cultivator in Qingzhu Mountain? In 100 years, there were 3 giantans Henren and a 3rd-level demon king. Isn't this too outrageous? Moreover, he remembered that Lu Changsheng had giantan at the age of 100. Now he is only over 100 years old, and his son has already giantan? After a while, Lu Maoyan, Lu Chencha, and Kanglang's Henren arrived at a mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, there stood a young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, with a dignified bearing and a long sword on his waist. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there was a huge lion king next to him, which was more than 10 feet long, frozen and covered with wounds, but seemed to be burning with flames. Even though this lion king was lifeless, frozen, and covered with shocking sword marks, it still gave people an extremely terrifying aura. Greetings, and greetings, lady. Seeing Lu Maoyan coming, the Lu family members who had already arrived immediately bowed and saluted.
This is a top-grade Earth-level bloodline monster beast, a third-level flame gang lion. Qingyun Sect next to Lu Maoyan was a cultivator of the Qingyun Sect. He instantly recognized the frozen flame gang lion and his pupils shrank suddenly. Although it was only a top-grade Earth-level bloodline, it was indeed a real third-level monster king. Through the wounds, he even simulated and imagined how the Lion King looked before his death and how he was killed. He looked at Lu Qingshan again. Wearing a Qingshan robe and a long sword on his waist, he was like an unruly swordsman. But when he looked closely, it seemed to be bursting with an unstoppable sword intent, which made his eyes hurt. Sword cultivator. This is definitely a top-level sword cultivator. This flame lion was killed by this person. In addition to Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoji, the Lu family not only has a giant sword cultivator, but this person also has the amazing combat power to kill the third-level demon king. Qingyun Sect was horrified, as if a huge storm had been set off, and he was shocked beyond words. Although he tried his best and relied on his spirit beast, he also had the hope of killing the third-level flame lion, but it was difficult, very difficult, and he had to pay a heavy price. But this young man named Lu Qingshan didn't seem to be injured at all. At this moment, he noticed that the young man was also looking at him. But he just glanced at him calmly and indifferently, and then looked at a beautiful woman in a black dress not far away, grinning and said, "Mom. Qingshan, you have broken through the giant." Lu Maoyan saw his son in front of him, his face full of joy. Especially when seeing the flame gang lion, so many Lu family members gathered around her son, she felt very proud. After all, her son was away from home, and although his achievements were outstanding, they were not spread to Jiang country and the family. Now, her son, Lu Maoyan, not only broke through the giant and became a high-ranking giant Henren, but also killed a third-level demon king and brought him home. As a mother, she was naturally proud of it. "It's just a giant," Lu Qingshan said with a straight and slender figure, and threw out many spiritual herbs from his stored ring. "Mom, I heard that you like to grow some flowers and plants at home. This is what I collected when I entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and killed the third-level demon king." Lu Qingshan knew his mother's personality very well. When she went to Yu country with her father and aunt to visit him before, she talked about so and so in the family, so he gave her enough face this time. "You have a conscience." Lu Maoyan was very satisfied with her son. She straightened her proud figure, tried her best to suppress her excitement, and said, "Since you are going home, go home. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. Mother hopes that you will be safe." "Mom, don't worry. It's not dangerous to kill this third-level monster." Lu Qingshan laughed loudly, entered the mountain gate, and then saw Lu Maoyan not far away and bowed. "Auntie. Qingshan, you are back. Are you not hurt?" Lu Maoyan looked at the young man in front of her with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and asked with concern, feeling very emotional. The most mischievous boy in the family when he was young, he has unknowingly grown into a high-ranking giant cultivator. Looking at Lu Qingshan in front of her, she couldn't help but think of Chu Hansun's son Lu Quansun. The other party also broke through to the giant stage early, and cousin Lu Maoji's son Lu Qingsun is expected to achieve giant in the future. Ling Xiao's son Lu Lingxiao is extremely talented, and his talent is not inferior to Lu Qingshan at all, and giant is a foregone conclusion. Even Xia Ziyu gave birth to 6 children with spiritual roots, all of whom have established their foundations, and she has a demon grandson like Lu Zuanqian, so she can't help but envy him. Among the wives and Taoist partners of the Lu family, only she has not given birth to an excellent child with extraordinary talent. "Don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine." Lu Qingshan grinned, then looked at the Qingyun Sect next to him and said, "Who is this?" "This is Qingyun Sect from the Qingyun Sect. I heard that our Jiu was promoted to the 3rd level, so I came to see it." Lu Maoyan said with a smile, her voice gentle. "Jiu." Lu Qingshan was stunned and didn't react for a while. "It's Xiaohe." Lu Maoyan reminded immediately. Qingyun Sect next to him twitched when he heard the word Xiaohe. It was hard to imagine that a third-level demon king was called like this. For a beast master like him, this is simply an insult. "Oh, Xiaohe has been promoted to the 3rd level." Lu Qingshan raised his sword eyebrows when he heard this, and was a little surprised. However, thinking of his father's situation and methods, it was normal to train a 3rd-level demon king. Then he asked his mother Lu Maoyan about his sisters Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi, and his brother Lu Qingsong. "Xiao Zuer and Xiaoqi should be in the Red Leaf Valley Market.
and Qingzhong is in the Great Dream Lake. Lu Miaohun said to her son, ignoring the Kangling master next to her. By the way, mother, my father won't be away from home again, right? Lu Qingshan continued to ask. You know your father well. Lu Miaohun snorted unhappily, thinking that it was okay before, but now he has been away for more and more time in recent years. It's true. Lu Qingshan was a little speechless. Sure enough, his father was not at home when he came back. At this time, Lu Miaohun spoke up, saying that Kangling master was going to Qingzhu Mountain to see Xiao He, and Lu Qingshan should go to see him together. Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi might also be there. Lu Qingshan and Jiu Ayao Mastiff did not get along well and were not very interested in this spirit beast, but he heard the meaning behind Lu Miaohun's words and said with a smile, I haven't seen Xiao He for a long time, let's go and take a look. Immediately, Lu Qingshan put a flame lion into the Qingzhu Mountain and flew to the White Tiger Mountain with the Lu Chenxia and Kanglang Zhenren. At this time, many Lu family members heard the news and rushed to observe the frozen flame lion. I didn't expect to see a living third-level demon king not long ago, and now I see a dead third-level demon king. Kill the third-level demon king. I heard that when a demon beast is promoted to the third-level demon king, it awakens its innate magical powers and its combat power is not weaker than that of a giant and cultivator. Moreover, because of its strong physical body and tenacious vitality, it is very difficult to kill it. Yes, except for the top geniuses, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill a cultivator of the same level. Uncle Qingshan is less than 100 years old, and he should have broken through the giant not long ago? How can he kill a third-level demon king? Is this the invincible sword cultivator of the same level? The Lu family children looked at the frozen Yangang lion and talked about it. They were amazed and admired Lu Qingshan. Wang Yanjing and his son Lu Zuanqian came to watch, and they were also shocked and envious. Then they told his son Lu Zuanqian not to be arrogant and to ask these uncles for advice. Now the outside forces have realized that there is a problem with the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, and the strength and foundation are not as simple as it seems. As a daughter-in-law, she naturally had this awareness and guess. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, The True Lord Qingyun is extremely terrifying when you think about it. When Lu Qingshan, Lu Chenxia, and Kangling arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Zuanayu and Jiu Ayao Mastiff sensed the pressure of the giant in spirit and immediately flew out with the escape light. What a fierce beast! Seeing the dark, huge and strong Jiu Ayao Mastiff with a ferocious head, Kanglang's eyes lit up and he immediately praised it. As a cultivator of the Qingyun Sect, he had been in contact with spirit beasts since he was a child, and he could tell a lot of information just by their appearance, body shape, and appearance. Especially since his natal spirit beast was a Kanglang, he knew the situation of wolf-like demon beasts. This demonic aura. Lu Qingshan also narrowed his eyes, realizing that his spirit beast was not simple, better than the Yangang lion he had killed. Uncle Chenxia Lu Zuanayu bowed slightly to Lu Chenxia, and then looked at Lu Qingshan and Kanglang with a look of surprise. Although he had seen Lu Qingshan before, the other party's vague pressure of the giant in spirit really made him dare not recognize him. This is Brother Qingshan, Lu Qingshan. He joined the Qingyun Sect of Yu State before, so he is rarely at home. This time he broke through the giant and came home. He heard that Jiu Ayao broke through the third level, so he came to see. This is Kanglang Zhenren from the Qingyun Sect. He heard about Jiu Ayao's situation and wanted to see it, so my aunt ordered me to bring Zhenren here. Lu Chenxia immediately introduced and explained the reason. Uncle Qingshan, Lu Qingshan. Lu Zuanayu was shocked to hear that this giant and cultivator was actually Lu Qingshan. He bowed and saluted. Lu Zuanayu greets Uncle Qingshan and Kanglang Zhenren. He immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, This is Jiu Ayao. Jiu Ayao Mastiff is a third-level demon king with a certain degree of intelligence. When he heard the intention of the two people, he just glanced at them lightly and did not speak. But Kanglang Zhenren felt a sense of ferocity from the pupils of Jiu Ayao Mastiff's eyes. This demon king was so obedient in front of a small foundation-building cultivator from the Lu family. He didn't have the slightest dignity of a demon king. Moreover, when he looked at me, he was obviously hostile,
But he didn't have any hostility towards Lu Qingshan and Lu Chensha. Could it be that this demon beast can distinguish between friends and enemies through the blood of the Lu family? True man Kangling was suspicious and wanted to observe and inquire about the 9 other mastiffs' situation carefully. However, the aura of this demon king was beyond his expectations. There was also a sword cultivator from the Lu family who could kill a 3rd-level demon king next to him. He really couldn't ask too much. So under such circumstances, he entered the White Tiger Mountain, briefly inquired about the 9 other mastiffs' situation, and then gave 3 bottles of elixir suitable for demon beasts as a thank you gift, and then said goodbye and left. Lu Qingshan watched Kangling Master fly away on the divine rainbow, chuckled, and then asked, Zuanayu, are Zaya Azur and Zaya Oki here? Lu Zuanayu knew he was talking about his aunt Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi, saying that the two had stayed in Behu Mountain for a while before, and now went to Qingzhu Mountain. Okay. Lu Qingshan didn't try to get close to Jiu Iao Mastiff, but turned into a swordlight and went to Qingzhu Mountain to find his sister. When he arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, he saw Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi picking fruits with Meng Xiaojun and Lu Ling. Brother! Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi were very happy to see Lu Qingshan, and flew over excitedly. After reminiscing with his sister, Lu Qingshan saw Meng Xiaojun and others, and his eyes condensed slightly. Although Meng Xiaojun's magic power and key machine concealed her, it was difficult for ordinary people to see her cultivation, but Lu Qingshan, as a top sword cultivator, had a clear sword heart and spiritual perception far beyond ordinary people, and he immediately saw that this was a giant cultivator. And there was something wrong with the mana and energy. How could there be a giant cultivator here in Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Qingshan was a little surprised, and then he looked at the girl next to him who was about 11 or 12 years old and had a delicate face like a porcelain doll. Although she was only a foundation-building cultivator, she gave him an indescribable aura. Lu Qingzhu introduced Meng Xiaojun to him, saying that this was the aunt Meng Xiangzi at home, and the 3 were the sisters Lu Ling, Lu Beiyan, and Lu Mengchen. Lu Qingshan knew about his father's situation. He hadn't been home for decades, and it was normal to have a bunch of brothers and sisters he didn't know at home. But he didn't expect that he would see a giant ant in this trip to Qingzhu Mountain. If he went to a few more places and lived at home for a year or 2, wouldn't he be able to see 10 or 8 giant ants? Okay. Lu Qingshan was not a person who was very familiar with others, but he didn't act too shy. He bowed slightly to Meng Xiaojun, and then took out some small things from the storage ring to give to the 3 sisters as a gift. However, among the 3, Lu Ling was the most lively and cheerful. The remaining one had a small face and was indifferent, and one was timid and afraid of strangers. Fortunately, Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi were very familiar with the 3 people and introduced them to them. The next day, the news that Lu Qingshan, the wanderer of the Lu family, broke through the giant and killed the 3rd-level demon king to congratulate the family was like a hurricane, spreading at a rapid speed and being hotly discussed by countless people. If this happened in an ordinary family force, everyone would at most talk about it with relish, feeling that this family had a dragon and a real dragon was raised in the pond. But this happened in the Xianfu Lu family, and many family forces were stunned. Not long ago, a 3rd-level demon king appeared in the Lu family of Behu Mountain, shocking countless people. It has only been 2 or 3 months, and the Lu family has another giant cultivator, and he also has a record of killing a 3rd-level demon king. What the hell is this? Even if your Lu family has great luck and the ancestral tombs are shining with gold, there should be a limit, right? Even though there are more giant cultivators in Jiang Kingdom in recent years due to the War of Reclamation and the war between Liang and Yu, the situation is not as outrageous as that of the Lu family. Not long after, the story of Lu Qingshan was exposed. He is the son of Changsheng's Henren and Miss Lu Miaohun of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. When he was young, he was spotted by Xianyun's Henren of Qingyun Sect of Yu Kingdom and accepted as a disciple and worshipped in Qingyun Sect. After arriving at Qingyun Sect, he stood out in a short time and became the true disciple of the sect. After the foundation building period, he won the first place in the competition of the 5 sects of Yu Kingdom. He went to Qingyun Sect with his master Xianyun's Henren to ask for swords. He fought against the same realm and was invincible. He left a word Lu on the Xianjian monument. Afterwards, he even killed 4 top Xianjiao of Liang Kingdom in a row, and had an amazing record of defeating fake Dan cultivators with his foundation building cultivation. Now he has broken through to giant at the age of 80, and it is likely that he is a top-grade giant. Such a growth rate and amazing record immediately made countless people exclaim and marvel. They didn't expect that the Xianfu Lu family would have such a monster, Qinzi. Even without Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, just this one Qilin son can ensure the family's worry-free and prosperous life for hundreds of years. He has formed a golden elixir at the age of 80. This speed is among the best even in the history of Jiang Kingdom, right? He has established his foundation and killed the false elixir. He killed the Third Order Demon King just after breaking through the golden elixir formation. This kind of record is truly invincible in the same realm, just like the true Lord Zhujian and true Lord Zuanjian in his early years. If they had not died young, they would have been an invincible and peerless sword cultivator. What luck Lu Changsheng has to have given birth to such an enchanting son. Husband and wife both formed a golden elixir, father and son both formed a golden elixir. What a grand occasion! The Xianfu Lu family should be the #1 family in Jiang Kingdom. In the early years, I thought that the rival of the Lu family was the beast-taming Su family. If they continue to grow like this, will the Lu family replace the Qingyun Sect? This Lu Qingshan is the seed of the Qingyun Sect of the Yu Kingdom. He is just going home to visit and it is impossible for him to stay permanently. Damn, after seeing old ancestor Lu, I finally understand the meaning of having many children and bringing more blessings. I won't say more. I'll go home and make a baby. In the past, only the major top forces knew that Lu Changsheng had a genius son in the Qingyun Sect of the Yu Kingdom. Now the entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world knows about it. In addition to the 4 major immortal sects, the major forces only knew about Lu Qingshan's general situation in the past, but did not know the details. Now they deeply know that this son is not just a genius, but a complete monster. For a while, the topic of the Lu family, which had just been quiet, was discussed by countless people again. Especially with the matter of Lu Qingshan, the situation of the Lu family's sons was constantly discussed and speculated. For example, the eldest son Lu Pingyan who disappeared for more than 10 years, Lu Wangshu, the daughter of Changsheng's Henren and Xiaoyu Fairy, Lu Chensha who controlled the second-level monster beast in the key refining period. As they continued to dig deeper, people like Lu Xingjian, Lu Qingxun, Lu Qingyun, Lu Qingxun and others were mentioned. These people may not perform as well as the previous ones. But in terms of foundation building, the Jidan family is already very excellent. Qingshan broke through to the Jidan. In addition to Qingzhu Mountain, the most happy thing about Lu Qingshan's breakthrough to the Jidan was the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. After all, Lu Qingshan has the blood of Qingzhu Mountain flowing in his veins. Qingzhu Mountain is naturally proud of the other party's breakthrough to the Jidan. Moreover, unlike Lu Pingyan, he lacks closeness to Qingzhu Mountain. He was once brought up by Lu Yuanding, the ancestor of the Lu family, and now there is a childhood friend of his in Qingzhu Mountain. Even the 2 characters Qingshan in his name, Lu Qingshan, come from Qingzhu Mountain. Not disappointing Qingzhu Mountain, not long after Lu Qingshan came back, he came to Qingzhu Mountain with his sister to worship his grandfather, and left a rich cultivation resource. Although not many people know about the resources, just this closeness in blood fetters, the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family is envied by countless family forces. I wonder why my family can't meet a son-in-law like Lu Changsheng and have so many grandchildren. Some are happy and some are sad. Lu Qingshan Qingyun Sect, the head of Qingyun has been busy these days. Seeing that the Xianfu Lu family has created another Lu Qingshan, he can't help but have a headache. As the head of Qingyun Sect, he naturally knows about Lu Qingshan. But Lu Qingshan's breakthrough to the Jidan was concealed and blocked by the Qingyun Sect, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now, after a closer look, he was stunned. An 80-year-old Jidan cultivator, a nascent soul seed of the Qingyun Sect, and favored by the Hunyuan true lord of the Hunyuan Sect, he was a key seed for the Yu Kingdom to cultivate. Even without the relationship with Xiao Xiao, it would be difficult for him to take action against the Xianfu Lu family just for this Lu Qingshan. After all, only the Immortal Sect cultivators like them knew how evil this Lu Qingshan was. It can be said that as long as he did not die young, even if he did not become a nascent soul in the future, he would be like the Zhujian true lord in his early years. It is not an exaggeration to say that such an existence is invincible below the nascent soul, and no one wants to offend him. Moreover, the Jiang Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom are allies, and this person has the background of the Qingyun Sect and the Hunyuan Sect. How was this Lu Changsheng born? The head of the Qingyun Sect was speechless and let out a long breath. He had never felt that a family power under the rule of his sect could be so difficult. Now the only thing to be thankful for is that Lu Changsheng has focused his main energy on the Great Dream Fairy City, and the other party has not madly expanded the family power and encroached on other family spiritual lands. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit still if things went on like this. But after thinking about it, he still went to Qingyun Peak, ready to talk to Xiao Ziyu and test Lu Changsheng's attitude. Just when Zhang Guo was discussing the Xianfu Lu family and the Lu family's sons, a piece of news that 99% of the cultivators could not get in touch with reached the vision of Zhang Guo's high-level cultivators. Yang Ming's Henren has a close relationship with the 5 Poison Sect leader. The two of them went to explore the 10,000 Demons Abyss together, and it is suspected that they have reached some kind of cooperation. With the things of the Wasteland War that year, the Zhang Guo's high-level people are very familiar with the name of Yang Ming's Henren. Now seeing such a news, they can't help but be surprised and wonder how this Yang Ming's Henren got involved with the Jin Kingdom's magic. And this news also came from the Yinming Ghost Sect, one of the 3 major magic sects in Jin. Qingyun Sect. Yang Ming's Henren has a close relationship with the 5 Poison Sect leader, and reached some kind of covenant to jointly enter the 10,000 Demons Abyss for exploration. Qingyun Sect leader looked at the news in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This is definitely a big deal. Although the news came from the Yinming Ghost Sect, it lacks authenticity. But now that Hansha Fantasy Realm is about to open, this matter is worth pondering. After thinking for a moment, he reported the news. We need to be wary of this person. After a long time, Zuanjian's Henjin gave his comments. At this stage, he doesn't mind Zhang Guo having 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators. But if there is one more nascent soul's Henjin whose origin is unknown and who can compete with nascent soul cultivators at the Jinden stage, then he will mind. Especially this Yang Ming's Henren has a close relationship with Qingyun's Henjin. Qingyun Immortal City. Although Qingyun's Henjin rarely asks about the trivial matters of the Immortal City on weekdays, matters involving the nascent soul level must be reported as soon as possible. Moreover, the information related to Yang Ming's Henren and Damen Immortal City has always been concerned by Qingyun Immortal City. Yang Ming's Henren has a close relationship with the 5 Poison Sect leaders and explores the 10,000 Demons Abyss together. Qingyun Immortal City looked at a jade slip in her hand, her beautiful eyes as bright as stars narrowed slightly, as if thinking about something. Although this is just a piece of news that is not known to be true or false and is worth discussing, she thought of many things, and her guess in her heart was verified a little bit. 7 years ago, she went to the Great Dream Fairy City to plan her destiny and met Yang Ming's Henren's Taoist partner Li Muwen. At that time, the other party said that she did not belong to this era and came only to find a husband. If you are interested, you can collect some deeds of the ancient Zhongzhao and the great Jin Sect King through ancient books, and you can know the situation of Yang Ming's Henren. Over the years, she has searched many ancient books. Finally, 2 years ago, she saw a few words about the Zhongzhao great Jin Sect King in a single book at a Yuanying trade fair. The general meaning is that in ancient times, a top force in the Zhongzhao Xuxin world called the Great Jin Dynasty had a Sect King. This person has a certain Taoist body inheritance, can break through the realm through the dual cultivation of men and women, and is easy to give birth to gifted children, so he has many wives and concubines, and countless blood descendants. Other deeds are not recorded. Qingyun's Henjin found many ancient books again, but there was no record of the Sect King. But through the few words he knew, he was shocked by the deeds of Qingyun's Henjin corresponding to Yang Ming's Henren, Daming City Lord, and Bihu Mountain Lord Lu Changsheng. In his early years, Bihu Mountain Lord Lu Changsheng married a wife, concubines, and had children, which was well known in the Qingyun Sect and was talked about by countless people. But as time went by, many people found that this ancestor Lu seemed to have a fertility spirit. Not only did the probability of his children's spiritual roots far exceed that of ordinary people, but he also gave birth to Lu Pingyan, Lu Qingshan, Lu Wangshu, Lu Chensha and other gifted children. In addition to the identity of Bihu Mountain Lord, the other two identities, Daming City Lord has a mysterious Taoist partner Li Muwen. Yang Ming's Henren had an affair with the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect in his early years, and had 2 gifted children. As for whether there are other identities, other Taoist partners, and children, Qingyun's Henjin is not sure. But through this information, it can be known that no matter which identity the other party has, he has many Taoist partners and has given birth to children. Therefore, she believed that this Yang Ming's Henren might have a similar Taoist inheritance to the ancient Zhongzhao and the great Jin Sect King. Now that the news that Yang Ming's Henren had a close relationship with the 5 poison sect leaders has been spread, it further verified her conjecture that this Yang Ming's Henren's inheritance was inseparable from the dual cultivation of men and women, and he might even want to use this method to impact the nascent soul. If this person really came from this Hongzhou Holy Land and had the supreme Taoist inheritance, he shouldn't have to spend so much time and energy to impact the nascent soul. Besides, I invited him to the Hansha fantasy realm before, and he showed no interest at all, as if he already had the opportunity of the nascent soul. Qingyun Sect murmured in his heart, very puzzled. After thinking for a long time, she thought about her encounter with Yang Ming's Henren and their contact. When they met and gave him the heavenly phoenix true feather, was it really just a mysterious feeling and a chance encounter? The latter had so many trump cards and means, but he calmly gave her the heavenly phoenix true feather, with 3 requirements as the price. Is it really that simple? Even though Qingyun Sect was a nascent soul cultivator, he felt a little horrible after thinking about it carefully. Chapter 649, Qingyun Sect's Attitude. Jiang Kingdom, 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. A golden bird with a hazy luster of yin and yang glass fell from the sky. Changsheng looked at the mountains in front of him and knew that he had arrived at the territory of Yuling Sect and Qingyun Fairy City. He was not in a hurry to go home. He planned to go to Qingzhu Mountain to see his children and also visit Xiaoziu, Mili, Ming Wang. Changsheng looked at the beautiful woman and handsome boy next to him and said that he was going to Qingyun Fairy City because he had something to do. And he could take Ming Wang to familiarize himself with the situation in Jiang Kingdom. Since knowing that her own leader was conquered by Changsheng, Nanguang Mili's attitude towards Changsheng has become much softer, just like a good wife and mother. However, even so, Changsheng also planned to take Nanguang Mili directly to Damen Fairy City. If it was Bihu Mountain, she might not get along with Lu Maiyan and others with her personality. Immediately, the family of 3 slowed down and simply disguised themselves to go to Qingyun Fairy City. After arriving at Qingyun Immortal City, Changsheng found a restaurant, and then activated the communication talisman of his son Qingzhu, preparing to care about his situation in the past few years. Calculating the time, his son has been in Qingyun Immortal City for 7 years. There are only 3 years left of the 10-year study time, agreed by him and Qingyun Sect. Further. About half an hour later, Qingzhu, dressed in a green brocade robe and with a refined and handsome appearance, came and entered the box. Seeing that in addition to his father, there was also a woman and a boy, Qingzhu's heart paused slightly. This is your aunt Nanguang, and this is Ming Huang. For some reasons, they have been away in their early years, so this time I took them back for you. You can get closer when you have time. Changsheng introduced with a smile. As a giant's Henren, it is very normal for the age difference between children to be dozens or even hundreds of years. This is your brother Qingzhu. He introduced Ming Huang again. Ming Huang. Qingzhu smiled and nodded, knowing that this brother should be extraordinary, and behaved naturally and gently. After the 2 of them got to know each other briefly, Changsheng asked about Qingzhu's situation over the years. Aunt Mu is still as usual, rarely showing up, at most caring about and guiding me in my practice. Qingzhu said. 10 years is a long time for ordinary people, but for a Yuanying's Henjin, it is just a blink of an eye, a closed-door practice. So in 7 years, he has seen Qingyun's Henjin only a few times. However, if you encounter problems in your practice, you can ask the giant's Henren in the fairy city for advice. For things like divination, don't force it, just treat it with a normal mind. If you want to be in Qingyun Xiancheng, continue here. If you don't want to, you can go to Damen Xiancheng. Changsheng didn't care too much. When he sent his son here to study, he didn't have too many expectations. It's natural that Qingzhu wants to continue to develop in Qingyun Xiancheng. If he wants to get involved in more power management, when Ling Xiao is trying to break through the giant stage and stabilize his cultivation, Qingzhu can gradually take charge. There are still many things I need to learn in the Immortal City. Qingzhu said so. Although Qingyun's Henjin rarely shows up, he still gives him a lot of power and can get in touch with many affairs. Is this Aunt Mu the Qingyun's Henjin? Nanguang Mili, who was standing next to him, didn't know who Aunt Mu was when he first heard Qingzhu's Aunt Mu. He just thought that this dog man had no idea how many women he had secretly. But as he listened, he felt something was wrong. He realized that this Aunt Mu was the owner of this immortal city, the first casual cultivator of Jiang country, Qingyun Sect. She looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes full of surprise and doubt, wanting to know how he got in touch with Qingyun Sect and what stage their relationship was at. If this dogman and Qingyun Sect were also Taoist partners, wouldn't it mean there were two uniting Taoist partners? For a moment, Nangguang Mili felt a little jealous and sour, but couldn't help but admire and worship him. I'll tell you later. Lu Changsheng naturally noticed Nangguang's confused eyes and sent a voice message to her. By the way, father. At this time, Lu Qingzhu heard that his father had just returned from an outing, saying that there were some things in his family and he didn't know if he knew. What? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Before the five elements Wang family. Lu Qingzhu immediately told what happened in his family in the past few months. The third-level demon king Jiao Mastiff, Lu Qingzhu, the Qingyun son of the Lu family, broke through the giant at the age of 80 and killed the third-level demon king. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a movement in his family after he was away for more than a year. But after hearing the general situation, he didn't care. Jiao Mastiff breaking through the third level is not a big deal. The latter will appear in the public eye sooner or later. When he was thinking about solving the problem of Li Xingruo's sisters, he should bring Jiao Mastiff and announce the matter of the third-level demon king to the public. But when he heard about his son Lu Qingzhu, he couldn't help shaking his head. She thought to herself that her son would feel uncomfortable if he didn't show off his skills in front of others. You know, his name is still on the hunting list of Liang State. He is so high profile after just breaking through the Jinden stage. Isn't he afraid that someone from Liang State will come to attack and kill him? However, Lu Qingzhu's combat power is still very good. He can go to the Qingzhu Mountain range to kill monsters just after breaking through the Jinden stage for a few years. Although he is much worse than herself, he is enough to look down on people of the same level. Jiangdan at the age of 80. Nangguang Mili was surprised and moved again when she heard the conversation between the two. She knew a little about Lu Changsheng's children. But she didn't expect that there would be a person in the family who broke through the Jinden stage at the age of 80. And once he broke through, he was enough to kill the third-level demon king. This is very amazing. Even if you look at the entire Jin state cultivation world, it is a rare existence. But when she thought of Lu Changsheng's statement that his daughter Nangguang Yao had broken through the Jinden stage, she felt a little proud. After all, her daughter has been smart and talented since she was young. Now she has joined the top power of the Immortal Lotus Sect. How can she be compared with the cultivators of Jin, Zheng, and Yu? Thinking of this, she missed her daughter Nangguang Yao a little bit. She was looking forward to Lu Changsheng's breakthrough of the nascent soul, and the two of them went to visit their daughter. After chatting with her son Lu Qingzhu, Lu Changsheng gave him some guidance on cultivation, and then took Nangguang Mili and Lu Minghuang to stroll around Qingyun Immortal City, and then went to Qingzhu Mountain. After so many years, Qingzhu Mountain has begun to take shape, recruiting many spiritual farmers and apprentices, and established a puppet workshop. With a mature craftsmanship foundation of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the construction of the workshop in Qingzhu Mountain was very smooth. Even relying on the reputation of the Xianfu Lu family, many cultivators took the initiative to buy Lu's puppets, or came to be apprentices. Lu Changsheng was very satisfied with this, although he looked down on the income from these spiritual stones. But this means that his children can be independent, and the family can continue to replicate this process in the future. However, Xiao Ziyu, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Lingxiao were not here. Xiao Ziyu's garrison mission was for 10 years, and she had completed it and returned to the sect to report. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu also prepared to go back, so he and Lu Lingxiao took the spirit ship to Damang's. Okay. Lu Changsheng asked his son what help he needed, then gave him some advice and care about their practice, and then took Nangguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang back to Qingzhu Mountain. Although he was not going to leave Nangguang Mili in Qingzhu Mountain, he would take her to see Meng Xiachen. And when his son Lu Qingzhu returned home, he would go back to see him. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing that Lu Changsheng not only brought back a woman, but also a teenager, Lu Maiyan and others were a little surprised. If they didn't know their husband's temperament, they would not fall in love with a divorced woman and bring such a woman home. They even thought it was a buy one get one free deal. This is Ming Huang. Back then, Lu Changsheng never hid anything from Lu Maiyan, and directly told them the situation of the two. The Sky Spider envoy of the Five Poison Sect? Xiaochen's master. Lu Maioyan was surprised. She didn't expect that the woman in front of her was Meng Xiaochen's master, a real person who had reached the advanced stage of the magic path. She had heard Lu Changsheng talk about Nangguang Mili in her early years, and even investigated the other party's intelligence information. However, she didn't say anything, and told Lu Changsheng about the situation at home over the past year. Qingshan and the others also went to Damang's. Lu Changsheng heard that his son Lu Qingshan took Lu Qingzhu, Meng Xiaochen, and Lu Ling to Damang's, and his eyebrows were slightly raised, a little surprised. Are they together with Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao? Well, Qingsong has been in Damang's for many years, so Qingshan took Xiaozu to visit him. Lu Maioyan's voice was soft. After that, she continued to add, by the way, husband, Xiaoyu came here before and said that you should notify her when you come back. I suspect this may be related to Xiaohui and Qingshan's affairs. Although Xiaoyu did not say what happened, Lu Maioyan, as the mistress of the family, could naturally guess something. Okay, I'll go to Qingyun Sect later. Lu Changsheng also guessed roughly. His family is a third-level demon king, and there is a demon like Lu Qingshan. It would be wrong if Qingyun Sect did not make any movement. But with a relationship with Xiaozu in the situation of Lu Qingshan, Qingyun Sect would not suppress it openly or secretly. It is likely to talk to his family and want to understand the situation. Immediately, Lu Changsheng stayed at home to accompany his wives and concubines. During this time, he paid attention to the situation of his son Lu Qingyu. He was still using the six-eyed Bodhi seeds and the Zuanshan Lingveng to temper his spiritual power. But not only the spiritual power, but also the blood of the flesh, the soul and consciousness have been improved, and the perfect foundation of Taoism is almost certain. At this point, there is no need to temper it, and it is difficult to improve it. Lu Changsheng said that he could find a mysterious opportunity to directly impact the foundation building, and break through here in the underground palace, which might be of some benefit. When he came to his own underground palace, Lu Changsheng noticed that the Zuangmu vine next to the Zuanshan Lingtang had a walnut-sized fruit. With a Wanling bottle, it is estimated that it will mature in 5 or 6 years. Lu Changsheng is very much looking forward to this fruit, and wants to take a peek at the future fruit of the Zuanshan Lingtang. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Peak, Mingyu residence. Afterwards, the head of the sect wants to know what your attitude and thoughts are now. Xiaozu, who looked like a fairy in the moon palace, had a pink luster on her jade body, and she nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms and said softly. Not long ago, the head of the sect came to her and said that the situation of the Xianfu Lu family was already a little beyond the standard. Faced with such a situation, it will inevitably affect the ecological environment under the rule of Qingyun Sect, so she wanted to know what plans he had for the future. Before the Qingzhu Mountain range was reclaimed, there were many third-level spiritual lands. If Lu Changsheng needed it, Qingyun Sect could help the Lu family find a spiritual land. Or if the Lu family had any plans, Qingyun Sect could help cultivate a small third-level spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng chuckled, thinking that the head of Qingyun Sect knew that it was difficult to control his family, so he chose to send them away? But this is normal. With a relationship between Xiaozu, Lu Qingshan, and Damang Fairy City, it is not easy to move, so it is better to send them away. With a relationship with Xiaozu, even if they are sent away, their family is still bound to Qingyun Sect. Moreover, the spiritual vein matter is equivalent to owing a favor to the Qingyun Sect, and they will definitely have to repay it in the future. I will go to see the head later. Lu Changsheng held the fairy's jade body in his arms, quietly and tenderly. He had no interest in the Qingyun Sect's 1/3 acre of land. The simple Bihu Mountain is already stable, with a Zumi Tree King, Zuanshan Lingtang, etc., suitable as a base for raising children. Besides, with a relationship between Xiaozu, Chu Qingyi, and Yun Wansheng, he would not try to seize these benefits, so as not to put them in a dilemma. Xiaozu knew that Lu Changsheng's current combat power might be able to replace Qingyun Sect. After a few days of tenderness, Lu Changsheng left Mingyu residence and met with the head of Qingyun Sect to have a detailed discussion with him. Head, I have been focusing on the talisman path in recent years. The city lord has promised that as long as I draw the 4th level talisman they need, he will transfer part of the authority of the fairy city to me. So I have never had time to worry about Bihu Mountain. To cultivate Jiu Iao, on the one hand, it has an opportunity in blood mutation, and on the other hand, I have been away from the family for a long time, so I use it to guard the family to avoid accidents. Lu Changsheng continued to use the Great Dream Fairy City as an excuse, saying that he had no time to worry about the family now. Moreover, some of the family's industries have been transferred to the Great Dream Fairy City. He and his wife Lu Maioji will spend most of their time in the Great Dream Fairy City, so they will not encroach on the family's spiritual land under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. If Lu Changsheng had just broken through to the Jinden stage and said this, the head of the Qingyun Sect might have felt that he was being greedy and might have been a little unhappy, but now his attitude is different. He even took the initiative to care about Lu Changsheng and asked about the 4th-level talisman master, saying that the Qingyun Sect still had some top-level talisman paper and ink, and if he needed it, the Qingyun Sect could help him collect some talisman materials. Since he couldn't make enemies, the head of the Qingyun Sect chose to make further friends, increase investment, and add icing on the cake. After all, except for the fact that Lu Changsheng married too many wives and concubines and had too many children in his early years, his character was simply impeccable in other aspects. The Qingzhu Lu family, who married into the family in his early years, has been taking care of him for decades. His wife Lu Maioji's Jinden ceremony was held in Qingzhu. Although he married many wives and concubines, he has never been treated unfairly. The promise of forming a dam with Xiao Xiao and the deeds of seeking the condensed crystal dam for his wife Lu Maioji were regarded as the most affectionate and exemplary Taoist couple in Zheng country, which made countless female cultivators hope to have a wonderful encounter with Patriarch Lu. In any case, these are enough to see his character and know that Patriarch Lu values love and righteousness, and repays a drop of water with a spring of water. So under such circumstances, after discussing with the Supreme Elder, the head of Qingyun Sect was willing to increase investment in Lu Changsheng and establish a good relationship. Thank you, head. Lu Changsheng was not polite and clasped his fists. The materials for making talismans at the top level of the 3rd order are very rare, and it is not enough to collect them in the Great Dream Fairy City. If there is help from the Qingyun Sect, it will save a lot of effort. At worst, I can sell some top-level 3rd order talismans to the Qingyun Sect later. After chatting with the head of Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain and told Lu Maioji about the attitude of the Qingyun Sect. As long as his family does not go too far and madly annex the forces under its rule, the Qingyun Sect will not say anything. If the family encounters any problems, they can ask for help and help from Qingyun Sect as soon as possible. Of course, if there is anything in Qingyun Sect, as long as it is not excessive, the family should try not to offend and help respond. Lu Maioji responded softly, roughly understanding the attitude of Qingyun Sect. It is to raise the power of the family under its rule, to be willing to treat it squarely. Although this square treatment may be a bit reluctant. But thinking that the family is gradually being treated squarely by the Qingyun Sect, which was once high and unattainable, it is still joyful and full of a sense of accomplishment. Unknowingly, the former Bihushan Lu family, a small foundation-building family, has gradually become the first family in Zhang State. After handling all the family affairs, Lu Changsheng took Nanguang Mili and his son Lu Minghuang to Damen Fairy City. Although Nanguang Mili was a little unhappy that he did not accompany her well these days, she was still in the yard most of the time, so there was no unrest in the backyard. But this kind of time will definitely not work for a long time. Chapter 650, Master and Apprentice, Lu Qingshan's Combat Strength. 10 days later, Lu Changsheng, Nanguang Mili, and his son Lu Minghuang came to the Great Dream Fairy City. Through the previous chat, Nanguang Mili already knew that Lu Changsheng was the new city lord of this fairy city. Although surprised, compared with the matter of his own master, it was not so shocking. In the city lord's mansion, Ling Zixiao saw Lu Changsheng coming back and smiled elegantly. "My dear, you are back." Then he looked at the disguised Nanguang Mili mother and son next to him, and looked at them slightly. "This is Nanguang's Henren and Minghuang, right?" Although she had watched the erotic drama of Lu Changsheng and Nanguang Mili in her early years, she did not have a good impression of this demon master. She even had a general impression of Meng Xiaochen. It was only after Meng Xiaochen came to the Great Dream Fairy City that the two gradually came into contact, and her impression improved. "Well, this is Mili, Master Xiaochen, you have seen it before." Lu Changsheng smiled and stepped forward, knowing that Ling Zixiao did not have a good impression of Nanguang Mili. Or, Ling Zixiao was very arrogant in nature. How could she possibly like Nanguang Mili's domineering behavior at the beginning? Moreover, Ling Xiao would be somewhat repulsive to such Jin country magic cultivators. Xianchen just brought Mender back, and she is in Xiancheng. Even though he didn't have a good impression, after all, his husband had just been brought home, and he was Meng Xiachen's master, so Ling Xiao still behaved as usual. Okay. Lu Changsheng immediately called Meng Xiachen over. Lu Lang, master. Meng Xiachen saw Nangong Millie next to Lu Changshen, her face full of excitement and joy. Apart from Lu Changshen, Nangong Millie can be said to be the person closest to her, like a teacher and a mother. Xiachen. Seeing Meng Xiachen, Nangong Millie's indifferent face also smiled, and he took off his disguise. Even though Ling Xiao had seen Nangong Millie before, he couldn't help but be amazed when he saw her appearance at this time, and thought to himself, what a foxy girl. Although Bai Ling is also charming, she is still a little immature compared to Nangong Millie, who is so charming. Is this Ming Huang? Meng Xiachen looked at the handsome boy next to her and asked with some concern. Ming Huang, this is your Aunt Xiachen. Lu Changsheng knew that Nangong Millie still felt awkward with Meng Xiachen, so he took the initiative to introduce her. Although Lu Minghuang had never experienced the world and had never left the Five Poison Sect, he knew a lot of things through books with the guidance of Nangong Millie. After seeing that he had recognized his father, he was surrounded by brothers, sisters, and aunts everywhere, which made him a little confused. Hello, Aunt Xiachen. He bowed and called people honestly. Meng Xiachen liked the boy in front of her, whose appearance was somewhat similar to her husband, master, and even Nangguang Yao, and immediately called her daughter Lu Mengchen to let her get to know Lu Minghuang. Brother, isn't it a sister? Lu Mengchen looked at Lu Minghuang, who was as delicate as a girl, and said timidly. Although there are several brothers and sisters in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng seldom has children in recent years, so she is surrounded by brothers and sisters. Now that she sees Lu Minghuang, she thinks it is a sister and is very much looking forward to it. Several people were speechless. Meng Xiachen immediately corrected, saying that this is a younger brother, and as a sister, she should take care of her younger brother. However, when Lu Mengchen took Lu Minghuang to play, Lu Baiyan saw this beautiful brother, looked at him for a few times, and was quite close to him. On the one hand, Lu Minghuang now looks about the same age as her. On the other hand, Lu Minghuang is very good looking, and his aura makes her feel comfortable, unlike Lu Mengchen. Seeing several children gathered together, Lu Changsheng and Ling Xiao chatted with others, and gave Meng Xiachen some of the natural treasures obtained by the Five Poison Sect. When he left this time, he asked the Five Poison Sect for a lot of poisonous spiritual materials. It may not be enough for Meng Xiachen, but it is enough for his daughter Lu Mengchen to practice to the peak of foundation building. So many. Meng Xiachen exclaimed as she looked at the resources in the storage bag, and then looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes full of admiration, love and love. Her husband had gone out before and obtained the secret book of 10,000 poison spirits to solve her daughter's spiritual body cultivation problem. Now he went out and solved her daughter's early cultivation resources, saving her, as a mother, from worrying about going back and forth to Qingyun Fairy City frequently. Well, this trip to the Five Poison Sect was very smooth. If you want to go back in the future, Xiachen, you can go back at any time. You can also collect some spiritual materials from heaven and earth through the Five Poison Sect. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After all, it is not as convenient for Jianguo to collect highly toxic spiritual medicines as the Five Poison Sect. With the Five Poison Sect as the rear base, he felt that his daughter didn't have to worry about the resources for the Dan to nascent soul. At most, he would consider the Huang Pill and the nascent soul spiritual objects to make the breakthrough of the nascent soul more likely. By the way, Xiachen, this is your soul lamp. While speaking, Lu Changsheng gave Meng Xiachen's soul lamp to her, causing the other party to exclaim. You know, even Master Nangguang Millie can't take out the sex token like the soul lamp casually. Lu Changsheng saw Meng Xiachen's beautiful eyes full of tenderness and sweetness, and smiled and rubbed her black hair. Ling Xiao next to him looked a little strange, thinking that Lu Changsheng had reached some kind of cooperation with the Five Poison Sect. Not only did he bring back Nangguang Millie and obtain so many spiritual materials from heaven and earth, but he also brought back Meng Xiachen's soul lamp. Could it be that according to the situation of my husband in recent years, I guessed it is very likely. But this Five Poison Sect leader is a Yuan Ying's Henjin. And according to intelligence information, The 5 poison sect leader looks like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Although my husband is a bit unrestrained, this is also what's wrong, Zixio. Lu Changsheng noticed Ling Zixio's eyes and asked. Nothing. Now Nangong Mili and Meng Xiaochen are still beside him. Ling Zixio just shook his head gently, indicating that his son Lu Lingxiao and Lu Wangshu came over some time ago. I know. Lu Changsheng held his wife's palm and said warmly. Nangong Mili, who was standing next to him, saw Lu Changsheng being so gentle to Ling Zixio, and felt a little jealous. Even though she had always known about Lu Changsheng's situation, she still felt a little uncomfortable with the scene in front of her. Afterwards in the evening, Lu Changsheng hugged Ling Zixio and said caring words. Now that Zaire is back, I plan to let Zaire take care of the affairs of the fairy city, and then I will focus my time and energy on cultivation and form a pill as soon as possible. Ling Zixio snuggled in Lu Changsheng's arms and said. Although Lu Changsheng loves his son Lu Lingxiao very much and supports and cultivates him, as a mother, she still wants to fight for some property for her son. If her son can take charge of the Great Dream Fairy City, it will also be helpful for his future cultivation. And seeing Nangong Mili bringing her son over, she felt a little more urgent in her heart. She felt that this kind of thing would happen again in the future, and she and Lu Miaoji and others must stick together to control the power of the family, and her cultivation was getting worse and worse. As a foundation-building cultivator, wouldn't it be completely up to Lu Changsheng to take sides when facing a giant and cultivator like Nangong Mili, who was brought home in the future? I've considered this before. Zaire has almost enough experience now. He can cultivate his prestige by taking charge of one side, which will help him break through the giant. After being married for so many years, Lu Changsheng naturally knew Ling Zixio's temperament. It is normal for a mother to fight for some property for her son. Besides, they are all her own children, so he doesn't have too many opinions on who can take the position. His son Lu Lingxiao has integrated a emperor's vision, method, and now he has cultivated an invincible force through training outside. Now he has cultivated a king Lior with the help of the fairy city, which will also help him break through the giant. In the future, he can break through the immortal giant with his unyielding character and momentum, just like his son Lu Qingshan broke through the giant with this sword intent. Thank you, my husband. Ling Zixio responded softly. You and I are husband and wife, why do we need to talk about this? Lu Changsheng hugged his wife and smiled, indicating that she should focus on the giant. The next day, Lu Changsheng went to accompany Honglian. Afterwards, husband, what is your cultivation? Previously, Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Meiahan, Chu Hansun and others practiced with Lu Changsheng, but could not detect his breakthrough. Only Lu Miaoji had some sense. But Honglian clearly felt that Lu Changsheng's Mana Yuanyang was one level stronger than before, and he must have broken through, and it was not a small breakthrough. There was some opportunity on this trip to the 5 poison sect, so I broke through the 9th level of the giant. Lu Changsheng hugged Honglian's fairy-like jade body and said frankly, you are worthy of being my husband. Honglian did not show too much surprise, but just praised softly in a gentle voice, with affection flowing in her beautiful eyes. Did my husband encounter any trouble on this trip? She knew that Lu Changsheng would face the Yuanying cultivator directly on this trip to Jin State. Seeing Lu Changsheng's breakthrough at this time, she guessed whether he had encountered a dangerous accident and broke through. After all, according to the illusory theory of luck, most realm breakthroughs are dependent on fortune and misfortune. There are some troubles, but it's okay. Lu Changsheng did not hide anything from Honglian, and told her about his relationship with the 5 poison sect leader, and then talked about the Yinming ghost sect. The 5 poison sect leader is a Yuanying cultivator. If he is a Yuanying, this kind of love poison should be solved. My husband should be a little more careful. After hearing about the 5 poison sect leader, Honglian reminded softly, and then continued, as for the Mingshi's Henjin, his 10,000 ghosts blood pool should be a Taoist soldier's spiritual treasure, suitable for positional warfare. If my husband encounters it, just don't get entangled with him too much. I know this. By the way, Honglian, I plan to use a reincarnation to recultivate my identity in the future to be in the public eye. Do you have any suggestions? Lu Changsheng asked Honglian. He shocked the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world when he formed a pill at the age of 100. Things like forming a pill can still be explained by spiritual bodies and chance. But breaking through the Yuanying at more than 100 years old cannot be explained at all. directly broke the cultivation record of Jiang Kingdom, and even the entire southern wilderness cultivation world. In this case, even if one's combat power is extraordinary, one must have a reasonable cover to barely conceal the situation. Over the years, I have read a lot of ancient books about the southern wilds. Jiang State is the northern region of the southern wilds, far from the center. Most of the Yuanying cultivators are in the early Yuanying stage. If they want to break through, they can only go to the prosperous places in the central region. My dear, you want to borrow the name of a legendary great cultivator known to many people, so this person must be very famous, and there may be many grievances and causes and conditions. So I suggest that you make up one yourself, or I will look for it in ancient books later. Honglian said softly. Cultivating immortals is like crossing a river, and thousands of horses and troops pass by. A cultivator who rises in cultivation and becomes a Yuanying great cultivator will inevitably cause many enemies and forge grievances. Thousands of years have passed, and the past has dissipated like clouds and smoke, turning into a cup of yellow soil. But maybe the enemy's enemies will be passed down. According to the illusory luck and cause and effect theory of the cultivation world, borrowing his name still has the probability of causing cause and effect trouble. Okay, then you can take a look later. Lu Changsheng thought for a while and felt that it made sense. The Yuanying cultivators and Yuanying great true lords who can be recorded and passed down are not simple. If you use their names, maybe the former enemies and enemy forces will rush over. Instead of doing this, it is better to use the title of the lord of this Hongzhou dynasty that you made up. The southern wilderness and Hongzhou are separated by countless miles, even Yuanying cultivators can hardly cross, and there are definitely not many people who know this. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng sighed. If it weren't for too many weaknesses, otherwise, with his peerless talent and unparalleled talent, once he breaks through the Yuanying, he can completely shake the Jiang Kingdom, and even the entire southern wilderness immortal cultivation world, breaking the southern wilderness's record of immortal cultivation breakthroughs for tens of thousands of years. Well, not necessarily. If a spirit like the evil poison body doesn't care about its life, it can break through the nascent soul at over 100 years old. In this case, although a nascent soul of over 100 years old is amazing, it is not shocking enough to shock the entire southern wilderness. Lu Changsheng thought about it and felt that although a nascent soul of over 100 years old was exaggerated, there might not be so many viewers. After thinking for a moment, he didn't care, put it behind his mind, and prepared to let nature take its course. As long as he stayed in Jiang State at ease and didn't provoke the nascent soul true lord of the seven sects of the demonic Dao, it would basically be fine. A few days later, Lu Changsheng had time to accompany Nanguang Mili and Meng Xiaochen. Bah, dogman. Nanguang Mili saw Meng Xiaochen holding Lu Changsheng's neck tenderly, her delicate and ethereal beautiful face flushed and tipsy, her phoenix eyes were ashamed and annoyed, and she spat secretly. This bastard must have been looking forward to this. He hugged the master and the apprentice on both sides, then snorted at her disdainfully, and then walked away with his straight and slender high-heeled legs. However, Lu Changsheng, who was tasting Meng Xiaochen's rosy red lips, suddenly turned around and put his arms around her graceful shoulders wrapped in a purple dress. Before she could say anything, he kissed her instantly, and attacked her domineeringly, grabbing and plundering Meng Xiaochen's sweet lips. Nanguang Mili was struck by lightning, her body trembled, her eyelashes trembled, and her phoenix eyes were full of shame, anger and shock. This bastard actually humiliated her in front of Xiaochen. She struggled immediately. But facing Lu Changsheng's strong and powerful body, she could only hum. The dress on her shoulders slipped off gently during the struggle, revealing the exquisitely carved, round and graceful shoulders that looked like white jade. Under the soft light, the crystal-clear shoulders seemed to be hazy with charming luster, and the clavicle just outlined a beautiful outline, adding a bit of looming and moving temptation. Meng Xiaochen, who was held by Lu Changsheng's waist, saw her master being domineeringly kissed by her lover, and an unspeakable feeling surged in her heart. Shy, embarrassed and annoyed. She couldn't explain it. You master and disciple haven't seen each other for so long, you should get closer to each other on weekdays. Lu Changsheng hugged the graceful and charming Nanguang Mili and said softly, "Dog." However, just as Nanguang Mili was about to speak, the warm breath covered her red lips again, saving her from cursing. This woman can't just say nice things, you must first conquer her and then talk nicely. Nanguang Mili's delicate and beautiful nose snorted, and she felt her heart beating bang bang bang, and her beautiful and charming face was flushed like clouds. Meng Xiaoqun obeyed Lu Changsheng in everything, lowered her head, and nestled in his arms like a little bird, and saw her lover's palm enter her master's clothes. In the early years, Nangguang Mili liked to tease her, so she had the honor of feeling this pair of full, plump and soft breasts, and it was almost difficult to breathe when her face was in them. Seeing the master's full breasts constantly changing in her lover's hands, her legs became weak, and then she looked down at herself. Even with her daughter Lu Mangchen, this place seemed to be a little proud, but it was still not comparable to the master's snow-white breasts. Not long after, she saw Lu Changsheng bury his head in it, tasting it like a heavenly dog eating the moon. Seeing this scene, she licked her lips that seemed to be shiny but a little dry. For some reason, she also wanted to taste it like Lu Changsheng. Just as she was thinking about it, Lu Changsheng brought her head close to him. In an instant, the faces of the master and the disciple came together, and their charming eyes looked at each other, and then quickly dodged. "Xiaoqun, you are my disciple, so I will wrong you," Lu Changsheng said softly, looking at Meng Xiaoqun's exquisite and beautiful face. Although Meng Xiaoqun was shy, she always obeyed Lu Changsheng's words. His Lu Changsheng looked at the well-behaved and sensible Meng Xiaoqun, and his heart softened. Although the latter was affected by the love laku. But such a beautiful woman put all her thoughts and feelings on him, and was willing to do anything for him, which really made people love and care for her. "Xiaoqun." Nangguang Mili wanted to scold his disciple when he saw his disciple like this, but his voice was indescribably charming and moving. He cursed the dog man in his heart. "I will let Ao serve you like this in the future." Lu Changsheng saw that Nangguang Mili was still reluctant, so he painted a big cake for her. Nangguang Mili, whose body was soft and trembling, heard the words, and her heart trembled suddenly, and an inexplicable color surged out. Let the leader serve her. Although Nangguang Mili did not have this kind of habit, she was in awe and respect for her own leader. But in this situation of insubordination, she felt an indescribable excitement and expectation when she thought about the leader who was high above her, who was a Yuanying's engine, serving her and serving Lu Changsheng together with her. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Nangguang Mili looked at Lu Changsheng with hazy eyes, full of shame and anger, and pinched him. She still respected her own leader. "Mili." Lu Changsheng did not say anything else. He patted her round buttocks like a millstone and gestured to her. After the stimulation just now, Nangguang Mili had already prepared food and drink to welcome the king's teacher. After a moment, a slight rustling sound was heard, and Nangguang Mili's graceful and charming body fell on the bed. Although Meng Xiaoqun had seen Lu Changsheng and his master practicing together, after so many years, when she saw this scene again, her face was still as red as a burning cloud, and she was very shy. But she still listened to Lu Changsheng's words and served him beside him. After a long time, Nangguang Mili suddenly felt a soft and slippery feeling close to her, with rapid breathing. But now she was no longer able to struggle. Her plump and graceful body was limp as mud, and she could only close her phoenix eyes in shame and annoyance, cursing a dogman in her heart. A few days later. "Mili, Xiaoqun, I still have something to do. You have a good rest in the mansion." Lu Changsheng looked at the master and apprentice on the bed and said refreshedly. Nangguang Mili's phoenix eyes were hazy, and endless charming waves were flowing. She glanced at Lu Changsheng, who was handsome, fit, and tall, and snorted. When her beautiful eyes turned, she looked at her apprentice Meng Xiaoqun who was lying nearby, and a little anger surged in her heart. Xiaoqun is so ridiculous. She doesn't listen to her master's words at all, and only knows how to please this bastard. Lu Changsheng chuckled, put on his robes, and walked out of the cave in high spirits. Although it took some price to coax Nangguang Mili, and the head of the cave was willing to be a servant, but with the in-depth communication in the past few days, the relationship between Nangguang Mili and Meng Xiaoqun has also warmed up and improved a lot. Lu Changsheng thought that he could call a Yaoduo to form a trio of the 5 poison sect in the future. When the idea of the trio came up, Lu Changsheng thought of Xiao Xiao, Chu Qingyi, and Yun Wanshang. Compared with the trio of the 5 poison sect, he felt that the trio of the Qingyun Sect was much more difficult. Xiao Xiao already knew about his relationship with Chu Qingyi, and guessed that his relationship with Yun Wanshang was not simple, so he might not say too much. But Chu Qingyi's personality might make it difficult for her to accept such a thing. As for Yun Wanshang, she was also aloof, arrogant and proud. How could she agree to a 3-way trip? Besides, he was still far behind her. She won't come back until she breaks through the nascent soul stage, right? Lu Changsheng was not in a good position to ask about Yun Wanshang's situation when facing Xiao Ziyu now, but according to speculation, Yun Wanshang has not come back yet. Calculating the time, she has been traveling for 30 years. A person in the late Qingyun stage who has been away for so long is likely to have left Jiangguo and Yuguo, especially the war of opening up wasteland. Lu Changsheng remembered that Yun Wanshang showed her late Qingyun cultivation in the Qingyun secret realm more than 50 years ago. With her talent and foundation, she is estimated to have reached the 9th level of Qingyun. I hope she can successfully break through the nascent soul stage. Although thinking about revenge, Lu Changsheng still hoped that Master Qingyun could break through the nascent soul stage outside. In this way, not only will he feel more accomplished, but he will also have a reliable partner in the future, and he won't have to waste time with the head of Qingyun. Yuanying, you still have to achieve Yuanying as soon as possible. The world of immortal cultivation is ever-changing. Although Qingyun has entered the threshold of high-level cultivators, it seems glorious, but in the face of the rolling torrent of the world of immortal cultivation, it is just a bigger ant. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Only by achieving Yuanying can you become a chess player from a chess piece, control your own destiny, and face the ever-changing world of immortal cultivation. Lu Changsheng came to the attic of the city lord's mansion, overlooking the Great Dream Fairy City, looking at the endless Great Dream Lake and the direction of the Qingzhu Sea. No, not even nascent soul is enough. For nascent soul true lords like Iao and Xianxi's Henjin, they ended up like this just because of the battles between countries. If there is a war like the 7 sects of Demon Dao that swept across the southern wilderness, at least the combat power of the middle stage of nascent soul will be required. Lu Changsheng thought of the storm in the world of immortal cultivation and the surging undercurrent, and shook his head again. Ordinary nascent soul casual cultivators are fine, but for a family cultivators like him, if they want to protect one side in the future turmoil, they must have the strength of the middle stage of nascent soul. Go to Yuguo or Wuguo later to see how Ping'an is doing, and then use the Zhuangherong essence to condense the Brahma demon true body, and then I can consider going to Qingzhu Sea. Lu Changsheng was relieved when he saw his son Lu Ping'an break through the 9th level of foundation building, and his lifespan did not decrease. He was going to finish the family affairs, and then go to Yuguo and Wuguo to find his son Lu Ping'an with the help of Sun and Moon Tu Yin and Yang Zhuan Guangjian. After finishing his work, he used the Zhuangherong essence to further develop the Brahma demon true body, and then he could go to Qingzhu Sea to look for the opportunity of Yuanying. At this time, the sea-splitting black whale was almost promoted to the 4th level. Now that he had accompanied his wife at home, Lu Changsheng also started to do business and went to Longyou Island to see his children. However, when he arrived at Longyou Island, he found out that Lu Qingshan had taken Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingqi, Lu Wangshu, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Ling to the sea to hunt monsters. Several question marks appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind. Before, Ling Xiao told him that his daughter Lu Wangshu was going to use the sea-splitting black whale, but she stopped him. Now he went to fry fish with Lu Qingshan and others. He immediately sent a message to call a few people back, only to find out that Lu Qingshan just took Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi into the deep sea to play and gain experience. As for Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao, they were experienced and served as guides. Dad, Aunt Xiao said that there was almost a beast tide before, how could we move rashly? Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, with a bright and dignified face. Although they were playful, they still knew the importance of things. I'm afraid that you will be in danger. Once you provoke the Demon King and arouse the anger of the Demon King, it will be dangerous. Lu Changsheng knocked on his daughter's forehead and said, Dad, I told you not to flick my head. Lu Wangshu pouted and protested, saying that with Lu Qingshan here, he claimed to be a 3rd-level Demon King and could kill with a flick of his finger. Lu Changsheng heard it and felt a little funny. He knocked on Lu Qingshan and said, a 3rd-level Demon King can be killed with a flick of his finger? You are really arrogant, go and try it with Da Jin, let me see how strong you are. Da Jin. Lu Qingshan had never seen the golden-winged sky pang, and he raised his sword eyebrows and became interested when he heard it. Yes, it's my father's spiritual pet, a golden rock. Brother Qingshan, why don't you give it a try? I saw you kill a monster with one sword before, and I've always wanted to see your true strength. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu next to him immediately started to make a noise, and said to Lu Lingxiao next to him, Lingxiao, Do you want to see it too? Then give it a try. Lu Qingzhu knew that he was no match for his father, but he thought it would be okay to spar with a third-level spiritual beast, and he could also ask his father for advice. Lu Lingxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't say anything. He knew about his father's golden rock. Brother. When Lu Qingzhu came back, he had seen the golden winged rock, and knew that this was not an ordinary third-level monster king, so he immediately sent a voice message to persuade him. However, facing Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingqi's expectant eyes, Lu Qingzhu just patted Lu Qingzhu on the shoulder to show that he was relieved. Good boy. Lu Changsheng was just joking, but seeing the fighting spirit in his son's eyes, he said with some amusement, okay, let's try it if that's the case. Now there are many people on Longyu Island. He did not signal to spar here, and brought his children to the uninhabited depths of Damangs, and then tapped the Qingyan Benying belt with his palm. Cry. The golden winged sky rock, which was shining all over, appeared instantly, and was filled with a terrifying demonic power that was vague and vague. Lu Qingzhu's sword heart was clear, and he instantly sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the golden winged sky rock. Even this Haoshan Xingdao sword sounded wildly to warn him, telling him that this golden winged sky rock was very dangerous. Dad, is this Dajin? Lu Qingzhu said in some surprise and astonishment. It is hard to imagine that such a majestic, domineering, and dangerous demon king actually called out such a simple name. Suddenly, he thought of the 9 other mastiffs stationed at Qingzhu Mountain, Xia Ohui. Yes, this is Dajin. Let's give it a try. It's just a competition. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He also wanted to see his son's current combat power. Okay. Lu Qingzhu raised his sword eyebrows, his eyes full of confidence. He did not retreat at all and faced the demonic power of the golden winged sky peng. Golden pen. Lu Changsheng signaled to the golden winged sky peng, but he should not hurt Lu Qingzhu. Cry. The golden winged sky peng looked at Lu Qingzhu, whose sword intent was soaring into the sky, and stretched out his wings in the air. With a light cry, he signaled him to take action. Dajin, here it comes. Lu Qingzhu's robes fluttered, and his whole body soared into the sky with sword intent, stirring up the world. Then he patted his storage bag with his palm, and 7 flying swords appeared, circling around him, with elegant and sharp sword energy. Seeing Lu Qingzhu's soaring sword intent and sharp sword energy, Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao instantly looked solemn. In the past few years in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, they have killed several quasi-third-level monster kings. The two of them worked together, and it was no exaggeration to say that they were invincible below the Qingdan stage, and even Qingdan's Henrin could deal with them. But Lu Qingzhu's sword intent and sword energy gave them a feeling of great terror and crisis. Is this the strength of the Yuanying seed of the Xianmen? Lu Wangshu and Lu Lingxiao looked at each other. Both of them had a fighting spirit and pride, and were confident that they would not be weaker than others in the future. Tisk, worthy of being a disciple of the Xianmen, such a hand is heroic. Lu Changsheng's focus was on Lu Qingzhu's flying sword. Although the 7 flying swords were good and bad, it can be seen that they were all third-level flying swords. A cultivator who had just broken through the Qingdan stage had 7 third-level flying swords, and it was obvious that they came from the Qingyun Sect. But when Zhao Ziyu broke through the Qingdan stage, the Qingyun Sect only selected a magic weapon to help upgrade the life magic weapon. This treatment was completely incomparable to Lu Qingzhu. Zhao is still too low-key. If she were like Qingzhu, she would probably get more resources and support through performance. However, it was also due to the Liangayu War that the Yu Kingdom opened its treasure house. Otherwise, it would never be so generous in peacetime. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and after looking at the flying swords, he looked at his son Lu Qingzhu. Buzz buzz buzz, 7 third-level flying swords were suspended in the air, slowly turning, flowing with endless sharp edges, and then bursting out sword shadows of more than 10 feet. The sword shadows intertwined, swallowing and spitting sword lights of different colors of energy, interweaving and connecting, like a dazzling and gorgeous sword net, covering the golden winged sky rock. Sword formation. Lu Wangshu's eyes were crystal clear, and he carefully observed and looked at the sword formation in front of him, but his eyes were pierced by the sharp sword energy and felt a dull pain. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng immediately put his palm on her shoulder, and the yin and yang magic power flowed, allowing his daughter to clearly see the energy of the sword formation in front of him. Lu Lingxiao has the Emperor's vision of Qi, technique, and his eyes are like the rising sun and moon. He is not afraid of this sharp sword energy. He observes and measures the situation, and can even see the golden-winged sky rock burning like the scorching sun in the sword formation. Wow! Lu Qingyi couldn't see what was going on, and didn't practice the pupil technique. He just exclaimed, thinking that this sword formation was simply too cool, and cheered for his brother. However, Lu Qingzhu clearly felt that his sword formation was a little unstable under the power of the golden-winged sky rock. In this case, he didn't try slowly, but went all out. Buzz buzz buzz, but in the sword formation, the sword energy crisscrossed, like countless dragons tumbling and roaring, tearing the air, forming a sharp whistling sound, as if it would easily tear the void. However, the golden-winged sky rock's body was shining, and it just flapped its wings, and the golden ocean fluctuated, breaking through the countless sword energy. Lu Qingzhu continued to move, the sword lights intertwined, forming 99 and 81 sword lights, and his life magic weapon's Haoshan Xingdao sword appeared in his hand, slashing forward. The sword light was brilliant and gorgeous, like a river hanging upside down, pouring down. The jade-like sword energy increased the power of the sword formation and submerged the golden-winged sky pang, but it still could not break its physical defense. Boom! The golden-winged sky pang burned like the scorching sun, and with a sudden clap, it broke through countless sword lights, and the 7 third-level flying swords were a little unstable. Is this a top-level third-level demon king? Lu Qingzhu looked at the golden-winged sky pang and said solemnly. Although he was boasting that he could kill a third-level demon king with a snap of his fingers, his great Qingyun sword energy was incomparable and far superior to the same-level sword cultivators. Once the sword formation was out, even if facing a demon king in the middle stage of the third level, it could break the physical defense. But now facing the golden-winged sky pang, it could not hurt him at all, and immediately guessed that this was a top-level third-level demon king. Late third level. Lu Changsheng said to his son, asking him if he had any other means. Just the late third stage. Lu Qingzhu's face was solemn and a little surprised. He thought that the golden-winged sky rock in front of him belonged to the top third-level demon king, otherwise he should not be unable to shake it at all. However, he was not frustrated or disappointed. He said frankly, no, the sword formation is my strongest killer move at present. If the sword formation cannot break the enemy, I can only escape. He is confident that he is invincible at the same level, and he can fight against a lower and the higher, and the cross-realm enemy. But if he loses in such a cross-realm enemy, he will not be frustrated, and he still firmly believes that no one at the same level can defeat him. Unless someone is at the same level as him and defeats him severely, it will not affect his invincible sword hard at all. Run away. Lu Qingyi heard his brother's words and asked in surprise, Brother, don't sword cultivators move forward and never retreat? Lu Wangshu also asked Lu Qingzhu this question in his early years. It is a prejudice of most people against sword cultivators. But Lu Qingzhu still patiently explained, sword cultivators emphasize going forward without retreating, and they emphasize a resolute mind and will not retreat or beg for mercy. But sword cultivators are not fools. If they know they can escape from a desperate situation but do not escape, they are not sword cultivators, but they have a problem with their brains. After that, he added, when you encounter danger in the future, run away as soon as you can, but don't believe what people say outside. Your sword formation is still too slow. You should have set up an ambush in advance to kill the Flame Gang Lion before, right? Lu Changsheng said to his son, and saw the shortcomings of this sword formation at the first time. The sword formation is indeed powerful. Even if a cultivator in the middle stage of the Qingyun stage is trapped by the sword formation, there is a certain danger. But this thing is the same as the talisman formation, which requires a certain amount of preparation. The talisman formation can also rely on continuous replenishment and the addition of talismans to increase its power, but the sword formation cannot. You are worthy of being called Dad. You hit the nail on the head. Lu Qingzhu praised and flattered him, then said, after coming back this time, I also planned to ask you for advice, Dad. According to my own idea, if the materials and key of the 7 flying swords are adjusted, this aspect can be further improved. Let's talk about it when we get back. Although Lu Changsheng was only a Qingyun cultivator, his vision of martial arts was even better than that of Yuanying cultivators. He could see many problems, but he could not finish talking to Lu Qingzhu for a while. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription,
or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.